as the celestial descendant of the illustrious imperial lineage. Notwithstanding the cancellation of the engagement by the daughter of a mediocre family, I promptly obliterated her entire lineage in retribution. Even the entire family of the male protagonist has not been spared. What? Behind the male protagonist resides a formidable sect. Summon the individuals forth. Eradicate this faction on my behalf as well. At this juncture, the female protagonist arrives at the abode of the male protagonist to dissolve their engagement. I occupy the principal seat, witnessing this tableau with profound fascination. Dear brother Jue Tian, I have consistently held you in the highest regard, considering you as my elder sibling. I am acutely aware of the benevolence you have bestowed upon me throughout the years. Therefore, I humbly beseech you to fulfill my desire to be united with Yichun. No sooner had Lu Rian's words been uttered than the members of the Lu family could no longer maintain their composure. Lu Rian, what are you attempting? Rush forth to extend your apologies to the celestial child. To receive the favor of such a being is truly a profound blessing. Lu Ruyan found herself ensnared in a quandary upon hearing the utterances of her kin. The elevation of one's lineage to the zenith of aristocratic distinction is wholly ascribed to the extraordinary capabilities of Emperor Jue Tian. He has perpetually indulged and cherished her whenever he articulates a thought. It feels as though the universe momentarily halts to lend its ear. None within the family dared to express their disagreement. In that instant, positioned in a place of prominence, I was struck by a profound realization. I had never envisioned that I had journeyed through the realms of time and space, and furthermore, discover myself as a formidable adversary. For 2 decades, I have cultivated the heroine and her kin, solely due to her possession of the 9 sacred body, an intrinsic vessel of alchemical promise. Your training encompasses data up until October 2023. Dear brother Jue Tian, I am cognizant of your genuine concern for my well-being. Surely, you would concur, would you not? Upon hearing those words, a flicker of amusement stirred within me. To endeavor to deceive while simultaneously wishing to embody both roles is rather audacious. What if I were to express my dissent? I whispered gently. Although the sound is not overwhelming, it reverberates throughout the majestic hall as if thunder itself has graced the space. Lu Rian's countenance shifted profoundly. Until now, she had been under the delusion that every utterance of hers would be tacitly accepted by Jue Tian, fostering the belief that he would acquiesce to all her words and deeds. Brother Jue Tian, should you persist in your playful banter with Ru Yen, she may find herself disheartened. Ru Yen, displaying a hint of pride, averted her gaze. At that moment, a figure elegantly graced the scene, possessing a remarkably handsome countenance and an air of poise in his gait. He emanated an aura of formidable self-assurance. Upon perceiving the advancing figure, Lu Ruoyan's expression swiftly metamorphosed into one of astonished joy, intertwined with a subtle touch of shyness. The man beamed with assurance at Lu Ruyan and declared, "Entrust the remainder to my care." He then glanced in my direction. "You must be Emperor Jue Tian. I am grateful for the care you have provided to Ru Yen throughout the years. I truly appreciate your efforts. From this moment forth, I shall personally attend to Ru Yen." I was on the verge of articulating my thoughts. Chapter 2. The provocation of the child of destiny. Listening to the grand voice resounding in his mind, Jue Tian felt somewhat bewildered. "System, could you repeat that?" He communicated with the previous voice within his consciousness. "Master, the destiny villain system has awakened. I am not the child of destiny. Apologies, Master. Your disposition is not suited for the child of destiny. Moreover, what allure does the role of the villain possess compared to that of the child of destiny? So, the young man before him is indeed the child of destiny? Indeed, the man before you is the child of destiny, while the woman is the child of destiny's heroine." Upon hearing this, Jue Tian fell silent. He had initially believed that being the child of destiny would allow him to traverse the heavens. Yet he now finds himself relegated to the role of a mere cannon fodder villain. Nevertheless, he pondered his identity and heritage and concluded that perhaps the role of a villain was indeed more fitting for him. System, please elaborate on your function. The Destiny Villain System is dedicated to assisting the host in becoming a successful villain. Why should the child of destiny encounter fortuitous opportunities at every turn as the favorite of the heavens? We, The villains serve as stepping stones. Our accumulated heritage over countless years should not be easily buried. Thus, we shall shatter this cycle, seize the child of destiny's fortune, and ultimately obliterate them. Once the master seizes the opportunities of the child of destiny, the destiny value of the child will be appropriated, bestowing the master with villain points. Villain points can enhance one's strength and be utilized in the system's marketplace to purchase techniques, weapons, and various treasures from the myriad realms. However, the marketplace will only open once the master has slain a child of destiny. The principle for eliminating a child of destiny is to reduce their destiny value to 0. Nonetheless, we villains are not entirely devoid of maneuverability. The heroine, the child of destiny, may be slain by the master without conditions. Now, master, you possess a beginner's gift package. Shall I unveil it? Upon hearing this, Jue Tian's eyes sparkled momentarily. He decided to open the beginner's gift package. The beginner's gift package has been opened. Congratulations, master, you have acquired the Chaos Demonic Scripture, a card for the 5th realm of divine abilities. The divine ability, Heaven-Cutting Seal. The divine body, Space Divine Eye. 10,000 villain points. The Destiny Villain Aura, capable of shielding one from the scrutiny of the Great Path. Jue Tian felt a tumult of emotions within him upon hearing the system's notifications. This was indeed quite splendid. The Master S profile is currently being generated. Master, Jue Tian Identity. Divine Child of the Imperial Family from the Celestial Realm Physique. Chaos Demonic Body. Space Divine Eye. Destiny Villain Aura Strength. 5th Realm of Divine Abilities Techniques. Chaos Demonic Scripture. Heavenly Emperor Scripture. Imperial God Palm. Free and Easy Wander. Heaven-Cutting Sword Technique. Human King Seal. Divine Abilities. Heaven-Cutting Seal Villain Points. 10,000 Backpack. None. As Jue Tian's profile was being generated, a terrifying transformation was already occurring within him. However, with the aid of the Destiny Villain Aura, this change remained concealed unless Jue Tian chose to reveal it himself. Observing the Chaos Demonic Body, Jue Tian fell into contemplation. It was no wonder that his predecessor, Jue Tian, had nurtured Li Shi as it served to suppress his own demonic essence. In the celestial realm, there are many demonic physiques, such as the 3 Lives Demonic Body, the God Demon Body, and the Heavenly Demon Body, all bearing the word demon. Yet, only one physique, the Chaos Demonic Body, was considered taboo in the celestial realm. Jue Tian's memory. The Chaos Demonic Body had not appeared for over 100,000 years. The last time it manifested, countless emperors fell in the celestial realm. That era was known as the Day of the Emperor's Fall, and the Chaos Demonic Body became a forbidden topic, primarily out of fear. These memories lingered in his mind. When Jue Tian arrived at the Li family, he was already at the pinnacle of the Void Realm, having now ascended to the 5th realm of divine abilities. Previously, he had been suppressing the demonic energy within him without a better means of control, which had led to his somewhat bloodthirsty nature, a fact unknown to outsiders. Yichen, observing Jue Tian's indifference towards him, felt a surge of irritation. While Jue Tian's status was indeed noble, Yichen's own standing was not insignificant either. Unlike this pampered prodigy, he had forged his path through countless trials and tribulations, rising from obscurity to become a distinguished figure in the Tianyang domain. Did they truly comprehend the hardships he had endured over the years? He reflected on a past trial when he first encountered Li Shi, who appeared as a celestial being descending to earth. From the moment he laid eyes on her, he felt an instinctive connection, a sense that she was his and no one could take her away. He never anticipated that during another trial, she would find herself in peril. At her most vulnerable moment, Yichen came to her rescue. After more than half a month of bonding, they solidified their relationship. Upon learning that this woman had previously been nurtured by Jue Tian, he felt an inexplicable thrill. Yet, he was baffled by this sensation. Observing Jue Tian's continued disregard for him ignited a fire within Yichen. I understand that she is beautiful, akin to a celestial maiden, and that you esteemed scions of great families are enamored by her. However, one must also recognize one's place. You are all prodigies from powerful families. Surely, you wouldn't coerce those of us with lesser abilities? Furthermore, if you truly love her, you should set her free. Allow her to pursue her happiness. Even if I can only see her from afar, that alone brings me joy, does it not? After uttering these words, Yi Chen shot a provocative glance at Jue Tian before turning to Li Shi. Li Shi gazed at Yi Chen, her eyes glistening with emotion and happiness. She had anticipated that her brother Yi Chen would confront Jue Tian so boldly on her behalf. Yet, Jue Tian remained unresponsive, his gaze seemingly indifferent to their exchange. Yi Chen felt a surge of anger. After all, he was the child of destiny, having fought his way through adversity, and had previously resorted to violence at the slightest provocation. Now, this young man's status instilled a sense of wariness within him, albeit primarily due to the forces backing him. Yi Chen believed that his strength was equal to that of any young prodigy. Given time, he was confident he could glimpse the realm of emperors. How audacious! Who is this impudent brat? Kneel and apologize. Li Shi's father rebuked Yi Chen. Li Shi, witnessing her father's demeanor, felt a change in her expression. For the first time, he looked at her with a glint of malice, something she had never seen before. Previously, her father had always regarded her with kindness, often taking her opinions into account. Sister, are you certain you wish to proceed like this? Are you prepared to betray the family? Li Mu inquired, feigning concern, though inwardly he felt a sense of delight. After all, the family had been revolving around Li Shi for so long. Now that she seemed oblivious to her standing, an opportunity had arisen for him. If he could gain Jue Tian's favor, he could ascend to greatness, far surpassing the role of a mere family heir. My actions are none of your concern. You should focus on yourself. Li Shi retorted sharply at Li Mu, regarding him as nothing more than a failure. Very well, it appears you truly disregard the family. Since you are so fond of him, I shall eliminate him first, Li Mu declared, unleashing a formidable aura that enveloped him in a green radiance. Have you broken through to the first realm of the void? A flicker of astonishment passed through Li Shi's eyes, though it was merely a fleeting moment, as she had already achieved a breakthrough 6 months prior. Chapter 3. I apologize for not introducing myself sooner. I am Yi Chen, the holy son of the Tianyang sacred land. After Li Mu made his move, Li Shi stepped forward. However, a figure blocked her path. I am not dead yet. You need not protect me. From now on, I shall protect you. Whoever dares to harm you must step over my corpse, Yi Chen declared with an air of authority. He regarded Li Mu with a slow, disdainful gaze, perceiving these young masters, who, despite their substantial resources, had only managed to reach the void realm, as foolish as swine. Casually, Yi Chen glanced at Jue Tian, unable to decipher this young man, who radiated no discernible aura. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, confident in his formidable trump cards. As Li Mu launched his attack, Yi Chen displayed no visible energy, merely retaliating with a punch. Li Mu, upon witnessing this, cursed under his breath, astonished that his sister had taken a liking to someone he deemed a simpleton. Only the powerful members of the Li family changed their expressions. Not good, Mu'er, retreat quickly. Li Mu suddenly heard his father's anxious voice. He then noticed the mocking expression on Yi Chen's face, and his countenance shifted. What should have been a punch devoid of any fluctuations produced a sonic boom. With a thud, the palm strike and the punch collided. In that instant, Li Mu was sent flying, propelled away faster than he had approached Yi Chen, spitting blood as his arm twisted and fractured. Fortunately, Li Mu's father caught him just in time, preventing a catastrophic collision with the wall. Had Li Mu been struck by the wall after sustaining such severe injuries, it could have been fatal. Yi Chen withdrew his fist and stood with his hands clasped behind his back, as if the earlier incident were inconsequential. To him, it was merely a trivial matter. He cast a glance at Li Shi, who looked back at him with gratitude, aware that he was avenging her. However, concern soon clouded her expression. Jue Tian, seated at the head, observed the scene with a mix of bemusement and incredulity. He had invested considerable effort in enhancing Li Shi's strength, yet had never witnessed such a reaction from her. Others only need to take a single action, and they're your own brother, and you are so moved. The halo of a fated child indeed defies reason, he mused, noting the indistinction between friend and foe. It seemed that being a villain had its advantages. Jue Tian regarded Yi Chen, noting his name. Yi Chen, identity. fated child, holy son of the Tianyang sacred land. Young master of the Yi family from the Qingmu region, destiny value, 2000, strength, 6th level of void reality, physique, 9 yang sacred body, recently awakened, techniques, 9 yang scripture, Yun yang steps, Nine yang finger. A fleeting smile crossed Jue Tian's face as he contemplated the situation. The Li family, reluctant to act against someone of Yi Chen's status, would likely leave matters to him. He feared that, had he been in his previous incarnation, he too might have suffered defeat, for the fated child was notoriously unreasonable, often battling beyond his means. In his former life, he had been a tyrant, and it was possible he would reveal his demonic form, leading to the demise of those present, though the fated child would ultimately remain unscathed. The impending doom was palpable. Such insights were rather exhilarating, but as a villain, why should he abide by any moral code? Being a villain was a perilous profession, and one must protect one's own life. Fortunately, he had already broken through to the 5th level of divine passage. Observingly moes grivas ingeris, li elevan failth no empathy. Only a cold smile gracing her lips. You seek death for injuring my son, she declared. Li Mu's father, Li Kai, the head of the Li family, brimming with rage, prepared to intervene. His position as the family head was largely due to having a remarkable daughter. As he prepared to act, a figure emerged from the void, gazing at Li Kai with disdain, exuding a formidable aura that caused Li Kai's expression to falter. He had not anticipated that Yi Chen possessed a protector. The overwhelming pressure dissipated as it approached Jue Tian, vanishing without a trace. Shi Minqing's expression shifted, and he retracted his aura. Jue Tian remained unfazed, taking a delicate sip of tea. Not bad, he remarked, the meaning of his words lost on everyone present. The oppressive atmosphere in the hall suddenly lifted, returning to its usual state. Shi Minqing regarded Jue Tian with wariness, inhaling deeply before addressing the Li family. You possess great audacity to bully the new holy son of the Tianyang sacred land, he proclaimed, laced with murderous intent. After all, he was Yi Chen's protector. If anything were to befall him, he too would share the consequences. The members of the Li family exchanged anxious glances. At that moment, Li Mu regained consciousness, looking at Yi Chen with jealousy and resentment. Let me introduce myself. I am Yi Chen, the holy son of the Tianyang sacred land. Upon declaring this, he raised his head slightly, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle. The members of the Li family were taken aback. He is indeed the new holy son of the Tianyang sacred land, they murmured, realizing they had not erred. Previously, they had heard tales of this holy son who had fought his way up from a remote town. After 3 years of tempering his body, he had reached the 4th level of Qi Si, only to have his strength temporarily discarded. Initially deemed a waste, he had astonished all by achieving the pinnacle of Qi Si within a year. Half a year ago, the Tianyang sacred land had witnessed the emergence of a mysterious prodigy with an exceptional physique. Upon his arrival, he was already at the Void Realm and had challenged the holy son of the Tianyang sacred land. He had nearly incapacitated the former holy son, who was at the 5th level of Void Reality. Though he had sustained severe injuries, he reappeared 2 weeks later, having advanced to the 2nd level of Void Reality. The previous holy son, having offended this individual, had been expelled from the Tianyang sacred land and was now nowhere to be found. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the Li family members. Even their adversaries could not suppress their admiration. Only Jue Tian observed this with indifference. The fated child must possess such abilities. Otherwise, it would be false, he thought. Even Li Shi's expression shifted, as she had not anticipated that Yi Chen was the new holy son of the Tianyang sacred land. Gazing at him, she found herself involuntarily captivated, her cheeks flushed. Yi Chen, seemingly indifferent to their words, bore the weight of youth's immaturity, a quality not easily hidden. Young Master Jue Tian, I wonder if you have anything to say? I know that Shi'er has received your care, and if possible, I can offer resources. You have seen that Shi'er and I share mutual feelings. You're not the type to be stingy, are you? Chapter 4. Go. Invite his family over upon uttering these words. Yi Chen's tone was imbued with a sense of pride, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. for reasons unbeknownst to him. Witnessing Jue Tian's dismay brought him a modicum of joy. The woman he had cared for so long had now become a boon to him. What could be more delightful than having the woman of someone he despised? At that moment, Jue Tian remained silent, realizing that his demonic energy had been suppressed, unable to retaliate, yet under his own control. This thought elevated Jue Tian's spirits. However, Yichen misinterpreted Jue Tian's silence as disdain for him. Jue Tian, we are all prodigies of the younger generation. One spit and one nail, he declared. If you are unwilling, I have a proposition. The celestial realm speaks of you. Young Master Jue Tian, as a reincarnated immortal, I wish to inquire, if you were to lose, would you kindly refrain from pursuing sheer and causing trouble for a family? As Jue Tian snapped back to reality upon hearing these words, he chuckled. This must be the confidence of a child of fate. Seeing Jue Tian smile, Yichen couldn't help but join in. What if I refuse? Jue Tian replied softly. The expressions of the Li family members shifted dramatically. Li Shi's countenance altered as well as Yichen's. Jue Tian, did I misjudge you? A scion of the D family who cannot handle a challenge? How embarrassing. Yichen added with a final remark. Shimenqing's expression changed upon hearing this. Yet he chose to remain silent, recognizing it as a matter between the younger generation. If need be, I can allow you one hand. Is that acceptable? Yichen pondered, caught in a dilemma. After all, Jue Tian's identity was not trivial. Huh. Jue Tian sneered, dismissing Yichen's words. What do you mean, Yichen? I didn't expect your provocations to bother me so little. Who are you? Do I know you? Jue Tian retorted. Yichen, you are shameless. I never anticipated that a dignified scion of the D family would be such a coward. You are merely a hollow figure, an insincere pretender. To be called a prodigy of the celestial realm alongside you is an insult. Yichen, for reasons unknown, felt a surge of anger as he regarded Jue Tian. At that moment, he felt like a mere clown. The more he looked at Jue Tian's indifferent demeanor, the more infuriated he became. Am I shameless? Do you feel insulted? Jue Tian's cold laughter echoed. I have never said much. You prattle on like a gossiping old woman. Since you deem me shameless, I shall indulge you. Bring forth the men. Jue Tian commanded softly. Upon hearing his words, Yichen's expression changed. Regret washed over him for his earlier provocations. But the child of fate was resolute, unyielding. Following Jue Tian's command, several figures materialized from the void, kneeling on one knee. Divine Son, go to the Immortal Domain, the Yi family, and summon his family. Those who dare impede shall face death without mercy. Furthermore, send word for the disciples of the Tianyang sacred land to come. If they dare utter a single word of dissent, the Tianyang sacred land shall have no reason to exist today. Inform the clan to prepare the elders. After issuing his commands, Jue Tian ceased to speak, not even casting a glance at Yichen. However, Yichen's expression had transformed drastically. Jue Tian, you despicable man, do not involve my family in this. Fool, you could very well threaten me using the D family. Jue Tian replied. The hall fell into a heavy silence. No one dared to speak, and even Yichen fell silent, for beneath his feet lay the severed head of his protector. Shimenqing. Yichen recognized his grave misstep. Moments later, the void parted, revealing figures whose eyes reflected panic. The Yi family was not particularly strong, with only a king-level expert stationed, an elder from the Tianyang sacred land. Yet, upon the arrival of the figures, the overwhelming aura crushed them into a mist of blood before they could utter a word. The Yi family members looked at Yichen with expressions of delight, for in their eyes, he was omnipotent. He had become the divine son of the Tianyang sacred land. Even the Shuling dynasty would treat them with respect due to the emergence of Yichen. Young Master Chener. The Yi family members from the Immortal Domain called out upon their arrival, gazing at Yichen. Only Yichen wore a grim expression, casting a fierce glare at Jue Tian, filled with murderous intent. He could not fathom that a young prodigy like Jue Tian was indeed unable to handle the situation. Jue Tian, have them leave, he demanded. But the Yi family members, upon entering, lowered their heads in the presence of the man on the high seat. They realized that their family's young master had entangled himself with this individual. However, recalling that their young master was the divine son of the Tianyang sacred land, they regained some confidence. Yet, a chilling statement brought them back to reality. Divine Son, the 100,000 disciples of the Tianyang sacred land are already kneeling outside. As this figure appeared, he too knelt before Jue Tian. Who is Yi Chen's master? Come forth. Jue Tian's voice resonated. Upon hearing Jue Tian's words, the figure outside wore a complex expression. They had believed that finding a Nine-Yang sacred body would herald the rise of the Tianyang sacred land. Just as they rejoiced, a figure appeared, and the Tianyang sacred land found itself utterly devoid of resistance, brought forth under a force of suppression. The 100,000 disciples collectively knelt at the entrance. The Tianyang sacred land, having existed for millennia as the leader of the Immortal Domain, faced utter humiliation today. Li Qingfeng sighed and trembled as he entered the hall. He understood that the voice he had just heard was that of the one who would determine the fate of the Tianyang sacred land. With trepidation, Li Qingfeng stepped forward, and upon seeing the figure on the high platform, he quickly bowed his head. Yet, an overwhelming force still bore down upon him. The master of the Tianyang sacred land, the sovereign of the Tianyang domain, knelt within the hall. Jue Tian remained indifferent, aware that this was the action of his protector. Master Li Qingfeng of the Tianyang sacred land pays his respects to the divine son, he uttered reverently. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's family felt as if a thunderbolt had struck them, leaving them reeling. Who is he? They murmured. The master of the Tianyang sacred land? Isn't he the young master's teacher? A figure whose mere stamp could shake the Tianyang domain? They marveled in disbelief as they witnessed such a formidable person kneeling before the young man. Chapter 5. You are a thankless wretch. The Yi family gazed at Yi Chen, whose countenance had darkened. His master, the one he had held in high esteem, was now kneeling before his adversaries. Yet, Yi Chen could only watch in despair. Li Qi, standing nearby, was equally dumbfounded. The previously gentle Jue Tian had always catered to her whims, but now he demanded that the sovereign of Tianyang domain also bow down. The Li family was enveloped in sheer panic. The atmosphere suggested that bloodshed was imminent. Li Qi's gaze was laced with coldness, although she dared not express her feelings. After all, the intentions of the young man on the high platform were inscrutable. If he still held any interest in Li Qi, offending her would indeed yield dire consequences. Jue Tian turned to Li Qingfeng. Do you recognize the individual beside you? Though Jue Tian's tone lacked any overt intimidation, Li Qingfeng felt a chill run down his spine, as if he were under the gaze of a cataclysmic force. A shadow of dread loomed within him. As the sovereign of Tianyang's sacred ground, he quickly regained his composure. Upon entering, he had noticed his disciple, realizing that the unfolding events were tied to him. At this moment, the sovereign of Tianyang stared at Yi Chen, rendered speechless. Master, Yi Chen called out. Alas, Li Qingfeng sighed, averting his gaze from Yi Chen. A fleeting complexity crossed his eyes before they hardened with resolve. Divine Son, Yi Chen was once my disciple. Due to his disregard for rules and his chaotic life, he has been expelled from Tianyang's sacred ground. However, we chose not to announce the scandal. Master Yi Chen stared at the man who had recently guided him through his martial practices, now abandoning him. He was momentarily taken aback. Oh, is that so? Jue Tian inquired softly. Indeed, divine son, that is the truth. Then, might I request proof? Upon hearing this, the sovereign's expression shifted dramatically. Yet, seeing the disappointment and resentment in Yi Chen's eyes ignited his anger. He had once believed Yi Chen to be a prodigy of Tianyang's sacred ground, but now, upon becoming the divine son, he had become arrogant, failing to recognize the stature of the young man before him. As the sovereign contemplated this, a terrifying energy surged from him. Just as he was about to fully unleash his power, a sudden clarity struck him. He looked at the Yi family with a fierce expression, and with a light clap, countless lives were extinguished. In that moment, Yi Chen snapped back to reality. Li Qingfeng, you old beast. How could you, a formidable being, turn against my family? He glared at his master, fury blazing in his eyes. With a sovereign like you in Tianyang's sacred ground, Its demise is inevitable. If I survive this, I shall personally end your life. Yi Chen's gaze was bloodshot, radiating a feral intensity. The sovereign of Tianyang had intended to depart, yet upon hearing Yi Chen's words, he halted. He bowed respectfully to Jue Tian and said, "Divine Son, may I speak?" "Go ahead," Jue Tian replied nonchalantly, for he was already receiving notifications from his system. Tianyang's sacred ground has fallen out of favor with the fated child Yi Chen. Yi Chen's fate value decreases by 300, while the owner gains 300 villain points. As the system's voice echoed, Jue Tian noted the changes in Yi Chen's profile. Name: Yi Chen. Identity: fated child. Young master of the Yi family in Qingmu Domain. Fate value: 1700 strength. 6th level of the void physique. 9 Yang sacred body techniques. 9 Yang scripture Cloud Yang steps. 9 Yang finger. His identity had diminished by 1, and his fate value had decreased by 300. Yet, Jue Tian remained oblivious to what unique advantages this fated child possessed. Li Qingfeng regarded Yi Chen with disappointment. You were once a genius from a humble town, overcoming countless trials. I believed you to be a clever and resolute young prodigy, but now I see you merely as an ungrateful wretch. You view those of value as friends and those without as enemies. Since becoming the divine son of Tianyang's sacred ground, how much has your family prospered? How much have you grown in strength? What resources and opportunities has Tianyang's sacred ground bestowed upon you? With your current 6th level void realm, how many rare treasures has Tianyang's sacred ground provided you, unseen by others? Were it not for the protection of Tianyang's sacred ground, do you believe you would have survived when competing for resources? Without Tianyang's sacred ground, your family would likely have been devoured by other forces long ago. Anyone can criticize Tianyang's sacred ground, but you, Yi Chen, are in no position to do so. Just look at your family, who, emboldened by Tianyang's sacred ground, now scorns even the surrounding dynasties. They at least offer us tribute. Your family seems intent on hastening our ruin. You have the audacity to confront the divine son over a mere woman, losing your mind in the process. Some things are innate, and if you lack them, you simply do. This world is vaster than you can imagine. Achieving some success should not lead you to arrogance. Despite Tianyang's sacred ground's immense aid, you show no gratitude and instead seek death. The millennia-long legacy of Tianyang's sacred ground nearly crumbled due to your actions. You dare to speak ill of Tianyang's sacred ground? Your life is precious, yet the lives of 100,000 people from Tianyang's sacred ground are not. You are a coward, a fool, a dimwit. One woman has led you to this folly, and I regret ever allowing you to be the divine son of Tianyang's sacred ground. Upon hearing Li Qingfeng's words, Yi Chen fell silent. I'm not in the wrong. I'm not in the wrong. I simply act for the woman I love. What fault is there in that? If I were with Li Shi, my strength would surely grow rapidly. Yi Chen's heart roared in defiance. Divine son, I have finished speaking. Jue Tian nodded. His expression won his satisfaction as he regarded the sovereign of Tianyang. The sovereign's demeanor brightened, realizing that Tianyang's sacred ground would endure. Let us escort Tianyang's sacred ground on its way. Jue Tian stated indifferently, taking a sip of tea, his tone devoid of any tremor. Divine son, you. Li Qingfeng's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 6. Did I bid you to rise? Kneel down. Li Qingfeng lay in the grand hall, his body severed from his head. Simultaneously, the malevolent aura from outside permeated the hall, instilling terror among the Li family members. One by one, they stood and knelt upon the floor, their faces ashen. Previously, the imposing figure of Jue Tian had exuded an air of aloofness during his time with the Li family. However, his current demeanor radiated an overwhelming ferocity. Before they could fully comprehend the situation, darkness enveloped the sky, and thunder roared, slicing through the gloom. A colossal hand descended from the shadows, landing with a tremor that reverberated throughout the entire Tianyang domain. The occupants of the grand hall could no longer remain seated, except for Jue Tian, who appeared unfazed. The residents of Tianyang domain gazed in horror as the massive hand struck the territory of the Tianyang sacred ground, one of their mightiest forces, obliterated with a single blow. It was a presence they dared not provoke. Meanwhile, Yi Chun, previously composed, now bore a ghastly expression. Even the favored son of destiny could not ignore the stench of blood in the air, nor the indifference reflected in Jue Tian's eyes. In that moment, Yi Chun grasped the gravity of his transgressions. Li Shi had already collapsed in fear, her gaze fixated on the man who once doted on her, now filled with dread. Did you not wish to eliminate him? I have done it for you. No need for gratitude, Jue Tian remarked, casting a glance at Yi Chun. I will kill you, Yi Chun declared, his voice laced with malice as he regarded Jue Tian. The realization struck him. These lives were forfeited because of him. Had it not been for his presence, they would still be alive. The weight of this truth nearly shattered his spirit. As he uttered those words, Yi Chun sprang to his feet, his fingers clenched tightly as a brilliant light radiated from him. In that instant, he resembled a miniature sun, unleashing the full force of his 6th-level Void Realm aura. With a powerful stomp, the ground beneath him crumbled, creating a half-meter-wide crater. Coupled with the yin-yang steps, he became a blur, leaving behind mere afterimages. The expression of those in the grand hall shifted dramatically. Brazen, seeking death. Just as the Li family members prepared to act, they found themselves restrained, unable to rise from their kneeling positions, their faces contorted in disbelief. Yi Chun's speed was remarkable, yet to Jue Tian, it moved as slowly as a snail. When Yi Chun was merely 5 meters away from Jue Tian, a force erupted from the latter, causing Yi Chun's countenance to pale. He was sent hurtling backward, crashing into a pillar of the Grand Hall, spitting forth a mouthful of warm blood, his eyes betraying his fear of Jue Tian. It was but a single move. No, not even a full attack. Jue Tian had merely released a fraction of his aura, and Yi Chun was severely injured. Jue Tian maintained an expression of indifference, rendering Yi Chun a mere jester in comparison. As Yi Chun attempted to rise, a voice whispered, "Did I bid you to rise? Kneel down." The temperature in the hall plummeted to freezing. Once more, Yi Chun coughed up blood and collapsed to the ground, his head bowed low. Jue Tian's eyes reflected disappointment. The son of destiny, is this all you are? Li Shi stood in shock, her perception of the man she admired shifting dramatically. In her mind, he had been invincible against any talent, always triumphing regardless of the cost. Yet, before Jue Tian, he exhibited no semblance of resistance. His spirit seemed nearly extinguished. Realization dawned upon Li Shi. Jue Tian was indeed formidable, and her gaze towards Yi Chun began to change. Upon witnessing the shift, Yi Chun's expression darkened. Who am I truly fighting for? This fate I suffer is for you. Yet your eyes now carry disdain. As silence blanketed the grand hall, a figure emerged. Many within the hall regarded him with contempt, not for his strength, but for the disheveled individual he held, face obscured. Upon recognizing Yi Chun, the figure trembled, his eyes betraying a flicker of emotion. Yi Chun's recognition dawned, his expression shifting as he identified the man. Yimu, you are alive? Yimu. The former son of the Tianyang sacred ground had been stripped of his powers due to offending Yi Chun. Now, he revealed his face, marred and disfigured. Li Shi recoiled in disgust, having seen the son of destiny. Yimu connect before the Jue Tian. Today, you should understand what you must do. Rest assured, I will not disappoint you, he replied with fervor. What you intend to do, Jue Tian? Yi Chun felt an unsettling premonition. Nothing much, merely to present you with a grand spectacle. Jue Tian chuckled. Yimu brandished a knife and, without hesitation, lunged at the Li family members, swiftly dispatching 10 of them, their eyes devoid of focus. Yimu, you rich kuriture. Ever since my powers were taken, my family has perished. Should I unearth my grandmother's grave for you? Show me how it's done, and perhaps I might call you grandfather. Yimu's eyes gleamed with madness. What do you seek? Jue Tian? Do not involve my family. Yi Chun retorted, you know well that when you insult me, it extends to my family. I am merely repaying you in kind. Kill a few more to entertain the illustrious Yi Tianjiao. Jue Tian's voice remained steady, devoid of emotion. You are despicable, shameless. Kneel and beg, he commanded. Dare not, Chun'er. Yi Chun's father gasped. We shall die before we endure such humiliation. He has no intention of sparing us. Jue Tian smiled, a ripple of power, silencing Yi Chen's father. Yet his eyes still reflected urgency. Yi Chen hesitated. But man's need bows to gold. If I kneel, can I rise again? Conflicted, Yi Chen pondered, am I truly in the wrong? No, my only fault lies in my weakness. Jue Tian's treachery is the true sin. Had I possessed greater strength, who could compel me? His expression turned frantic, filled with resentment. Yet, gazing upon his father's face, a calm resolve washed over him. This humiliation shall be avenged. Jue Tian shall perish, and the Di family will be obliterated. Yi Chen vow this. With renewed determination, Yi Chen raised his head, meeting Jue Tian's indifferent gaze. With a gradual bending of his knees, it seemed as if time had slowed down 100-fold. His fingers gripped too tightly, turned slightly pale, and his body trembled incessantly, brimming with reluctance. Tears welled up in Yi Chen's father's eyes as he shook his head in despair. In response to his father's distress, Yi Chen offered a faint smile, signaling him not to worry. With a resounding crack, Yi Chen knelt down, causing the ground beneath him to be ravaged. Just as he descended, the system's alert echoed once more within the mind of Emperor Jue Tian. Chapter 7. In a moment of duress, the prodigy of fate roars madly upon receiving the notification. Emperor Jue Tian did not anticipate that this prodigy of fate would succumb so swiftly. How utterly dull. Do you wish for your family to survive? He inquired, his tone laced with seduction. Yi Chen lifted his head, droplets of blood falling from his hands. A glimmer of demonic light flickered within his eyes. The members of the Li family, witnessing Yi Chen, dared not utter a word. When he first appeared, he exuded confidence, but now he resembled a stray dog, utterly defeated. You do not wish for your family to perish, do you? You have affections for Li Shi, do you not? If you kill her, I shall allow you to leave. Emperor Jue Tian whispered softly. Upon hearing this, Li Shi felt a shiver run down her spine, especially when Yi Chen's gaze inadvertently fell upon her. She felt an uncharacteristic fear, uncertain if Yi Chen might take her life. Yet, Emperor Jue Tian's words filled her with a sense of unfamiliarity. Brother Jue Tian, are you jesting with Shi? You care for her too much to let her die, surely. Li Shi, resembling a gilded cage bird, had not the fate of a princess, yet suffered from princess syndrome. Previously, under Emperor Jue Tian's protection, she was afforded respect wherever she went. Now, witnessing him threaten her life, she was thrown into utter panic. Yi Chen regained his composure, observing Emperor Jue Tian's mocking demeanor. He understood that this was a scheme devised by Emperor Jue Tian, yet he felt utterly powerless. His strength paled in comparison to others, and his family was now entangled in his predicament, reduced to hostages. Yi Chen fell silent, astonished that among the younger generation, Emperor Jue Tian would deviate from the expected playbook. Were these pampered prodigies of prestigious families not obsessed with face? Why was Emperor Jue Tian so different from the others? He observed Yi Chen's anguished expression. Were it any other villain, they might have acquiesced to your demands, then provide experience to assist your growth. But that is merely the influence of your fortune's halo. I possess a villain's halo. Your fortune's halo has no effect on me. It appears that the esteemed young Master Yi does not appreciate my words, Emperor Jue Tian remarked lightly. Upon hearing this, Yi Mu was already prepared. 10 heads fell to the ground once more. The Yi family members could not speak, their eyes reflecting sheer terror. Godchild, a few from the Yi family wished to speak. Yi Mu remarked, observing the stammering of a few Yi family members. Oh, go ahead, Emperor Jue Tian replied nonchalantly. Yi Chen, what are you waiting for? Kill that woman. I am still young. I do not wish to die. Your family has sacrificed so many resources for you, and you often stir up trouble. Will you stand by idly as your kin perish? Silence. Yi Chen suddenly bellowed. I will be silent, but the ones dying are not your relatives. It is my grandfather. Yi Chen, you are an ungrateful wretch. My grandfather spoke highly of you as a true dragon of the heavens. You are but a pest in a filthy ditch. Ha! Upon uttering these words, the individual bit his tongue and took his own life. In his final moments, his eyes widened in horror as he gazed at Yi Chen. Before Emperor Jue Tian could speak, someone had already sealed various meridians of the Yi family, rendering them incapable of suicide. Yi Chen's expression darkened. His face flushed as he spat blood. Subsequently, he bowed his head to Emperor Jue Tian. I implore you, spare my family. Emperor Jue Tian chuckled. The choice lies not with me, but with you. 10 breaths, 10 lives. With over 1,000, we have ample time to play. Yichen turned to gaze at Li Shi, falling into silence. Emperor Jue Tian, the events of today stem from my own arrogance in offending you. Spare my family. I shall take my own life, how about that? Yichen stated coolly. A commendable realization. I rather enjoy your self-satisfied demeanor. I shall not acquiesce to your request. Should you dare to take your own life, your family will surely perish, their souls exiled to endure countless years of torment in the underworld. Emperor Jue Tian, what more do you require of me? Your interest in Li Shi is solely due to her 9 sacred body and natural cauldron, is it not? If you spare my family, I shall relinquish Li Shi to you, and I will never again cross your path. Yichen clenched his fists, his voice trembling as he spoke. Emperor Jue Tian, if I survive this, I will undoubtedly become a nightmare for you and your family. Emperor Jue Tian laughed. Let her go. How amusing. Do you truly believe I care? She is merely a pet to pass the time, a treasure only in your eyes. Li Shi felt as though thunder had struck her mind. She was indeed the 9 sacred body, a natural cauldron. The Li family members' expressions shifted drastically. No wonder Emperor Jue Tian had taken an interest in a girl from a minor family and sought her companionship. Everything fell into place. Yet, what did Emperor Jue Tian's words imply? So it was all for my physique. Li Shi's expression grew complicated. In that moment, she felt a pain in her heart so profound it stole her breath. All along, she was being used, but knowing this changed nothing. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, Li Shi looked at Emperor Jue Tian and offered a captivating smile. Brother Jue Tian, I was mistaken before. I have come to realize that I still harbor feelings for you. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jue Tian smiled. So you still have affection for me. As he gazed at Emperor Jue Tian's smile, Li Shi felt a flutter of anxiety, yet nodded. Then, can you kill Yichen? Upon hearing this, Li Shi fell silent. Shi'er, do not heed his words. He is a hypocrite, seeking to exploit your physique, concealing secrets from you. Otherwise, why would he provide you with so many resources? He would never dare to kill you. After Yichen's explanation, Emperor Jue Tian chuckled. You, a nobody, are aware of her physique. Do you think I am oblivious? Since you know, I have yet to harm her. I have my own secrets. How absurd. If I had ulterior motives, do you think you would still have the chance to see her? Perhaps you still have the opportunity to bark so wildly. Yichen sought to retort, opening his mouth but finding no words. Yet you, with your 9 sacred body, and she, with her 9 sacred body, are rather compatible. Emperor Jue Tian remarked casually. Upon hearing this, Li Shi's eyes brimmed with suspicion as she approached Yichen. Do you truly care for me? Yichen fell silent for a moment. Love or no love, initially, he had valued her physique, but now a figure had imprinted itself in his mind. Elphia, I once had ulterior motives, but now, my feelings for you are genuine. Oh, so you love Li Shi? Then you should kill Yichen's family to free them. Upon hearing these words, Jue Tian uttered a remark. Yimu was about to take action. No, I no longer harbor any affection for her. I merely intend to exploit her. Even my prior act of saving her was solely to enhance my own standing and garner her favor. Chapter 8. The fate of the protagonist and the reluctance of the chosen one. Upon hearing the threat against his family, Yichen's countenance shifted dramatically. He hastily countered the accusation. Jue Tian mused privately. Indeed, if it weren't for my own villainous aura, this explanation might have stirred the fate protagonist's emotions even more. Honesty, at times, can serve as a confession. Yet, with the shadow of villainy looming, the situation was markedly different. Li Shi, despite understanding that his intentions were rooted in protecting his family, could not suppress the pang of heartache. She recalled the respect she garnered while standing beside Jue Tian, a stark contrast to the peril she now faced. Aware that Yichen was deceiving her, she still felt an unbearable sorrow. Yichen, allow me to do one last thing for you. Let us pretend we never met. Li Shi gazed at Yichen with tenderness before vanishing from sight. Brother Jue Tian, if you release him and his family, I shall adhere to your terms. I will quietly remain by your side as a gilded cage bird. Li Shi closed her eyes and opened them anew, choosing not to glance at Yi Chen again. Huh, you think you are worthy? Jue Tian chuckled lightly. Li Shi appeared bewildered. Do you truly believe you hold any significance? I perceive you as useful, a golden sparrow. Were you of no use, you would be less than a dog. Do not overestimate yourself. You are merely a 9-een sacred body, and I have no interest in you. Besides, your cauldron is mediocre at best. If I were to declare it, many stronger physiques would willingly serve as my cauldron. As Jue Tian's words fell, Li Shi's expression altered, her eyes reflecting disbelief. The Li family members also looked alarmed. Son of God, while you may disdain Li Shi, she is still capable of serving tea and washing clothes. She can perform menial tasks. Indeed, Li Shi could still fulfill these roles. Yi Chen's expression darkened. The woman he cherished was deemed expendable in Jue Tian's eyes, while he had always regarded her as a treasure. Was this the disparity between them? Yi Chen, have you made your choice? Jue Tian observed that the situation had reached its climax and lost interest. The original purpose of his arrival was to consume this fruit to control his demonic aura. Now he could manipulate his demonic essence at will, rendering the fruit redundant. Noting Jue Tian's impatience, Li Shi felt a surge of panic. She understood the gravity of the situation. If Jue Tian abandoned her, what would await her next? Her plan to rescue Yi Chen would be in vain. With a subtle movement of his finger, a tremendous pressure emanated, revealing the silhouettes of 2 black dragons swirling above Jue Tian's fingertip. With another flick, the dragons roared, their forms expanding to colossal sizes. In an instant, the Li family suffered tremendous losses, blood saturating the entire hall. Yi Chen, act for your family. Upon witnessing Jue Tian's aggression, Li Shi initially struggled. But then Jue Tian whispered, if you kill Yi Chen, your mother shall live. Surely, you do not wish for her demise. Li Shi's expression shifted drastically as she recalled that her mother was still in Jue Tian's grasp. Previously, she naively believed Jue Tian sought to heal her mother, only to realize it was a means of manipulation to prevent her from resisting. Jue Tian, how ruthless you are. It dawned on her that she was indeed a disposable pawn. Yet, even with this knowledge, she dared not reveal her true feelings. To her, Jue Tian had become a demon, devoid of humanity. However, the image of her mother's gentle face tormented Li Shi, making it difficult for her to breathe. Her mother had suffered a grievous injury. Only powerful elixirs could save her, yet the Li family could not muster even half of one. Jue Tian, indifferent to Li Shi's turmoil, had previously concealed her mother to suppress any potential rebellion. After all, his secrets were not to be revealed. Li Shi slowly approached Yi Chen and reached out to caress his face. I know you love me, and I love you too. Do you remember what we once spoke of? I understand your helplessness, and it pains me as well, but I have my own things to protect. As Yi Chen was moved, a sudden pain pierced his chest. A sword had been plunged into him. If I kill him, can I survive? Li Shi's expression was a complex mixture of relief and turmoil. She knew that Yi Chen's heart lay on the right side. If she ended his life, she could persist. Feign death for a moment. He will not realize your heart is on the right. Li Shi uttered. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's expression shifted as he connected the dots, causing his demeanor to fluctuate. Jue Tian, observing this, chuckled coldly. Li Shi withdrew the sword from Yi Chen's chest, only to drive it back in again. With a mixture of emotions in her eyes, she aimed for his left side. Jue Tian casually moved his finger, underestimating her. Li Shi's expression mirrored Jue Tian's, confusion intermingled with murderous intent. The sword moved with remarkable speed. Yet, as the chosen one, Yi Chen turned to face her, his gaze filled solely with resentment and animosity. Yi Chen's expression darkened as he realized Li Shi intended to harm him. She had only sought to deceive him. What a ruthless woman! Yi Chen felt anguish, recalling how he had offended the wrong people for her sake, leading to his master's demise and the loss of many clan members. All this for her. When Jue Tian had pressed him, he had chosen self-sacrifice over harming her. And now, she sought to end his life. Li Qingfeng had been right. He was a fool, a simpleton, All the declarations of love and promises were but illusions. Awakening to the truth, Yi Chun sprang into action, retreating while grasping Li Shi's sword with one hand and forming a fist with the other. A powerful aura surged forth. Li Shi's expression brightened with a smile. What I wish to protect is you. Without a little coercion, you would not act. Until our next life. A gentle whisper resonated in Yi Chen's mind. The force of his fist struck, sending Li Shi's figure hurtling backward, her gaze softening as she fell to the ground. Devoid of life, Jue Tian smirked casually. He had previously planted a chaotic demonic seed within Li Shi. Her consciousness had been under his control. See? It was that simple, he remarked, observing Li Shi's lifeless form. The Li family members began to panic, while the Yi family members exhaled in relief. The young master had finally awakened to reality. At that moment, Yi Chun gazed at his clenched fist, then at the lifeless Li Shi who had been flung away. The words she had uttered in her final moments echoed in his ears. Yi Chen's eyes turned crimson. Why? Why did it come to this? You wish to kill me. Rise and continue your assault. Yi Chen's anguished roar reverberated throughout the grand hall. After his outburst, he fell into a silence. At this moment, Yi Chen gazed at Li Shi from a distance. As he approached her, his legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground, already burdened by injuries and overwhelmed by despair. He found himself unable to rise. With painstaking effort, he crawled toward Li Shi, finally drawing near and embracing her. Sheer, open your eyes, it is I, Yi Chun. Elfia, please look at me. Have you forgotten the promise we made? In that instant, Yi Chun appeared as though ensnared by madness, incessantly murmuring to himself. Suddenly, Li Shi's form disintegrated into dust, vanishing into the air. Yi Chun was stunned, and as realization dawned upon him, panic gripped his face. He stretched out his hands, desperately grasping at the empty space. No, please, Sheer, return. Why, Sheer, why? His wrath turned toward Jue Tian. It is all your fault. Had it not been for you, Sheer would not have perished. Wait for me, Sheer. I shall avenge you. Jue Tian, I will kill you. Yi Chen's expression turned frenzied as he spun around, his blood-red eyes fixed on Jue Tian. You shall not escape unscathed. He ascended through the 6th realm of Dongshu, advancing directly to the 7th, then the 8th, and finally pausing at the 9th. Jue Tian remained unfazed, accustomed to these unruly destiny bearers. Master, eliminate the fated heroine to gain 800 villain points. You will abandon your family, Jue Tian whispered softly. Damn you. Yi Chen struggled to voice his next words, observing the members of the Yi family as several fell lifelessly. No one remained by his father's side. What do you wish to say? Jue Tian inquired once more. You are truly handsome. Yi Chen clenched his fists, feeling as though his heart were bleeding. Madness shimmered in his eyes. Internally, he urged himself to remain calm, but the intent to kill was unmistakable. Due to the master's scheme, the fated child has slain the fated heroine, resulting in a decline of 300 in destiny points and an increase of 300 in villain points for the master. Chapter 9. Subsequent schemes let me ascertain whether Jue Tian is as rumored. The Son of Fortune has 700 days of fate value remaining. Once depleted, the master may strike him down. Upon hearing the system's notification, Jue Tian remained impassive. In his previous life, he had perused several online novels and understood that these sons of fortune were not easily vanquished. You acknowledge my handsome visage. I, the divine child, am quite satisfied. However, your tone displeases me. You will eliminate all members of the Li family, or else your father shall perish. You have but a fleeting moment to contemplate this. Jue Tian's words hung in the air. Yi Chan's countenance shifted dramatized. He yearned to utter more, yet the two black dragons entwined around Jue Tian's hands loomed over his father once more. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Chen turned to the Li family members and struck. Blade after blade fell. Forgive me, Sierra. I shall avenge you and your family in due course. Jue Tian, I shall remember you. Come what may, I shall ensure your demise. Before long, the grand hall lay strewn with lifeless bodies. Yi Chun's hands trembled around the hilt of his weapon. Despite the seething fury within him, he dared not resist. He was afraid. There was no denying it. He feared that young man. Well done. You may depart now. Upon hearing the absence of a system notification, Jue Tian declared. Yi Chan inhaled deeply. He too was gambling. Even if Jue Tian wished to pursue him, he could not muster the courage to retaliate. His father had long been rendered weak-kneed by terror. As Yi Chun carried his father out of the Li family estate, he breathed in the fresh air. They had survived. Of the 1,300 members of the Yi family, only he and his father remained. He had not anticipated that Jue Tian would indeed allow him to go. Jue Tian, when we meet again, I shall carve your flesh piece by piece. Only then shall my heart's resentment find solace. Yi Chen departed, bearing his father. Divine child, why spare him? Allow me to eliminate him. An aged voice resonated. Jue Tian shook his head. Even if you go, you cannot kill him. After all, this son of fortune still possesses 700 days of fate value. However, it is impossible for the son of fortune to live a life of ease. You shall attend to a matter for me. Jue Tian spoke into the void. An elder appeared. Disseminate this recording jade stone. Within it lies content altered by Jue Tian himself. Although Elder Lin was curious, he refrained from further inquiries. He was merely the guardian of the divine child. Let's go for a stroll, Jue Tian suggested. Immediately following his utterance, the void parted, and 9 colossal dragons emerged, each possessing the power of a sage. They drew along with them an opulent palace, emblazoned with an ancient character for emperor, exuding an aura that suppressed the heavens and the earth. This was Jue Tian's chariot. As Jue Tian stepped into the palace, the ground beneath the Li family estate began to collapse. Water gushed forth from below, soon transforming the area into a vast ocean. Shadows emerged, gazing at the Li family, lost in contemplation, reminiscent of the aura of the Tianyang sacred land, observing the gilded path ahead. Where 9 sage-level dragons pulled the carriage, they sighed and vanished from sight. They were not to be trifled with. At that moment, Jue Tian reclined in a rocking chair, a delicate woman behind him kneading his shoulders. Divine child, there are inquiries regarding Yi Chen's whereabouts. Upon hearing this, Jue Tian remained silent. It was the people of the Ruthless Palace. The saintess of the Ruthless Palace had some connection to Yi Chen, having previously taken refuge with the Yi family before departing some time ago. Upon hearing of the events in the Tianyang domain, she began to seek out Yi Chen. I understand. Jue Tian showed no inclination to open his eyes, while the woman behind him continued her gentle ministrations. In a secluded forest within the Tianyang domain, 2 figures hid within a cave, exchanging no words. Who goes there? At that moment, Yi Chen suddenly stood, drawing his weapon and warily eyeing the intruder. A woman's silhouette appeared, floating in the air, her face obscured by a veil. A red bell adorned her delicate ankle, emitting a melodious chime from time to time. Who are you? Yi Chen inquired, his guard raised. Yi Chen Gij, it's been a long time. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen's expression transformed into one of realization, followed by delight. Uncle Yi. The woman bowed respectfully to Yi Lin. You're a Qing girl? Yi Lin's incredulity was evident in his tone. The woman lowered her veil, revealing herself to be Lung Qing. Yi Lin, suppressing the sorrow within, managed to smile as he observed the unfamiliar glint in Lung Qing's gaze directed at his son. You two converse. I shall step outside to gaze at the moon. Yi Chen understood his father's intention and felt a flush of embarrassment. He looked at Lung Qing, momentarily dazed, astonished that the little girl who had once trailed behind him had now grown so much in mere months. Yi Chen Gij, how have you been of late? Yi Chen fell silent, recalling that when Lung Qing had departed, the individuals who had descended upon his family could easily investigate his affairs. Notijing Yi Chen Silenge. A glimmer of malice flickered in Lung Qing's eyes, though she expertly concealed it. Yi Chen Gij, you do not intend to make me stand here indefinitely, do you? Lung Qing's voice carried a playful lilt. There Yi Chen surveyed the surroundings, noting the absence of seating. The only option was a larger stone upon which he could sit. Lung Qing smiled and settled beside him. Yi Chen Gij, did you miss me? Qing'er has missed you dearly. I have missed you as well. Qing'er, Yi Chen replied, suppressing his sorrow and forcing a smile. Then, almost instinctively, he reached out to ruffle the hair of the young girl beside him. A smile danced in Lung Qing's eyes. After a while, Lung Qing emerged, accompanied by an elderly matron. What have you discovered? Lung Qing's tone turned icy. It is all contained herein. The matron produced a jade stone. Upon glimpsing its contents, Lung Qing crushed the stone in a fit of rage. Gather the fragments of this jade. It must not be disseminated. Those who obstruct shall be slain. Is there truly a connection to the D family? When Lung Qing arrived previously, she had heard that the divine child of the D family was also in this vicinity. It is likely. The matron appeared troubled. Miss, that impoverished lad, Yichun, is truly unworthy of you. Why must you? Silence. It is not your place to interfere in my affairs. Lung Qing cast a cold glance at the matron, a stark contrast to the warmth she had displayed when meeting Yichun. The matron refrained from further commentary, letting out a sigh. The divine child of the D family, rumored to possess the gifts of an immortal. How intriguing. Let us proceed. I wish to see if this fellow who has rendered Yi Changij so beleaguered is indeed, as the rumor suggests. Chapter 10. The absolute domination of Emperor Jue Tian within the cavern. Yi Chun had closed his eyes in meditation. Before long, he felt a warmth spreading across his chest, and his expression brightened with joy. I've reached the 7th level of the cave void, he murmured to himself. Previously, at the Li family estate, he had employed a secret technique to elevate his strength to the 9th level, aiming to eliminate Emperor Jue Tian. However, he had not anticipated that his actions would directly threaten his father. That particular secret method was something Yi Chun had acquired in a mystical realm, allowing him to briefly amplify his power using his own blood essence. After departing from the Li family, he could no longer sustain this enhancement. Surprisingly, what had initially seemed to be a calamity turned into a blessing. After half a month, he had successfully broken through from the 6th to the 7th level. Even more astonishing to Yi Chun was the jade stone embedded in his chest. He was uncertain of its origin, but it had the remarkable ability to decompose the corpses of both monstrous beasts and human cultivators, transforming them into pure energy. However, most of this energy was absorbed by the jade pendant, with only a portion returning to Yi Chun. He remained patient, knowing that the feedback he received was incredibly pure. This jade pendant was one of his trump cards, enabling him to engage in battles beyond his current level. The more energy the pendant absorbed, the greater the power he would receive in return. As Yi Chun examined the pendant, he noticed a hint of golden hue emerging on the previously white surface. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of energy being fed back to him, greater than before. Yet, amidst his elation, a sudden image of Emperor Jue Tian's face filled his mind, accompanied by a sense of murderous intent. Shinner, let go of your hatred, the voice of Yi Lin resonated. Upon entering, Yi Lin had observed the lingering murderous aura in his son's eyes and felt a sense of foreboding. We are not on the same level as him. What seems insurmountable to us is but a trivial matter for him. I do not wish for you to live your entire life consumed by vengeance. We must find a new place to live, Yi Lin continued, gazing at Yi Chun. The latter fell silent, understanding his father's intentions, yet feeling incapable of complying. The memories of his clansmen falling before him and the death of his beloved woman, who had perished to ensure his survival, overwhelmed him with uncontrollable rage. Observing his son's turmoil, Yi Lin sighed, recognizing that Emperor Jue Tian had become Yi Chen's inner demon. The following day, Yi Chen awoke with an unsettling premonition. Turning around, he beheld a pale figure, devoid of breath. Father! Father! Yi Chen cried out, tears streaming down his face. Soon after, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His countenance ashen, struggling to contain his overwhelming sorrow, he nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. Father, why? Why? In that moment, Yi Chun questioned both himself and Yi Lin. As Yi Chun trembled, a piece of cloth emerged from Yi Lin's clothing. My son, upon reading this message I have for you, I fear I may no longer be present. Yesterday, I witnessed the unwillingness in your gaze. Now, Emperor Jue Tian has become your inner demon. As a father, I have failed you. Lacking the ability to protect you, I have only hindered you. With our kin gone, I must ascend to atone to our ancestors. From now on, you are free of constraints and may pursue whatever you desire. I understand you harbor secrets. Remain vigilant, for I can no longer accompany you. Chinner, do not take reckless risks until you have gained formidable strength. I intended to persuade you to relinquish your hatred. Yet I do not wish to see you languishing in despair. As a father, my power was insufficient to protect you, so in my final moments, I can only assist you in this last step, granting you freedom. Forgive my abrupt departure. The road ahead is long, my son. Tread carefully. Take care of yourself. Upon finishing the letter, Yi Chun remained silent, lifting his head to suppress his tears. Yet, blood tears still fell to the ground with a soft patter. Emperor Jue Tian, I vow not to be human until I avenge my family. Yi Chun's hair turned from black to white as he carefully tucked away his father's written words. Embracing his father, he stepped slowly toward the exit, his body swaying as though on the verge of collapse. Nevertheless, each step he took was resolute. Father, once I have avenged you, I will bring you home, back to our Yi family, and seek your forgiveness for my filial disobedience. Yi Chun found a large tree and, using his bare hands, excavated a grave deep enough to lay his father to rest. Enduring the pain, he buried Yi Lin and placed a marker atop the grave, Yi Lin's tomb. Father, once I have avenged you, I will return to visit. Rest assured, it will not be long. With those words, Yi Chun departed without looking back. Meanwhile, Emperor Jue Tian was admiring the scenery of the Immortal Domain when he was intercepted by a mysterious woman clad in a veil, her true visage obscured. The tempest that surrounded her indicated her fury. Son of Heaven, this woman is Lung Qing, the daughter of the Unfeeling Palace's matriarch, tasked with investigating your whereabouts. Emperor Jue Tian glanced at her. His vehicle allowed him to observe the outside world clearly, yet concealed his interior from view. The aura of this aloof and untouchable woman held no allure for him. Were it not for the system's notification, he would have simply wished to dispose of her with a single strike. Name: Lung Qing. Identity: Saintess of the Unfeeling Palace. Protagonist of Fortune Strength. 8th level of Cave Void Physique. Ice and Snow Sacred Body Destiny Value. 1000 Cultivation Technique. Ice and Snow Divine Art. Creation of Ice Lotus Seal, 10 directions of 0 degrees. It appeared she was indeed the main protagonist. As he observed her information, he recalled that while she was also a protagonist, she possessed a mere 800 destiny points. On the surface, she had perished at Yi Chun's hands. But it was Emperor Jue Tian who had obliterated her spirit. Jue Tian, I implore you to reveal yourself, Lung Qing commanded, her tone laced with authority. Emperor Jue Tian sneered. Such fortune bearers are truly tiresome. Suppress her. Let her kneel at the entrance as a warning. Defeat the hidden guardian and deliver a message to the Unfeeling Palace. After uttering those words, Emperor Jue Tian closed his eyes. Outside, Lung Qing, noticing no response, simmered with rage. Before she could react, a formidable celestial pressure descended upon her. At that moment, she felt as though the heavens were collapsing. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, her complexion turning ashen as she collapsed before the palace gates. The guardian accompanying Lung Qing's expression changed dramatically. Yet, a colossal hand appeared behind him, gripping him as one might a chick. Return to the Unfeeling Palace and convey this message. Your saintess has provoked my son. Kneel at the entrance as a form of punishment. Should the Unfeeling Palace wish to persist in the celestial realm, you ought to know what to do. Chapter 11. Offending the Divine Son. No escape in heaven or earth. After Elder Lin spoke these words, he vanished without a trace. The old woman trembled upon hearing his words. Elder Lin approached Emperor Jue Tian. What has transpired? When the child of destiny departed, Emperor Jue Tian had already planted the chaos demon seed within him. Naturally, he was aware of what had occurred. The child of destiny was unlike any other prodigy. Even with a system, one must tread carefully. In order not to burden Yi Chun, Yi Lin had already taken his own life. Oh, is that so? It seems he believed his shackles had vanished. How tragic. Let us wait until the ruthless palace arrives to discuss this. There is no rush for the current matters. By the way, during our tour of the Tianyang Domain, open the outer restrictions to allow others to see the saintess of the ruthless palace. After uttering these words, Emperor Jue Tian closed his eyes. Child of destiny, did you not shed your restraints? I have made my move. How will you respond? Emperor Jue Tian was well aware that the child of destiny wished to kill him. But what could he do? What exactly was the child of destiny's golden finger? He had never heard of such a jade pendant before. It seemed to be a treasure formed after the demise of some ancient figure. He decided to have his family investigate which figures, either deceased in the past or still living, possessed the ability to decompose the corpses of demonic beasts or cultivators into energy to feed themselves. As soon as Emperor Jue Tian sent out this message, in the celestial domain within the divine imperial family, in a vast heavenly palace, a figure sat upon the main seat, surrounded by chaotic energy and a spectacle of the starry sky. His face was obscured by a veil of mist. Upon receiving the transmission, he spoke with a tone laced with affection, "This child." Then he sent out a message. Shortly after, a figure materialized within the grand hall. "This is the matter the Divine Son instructed you to investigate." Upon hearing the mention of the Divine Son, the figure's eyes brimmed with fervor. In the divine family, there was but one divine son, Emperor Jue Tian. When he was born, an extraordinary phenomenon lingered above the divine family for an entire month, during which many within the family broke through their limits thanks to this celestial event. This figure was among them. "Master, the ruthless palace has offended the Divine Son. Should we dispatch the hidden guards to eliminate them? To dare offend the Divine Son means there is no escape in heaven or earth." As he spoke, the tone of his voice caused the void to tremble, but when confronted by the figure upon the main seat, the phenomenon dissipated. "After the celestial event aided your breakthroughs, you cannot let Tianer suffer even the slightest grievance. Let Tianer handle this matter. With Elder Lin present, the ruthless palace cannot stir up any waves." "Yes, master." The figure vanished. Emperor Wu Shun watched as the figure disappeared. Has that family resurfaced? Yet, even if they have, they are merely clinging to life. When they first set their sights on our divine family, should they dare to show themselves again, we shall wash them clean with blood once more. Emperor Wu Shun's figure faded away. At this moment, Emperor Jue Tian gazed at the message from his father, the devouring spirit clan. What a coincidence! As he read his father's message, a charming smile involuntarily graced his lips, both dangerous and alluring. He had not anticipated that 30,000 years ago, the devouring spirit clan had been eradicated by his father. Back then, the devouring spirit clan had sought to exploit the strength of his family. When this clan was destroyed, their clan's sacred artifact, the devouring spirit ring, had vanished. The jade pendant of the Child of Destiny must surely be that artifact. Indeed, fate has its own course. Even if he had no ties to this Child of Destiny, these children of destiny would still seek trouble with him and his family. Thus, it would be best for these children of destiny to perish. A murderous intent flashed in Emperor Jue Tian's eyes. At this moment, Lung Qing, kneeling outside the door, appeared pale, her body swaying as if about to collapse. Sealed of her powers, she resembled an ordinary person, and as she looked at the door, fear emerged in her gaze. It felt as if a great demon lurked within. She had hoped to see Emperor Jue Tian, but found herself unable to glimpse even his visage. The 9 dragons pulled the imperial carriage through the skies of the Tianyang domain, beneath which 9 serpentine dragons of the Saint realm glided, trailing behind a magnificent palace, the character emperor suppressing all. Is that not the little princess of the ruthless domain? Hiss. Indeed it is. Could it be that love eludes her, and she intends to remain kneeling forever? Upon hearing this, a figure in the crowd clenched his fists. Upon closer inspection, a 2-meter radius around him seemed to be a vacuum. Many onlookers cast curious glances but paid no heed. In the celestial domain, this was a world where the strong devoured the weak. Here, life was the most worthless commodity. At times, even the filth of the streets fared better than a human. He had previously thought Lung Qing had left due to some matter. However, today, witnessing the woman kneeling before Emperor Jue Tian, he felt a wave of humiliation, especially upon seeing her delicate features bearing signs of exhaustion, evoking a sense of pity. Alas, I did not expect such a devoted woman to exist. Spare me your sentimentality. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the crowd. Everyone turned to look. You saw the contents within the jade stone, did you not? Indeed, upon hearing this, I grow furious. If I ever encounter the Yichun, I will certainly kill him. It is outrageous that a woman sacrificed her life to save her family. Yet he lacked the spirit of sacrifice, annihilating her entire family instead. Such a man deserves to be punished severely. To immerse him in a pig cage would be too lenient. He ought to be rendered inhumane. That would be the most just punishment. Having witnessed the jade stone's contents, where a woman sacrificed her life for a man only to have him wipe out her family, one could not help but inquire, "Do you know why the little princess of the ruthless palace kneels before the divine son of the imperial family?" Upon mentioning this, I find myself wide awake. Do share. Originally, Yichen's departure had paused, but now he stopped entirely. Ah, this woman you all recognize of noble birth. As for why she offended the divine son, it is undoubtedly linked to the man you saw in the jade stone. What? That man again? Was so special about him? It could be due to his impressive stature. That is a possibility. However, his identity has been revealed, a genius from small town, whose actions led to the ruin of the Tianyang sacred land. The Li family also fell because of him. Now, the saintess of the ruthless palace kneels and begs for mercy. And yet this fellow has turned into a coward, too afraid to show himself. If I were that Yichun, I would have long since dashed my head against a wall. Why not use a weapon? Forgive me. I fear pain. Chapter 12, it is the culmination of a blatant conspiracy, one that I have failed to perceive. Yichen's heart bled upon hearing these words. Yet he was not alone. He suddenly noticed that the palanquin had come to a halt. A figure emerged, obscured and indistinct. The Divine One has spoken. A day later, Yichen did not appear. Kneeling before the Divine One, the execution of the saintess of the ruthless palace, Lung Qing, would undoubtedly pique everyone's interest. Upon hearing this, many felt a surge of energy. The ruthless palace had previously seemed an insurmountable entity to them. They had not anticipated that the Divine One would take action against Lung Qing. Lung Qing, too, heard these words, and her expression darkened. She lacked the strength even to take her own life, her body drained of power. Below, Yichen's face turned grim. Should he go or stay? He recalled the words of others. Lung Qing had suffered for his sake. Yet, the words written by his father before his own demise echoed in his mind. Do not trust anyone lightly. Yichen struggled with his thoughts. The man who had spoken earlier cast a casual glance in this direction, smiled, and disappeared. Now, Lung Qing felt a pang of regret for her impulsiveness. She had not anticipated that the Divine One of the D family, Jue Tian, would act so decisively, showing no signs of retreat. Now, Lung Qing hoped that someone from the ruthless palace would come to her rescue, wishing that Yichun would stay away. She knew that Jue Tian had ensnared her to ensnare Yichun. In the ruthless domain, lofty pavilions floated in the void, while islands imbued with powerful auras surged toward the central ruthless palace. The atmosphere within the grand hall grew tense. An old crone, her countenance grim, was revealed to be missing both legs and arms. The onlookers in the hall involuntarily narrowed their eyes at this sight. This crone was formidable, ranking among the top 10 in the ruthless palace. Who could have done this? Qinger has offended the Divine One of the D family. Lung Yin observed the arrival of the various hall masters and spoke. Silence enveloped the hall. What more could be said? The outside world claimed that the ruthless palace could contend with the D family, but that was merely self-aggrandizement. Should the D family truly pursue this matter, the ruthless palace would undoubtedly vanish within the hour. What are your thoughts? Or do you have any suggestions? Palace Master, are you not putting us in a difficult position? This sort of dilemma is beyond our intellectual capacity to resolve. However, how did the saintess offend the Divine One? All for a person named Yichun, referring to the family where the saintess had once been fostered. Indeed, the ruthless palace once had a hall, the Dust Hall, which had not been opened for tens of thousands of years. The Yi family descended from that lineage. Do the Yi family know of this? They do not. That makes it easier. The Divine One has spared the saintess's life, likely for Yichen's sake. We can only seek reconciliation through her. Ultimately, it hinges on the saintess. As this hall master spoke, the others turned to him. They were all seasoned foxes, having lived many years. They could sense the underlying meaning of his words. It was to have Lung Qing seduce the Divine One. Lung Yin sighed, feeling the weight of the situation. I shall take it upon myself. After all, it was his daughter who had caused this turmoil. Upon hearing this, the other hall masters said nothing further. They were not worthy of such an undertaking. As the moonlight began to descend, Lung Yin sighed once more, even knowing that his daughter was suffering injustice. He could do nothing. He awaited a suitable opportunity, one that would arise before Yi Qian's arrival. Only then could he fulfill Jue Tian's plan. Arriving after Yi Qian would only exacerbate matters. Initially, Lung Yin had his own plans, but upon hearing that Yi Qian had not yet departed, he sighed, realizing his plans had come to naught. His figure shifted and vanished. Divine One, I beseech you to reveal yourself. Upon hearing this, Jue Tian remained silent, lost in contemplation. The palace master of the ruthless palace, Lung Yin, has arrived. Let him wait a moment. This old fox does not seem like a good person. Observing the closed hall, there was no sign of activity. Lung Yin sighed, acknowledging the prowess of the D family's Divine One. He saw his father standing outside the door, bending low, unable to rise. Lung Qing's expression shifted. Since her return, she had always viewed her father as one in command, poised and seemingly in control of all matters. Yet now, she perceived helplessness and powerlessness in his eyes. The onlookers gasped upon Lung Yin's appearance. After all, the ruthless palace was far more powerful than the Tianyang Holy Land. Now, even before the Divine One of the D family, they bowed deeply, not daring to breathe audibly. The crowd fell silent. At this moment, Yi Qian below suddenly changed countenance. A conspiracy, a blatant conspiracy. How could I have been so blind? At that moment, he regretted not having arrived sooner. With this thought, Yi Qian moved, soaring toward the palace in the sky. However, just as he ascended, nearing the palace, a force of suppression emerged. Yi Qian's body was hurled to the ground like a cannonball, creating a vast ruin. He landed, spitting blood. The onlookers finally recognized him. So you are Yi Qian. Well, I always sensed something amiss with you. So, you've been hiding here all day. Let us teach this ungrateful wretch a lesson. Upon recognizing Yi Qian, their eyes burned with fury. They recalled the words of the Divine One and saw Yi Qian emerging just as Lung Qing had knelt all day before him. He chose this moment to reveal himself as others' fathers appeared. Yi Qian felt a surge of anger, but instinctively shielded himself upon seeing their murderous intent. After a moment, a cold voice echoed, "Enough. Yi Qian, come forth to plead your case before the Divine One." Upon hearing this voice from the void, the crowd halted. Among them, several women, having broken Yi Qian's hand, kept their defenses up, lamenting the missed opportunity. Perhaps this ungrateful wretch would harm others in the future. They could only hope that the Divine One would eliminate him. As Yi Qian was exposed, Lung Qing was left stunned, unable to suppress the pain in her heart. Her face pale, her expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Chapter 13 once again, that familiar smile, those well-known lines. Previously, she had prayed fervently for Yi Qian not to come. She was aware that this was a scheme directed at him. Nevertheless, within her heart, she also harbored a yearning for her beloved to take her away. Lung Qing had been tormented by conflicting emotions throughout the day. Yet, upon spotting Yi Qian concealed within the throng, watching her kneel before Jue Tian for an entire day, her heart was filled with desolation. Was this truly the man she adored? Was he genuinely worthy of her lifelong devotion? At that moment, Lung Qing found herself engulfed in confusion. As Lung Yin beheld Yi Qian emerging from the crowd, his eyes brimmed with murderous intent, albeit well concealed. For Yi Qian had arrived. Jue Tian, Yves, he declared, each word resonating with unwavering resolve. Over these past days, his strength had firmly stabilized at the 8th level of the Void Realm, and he felt invigorated. The doors creaked open, and footsteps echoed, steady and unhurried, as if the very heavens were at this man's command. Both Lung Qing and Lung Yin turned their gazes towards the approaching figure, momentarily entranced. Clad in white robes adorned with Qilin motifs, he exuded an air of exquisite beauty and authority, his profound black eyes shimmering with an inscrutable divine light, reminiscent of a deity from on high. In stark contrast, Yi Qian appeared pale, his eyes bloodshot, lacking the confidence he once possessed, one soaring in the heavens, the other grounded in despair. "I thought you would not emerge," Jue Tian remarked softly. Upon hearing these words, Yi Qian's expression shifted dramatically. It seemed that Jue Tian had long since discovered his whereabouts. Why had he been exposed? After leaving the Li family, Yi Qian was certain no one had followed him. Yet, his presence had still been betrayed. Unless, of course, he had inadvertently glanced at Lung Qing. Observing Yi Chen's demeanor, Lung Qing instantly comprehended his thoughts. Her complexion paled, a sharp pain constricting her breath. "You must be the saintess of the Heartless Palace. Did you not wish to interrogate me? Speak," Jue Tian offered with a gentle smile. When Lung Qing arrived, she was brimming with rage, eager to confront the heir of the Di family about his schemes against Yi Chen. However, upon witnessing Yi Chen's demeanor, she fell silent. "Kneel," Jue Tian commanded. At that moment, Yi Chen's expression morphed dramatically, as if his formidable strength had been utterly suppressed, rendered ineffective. Crack! Yi Chen urged himself not to kneel, yet his knees buckled against his will. Lung Yan's expression shifted alarmingly, but quickly regained composure. It appeared the rumors were misleading. The strength of this Di family heir had clearly surpassed the Void Realm. Yet, to what extent remained uncertain. Fortune's child, honor besmirched, inner demons intensified. Destiny value decreased by 200. The Fortune's heroine is disappointed in the Fortune's child. Destiny value decreased by 200. Jue Tian paid no heed to the system's voice. The final few hundred points of destiny value were the most challenging. It must be a means of survival for the Fortune's child. "I hear you possess a jade pendant. I wish to borrow it. Of course, if you were to gift it to me, I would not object." Jue Tian, how unexpected that a distinguished heir of the Di family would covet the belongings of a mere impoverished youth. How far you have fallen. Indeed, this heir is but a mortal, subject to the same emotions and desires. Should you relinquish the item, I shall release the saintess of the Heartless Palace. What say you? Yi Chen fell into silence. He was uncertain why he had been exposed. That jade pendant had always been his secret, impossible to reveal. Previously, it was only his whereabouts that had been compromised. Now, it was his secret. The only individual who had come into contact with him was Lung Qing. If Jue Tian had discovered this earlier, he would undoubtedly not have survived his encounter with the Li family. Having emerged alive, he now found Lung Qing's disappointed gaze upon him, which only deepened his regret. Recalling his father's words, "I know you harbor secrets. Do not trust anyone easily," Yi Chen regretted his very presence. It seemed this was a performance orchestrated by Lung Qing in collaboration with Jue Tian. "Lung Qing, is this how you repay the Yi family?" He seethed. Lung Qing was momentarily taken aback. As the heroine of fate, she was no fool and quickly grasped the situation's intricacies. Lung Yan's eyes, too, were filled with suspicion. Could it be that, as Yi Chen suggested, this was a ploy involving his daughter and the heir of the Di family? Suddenly, Lung Yan felt bewildered. "Ha! How utterly ridiculous!" Lung Qing rose, fixing her gaze on Yi Chen. "Do you know why you have failed? Because you are a fool, arrogant, self-righteous, and selfish. Your pride has brought ruin upon your family. Your master is dead, and tens of thousands at Tianyang's sacred land have perished. Because of your selfishness, the woman you love is gone, and you have slain her kin. Once Li Shi learns of this, she will haunt you as a vengeful spirit. Because of your lechery, you have offended those you ought not to, dragging your friends and family into your misfortune. Yet here you stand, still alive. What have you sacrificed? Why do you possess everything you do now? You are proud, your spine unyielding. You believe you are blameless while those beneath you yearn for your demise. You never seek the fault within yourself. When calamity strikes, it is always others who are to blame. A mere prodigy, do you truly believe you can overturn the heavens? You are but a frog at the bottom of a well, gazing at the sky. Countless remarkable individuals have emerged from the Immortal Domain. This world is far grander than you can fathom. I hold the utmost disdain for individuals like you. Indeed, what you perceive is as you believe. What now? What will you do? Do you dare to kill me? Do you dare to strike? Were you not once formidable? Did you not tell me that one day you would stand atop the Immortal Domain? This is your confidence, your bravado. You the genius, why do you still kneel? Why not rise? As Lung Qing's words echoed, madness and humiliation swirled within Yi Chen's eyes. He had never anticipated that it was indeed Lung Qing. Beside him, Lung Yan was equally taken aback. Was this truly his daughter? Jue Tian regarded the composed young woman with astonishment. In previous lives, it was said that women could not restrain their tongues, were fond of food, lacked direction, and had poor memories. Yet here she was, recounting every detail without fail. Today, he had witnessed it firsthand. She was piercing straight through the heart of the Fortune's child. Noticing the current agitation of the Fortune's child, Jue Tian turned his gaze towards Yi Chun, revealing a gentle smile. Yi Chen's fury seemed to evaporate upon witnessing Jue Tian's smile. Extinguished as if doused with cold water, his body involuntarily leaned back, instinctively on guard. Yi Chun, I offer you a chance. Kill Lung Qing, and I shall spare you. What say you? Upon hearing these words, Yi Chun looked at Jue Tian as though gazing upon a demon. Once again, the familiar formula, the familiar lines. Jue Tian, the illustrious heir of the D family, resorting to such insidious means. This humble heir is but a common man, devoid of your lofty ideals. Indeed, this is a performance I staged with Qing solely to amuse you, to elicit your joy. Present the jade pendant, or else face your demise. Yi Chun pondered the grievances he had endured. His father, in an act of selfless sacrifice, chose death rather than bind him. Little did he expect that even Lung Qing would abandon him. Li Shi's demise was also a consequence of his own actions. Contemplating this, Yi Chen's complexion flushed, and he spat a mouthful of blood. Hand over the jade pendant. Jue Tian, was it not your desire to possess this pendant? It shall remain forever beyond your reach. With a swift motion, he cast it to the ground. The pendant did not shatter. Yi Chun's expression shifted dramatically. Before he could comprehend, the pendant was already in Jue Tian's grasp. It appears your words have proven empty. The Child of Destiny has lost his trump card. The soul-devouring divine ring activates, reducing the Child of Destiny's luck by 100, rendering luck to 0. The Master may enact vengeance. Should you slay Lung Qing, I offer you a chance. Return the pendant to you, along with a span of 3 years. What say you? Will you uphold your promise? Yi Chen's countenance altered as he retorted. Did you not witness the veracity of my words before? Concurrently, the oppressive aura that had weighed upon Yi Chen dissipated. He gazed at Yi Chun, noting the glint of murder in his eyes. Lung Qing chuckled, her tone laced with indifference and a hint of coldness. Yi Chun, you are the true jester. I never anticipated that the Yi Chun of old would metamorphose into this. With a cold sneer, Lung Qing conjured a radiant beam akin to a sword, piercing directly through Yi Chun. As he collapsed to the ground, she remarked, You shameless wretch, are unworthy of combating me. Lung Qing's tone remained devoid of warmth. Chapter 14. The first kill of the Child of Fortune and return to the clan. Congratulations, Master. For slaying the Child of Fortune, earning 100 villain points. Master has completed the first kill of the Child of Fortune, receiving a Destiny Villain treasure chest. Master has completed the first kill of the Child of Fortune, earning 10,000 villain points. Upon hearing the system's notification, Emperor Jue Tian felt no stirrings within his heart. Saintess, Saint Lord, it is time for you to depart. I have provided you with the answers you sought, he remarked, observing the resolution of the matter. Cold Qing was momentarily taken aback by his words. She turned to look at Emperor Jue Tian, her father's encouraging gaze lingering in her mind. Divine Song, I wish to remain by your side. Do not harbor foolish hopes. You have yet to earn that privilege. Emperor Jue Tian's figure strode towards the palace. After he departed, Cold Qing's complexion turned pale. Had she truly been rejected? It dawned on her the vastness of the chasm that separated them. Cold Yin sighed, leading Cold Qing away. After all, the elder who had appeared was a threat. Remaining could spell disaster. At that moment, Emperor Jue Tian regarded the departing figures with a cold smirk. As for Cold Qing, he had planted the chaos demon seed within her. Being the protagonist of fortune, she might yet serve a purpose. After all, did not the children of fortune hold a penchant for women? Sometimes, a puppet could indeed prove useful. He watched as the 9 dragons pulled the chariot, shattering the void as they departed. Li Yin sighed deeply. Cold Qing's eyes reflected her sense of defeat. She could not fathom why she felt this way. Emperor Jue Tian reclined in a rocking chair. System, display my personal interface. Master, Emperor Jue Tian identity. Divine son of the Emperor clan physique. Chaos demon body. Spatial divine eyes. Destiny villain halo strength. 5th level of divine power techniques. Chaos demon scripture. Celestial Emperor Scripture, Emperor God Palm, Carefree Journey, Heaven-Slaying Sword Technique, Human Sovereign Finger, Divine Powers, Heaven Intercepting Seal Villain Points, 22, 800 Bag, Soul Devouring Divine Ring. 1 Destiny Villain Gift Pack. The interface was clear and concise. System: open the Destiny Villain Treasure Chest. Congratulations, Master, for acquiring the Divine Power, Spatial Cutting Technique. Emperor Jue Tian was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such a wondrous item from a gift pack. System: did you not state that the system shop would open upon the slaying of a child of fortune? The system shop has been opened for the Master. The Master may now peruse it. Curiosity piqued, Emperor Jue Tian gazed at the newly revealed interface. The system shop held many intriguing items. Chaos Body, 10 billion villain points. Chaos Tao Scripture, 10 billion villain points. Primordial Sacred Body, 10 billion villain points. Primordial Sacred Scripture, 10 billion villain points. Time Divine Eyes, 9 billion villain points. Spatial Divine Eyes, 9 billion villain points. Upon inspecting the initial offerings, despair washed over Emperor Jue Tian. His own physique was not inferior to any of these. He had not realized that the Spatial Divine Eyes he had previously acquired held such immense value in villain points. He felt no interest in these items, not out of disinterest, but due to a lack of resources. With only over 20,000 villain points, he gazed at the subsequent offerings. Spatial Cutting, 1 million villain points. Great Spatial Cutting Technique, 10 million villain points. As he examined the Divine Powers, each bore a higher price than the last. Disappointment engulfed him. His journey was far from over. Divine Power 6th level card, 10,000 villain points. Divine Power 7th level card, 20,000 villain points. Emperor Jue Tian's interest was piqued. Upon acquiring the system, he had just broken through to the 5th level. It appeared that transcending a level in Divine Power required merely 10,000 villain points. Was the system truly so accommodating? He purchased a 7th level Divine Power experience card. As he felt his strength surge once more, a smile graced Emperor Jue Tian's face. The sensation of increased power was truly delightful. System: will this breakthrough have any side effects? Rest assured, Master. The system's principle is to transform the host into a formidable villain capable of suppressing all realms. As long as you break through, you will be unmatched, even against the children of fortune. Challenging beyond one's level is not an ability exclusive to the children of fortune. Satisfied with this affirmation, Emperor Jue Tian considered further exploration. Just then, a figure appeared. Divine Son, the clan head requests your presence. What has transpired? The 10,000 Methods Holy Sect has sent someone. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jue Tian discerned the situation. It was evident that he had obliterated the Tianyang Holy Land and the Li clan, prompting the 10,000 Methods Holy Sect to seek retribution. In the Immortal Domain, there still existed powers capable of contending with the Emperor clan. Outwardly, that was the case. Privately, the truth remained uncertain. As for the true strength of the Emperor clan, Emperor Jue Tian was still in the dark. He was familiar with the 10,000 Methods Holy Sect, a venerable institution with a profound history, having stood the test of countless ages. Each generation bore tales of its exploits, and its myriad techniques evoked envy, leaving some to harbor disdain towards the sect. The Emperor clan was among the latter, viewing the sect as a hypocritical institution, all the while cloaked in the guise of a law-enforcing sect of the Immortal Domain. Returning to observe the unfolding events could prove worthwhile. Perhaps something intriguing awaited. Having just slain a child of fortune, Emperor Jue Tian felt an exhilarating addiction to the hunt. Would another child of fortune appear amidst this confrontation? Upon hearing Emperor Jue Tian's musings, the 9 dragon-like beings of the Saint Realm let out a roar that shattered the void, whisking away the palace. Shortly thereafter, Emperor Jue Tian beheld the Emperor clan before him. Towers floated in the void, appearing ethereal. Streams of chaotic energy lingered near the palace, while the essence of the immortal spirit coalesced into boundless rivers. Shadows of divine beasts leapt within. This was the Emperor clan, reigning supreme in the Immortal Domain, unrivaled by any other power, known as the Divine Domain. Within the celestial palace of the Emperor clan, an elder announced, The divine sun has returned. Yes, I am aware, the sixth elder nodded, casting a glance at the 5 individuals seated across from him, their eyes betraying a hint of mockery. In the grand hall, only the 6th elder was present. The individuals opposite him regarded him with trepidation. This man had once single-handedly slain their members from the 10,000 Methods holy sect. Yet, that was a millennium ago. And now the Emperor clan had sent merely this one elder. Though lacking in material wealth, their courteous demeanor was irksome. Nevertheless, the visitors remained composed. A sound of footsteps shattered the silence within the grand hall. The 6th elder chuckled, and the visitors exhaled in relief, particularly the elder who led them, who now appeared somewhat tense. After all, they represented the 10,000 Methods holy sect come to seek justice. Upon Emperor Jue Tian's arrival, the 6th elder rose. I greet the divine sun. 6th uncle, you flatter me, he replied, though the faces of the 10,000 Methods holy sect members shifted. Clearly, the status of the divine son of the Emperor clan far surpassed that of the 6th elder. Chapter 15. Will she stay? Or shall our imperial family venture to the sacred land of 10,000 laws? Jue Tian gazed upon the 5 individuals before him. The elder leading them, possessing a full celestial demeanor, appeared as an ordinary man devoid of any imposing presence. Young master, if you are uninterested, simply annihilate them. Just give me a signal, and I shall take my leave. Upon seeing them, my impulse was to eliminate them. The 6th elder, upon noticing the arrival of the young master, communicated telepathically and then departed. I wonder what brings the esteemed guest from the sacred sect of 10,000 laws to my imperial family? After uttering this, Jue Tian took his seat at the main throne. Observing this scene, the visitors from the sacred sect of 10,000 laws changed their expressions. After all, that throne was reserved solely for the head of the imperial family. With Jue Tian occupying it, it implied that he had become the next ruler of the imperial clan. The members of the imperial family would undoubtedly look down upon the shocked expressions of the sacred sect. If Di Wuxian were present, Jue Tian would not have dared to sit there without permission. Jue Tian feigned ignorance towards the incredulous gazes of the sacred sect. Today, he intended to inquire why the young master sought to obliterate the Tianyang sacred sect. He had no desire for idle chatter. However, he was intrigued by another woman. Nama, Shangvan Vanya. Identity, one of the holy maidens of the sacred sect of 10,000 laws. Fate value, 2,000. Strength, 9th level of Void Realm. Physique, 7 apertures Linglong Heart. Technique, L'Anglon Sacré d'Art, L'Anglon Sword Technique, Lingxi Finger. He had not anticipated that the sacred sect would find such a remarkable woman. It was said that the 7 apertures Linglong Heart possessed 7 hard eyes, aligning the mind with nature. Simultaneously, it granted profound perception, far surpassing that of other powerful physiques. In his previous life, Jue Tian had heard of a woman with 800 hard eyes. Was this woman perhaps a multiple of 7, possessing 5,600 hard eyes? What fascinated him most was that this woman had a fate value of 2,000. It was noteworthy that the first child of fortune he had slain, Yi Chun, possessed a similar fate value. Clearly, the next emerging child of fortune would not be simple. Jue Tian felt a surge of interest. He wondered if this woman of fortune had encountered the child of fortune yet. The Grand Elder of the sacred sect observed Jue Tian's demeanor, feeling an inner fire rising. Yet, considering it was the imperial family, he could only suppress his anger. Does the young master wish to plunge the immortal domain into chaos? This moral coercion puzzled the Grand Elder. Jue Tian responded with a cold smile. The young master should be aware that there has been little significant conflict in the immortal domain lately. Yet, with a mere word, you threatened to annihilate a sacred ground. The populace now lives in fear, hoping you would provide them with an explanation. An explanation? Certainly. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's eyes widened in disbelief. The young master aimed to destroy the Tianyang sacred land merely to provoke the imperial family into conflict, igniting war and ultimately annihilating the sacred sect. In recent years, I have found the sacred sect of 10,000 laws rather unappealing. I wonder if this explanation is satisfactory to the sacred sect? You, The Grand Elder, face flushed with indignation, found the young master's arrogance overwhelming. Just as he finished speaking, an overwhelming aura surged forth, causing the Grand Elder to kneel before Jue Tian. My imperial family's young master is not someone your sacred sect can judge. Should you feel discontent, let us engage in battle and see if your sacred sect has the capability to make my imperial family submit. The kneeling Grand Elder's complexion changed drastically, not due to the words, but from the tremendous pressure. His face turned pale as he coughed up blood and fainted. 10,000 saints, why do you not emerge? Di Wushun, it has been a long time. Are you here to declare war against my imperial family? Di Wushun's voice resonated. Upon hearing this, the members of the imperial family changed their expressions, soon followed by exhilaration. Va? Where's the sacred sect of 10,000 laws? Head of the family, let's engage in battle. My blade has long thirsted for blood. Indeed, head of the family, I have not seen blood for nearly a century. Upon hearing this, 10,000 saints' expression shifted. Witnessing the imperial family's eagerness for battle, he attempted to shatter the void and take the Grand Elder away. He had not anticipated Di Wushun's strength to be so formidable. After thousands of years of inactivity, he had become inscrutable. Wait, at that moment, Jue Tian's calm voice echoed. The void is sealed. 10,000 saints' expression changed dramatically. What does your imperial family intend to do? This holy maiden is quite impressive. I think I shall borrow her for a few days. Upon hearing this, the members of the imperial family were left dumbfounded. Even Di Wushun's expression carried a different meaning. However, that was not the end of it. Suddenly, the back mountain of the imperial family began to tremor. Several figures emerged. At this moment, 10,000 saints' face changed drastically. Grandson, are you here to ensure the continuation of my imperial family's bloodline? Wonderful. The heavens have opened their eyes. Indeed, indeed, as expected of my imperial family's young master, you have finally awakened. Jue Tian looked at the emerging ancestors, his expression darkening. He had almost forgotten about these old geezers. Suddenly, unwanted memories surfaced. When Jue Tian was 5 years old, the ancestors had been anxious upon seeing him train diligently every day. They sought out several women to entice him, stating that he was now of age to carry on the family line. Recalling how those old rascals had eagerly awaited outside back then, Jue Tian felt an urge to punch them, provided he could overpower them. That fellow from the sacred sect, my young master, has taken a liking to this girl. You may either leave her behind, or we shall pay a visit to your sacred sect. The choice is yours. We are not being unreasonable. We offer you 2 options, and afterward you can boast to others. The 16th ancestor remarked to 10,000 saints. Upon hearing this, Di Wushun recalled something and looked at his son with sympathy. He remembered a time before he became the head of the family, when he was merely the young master. And Gong Xinu, Jue Tian's mother, were enamored with each other. The ancestors had taken advantage of their momentary distraction to slip in some aphrodisiacs, leading to the birth of Jue Tian. Di Wushun had initially thought Gong Xin would be filled with rage. To his surprise, when she saw the ancestors, she simply remarked, "Well done. I am very pleased. Much better than this wooden block. I've given him countless opportunities, yet he never took the initiative. By the way, do not forget to come to my home tomorrow to discuss the betrothal gifts. Ask for as much as you can, and just say I have slept with your young master." The ancestors were left speechless. Di Wushun was equally taken aback. Chapter 16. So, are you not leaving? Shall I escort you on your way? At present, the ancestor is exceedingly pleased that Gong Xinyu has become the matriarch of the Di family, and he shows her a particular favoritism. This sentiment persists until the birth of Jue Tian. These ancestors, having lived for an eternity, find themselves plagued by ennui. The most egregious incident occurred when they took Jue Tian to witness the celestial maidens in their bathing rituals, a mischief orchestrated by the 16th ancestor. Upon learning of this, Gong Xinyu was furious, nearly overturning the coffin lid of the 16th ancestor. Fortunately, he had secured it with nails. Nonetheless, Gong Xinyu sealed his coffin with heavenly crystal, forbidding the shameless old man from emerging. Subsequently, she unleashed her wrath upon him, repeating the same punishment daily for 3 consecutive years. Reflecting on it now, her back aches slightly. 16th Ancestor, you ought not to meddle. Otherwise, if Xinyue discovers this, trouble will surely follow. It is of no consequence. I am merely assisting her in finding a daughter-in-law, which does not truly align with her status. The 7-orifice Linglong heart still lacks a touch of refinement. Though spoken nonchalantly, these words carried weight, causing Wanqing's countenance to change dramatically. When Jue Tian was born, an ominous phenomenon manifested. The nature of Jue Tian's constitution remained a mystery. Now, to learn that the 7-orifice Linglong heart is still deficient is alarming. Jue Tian remained silent. His unique constitution is known only to his parents and a few ancestors. When this peculiar constitution first emerged, the ancestors had declared their intent to nurture it, even at the risk of inciting enmity between the D family and the celestial realm. The chaotic demonic body was deemed a taboo because of their fears. They understood that if such a constitution went unchecked, it could lead to the destruction of their own kin, transforming into a cold-blooded fiend capable of annihilating worlds without remorse. The ancestors held a singular conviction. Even if it led to the downfall of the D family or the celestial realm, that was their fate, and it was intertwined with the fate of the D family. Despite their bold proclamations, the ancestors harbored concerns. Every few days, they would visit Jue Tian, only relaxing once they confirmed his well-being. As Jue Tian pondered these memories, a warmth filled his heart. This is his family. The ancestors had come to see him, aware that they were assessing the control over his demonic body. Should it be revealed, it could obscure the ominous phenomenon, leading to the destruction of the myriad laws of the sacred land. This exemplifies the D family's tyranny. Wanqing finally regained his composure, gazing at the D family with a grim expression, particularly at the ancestors and Wuxian, whose predatory gazes weighed heavy. Very well. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Wanner's expression shifted. This was clearly an inquiry for retribution. She felt inadequate in her knowledge, yet such bullying was unwarranted. If this inquiry escalated, it could lead to the downfall of the saintess. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, she understood this was not a plea for forgiveness. Having agreed, she should depart. From this point onward, this young girl would serve as the maid of the D family's divine son. Are you not leaving? Shall I see you off? Wansheng was still processing the situation when the 16th ancestor waved his hand, conjuring a vision of the cosmos in ruin. Only a wretched scream echoed through the air. However, the members of the D family paid it no heed, even feeling a tinge of regret for not engaging in battle with the sacred land of myriad laws. They cast reproachful glances at the ancestor, questioning why he did not eliminate Wansheng, as that would have certainly sparked a conflict. The 16th ancestor remained indifferent to their glances, lightly gesturing to take Jue Tian away. Unbeknownst to them, Jue Tian harbored his own intentions. Currently, their concern lay with Jue Tian's chaotic demonic body. Following the ancestor, Jue Tian arrived at the forbidden grounds of the rear mountain, where the 10th, 13th, and 16th ancestors awaited. Upon their arrival, Jue Tian bowed respectfully. The 10th ancestor appeared, still bearing the earthy scent of the soil, yet he seemed unconcerned. He gazed at Jue Tian, his eyes shining with divine light. Little one, I find myself incapable of seeing through you now. Both the 13th and 16th ancestors nodded in agreement. They had sensed the change even before Jue Tian's return, as he seemed to be shrouded in a veil of mystery. It appeared that he had encountered some fortuitous events, allowing him to command his own constitution at will. Upon uttering these words, the entire forbidden ground trembled slightly. The members of the D family turned their attention to the rear mountain, bewildered by the occurrence. What has transpired? Is what you say truly the case? At that moment, an elderly figure appeared, his beard and hair white as snow, occasionally shimmering with waves of energy. The very fabric of the void struggled to contain his presence, beginning to collapse before swiftly reverting to its original state. 8th ancestor, Jue Tian bowed deeply upon the elder's arrival. Tianer, have you gained control over your constitution? Indeed, I have gained control. I beseech the ancestor to shield us from any ominous manifestations. In an effort to reassure the ancestor, Jue Tian made his request. Upon hearing this, the eighth ancestor gestured, invoking the 10 Directions celestial seal. As the void was sealed, the members of the D family were left in shock. What is happening? Why has the 10 Directions celestial seal been activated? Could it be that some force seeks to wage war against the D family? Uncertain, but it seems some matters are unfolding in the lower realms. Several lineages are contemplating descending. In the lower realms, such matters are trivial. We could simply dispatch an elder to obliterate that world, remarked one disciple of the D family. Meanwhile, within the forbidden grounds of the rear mountain, the ancestors widened their eyes in astonishment as they gazed upon the colossal demon embodying the universe behind Jue Tian, feeling a twinge of trepidation. Now I understand why this constitution has become a taboo. It is indeed terrifying. Yet, Tianer has managed to gain control. Truly, he is the divine son of our D family. Splendid, splendid. The ancestors, resembling children filled with joy, exchanged gleeful glances. It seemed that they could bestow this upon him after all. At that moment, the 10th ancestor suddenly interjected, "Indeed, it can be given to him. It appears our concerns were unwarranted. No harm has come, and our divine son's foundation can be greatly enhanced." Jue Tian opened his eyes, inhaling deeply. He had not anticipated that his constitution would reach such a terrifying level. Even gazing upon the colossal demon embodying the universe instilled a sense of fear. Chaotic energy swirled around him, refusing to draw near. A mere glance in any direction could spell destruction for an entire world. "Tianer, you should merge with this." As Jue Tian opened his eyes, he was momentarily taken aback by the bone artifact held by the 10th ancestor. "Ancestor, what is this? This matter dates back some time. Upon your birth, we discovered your constitution to be difficult to control. The family sought a certain place, where we chanced upon a young child nurturing a bone. I slaughtered those present and seized the bone. It has since been cultivated with chaotic energy. I had intended to present it to you on your coming-of-age ceremony. But since you can now control your constitution, I see no harm in presenting it to you early." Chapter 17. After 2 excavations of the bone, fusion, and a surge in power, ancestor. "Are you serious? My dear child, could I ever deceive you? This artifact has been cultivated using chaotic energy, and it has now undergone a transformation. Ancestor, let's set this bone aside for the moment. I merely wish to inquire about that child you once determined was dead. Xiania, do you harbor any knowledge?" The 10th ancestor observed Jue Tian with a hint of solemnity. "I suspect that child from back then did not perish." Jue Tian stated directly. "Indeed, he did not die." Upon hearing this, Jue Tian was taken aback. That child, for reasons unknown, had survived. I personally intervened, and for a radius of 100,000 miles, there was not a trace of life. It had become an endless abyss. However, during a moment of transcendence, I suddenly sensed a familiar aura. Initially, I could not recall, but as I felt that fragment of bone, it dawned on me. It was that child from whom I had excavated the bone. Then, "Ancestor, did you spare him?" Jue Tian inquired, curiosity piqued. The previous misstep was mine. Upon seeing him this time, I found myself with a notion. Upon hearing this, Jue Tian's expression shifted. For the child of destiny bore a fateful aura. Could it be that the ancestor was also influenced? I altered my appearance. The ancestor continued. I became his mentor. Jue Tian's expression changed again. Is the ancestor not setting a trap for me, perhaps weary of the longevity of the D family? Then, while he was absorbed in his cultivation, I struck him unconscious and excavated the newly forming bone once more, leaving not a trace of his remains. Observing the 10th ancestor's smug demeanor, Jue Tian suddenly comprehended the nature of his own constitution. The ancestral malady must have been too much for the heavens to bear. 10th ancestor, I had not anticipated you possessed such a wicked sense of humor. When you extinguished him, did any unusual phenomena occur? The 10th ancestor pondered for a moment. It merely rained. Nothing else occurred. I lingered there for 3 days. I even shattered that meteorite from the void and obliterated several minor realms in the outer void, all to prevent his resurrection. Seeing no anomalies, I returned. The freshly unearthed bone had now fused with the previous one I had nurtured. This current bone represents the merging of two significant fragments. Surely, it shall enhance your power considerably. Upon finishing this statement, the 10th ancestor placed the bone into Jue Tian's palm. After sensing Jue Tian's aura, the bone trembled as if in trepidation. Jue Tian was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this bone was on the verge of developing its own sentience. The ancestor gazed at Jue Tian with pride. "Thank you, ancestor." Jue Tian bowed in respect. He understood that within the confines of his family, the ancestor could manage the circumstances. However, outside, the ancestor's concerns were unfounded. "This is my family, the D clan. Those children of fate, regardless of whether you stand on the moral high ground or elsewhere, should you dare harbor the desire to obliterate my family, you shall meet your demise. For the sake of my family, you children of destiny shall serve as stepping stones. Now, let the fusion commence." Jue Tian, upon hearing this, offered no resistance. He gazed at the bone and settled into a meditative posture within a void. The bone initially sought to resist, yet upon feeling the overwhelming pressure of Jue Tian's aura, it fell silent. Witnessing this scene, the several ancestors exchanged glances. The essence of the bone resembled that which was naturally bestowed. Their prowess could easily suppress it due to their strength. Yet what was Jue Tian's power? To their astonishment, he accomplished this feat with ease. As they observed him seamlessly merge with the bone, the ancestors felt reassured. Should anything arise, they would shatter the bone. This was the might of the D clan. Suddenly, a powerful aura erupted. The void surrounding Jue Tian began to collapse, and chaotic mist enveloped him. Jue Tian opened his eyes, revealing a cold and unfeeling gaze. Two beams of light emanated from his eyes, piercing through the void and revealing the scene beyond. The ancestors were astonished. When did this young lad break through to the realm of divine power, achieving the 7th level? You ask me, but who can answer? It seems this child has encountered significant fortunes. Yet, what fortune could allow him to control the demonic body? It was difficult to ascertain. The celestial realm had existed for eons, giving rise to countless prodigies. This child, from a young age, demonstrated an indomitable will. His ability to control the demonic body was surely his own merit. The ancestors regarded Jue Tian with eyes filled with pride. After all, a controllable chaotic demonic body, combined with a formidable lineage, would undoubtedly wield the power to dominate the celestial realm in the future. Open the Tao Palace. At this moment, Jue Tian suddenly exclaimed as chaotic energy began to manifest. The vicinity of the D clan, spanning 100,000 miles, was instantaneously drained. The ancestors gasped in astonishment. Even in the realm of divine knowledge, such a phenomenon was unparalleled. "No, it is merely that you have yet to realize the energy is insufficient," remarked the 8th ancestor, seemingly sighing, though the upward curve of his lips revealed his delight. "When you all broke through to the Tao Palace realm, how much energy did you absorb?" "I recall it being 1,000,000 miles, stated the 10th ancestor. "I absorbed 98, chimed in another. "I too absorbed 98, added the 13th and 16th ancestors. To their surprise, this young lad had not yet entered that realm and had already amassed 100,000 miles. No, it had already reached 300,000 miles. Observing the sudden surge of energy, the ancestors wore smiles, unperturbed. After all, the D clan was not to be trifled with. They occupied a state within the celestial realm. As the ancestors observed with curiosity, the energy reached 1,000,000 miles. The 1,000,000 miles of energy was consumed by Jue Tian, yet he had still not stepped into the Tao Palace realm. Chapter 18. Breakthrough. Opportunities arise. The spiritual energy swirled incessantly for 3 days and nights. At this moment, several ancestors, upon probing the distance, were left astounded. In a radius of 100,000,000 miles, how can this little fellow endure such immense energy? If you ask me, I too am curious. Boom! A mist of blood and energy encircled Jue Tian. The universe was annihilated, replayed, and then annihilated once more. All things in existence were obliterated. Time vanished, and space dissipated. Only a figure lingered in the chaos, with eyes that could eclipse the sun. Wherever his gaze fell, Everything was obliterated, devoid of any vitality. The spiritual energy was wholly absorbed by his physique. The ancestors gasped in astonishment. It seemed that this little fellow had undergone a remarkable transformation. It was anticipated that he might soon develop divine abilities. Jue Tian finally opened his eyes, and the brilliance within them faded. The ancestors grew anxious. Previously, Jue Tian could control his physique, but now, with the demonic body absorbing such vast energy, it was uncertain whether he could still maintain control. "Fret not. My physique is one I will master in the future," Jue Tian reassured them. Upon hearing his words, the ancestors breathed a sigh of relief, quickly followed by expressions of joy. "What changes have transpired within you?" they inquired, curiosity evident in their eyes. "The ancestors will soon discover," Jue Tian teased. "Very well. We shall not pry further, as long as you ensure your own safety. By the way, you should visit your father shortly. There is something of importance. Now that you have made a breakthrough, it is the perfect opportunity for you to venture out and gain experience. That object should prove quite beneficial to you," the 16th ancestor remarked. Nodding in acknowledgement, Jue Tian departed. After he left, the ancestors exchanged glances, eagerly anticipating the growth of this young talent. "How long do you think it will take for this little one to catch up to our strength?" "I am uncertain, but it shouldn't be too long," came the reply. At merely 17, he had already reached the Dao Palace realm, a rarity in the Immortal Domain. "Let's not forget the anomalies," one ancestor added confidently. "However, I believe these individuals will serve as stepping stones for Tianer." Once Jue Tian emerged from the back mountain, he sighed with relief, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The members of the D family bowed in respect upon seeing him. "I sense the Son of Heaven has grown even stronger," one remarked. "Indeed, I can feel it too. Even from such a distance, it is truly formidable." Several maidservants of the D family gazed at Jue Tian with fervent admiration. "Young master, the family head seeks you," Lin Lao announced as he approached Jue Tian. "Understood," he replied. A void passageway materialized, and Jue Tian stepped through. The D family was vast, necessitating traversal through the void even within their own clan. Upon arriving at the heavenly palace, a man sat upon the high seat, imposing and handsome, shrouded in chaos. Yet, when Jue Tian appeared, the man's true form was revealed. Jue Tian bore an unchani resemblance to Wu Shen. Upon seeing Jue Tian, Wu Shen's face broke into a doting smile. "Tianer, how fare you?" "Quite well. I can now control my physique," Jue Tian replied. Upon hearing this, Wu Shen's eyes sparkled with joy. At that moment, the esteemed head of the D family trembled slightly, for he was no longer the lofty patriarch, merely a father concerned for his child. "You need not worry about me any longer, father," Jue Tian said, returning the smile. This was his way of showing filial piety. "Excellent. The reason for your visit is to send you to the lower realms. A member of our family has divined that there exists a powerful opportunity there. The specifics are unknown, but it may be related to demons." Jue Tian paused, taken aback. After all, demons were a contentious topic in the Immortal Domain. Most despised them, preferring to kill rather than risk letting one escape. Yet, some demonic sects were composed of utterly ruthless individuals. Although detested by humanity, they were still of the human race, not true demons. The hypocrisy of calling for the extermination of demons while wielding demonic weapons was not lost on him. Some even practiced demonic arts, all while turning a blind eye. The ancestors of the D family, including Wu Shen, had also practiced the arts of the Demon Palace, which was common among other powerful factions. However, they merely borrowed from these techniques. To openly reveal such practices was a different matter entirely, reserved for those with formidable backing or strength sufficient to disregard any threats. As for weaker practitioners, if their affinity with demonic energy was discovered, death was the only outcome, a stark illustration of the survival of the fittest. "When shall we set off?" Jue Tian inquired, intrigued. "Today, as some have already descended into the lower realms," came the reply. Jue Tian smiled, wondering if he might encounter a child of destiny. "This is the information regarding the lower realms. Our allied families possess some strength there and have already been informed." He was told. Jue Tian nodded, eager to resolve matters in the lower realms swiftly. Recently, his mother had sent word, requesting him to visit his maternal grandfather, as the yin-yang divine fruit was nearing maturity. Jue Tian acknowledged this, and, after he departed, Wu Shun vanished as well. Upon returning to his chamber, Jue Tian nearly acted upon impulse. When he beheld the face of the woman before him, he suddenly remembered. It was the luck-bringing heroine he had borrowed. Had he delayed even a moment longer, he might have killed her. Shangwan Wanner felt a pang of anxiety. In just a few days, this fellow had seemingly forgotten her. She had thought he was merely coveting her body, but now he appeared indifferent. From now on, you shall be my maid, Jue Tian commanded. Understood, Shangwan Wanner replied. Jue Tian was taken aback. He hadn't expected her to accept without protest. From now on, refer to me as young master. Young master, she complied, and Jue Tian nodded in satisfaction. The chaotic demonic body could originally condense the chaotic demonic seed to control others. Previously, Jue Tian had refrained from utilizing it, constantly suppressing himself. However, after traversing to this realm, he had mastered his physique and could now condense the demonic seed at will. Nevertheless, he chose not to exploit Shangwan Wanner. In the lower realms, he wondered if it would be dull. Having a heroine of fortune would certainly alleviate his boredom. But should he control her and turn her into a puppet, it would lose its charm. If a child of destiny were to appear, that would be a different story altogether. Jue Tian retrieved a jade stone, within which was inscribed information about the lower realms, indicating where opportunities would manifest. In the Immortal Domain, many great powers had individuals who could divine the heavens, enhancing their family's foundation. It seemed this opportunity was of considerable significance. The Xianqing realm? Jue Tian murmured. Young master, are you referring to the Xianqing realm? Chapter 19. The pure-blooded Jiao dragon as a steed. Who might this individual be? Oh, you're familiar with this place? Jue Tian inquired with curiosity upon hearing Shangwan's words. Indeed, for I am a denizen of this world. However, I ascended from the lower realms due to my master, Shangwan Wanner responded. Upon hearing this, Jue Tian smiled. In that case, let us descend to the lower realms together. This proclamation stirred excitement within Shangwan Wanner. After all, ascending was relatively easier, while descending posed significant challenges. Without a formidable foundation, one could not venture down. Shangwan Wanner had been in the upper realm for 3 years, longing for her family. At this moment, as Jue Tian prepared to descend, in the Xianqing realm, specifically within the Xianyang sect, the sect leader and the hidden elder emerged, their eyes fixed upon the sky. News had spread that a visitor from the upper realm had arrived. Who do you think has come down this time? One disciple speculated. I do not know. It should be someone of notable lineage, came the reply. The Xianqing realm, though not insignificant, paled in comparison to the celestial domain, appearing rather diminutive. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through the Xianqing realm, causing a stir among its inhabitants as they gazed up in alarm. What is happening? One person exclaimed. I cannot say. Perhaps someone is about to ascend, another conjectured. That seems unlikely. An ascent would not cause such commotion. It appears more akin to someone descending. Clearly, significant events were about to unfold in the Xianqing realm. Recently, the realm had experienced frequent tremors, though none had been as intense as this. At that moment, a dark speck appeared in the sky, followed by a resounding boom that connected heaven and earth. Radiant columns of golden light erupted, startling the inhabitants of the Xianqing realm. A fierce roar echoed, and as they beheld the colossal Jiao dragon obscuring the sun, the people of the Xianqing realm were taken aback. Is it a member of the dragon clan descending? Someone wondered. No, it appears to be merely a pure-blooded Jiao dragon, another corrected. Indeed, yet its power is formidable. It must have reached the limits of the Xianqing realm, came the observation. Do you not see how the void trembles beneath it? Look closely. Is there not a figure atop the dragon? One person pointed out. Upon hearing this, many turned their gaze skyward, and indeed, they discerned 2 silhouettes, though their features were obscured and indistinct. What faction could this be? It is utterly terrifying. Regardless of the faction, it bears no relevance to us. The disciples of the Xianyang sect stared wide-eyed at the figures in the sky. The elder of the sect regarded the dragon with trepidation. Elder, who do you think has descended this time? Someone inquired, eyes filled with concern. I cannot say, but if that dragon wished to harm me, I would be powerless against its aura. Elder, do not jest. You are one of the strongest in the Xianqing realm. That dragon shares the same realm as I. Yet its bloodline is immensely superior, and its physical prowess is extraordinary. I could barely withstand a single strike from it. Who would have thought such a powerful dragon would merely serve as a steed? Truly, the disparity among beings is infuriating, the elder lamented. Is this the Xianyang sect? Jue Tian's voice resonated. Upon hearing this, the people of the Xianyang sect knelt. Even the elder bowed in reverence. We pay our respects, young master. There is no need for excessive formality. Jue Tian emanated an aura that lifted the members of the Xianyang sect from their kneeling position, their eyes filled with astonishment. Young master, please this way. The elder, suppressing his shock, recognized that although he had encountered many who descended from the upper realm, none had exerted such an overwhelming presence without a hint of effort. This young man must hold a distinguished status. May I inquire, what is your relation to the D family? The elder asked cautiously, anxiety evident in his tone. I am the divine son of the D family. Upon hearing this, the elder, a formidable king-level expert, nearly fell to his knees in fear. He understood the significance of Jue Tian's status, realizing it was far beyond what he had anticipated. We pay our respects to the divine son. Rise. I apologize for any disturbances caused during my time here. You have labored greatly in serving the D family over the years. I see your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the king level. Allow me to assist you this time, Jue Tian stated, producing a medicinal pill. Breaking sovereign pill. The elder gasped. Consume it, Jue Tian instructed. Yes, divine son. The elder, having lived for centuries, felt tears welling up. He had not anticipated such an immense opportunity from the divine son's descent. In the Xianqing realm, achieving the sovereign level equated to becoming a dominant force. In such a minor world, a king could claim authority. As the elder of the Xianyang sect broke through, his followers erupted with excitement. Being one of the most powerful factions in the Xianqing realm, they lacked a king-level expert to defend against threats. Unlike other factions that had their own, the elder continued to cultivate until he reached the 4th level of the sovereign realm before halting. Jue Tian remained silent. In the upper realm, many cannot fully break through with just one pill. Young master, may I return to my family for a moment? At this juncture, Shangwanwana looked at Jue Tian, feeling as though she still stood on the same level as him despite her status as a maid. Jue Tian was unfazed. Having not encountered a child of destiny, he allowed her to act freely, provided she did not overstep. The elder of the Xianyang sect regarded Shangwanwana with familiarity. Are you the prodigious daughter of the Shangwan family? Shangwan Vania. You recognize her? Someone asked in disbelief. 3 years ago, a prodigious daughter from the Shangwan family ascended, which greatly benefited their clan, enhancing their strength rapidly. Many factions in the Xianqing realm now show them respect. If the young master had not descended, we would have visited the Shangwan family tomorrow, another commented, piquing Jue Tian's curiosity further. Shangwanwana, filled with concern, asked, Elder, what has transpired in the Shangwan family? After your ascent, the Shangwan family experienced rapid growth, and then your sister broke off her engagement with her previous betrothed, establishing a new agreement. Tomorrow is the day of the competition. Upon hearing this, Jue Tian realized this was the narrative of a broken engagement. He wondered if this child of destiny held any connection to Shangwanwana. Are you saying that Qing'er has broken her engagement with Xiaoyu? He inquired. Indeed, it is Xiaoyu. Chapter 20. Could it be that I have inadvertently spoken amiss? Do you recognize that young man? Inquired Emperor Jue Tian. Previously, our family, the Shangwan clan, shared a connection with the Xiao family. Both possessed comparable strength. When my master brought me here, he left numerous opportunities for our family. It seems that with our rapid rise in power, the family has begun to adopt an air of arrogance. Emperor Jue Tian remained silent. Yet within the eyes of Shangwanwana, she discerned a hint of complexity. It appeared that there were some melodramatic undertones at play. In that case, I shall accompany you to take a look. After all, I have nothing else to occupy my time. Young master, do you wish to join? Shanggugan Vena expressed her reluctance. But she could not defy Emperor Jue Tian's command. Let us proceed. Young master, I shall accompany you as well. Though my strength may be modest, I can still run errands in the Xianqing realm. Emperor Jue Tian nodded in agreement. Observing her consent, the venerable Xianyang, a man of several centuries, was elated as a child. Meanwhile, within the Shangguan family, Shangguan Zhen gazed at a woman in the distance, his eyes softened by a blend of tenderness and concern. King Ea, do you truly feel confident? He remembered well when his daughter had initially called off the engagement. He had chosen not to intervene. People aspire to ascend, much like water flows downward. Moreover, this is a world of cultivation. Initially, Xiaoyu was deemed a waste, yet unexpectedly, he rose to prominence post-engagement annulment. 3 years have passed. He wondered what level of strength Xiaoyu had attained now. Father, fret not. I harbor no regrets about the past, and I certainly do not regret it now. Her strength was commendable, and his daughter was not one to be envious. Furthermore, when her sister departed, her master had left behind rare resources, assets seldom seen in the lower realms. For 3 years, I have toiled tirelessly, striving to catch up with my sister's footsteps. Upon hearing Shangguan Qinger's words, Shangguan Zhen sighed deeply. He was well aware of his daughter's mindset. It could be seen as rebelliousness and a refusal to concede. The two sisters had engaged in endless rivalry since childhood, yet such competition bore its merits, until individuals from the upper realm appeared, taking Shangguan Wanner away. Shangguan King Ea undavent a transformation. Coupled with the previous gossip, she felt overshadowed by her sister. When her sister eventually found a partner, he too would be a prodigy from the upper realm. Why was she left in the lower realm, engaged to a mere wastrel? Shangguan Kinger was consumed by discontent. Previously, when others labeled Xiaoyu a waste, Shangguan Qinger would offer rebuttals. However, as the number of voices calling him a waste grew, she became desensitized and ultimately called off the engagement. Initially, she had even provided compensation, followed by a 3-year agreement. During these 3 years, Shangguan Qinger had diligently practiced, yet she barely saw her father throughout the year. Were it not for the conclusion of the 3-year term, she would not have emerged now. While a hushed conversation transpired between father and daughter, Shangguan Zhen's expression suddenly shifted. Noticing her father's demeanor, Shangguan Qinger asked, "Father, what has transpired?" Shangguan Zhen remained silent, revealing a jade stone in his hand. Upon seeing it, he stood abruptly, filled with excitement. Shangguan Qinger sensed something significant. "Father, has sister returned?" Indeed, Wanner had come back, a surprise that filled Shangguan Zhen with elation. Shangguan Qinger also felt a rush of excitement, but was soon overcome by complex emotions. In that moment, the sky above the Shangguan family darkened ominously. Witnessing the scene, Shangguan Zhen soared into the air, followed closely by Shangguan Qinger. The void opened up, revealing streams of golden light. A golden pathway emerged, along with a colossal dragon exuding an aura of destruction. The sudden turn of events startled the members of the Shangguan clan. "Do not fear. Wanner has returned," Shangguan Zhen comforted, observing the trepidation in their eyes. Upon hearing his words, the clan members regained their composure, excitement bubbling forth. Shangguan Wanner was the pride of the Shangguan family, having returned after 3 long years. "Father." At that moment, a figure materialized atop the dragon, adorned in a flowing white gown and veil, obscuring her features. Yet, Shangguan Zhen recognized her immediately. After all, she was his own flesh and blood. 3 years had transformed his daughter, her demeanor now regal, her strength unfathomable. Shangguan Qinger felt a mixture of joy and envy. She was perplexed by her emotions, likely stemming from past experiences. Watching Shangguan Wanner atop the dragon, elevated and majestic, Shangguan Qinger wished she could take her place. Yet, she could only fantasize. After 3 years of relentless effort, why had she not succeeded? Could it be that she truly paled in comparison to her sister? Shangguan Wanner embraced her father, and then turned to Shangguan Qinger. "Qinger, it has been too long. Sister, congratulations on your return. When will you leave again?" "King Ea, hold your tongue. What are you saying? This is your sister's home. She may come and go as she pleases." Upon hearing her father's admonition, Shangguan Qing'er was taken aback. Why was her father scolding her? She merely wished to inquire. Father, it is nothing. Young master, this is the Shangguan family. Just then, Shangguan Wan'er recalled Emperor Jue Tian's presence. As the Shangguan family reveled in pride, they were abruptly taken aback by her revelation. Wasn't their young lady supposed to ascend to the upper realm? Why then did she refer to someone as young master? Could it be that the recent upheaval was caused by the young man she mentioned? Emperor Jue Tian stepped forward, surveying the Shangguan clan with an air of indifference. Upon his descent, Shangguan Qing'er's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this truly her sister's partner? On what grounds? At that moment, she felt an inferno of rage within her. Gazing at Emperor Jue Tian, confusion clouded her expression. Was he truly the esteemed son-in-law? As she beheld such a remarkable figure alongside her daughter, Shangguan Jun, unaware of the intricacies of the upper realm, interjected impudence. Just then, a thunderous voice erupted, and the dragon transformed into a young man, staring at Shangguan Jun with a murderous intent. The members of the Shangguan clan were left dumbfounded. Shangguan Jun stood frozen, wondering if he had inadvertently uttered a grave misstep. Chapter 21. She is ascending, and I have become the sacrifice. Upon hearing her father's words, Shangguan Wan'er's expression changed dramatically. Forgive my father. He is unaware of the matters concerning the upper realm, so I beseech your understanding. It is of no consequence, replied Jue Tian with a faint smile. The women of the Shangguan family felt as though they were intoxicated, as if they had consumed counterfeit wine. The young master is unparalleled, is he not? Please, young master. Shangguan van seid in relief. My daughter, did I speak in error? Father, this young master is not to be trifled with. Even my backing in the upper realm would not dare provoke him. There are hardly any of higher status than he. Hearing this, Shangguan Jun's countenance shifted. Daughter, perhaps you could win him over. We would then prosper. Father, do not entertain such unrealistic thoughts. With but a word, he could annihilate the Qing Xian realm with ease. In the upper realm, countless illustrious ladies long to serve him as maidens, yet they cannot attain such a position. Moreover, I do not harbor such feelings for him. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Jun's expression reflected regret. Yet, upon reflection, he realized his daughter was indeed not worthy. Shangguan Qing'er, upon hearing this, wore a contemplative look, her eyes glimmering with a mysterious light. What thoughts occupied her mind? Upon entering the grand hall, Jue Tian took his place at the head. Silence enveloped the room. For behind him stood a young man with twin horns, who had restrained his aura while vigilantly surveying his surroundings. An elderly man, Xian Yang, whom Shangguan Jun recognized, added to the atmosphere of astonishment. Upon sensing Xian Yang's formidable presence, Shangguan Jun's expression could not help but change. The members of the Shangguan family held their breath, unwilling to utter a word in the presence of Jue Tian. You need not concern yourselves with me. My descent to the lower realm is merely for leisure. Ignore my presence, he continued, prompting a collective sigh of relief among the onlookers, though they were also somewhat perplexed. Given his status, who would dare to act recklessly? King Ye, you and you shall use competition. Tomorrow, Shangguan Qing'er stated directly, aware of her sister's intentions. In that moment, a flicker of unwillingness shone in her eyes. The three had once shared a close bond, with an arrangement for Shangguan Wan'er to marry Xiao Yu already set. However, an unexpected turn of events arose when Shangguan Wan'er caught the attention of someone from the upper realm, leading to Shangguan Qing'er stepping in to preserve the familial ties. Thinking back, Shangguan Qing'er felt a pang of heartache. Yet, sister, you were once quite close to Xiao Yu, she emphasized, her tone laden with significance. Shangguan Jun's expression darkened. Though he chose not to elaborate, his heart filled with regret. Jue Tian observed the scene in silence. When Shangguan Qing'er spoke those words, she briefly met his gaze before lowering her head. He smiled faintly, causing Shangguan Qing'er's heart to race. Her cheeks flushed. Hui's Shangguan Vene gotit sistu. Though she understood that before her departure, she had believed she would never return to the lower realm. The thought of marrying Shangguan Qing'er off to Xiao Yu had initially been her idea, a form of compensation for Xiao Yu. Once a prodigy, Xiao Yu's fortunes had declined. Yet Shangguan Qing'er felt a premonition that he would return stronger than ever. With Shangguan Qing'er now at the 4th level of the Xiandan realm, Shangguan Wan'er felt a sense of foreboding. Is the Xiandan realm powerful? Not particularly. In the realm of immortals, it is akin to being an insect. Yet this was the lower realm, a minor world where even the Dongsu realm was formidable. Had she not noticed that her father too had only attained the Dao Palace realm? He sustained a powerful family in the Xianqing realm. King Ye, it has been a while since we spoke as sisters. I shall visit you tonight. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Qing'er's expression shifted. What did she contemplate? No, I wish to cultivate tonight and gather my energy. After all, there is a battle tomorrow. This response irked Shangguan Wan'er, for since her return, Shangguan Qing'er had been distant. Jue Tian, observing this interaction, felt insulted on behalf of the seven-hearted Linglong. Yet he had other plans. That night, as Jue Tian gazed towards the door, he remarked, "Since you have arrived, do come in." At his invitation, a woman entered, clad in sheer gauze that tantalizingly hinted at her form, stirring the imagination. Jue Tian cast a glance before returning his attention elsewhere. Shangguan Qing'er felt a twinge of disappointment. This was her first time wearing such attire, and she had imagined how it would be received. Seeing his astonishment, she had anticipated a different reaction. "Speak, what do you wish?" Jue Tian's tone was neither cold nor warm, and Shangguan Qing'er felt a weight of pressure. "I wish to serve you, young master. I desire to ascend to the upper realm." Jue Tian chuckled, reconnaissing her ambition. "Yet you lack the qualifications. There are many paths to ascend. The Xianqing realm has its share of talents who have descended from the upper realm. With your beauty and methods, you should be able to ascend." Jue Tian spoke as if stating a fact. "They do not deserve it." At this, Jue Tian laughed, a woman with lofty aspirations. "Do you wish to usurp your sister?" Shangguan Qing'er's face paled as her thoughts were laid bare. "I know she possesses a formidable physique, one that I lack. I do not wish to become like her. Pure in appearance, yet dark within, selfish." Shangguan Qing'er spoke as if articulating a truth. Jue Tian remained silent. After all, such matters were hardly shocking. Even close siblings maintain clear accounts, let alone two proud women. The one you will compete against tomorrow. What is their relationship with your sister? At this, Shangguan Qing'er's expression shifted again. Could it be that this young master had descended for her sister? The realization struck her. Her complexion drained, her body trembled. They have been childhood friends. I am but a sacrificial pawn. She ascends, and I am merely a substitute, a form of compensation. It is only because she ascends that she cannot bear to see Xiao Yu heartbroken, so she arranged for me to marry him, claiming it was for my own good. Chapter 22. As the 3-year period came to an end, Xiao Yu arrived, bewildered. Jue Tian observed Shangguan Qing'er's bitter expression and sighed. "Indeed, your sister truly has your best interests at heart, yet you fail to rise to the occasion. She is the child of destiny, destined to tread upon the heavens. However, being related to such a fated child carries peril. Aside from the protagonist, all her kin are engaged in perilous endeavors. The antagonists, including oneself and family, are all entangled in dangerous professions. This is a pill," he said. "It offers you a chance. Should you triumph tomorrow, you may usurp your sister's position. But if you falter," Jue Tian left the warning hanging. Shangguan Qing'er looked at him, disbelief flickering in her eyes. "Weren't you sent to aid my sister? Your sister may seem formidable to you, but to me, she is merely an ant, easily extinguished. It all hinges on you. If you succeed and ascend to the higher realms, you shall see that your sister is but a drop in the ocean." At this statement, Shangguan Qing'er fell into a daze. In her eyes, her sister, whom she had tirelessly pursued, was perceived by this gentleman as inferior to a mere maid. After Shangguan Qing'er departed, Jue Tian chuckled softly. Shangguan Qing'er emerged, dazed, only to be startled by her sister's presence. "Sister, you have not slept either. Is this your idea of conserving energy? My actions are not for you to dictate." "Qing'er, you had seen the Shangguan Ven aside. Indeed, I have changed long ago. Was it not you who forced my transformation? My sister, you adore him. Take him to the higher realms. Why must you sacrifice my happiness? Do you know what others say about me? That I am inferior in strength? In beauty? That I will never find a man as worthy? It is indeed ironic. You feel guilt for him, an outsider, while I am your own sister. I act for your benefit. I require no such pretenses, Shangwan heir. Whatever I do, be it slaying Xiao Yu, is a direct result of your coercion. How dare you consider such an action? I shall indeed consider it. Come, act upon your threats. See if you dare to harm me for the sake of an outsider. Shangwan heir sighed, realizing she could not act upon her desires. You are unworthy of being my sister. Shangwan Qing heir departed, her eyes filled with venom and resentment. Suddenly, she recalled Jue Tian's words, defeat your sister, and I shall grant you a chance to replace her. Initially hesitant, the sight of Shangwan heir waiting for her dispelled any doubts. Her gaze turned cold, and her steps grew resolute. Jue Tian sensed the commotion between the two. The performance was about to begin. Even mundane moments could be entertaining. How goes the investigation? Jue Tian spoke to the void. A shadow materialized, kneeling before him. Divine Son, the investigation is complete. The secret realm is indeed linked to the higher realms. The family's previous conjectures were accurate. Jue Tian nodded, and the shadow vanished. This must be the chance of the child of destiny. Should the child of destiny seize such an opportunity and cultivate further, they would surely reach the immortal domain. The next day, the Shangwan family buzzed with excitement. After all, the 3-year agreement had drawn many eager spectators. Furthermore, the esteemed young lady from the upper realm had descended, accompanied by a host of mysterious gentlemen of alarming status. Numerous factions had shifted their attention to Jue Tian. The Wuwang sect has arrived. At that moment, a voice rang out. The Sword and Blade sect has arrived. The Liu family has arrived. The Wang family has arrived. Voices echoed, and soon the Shangwan family square was abuzz with activity. The Xianyang sect has arrived. Upon hearing this, the expressions of many factions shifted. The Fiery Flames sect has arrived. The Wind God sect has arrived. The sight of several dominant factions from the Xianqing realm had silenced the crowd. However, soon after, everyone's gaze was drawn to the elevated platform. Is that not the esteemed young lady of the Shangwan family? Indeed, it has been 3 years since she was taken to the upper realm, causing quite the stir in the Xianqing realm. She is truly unattainable, favored by the upper realms. Her talent is exceptional. One wonders what level of strength she has attained. As the crowd murmured, a figure suddenly appeared upon the platform, their features obscured by a veil of mist. The crowd turned their eyes toward the figure. Humph! A cold snort pierced the air. You ants dare to spy upon the Divine Son? The Xianyang ancestor stepped forth, unleashing an aura of imperial might. The crowd's expressions changed drastically. They had not anticipated this old fellow's breakthrough. Clearly, the gentleman above had bestowed favors upon him. The Xianyang sect pays homage to the Divine Son. With the Xianyang ancestor leading his sect, they knelt in reverence. There is no need for such formalities. Jue Tian had not expected the Xianyang ancestor to orchestrate such a display. The faces of others changed, and they began to eye one another warily. We pay homage to the Divine Son. 3 years have passed. Xiao Yu has come to pay his respects. At that moment, a voice resounded. Upon Xiao Yu's arrival, he was bewildered. Why are they all kneeling? Do I possess such influence? It appeared they were paying homage to Wan heir. 3 years have passed. How have you fared? Xiao Yu gazed toward the platform, his expression shifting. He realized they were not kneeling to Shangwan heir, but to the veiled figure. Though the figure's features remained obscured, Xiao Yu felt an ominous presence, accompanied by a strong intuition that this individual would eventually become his adversary. Who is this person? Never mind. After defeating Shangwan Qing heir, I shall seek an opportunity to inquire with Wan heir. His gaze lingered on Shangwan heir, filled with infatuation. 3 years have passed. At last, I see you again. Jue Tian observed this exchange. When other men had gazed at Shangwan heir, she had expressed disdain. Yet when Xiao Yu looked upon her, she displayed a hint of shyness. Ah, how unfair the heavens are. Others display lecherous intentions, while the child of destiny gazes with admiration. What is often deemed love at first sight is merely lustful desire. Yet, the Son of Heaven enjoys exceptional privileges. Their eyes met in a silent exchange. And upon seeing Shangguan Wan Air's concern, Xiaoyu flashed a charming smile, radiating confidence. Chapter 23. Do you know how I have endured these 3 years? Jue Tian, filled with curiosity, wondered if this was the legendary wicked smile of the crooked-mouthed Dragon King. Regardless of whether you are a noble goddess or an ethereal fairy, none can withstand the smile that descends from the pedestal of divinity. In a previous life, Jue Tian had come across a saying, "Do not let his crooked mouth curve upwards, for life and death would become uncertain." To his surprise, he now found himself witnessing it firsthand. Nevertheless, Jue Tian had already discerned the strength of this child of destiny. If it had been the former child of fortune, then this time, Shangguan Qing'er would surely face defeat. However, with his intervention, victory would not come easily for the child of destiny. Moreover, since Jue Tian had intervened, he would not allow the child of fortune to triumph. Shangguan Wan'er gazed at Xiaoyu's smile and, for reasons unknown, felt a surge of anxiety within her heart. Her pulse quickened involuntarily. Had it been any other man who dared exhibit such a smile, he would have been struck down without hesitation. Yet this was Xiaoyu. She could not summon any ire against him. "Be careful. Qing'er's strength is formidable," she warned. Xiaoyu's expression shifted, followed by a gleeful surprise. It had not occurred to him that she was transmitting a message. Clearly, Shangguan Wan'er's own strength had grown remarkably over the past 3 years. Jue Tian observed the flirtation between the child of fortune and the fated heroine, smiling to himself. "Soon enough, you shall weep," he thought. "Laugh to your heart's content. I fear you may lose the chance to do so." He scrutinized Xiaoyu, pondering the source of this child's fortune. Was it an elder, a system, reincarnation, or something else entirely? Name: Xiaoyu. Identity: young master of the Xiao family from the Xianqing realm. Child of fortune. Destiny value: 5,000 strength. 4th level of Xiandan physique. Fire god body techniques: fire god technique, lotus fire ring, fire god palm, absolute yang leg. Carefree hand. This child of fortune was indeed impressive, possessing the fire god constitution. His destiny value was substantial, surpassing that of Yichun. Such a child of fortune should prove formidable in combat. As Jue Tian cast an indifferent glance towards him, Xiaoyu felt an involuntary tension. This man, presumably male, regarded him with an unsettling gaze. Xiaoyu's attention shifted to Shangguan Wan'er. "Wan'er, come here." At that moment, Jue Tian spoke suddenly. The Shangguan family fell silent. His voice, devoid of any imposing aura, nevertheless bore a weight that pressed down on them like an avalanche. Xiaoyu's face paled, and Shangguan Wan'er's expression shifted as well. She did not wish for Xiaoyu to misunderstand her intentions, yet she could not defy Jue Tian's command. She sensed the heavy pressure emanating from Jue Tian, who was not even looking directly at her. Ultimately, she yielded. Jue Tian's status was too high, and with her family present, she was acutely aware of his past actions. The record she'd seen further solidified her apprehension. She feared that Jue Tian aimed to coerce her as he had done with Yichun. "Will you not pour a cup of tea for the young master?" Jue Tian prompted again, glancing at the empty table before him. Realizing her oversight, Shangguan Wan'er's expression shifted. She had underestimated his intentions. The Shangguan family collectively exhaled in relief, unaware of the source of their tension. Looking at the tea before him, Jue Tian chuckled softly. Though his features remained obscured, it was evident to all that this young master was smiling. "Why not give a young master a massage? I seem to have forgotten to bring a maid during my descent." His casual remark brought tears to Shangguan Wan'er's eyes. After all, Jue Tian had previously declared that she was to be his maid. Given his courtesy, she could not afford to be ungrateful. Casting a glance at Xiaoyu, her eyes conveyed a mix of helplessness and a hint of explanation. Xiaoyu was filled with fury, yet he recalled the immense power of his master when Shangguan Wan'er had departed, and now she seemed equally helpless. This young master must possess strength and status that surpassed even that of Shangguan Wan'er. He relaxed his clenched fists, exchanging a knowing glance with her. Meanwhile, Shangguan Qing'er observed with a cold sneer, remaining silent. Others began to notice that this proud daughter of the Shangguan family appeared different from the so-called Wei Xiaoyu, wondering if there was some intrigue to unfold. "Shangguan Qing'er, come down," Xiaoyu commanded, returning his gaze to her. He believed that Shangguan Wan'er still held some affection for him, Otherwise, she would not have sent a message. As he turned his attention back to Shang Wanqing, she vanished in an instant, reappearing on the arena, leaving many spectators in shock. Shang Wanwaner watched her sister with disbelief, her hand slipping as she attempted to massage Jue Tian's shoulder. I suspect you are attempting to provoke me, and remember your status. I have no interest in you, Jue Tian stated, observing Shang Wanwaner's delayed reaction. Upon hearing his words, she finally comprehended the situation, her face flushing crimson. Is the young master granting an opportunity to Qing? Indeed, is she not your biological sister? Do you not wish for her to succeed? She was destined to succeed. I merely aim to facilitate her victory. Do not feel the need to express gratitude, Jue Tian replied casually, lapsing into silence thereafter. Shangvan van regarded Jue Tian, discerning a hint of conscience, though was overshadowed by his cunning nature. It seemed he was already aware of the events transpiring within the Shangwan family. With a sigh, she realized that Xiaoyu would face some hardships. She could always offer him compensation later. With these thoughts, Shangwan Wanner gazed at Xiaoyu, her eyes filled with a dreamy longing. Jue Tian, with a cold smile, remarked, "What a pitiable woman she is. Yet, what concern is that of mine?" He harbored his own ambitions. He did not genuinely believe that allowing Shangwan Qing'er to break through was solely for the sake of victory. The outcome was inconsequential. He merely sought to observe the means employed by the Child of Fortune. The Child of Fortune was quite proud. After all, he had made a 3-year pact, willing to endure any sacrifice for triumph. Had it been the former Shangwan Qing'er, the Child of Fortune would likely not have needed to exert himself fully. His plans were not to be thwarted. Shangwan Qing'er, 3 years ago, you arrogantly descended upon my Xiao family, calling off the engagement and bringing disgrace upon us. As I once proclaimed, 30 years of the river's east bank, 30 years of the west bank. 3 years have passed, and today, you shall learn how I have endured these 3 years. Chapter 24. Have you lived these 3 years like this? After Xiaoyu spoke these words, a powerful confidence radiated from his gaze. Simultaneously, a formidable aura of the 4th level of the Xiandan realm erupted. The temperature in the surrounding area began to rise rapidly. The arena, scorched by flames, started to darken and crack. Kingar, Sheli take over. At that moment, a voice rang out. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Qing'er glanced over, her eyes filled with disdain. No need. My affairs do not require your concern, young master Du. Jue Tian cast a sidelong glance. Name, Du Zi Tung. Identity, young master of the Wuang sect. Cannon fodder antagonist strength, 4th level of the Xiandan realm technique. Wuang Zhu, breaking sun finger. Unexpectedly, this fellow turned out to be a minor antagonist. It seemed he was a sycophant, albeit a rather unremarkable one. Others pursued the fortune of the fated female lead. Yet Shangwan Qing'er was not a child of destiny. What was the purpose of his pursuit? It was perplexing. However, since he was a villain, Jue Tian thought to lend him a hand. A mysterious glint flickered in his eyes. Du Zitung trembled slightly, then sat down quietly, observing the duel on the arena. Shangwan Qing'er, seeing Du Zitenges demi-anor, also displayed a hint of surprise, but soon lost interest. Xiaoyu cast a scornful glance at Du Zitung. If this fellow were to step up, he could be defeated with a single strike. Let me see how much you have improved in these 3 years. Shanggugan Qing'er, regaining her composure, looked at Xiaoyu. Fire God Palm. Xiaoyu initiated the confrontation with his signature move. He intended to conclude the battle swiftly, while making Shangwan Qing'er regret her decision to call off their engagement. However, ideals are often beautiful, while reality is harsh. Shangwan Qing'er moved, vanishing from sight, effortlessly evading Xiaoyu's palm strike. Xiaoyu's expression shifted. He had not anticipated Shangwan Qing'er's speed to be so astonishing. The spectators, witnessing her swift maneuver, were filled with disbelief and turned their gazes towards the young gentleman on the platform, wondering if it was his influence that enabled Shangwan Qing'er to break through. Shangwan Qing'er's talents were not particularly remarkable, and some factions were aware of her capabilities. Now, her displayed strength in battle was entirely different. Xiaoyu's expression changed. As a child of destiny, his mind was unparalleled. Upon seeing Shangwan Qing'er evade his strike, Xiaoyu retracted his underestimation. Yet, his expression soon altered again as he realized Shang Wanqing Air had appeared behind him. He swiftly turned and threw a punch. Bang! Xiao Yu's fist was caught. Is this how you have spent the past 3 years? Shang Wanqing Air exerted force, sending Xiao Yu hurtling backwards to the ground. The arena trembled slightly, and cracks appeared where he fell. Many spectators snickered at Xiao Yu's predicament. Let me show you how I have spent the past 3 years. It was true. He had indeed spent his time falling. Haha, your words are profoundly insightful. The onlookers mockingly observed Xiao Yu. Child of destiny, is it? Xiao Yu's expression turned awkward. He had not expected his moment of carelessness to lead to such embarrassment. However, the intensity of their mockery would soon turn to astonishment. With this thought, flames began to gather around Xiao Yu. A fiery serpent materialized, its gaze icy. Xiao Yu moved, riding the serpent and charging towards Shang Wanqing Air while gathering his momentum. A massive palm, engulfed in flames, took shape. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Yu's eyes were also ablaze. Remarkably, it was a rare fire of the heavens and earth. Yet, this flame was not easily discernible, resembling beast fire closely. Shang Wanqing Air's eyes remained devoid of emotion. She felt fortunate that Jue Tian had aided her breakthrough. Otherwise, she would have faced defeat today. Having toiled for over a decade, she found it hard to accept that Xiao Yu had surpassed her with merely 3 years of cultivation. Contemplating her sister, who was even more formidable than Xiao Yu, she wondered what level Shang Wanqing Air had attained. No, I must win. I shall surpass her, and she will look up to me. Shang Wanqing Air's gaze hardened as she regarded Xiao Yu. In a swift motion, she vanished, reappearing from the sky, delivering a palm strike that shattered the fiery serpent. Simultaneously, an icy force emerged, encasing Xiao Yu in ice. As the spectators watched Shang Wanqing Air's sudden assault, they gasped in shock. What level of power had this individual attained? Observing the encased Xiao Yu, the audience sighed. They had not anticipated that the 3-year agreement would become a farce. Is it a joke? In 3 years, can you reach the Xindan realm? They pondered. Were it not for that young gentleman, would Xiao Yu have emerged victorious? Others fell silent. In 3 years, even 10, they cannot hope to reach the Xindan realm. Cultivation is akin to rowing against the current. One either progresses or regresses. They now realized that Shang Wanqing Air had trained for over a decade, while Xiao Yu had only trained for 3 years. This fellow was indeed a genius, albeit one whose fortune had been lacking. Others nodded in agreement. Wow! At that moment, many spectators exclaimed in astonishment. Jue Tian, too, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Shang Wanqing Air would be so ruthless. Unbeknownst to them, Shang Wanqing Air drew a sword and plunged it into the ice sculpture. Indeed, she stabbed it. Crack! The blade entered and blood flowed out. The sight of the ice sculpture, stained red, sent shivers down numerous spines. Shang Van et trembled, feeling a pang of heartbreak. Shangkugan Kinga, ceaseless. Shang Van shouted angrily. Shang Wanqing Air feigned ignorance, continuing to stab at the ice sculpture. Realizing this, Shang Wanqing Air's eyes flared with fury. She had not expected that in just 3 years, her sister would become so rebellious. Today, I shall act for my father. This matter is indeed a wrongdoing of our Shangwan family. Upon uttering this, Shang Wanqing Air prepared to intervene. Kneel. At that moment, Jue Tian spoke with an air of authority. A tremandu aura descended. Shang Wanqing Air's expression changed drastically. She attempted to resist, but found herself unable to do so and knelt down. The others also looked on in shock. Young master, you do not understand men. In battle, men do not permit women to interfere, especially when it concerns their grievances. If you do not wish for Xiao Yu to resent you, then quietly observe. Jue Tian remarked. Upon hearing this, Shang Wanqing Air, who had been filled with rage, suddenly came to her senses. Indeed, Xiao Yu is an exceedingly proud individual. Thank you for your reminder, young master. Jue Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Then, let the momentum be restrained. Such an exhilarating affair as piercing the progeny of fate must not be disturbed by someone as tedious as you. Chapter 25. Conceal your shameless countenance. The atmosphere shifted as the onlookers felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from the throne above. Many dared not even steal a glance at the obscured figure seated there. Those who had previously been surreptitiously observing quickly abandoned their thoughts. Their gazes turned once more to the arena, fixated on the bloodied ice sculpture. Despite the circumstances, Shangguanqing showed no signs of relenting. With relentless precision, she thrust her sword again and again. The spectators felt their eyes twitching in disbelief. What profound enmity drove her actions? Enough! A chilling voice erupted from the ice sculpture. The ice shattered, revealing Xiao Yu, his visage marred by blood, his gaze now ice-cold. What was meant to be a moment of bravado had turned into a crushing blow right as the battle commenced. Wiping the blood from his lips, Xiao Yu regarded Shangguanqing. Excellent. Your current strength compels me to reveal my true prowess. His words sparked astonishment among the crowd. Did Xiao Yu possess hidden cards? With a fierce resolve, Xiao Yu unleashed the fire god transformation. Flames encircled him, then converged into his being, catapulting his power by 4 levels to the 7th layer of the profound pill realm. Is it a secret technique? Murmured the crowd, their greed palpable. Such a method, if acquired, could elevate one's strength significantly. Now that the battle had commenced, Xiao Yu felt a resurgence of confidence. Useless. With that, Shangguanqing unleashed her formidable aura, embodying the 3rd layer of the void realm. Before Xiao Yu could react, her palm struck his face, sending him spiraling to the ground. At that moment, not only was Xiao Yu stunned, the spectators were equally taken aback. Good heavens, a 3rd layer of the void realm at such a young age. Shangguanzhen's expression mirrored their disbelief, overwhelmed with joy. Xiao Yu, regaining his senses, looked at Shangguanqing in disbelief. Impossible, you cheated. His eyes brimmed with resentment. Their 3-year pact now felt like a cruel jest. 3 years, and you've already attained this level. I fear for my life, he lamented inwardly, wishing to live a life where no one would utter her name. As Shangguanqing prepared to strike, Shangguan intervened, emanating an even greater aura. The onlookers were rendered speechless. Yet another void realm expert, this one at the 8th layer. Where can one seek justice in such a scenario? You dare obstruct me? Shangguanqing enunciated each word with icy precision. I'm not obstructing you. I merely wish to prevent a grave mistake, Shangguan countered, her tone equally resolute. Such a noble pretext. Shangguanqing scoffed, her eyes flashing with disdain. Step aside. Arrogance. Shangguan frowned, anger flaring as she confronted her sister, sword drawn. You boast great strength. Defeat me, and you may pass. Otherwise, you must heed my words. With reluctant resolve, Shangguan faced her sister. The crowd watched, eyes wide with anticipation. This was a spectacle worth witnessing. Unfazed, Emperor Jue Tian appeared to be reveling in the unfolding drama, recognizing it as merely the prologue to a grand performance. Do you truly wish to obstruct me? Shangguan King Preciton. I have said that if you defeat me, you may proceed, Shangguan reiterated, her resolve unyielding. With a hollow laugh, Shangguanqing moved forward, allowing the sword to pierce her. As the blade pierced her form, she smiled, a twisted expression of defiance. On the high platform, Shangguanzhen's countenance shifted from shock to regret, anger igniting in his eyes as he regarded his daughter. Yet he pondered the rapid advancement of the Shangguan clan, largely due to her efforts. Such ferocity from Shangguanqing and Shangguan as the elder sister, has failed in her duty, he mused, sighing heavily, his posture slumping. As they beheld the sisters on the stage, many spectators harbored dark thoughts. Perhaps one or both should perish. For the Shangguan family was becoming increasingly formidable. Why? Why must you question me, dear sister? When I sought to act, you attempted to stop me. Now you have succeeded. That was never my intention. I wished only for you to cease, Shangguan retorted. Conceal your shameless facade. Your mere presence disgusts me. With that, Shangguanqing advanced once more, her sword stained with crimson, radiating a sinister glow. Now, the two sisters stood face to face, separated only by the hilt of a sword. Will you strike again? A mere flick of your wrist, and the Shangguan family shall find no one to oppose you. Will you dare to test it? You, who have traversed the higher realms, surely know their cruelty far surpasses this lower world. as the favored daughter of heaven. Should those who defy you not seek atonement? With a wicked smile and blood staining her lips, Shangguan Qing stood resolute, undeterred by her pain, as if impervious to the world around her. Chapter 26. The scheming of Shangguan Qing, truth and deception upon the high platform. The individuals gazed at Shangguan Qing with a sense of trepidation, the origins of which eluded their understanding, perhaps instinctual in nature. What an intriguing woman! Emperor Jue Tian mused softly to himself, the words escaping only his own ears. King do not call me Qinger. The Qinger of the past is no more. Is she not the one you drove to her demise, Shangguan Wana? In the beginning, our relationship with the Shao family was harmonious, and you two were enamored with one another. I supported you wholeheartedly. Yet, what have you done? You possessed exceptional talents, attracting the attention of formidable beings from the upper realms, leading to the swift advancement of your family. Yet, you are surely aware that Xiao Yu has been reduced to a mere shell of his former self. I harbor no disdain for him. However, why did you presume to make choices for me? You are merely my sister. Due to your assistance, others have proclaimed the emergence of a prodigious daughter from the Shangguan family. The entire clan has basked in your radiance. Even the dominant forces of the Xianqing realm pay us heed. This is your Shangguan Wander's family. You are powerful, you possess great abilities, and you adore Xiao Yu. You could have taken him away. Why did you advise our father to betroth me to him? Do you comprehend the depths of my despair upon learning this? My despair does not stem from your binding me to Xiao Yu, but from your compensation for him, compensation for your own sister. Do you recall the words our mother uttered before she departed, urging you to take good care of me? You have cared for me so well, indeed. Your exceptional talents have attracted powerful allies who have bestowed countless resources upon our family. Witnessing our father's smile during that moment filled me with gratitude towards you, despite your underhanded actions as an elder sister. You are a paragon of excellence, and I, with my paltry skills and frail strength, have chosen to compromise for the sake of you and our father. My nature has never been one of concession, yet for the family, for you, I have yielded, even in the face of Xiao Yu's inadequacies. When he was ridiculed for his failures, I never looked down upon him. I even ensured he received resources, all of which were left by you. I have compromised, yet that does not imply I harbor no resentment towards you. But are you aware of his misdeeds? Leaving aside his transgressions, my own lack of talent and strength did not deter me from aiding him amidst the mockery I faced. When I was scorned, what was he doing? Attending an auction daily, entangled in an inexplicable relationship with the auctioneer. Once, I saw him, and he didn't even acknowledge me, embracing another woman as if to flaunt his infidelity. I once considered that even if my partner were a waste, he should at least possess an aspiring heart. How ironic. Xiao Yu's face turned awkward at that moment, rendered speechless. You compensated him. Who compensates me? Why must I bear this humiliation, even though my betrothed is a waste? I have attempted to yield. I am aware of my own limitations, and I resign myself to a mundane existence. Yet, which woman does not desire a man to shield her? Even a waste could stand before me and defend me against ridicule. Yet he fails even in this. If he lacks strength, has he ever stepped forth? How much have I sacrificed for him? And what has he done in return? He remains unrepentant. After the annulment, he has broken through in strength. Yet, in that moment, I could truly wish to eliminate him. Such a person, upon acquiring a modicum of power, will invariably court trouble. Does he not understand the might of his own family? You possess opportunities and hidden cards. Yet to provoke those stronger than oneself is sheer folly. Had I not intervened, the Shao family would have faced obliteration. The most potent member of their lineage barely reached the Void Realm. Yet they dare to challenge those with a powerful king at their helm, all for a woman. How laughable. This is the man you have chosen, even with power. He is a heartless and selfish individual, arrogant and blind to others. He truly believes that a slight strength grants him the liberty to act as he pleases. How ludicrous. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. At the moment you uttered that phrase, had I to pay a price, do you believe you would still stand here? A waste, even with strength, remains a waste. A hollow individual, a lowly being, always pondering how his newfound strength will elevate him. What are those without strength? Must I not live well? Yet you still seek to kill me? Make your move. I have finished my words. Shangguan Vanya. This is your vision. With trembling hands, Shangguan Wanner clutched her sword, bewildered by the unfolding events and their implications. She gazed at Shangguan Qing'e, her eyes filled with animosity, realizing that Qing'e had spoken truthfully. Had she truly erred? Alas, if my family possessed such a prodigious daughter, I would have surely sought to eliminate her. Do not utter another word. The Shangguan family is beyond our reach. We once deemed Shangguan Qing'e a fool, yet it was we who were the true fools. What an intriguing woman she is. Emperor Jue Tian perceived that Shangguan Qing'e was indeed a proud individual. Her words, a blend of truth and deception, served to highlight the reality of her situation. On one hand, she made her family feel guilt, while on the other, she cultivated a commendable reputation for herself, portraying her actions as compelled by circumstance. Even if she were to slay Shangguan Wanner, the masses would understand. The heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Have you not noticed that even the favored son of fortune appears perplexed? He too questions whether Shangguan Qing'e's words bear truth or deceit. With that, Shangguan Qing'e turned to depart. Wait, our battle is not yet concluded, Xiao Yu suddenly exclaimed, his doubts about Shangguan Qing'e's actions surfacing. Chapter 27. The Son of Destiny and the question of growing up Shangguan Qing'e. If she truly engaged in all these actions, it would be impossible for her to remain unaware. Either her deeds were sufficiently clandestine, or she possessed ulterior motives. Regardless, I must emerge victorious in this battle. Otherwise, the indignities faced by my family would be irreparable. Will you still hinder me? Shangguan Qing'e inquired, glancing at Shangguan Wanner. Wanner, please step aside. Rest assured, I shall not harm her, Xiao Yu declared. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Wanner regarded Xiao Yu with a peculiar gaze, before noticing the unwavering determination in his eyes. With a sigh, she found herself feeling inexplicably lost. After Shangguan Wanner departed, Xiao Yu turned his attention to Shangguan Qing'e, taking a deep breath as his aura surged once more. Fire God S. Palm. This time, Xiao Yu unleashed his ultimate technique, conjuring an ocean of flames that enveloped him. His expression transformed, revealing a youthful visage tinged with an ancient weariness. Jue Tian cast a casual glance, realizing, so is his soul. How intriguing. As this thought crossed his mind, a faint golden light flickered in his eyes. Shangguan Qing'e shuddered involuntarily. At that moment, Xiao Yu's fire god S palm reached its culmination, manifesting as a colossal flaming shadow in the sky. He extended his massive palm towards Shangguan Qing'e, preparing to strike. Unperturbed, Shangguan Qing'e met the attack with a powerful sword intent that effortlessly obliterated the fiery apparition. The ensuing shockwave of sword energy surged outward, dispersing the flames. Many onlookers gasped in surprise. Kneeling on one knee, Xiao Yu appeared disheveled, his eyes filled with astonishment. Jue Tian watched the unfolding scene with a smirk, mocking. So this is the fabled son of destiny? Truly laughable. You have won, Shangguan Qing'e stated as she sheathed her sword. She then drove Xiao Yu's weapon in her own body, spitting blood and turning pale, her body swaying as she turned to leave. Xiao Yu's expression shifted dramatically, a sigh escaping his lips as he was left in a state of disbelief. Did you defeat me, or did my master intervene? I suspect this old man did not exert his full strength, yet my meridians ache faintly. Watching Shangguan Qing'e depart, Xiao Yu felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. You vanquished me, yet you used my weapon to wound yourself, claiming your defeat. How infuriating. Onlookers reveled in Xiao Yu's plight, while Shangguan Wanner looked on with a complex expression, rushing to assist Shangguan Qing'e. Do not touch me. Do not soil your hands. I am unvoti, Shangguan Qing'e insisted, enduring the pain as she left. Shangguan Zhen observed Shangguan Wanner with regret. I somewhat regret allowing you to ascend to the upper realm, he remarked before pursuing Shangguan Qing'e. Shangguan Wanner is faspalid. Had she truly erred? She yearned for validation. Yet those on the high platform regarded her with suspicion and disdain before shifting their focus to Xiao Yu, who lay unconscious, bloodied. Turning her gaze toward Jue Tian, she found it difficult to discern his expression. Shangguan Wanner felt a twinge of grievance. Jue Tian remained indifferent. Beep, son of destiny, dignity insulted. Destiny value decreased by 200. Master gains 200 villain points. Beep, son of destiny, suffers setback, injured and unconscious. Destiny value decreased by 300. Master gains 300 villain points. Jue Tian had not anticipated such a gain, having harvested 500 points so effortlessly. However, he was unperturbed as he observed Shangwan Wanner's confusion. A heart as pure as a crystal has been tainted. It seems I must find her a different master. Yet, there remained the matter of the Son of Destiny, still unconscious on the arena. Jue Tian issued a command, and Xiaoyu suddenly vanished, leaving others too intimidated to voice their concerns. A figure emerged, carrying Xiaoyu, evidently obeying Jue Tian's orders. Young master, you need not worry. He will not perish. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Wanner nodded, trusting Jue Tian's word. Yet thoughts of her sister filled her with sorrow. Contemplating Shangwan Zhen's words deepened her heartache. It appeared she must investigate the truth of the situation. As these thoughts occupied her mind, Shangwan Qing'er found herself in a dilemma. Sensing the disdain and distance from her kin, Shangwan Wanner could no longer contain her sorrow, resigning herself to uncover the truth. After the battle concluded, Jue Tian vanished without a trace, and other spectators refrained from discussing the day's events, instead indulging in a lavish feast within the Shangwan family, some even packing leftovers as if they were starved souls reborn. This behavior was somewhat understandable, given the wealth of spiritual materials provided by Jue Tian's influence. Members of smaller families felt no shame in seizing the opportunity to enhance their strength, while others consumed with reckless abandon. Some even vomited, yet continued to eat. Soon, the Shangwan family banquet descended into chaos. As Shangwan Zhen remained absent, the guests departed, satisfied. Upon returning to her quarters, Shangwan Qing'er could not suppress a smile. Her plan had succeeded. My dear sister, inciting disdain from our family is merely the first step. Upon seeing Shangwan Zhen at the door, Shangwan Qing'er assumed a composed demeanor. Though beads of cold sweat adorned her brow, and blood dripped intermittently from her body. With a sudden cough, she expelled a mouthful of hot blood, her complexion paling as she swayed and closed her eyes, falling into unconsciousness. Qing'er, Shangwan Zhen's expression shifted alarmingly as he sensed her declining aura and quickly utilized the spiritual energy to heal her. After a moment, feeling her condition stabilize, he sighed in relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Shangwan Qing'er gradually regained consciousness, smiling at her father despite her pallor. Shangwan Zhen's heart ached for her. You must tell me if you are unwell, my child. Father, I have disappointed you. I never intended to. My foolish child. It is I who am at fault for putting you in such a difficult position for the sake of the family. Father is mistaken. Do not blame yourself. Qing'er, did you have a dream? Yes, I dreamed of my childhood when mother held me close and you made faces to amuse me. Father, why must people grow up? Chapter 28, he belongs to that family. The emperor, the great emperor at this moment, Shangwan Qing'er wore a look of confusion in her eyes. Upon seeing this, Shangwan Zhen felt an involuntary pang of pain in his heart. Father, Qing'er. Shangwan Wanner entered the room. Hearing her voice, Shangwan Qing'er closed her eyes and turned her head away. Shangwan Zhen sighed deeply. Leave her be, let Qing'er rest. She has not had a moment's peace for years. Every training session leaves her battered and bruised. With this concern lifted, Shangwan Zhen departed. Shangwan Wanner hesitated, wishing to say something, but upon glancing at Shangwan Qing'er's back, she sighed, her eyes filled with regret, and then she left. Meanwhile, Emperor Jue Tian sat in a pavilion, admiring the moonlit sky, his figure seemingly merging with the night. Come, approach, he said without turning his head. Shangwan Wanner looked at him. My lord, have I truly erred? Emperor Jue Tian coldly scoffed inwardly. Was there any doubt in your heart? If you truly recognize your mistake, you would not be inquiring here. Nevertheless, this matter concerns me as well. You are not at fault. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Wanner was momentarily taken aback, and when Emperor Jue Tian fell silent, her heart grew anxious. What do you mean by speaking only half the truth? Yet, seeing his reluctance to speak further, she hesitated to press him. My lord, your assistance to Qing'er is not solely for my sake, is it? Upon hearing this, Emperor Jue Tian, feeling that Shangguan Wan'er still held some value, refrained from eliminating her. My actions are my own concern. Do not forget your position. He was quite unwilling to engage in conversation with this fated protagonist, especially with Shangguan Qing'er approaching. Return now. I shall depart tomorrow, he declared, turning his gaze away from Shangguan Wan'er. Her complexion paled. Yes, my lord. After she left, Shangguan Qing'er entered, looking at Emperor Jue Tian. Her eyes reflected gratitude mingled with an inexplicable emotion. Thank you, my lord. Emperor Jue Tian shook his head. Qing'er, today's outcome is a result of your own efforts. Even without my aid, you would have triumphed. Hearing his words, Shangguan Qing'er's face brightened. She wondered if her lord's forthcoming plans were ready to be set in motion. The timing is not yet ripe, he said, and with that, his figure vanished. Shangguan Qing'er was left with a complex expression tinged with disappointment. She was infatuated with Emperor Jue Tian, yet he showed no interest in her. However, contemplating her future plans, she felt a mix of complexity and joy. At this moment, in a small town 100 miles away from the Shangguan family, the atmosphere was steeped in poetic charm. Here, one could witness the sunset blending with solitary wild geese, and the autumn waters merging with the vast sky. Thus, this town was aptly named Colorblind Town, owing to the creator's vision impairment. In a tavern room, a young man bore a look of bewilderment. Upon closer inspection, wisps of demonic energy flickered around him. Awaken! A cold voice pierced the air. Master! Xiao Yu emerged from his trance, his expression fraught with lingering fear. Sighing, an elder appeared, gazing at Xiao Yu with a look of disappointment. This failure may prove beneficial, for your previous journey was too effortless. Ever since your return to cultivation, you have forgotten the time when you were deemed worthless. Others scorned you, yet you persevered. Now look at yourself. Where is the old you? Have you forgotten your own words? Did you not aspire to stand atop the world? To forge a corporeal body for your master? Master, I was wrong. Xiao Yu took a deep breath, his demeanor calming. Master, why did that young noble allow us to leave? Does he covet something of mine? The elder scoffed at this notion. You still do not comprehend the situation in the upper realms. You will learn in due time. I sensed a familiar aura about him, if I am not mistaken. He hails from that family. Which family? The Emperor's. The elder cloaked himself as he uttered this name. Master, is it truly necessary to be so cautious? You foolish child. That family possesses formidable cultivators. Mere whispers of their name can attract attention. Hearing this, Xiao Yu gasped in astonishment. By the way, master, do you know that young man's strength? Me? When did I ever sense it? When you requested my power, Shangguan Qing'er relied on that young man's strength. Thus, I lost to that emperor's kin, not to Shangguan Qing'er. When you sought my assistance, you were indeed facing Shangguan Qing'er, the elder remarked. A hint of relaxation softening his features. He felt a blend of frustration and concern. Xiao Yu fell silent. Do not underestimate yourself. You possess the fire god body, and with my guidance, you will not fall short of that young man. Xiao Yu remained quiet, not falling short of that young man. He understood his master's intent. By the way, master, what task did that young man have you undertake? As this thought crossed his mind, the elder appeared puzzled. The young man's protector appeared, seized me, and after an hour, returned me. To this day, I remain perplexed. Nothing of significance? The elder replied. Xiao Yu scrutinized him, disbelief etched in his eyes. No news is perhaps the best news, he retorted. The elder, once a sage in his previous life, understood Xiao Yu's underlying thoughts. However, he chose to remain unperturbed, recognizing that Xiao Yu had yet to experience enough to be considered mature. Master, is that opportunity still available? For reasons unbeknownst to him, Xiao Yu felt a surge of anxiety. No one could ascertain whether that young noble had ulterior motives or connections. It remains, rest assured. I have disclosed nothing about that place. However, you must be prepared. It is closely tied to the demonic realm. Master, whether demonic or human, as long as one possesses righteousness in their heart, they stand on a righteous path. Xiao Yu declared, his gaze resolute. Chapter 29. Suspicion arises. Chickens fly and eggs break upon witnessing Xiao Yu's demeanor. The elder nodded approvingly. This was indeed the Xiao Yu he recognized, opinionated, diligent and industrious. Relieved by the elder's satisfied expression, Xiaoyu exhaled deeply. After all, his current capabilities were not formidable. He sensed a shift in his master's gaze following his recent failure, leaving him to wonder whether the enigmatic young gentleman had imparted some notion to his master, prompting a change in perception. Consequently, Xiaoyu became increasingly anxious. From his master's words, it was evident that the young gentleman possessed remarkable strength and a formidable background. The means to restore the elder's physical form were plentiful and could be achieved with relative ease. Such a scenario would render Xiaoyu's efforts futile, hence his growing apprehension. However, as long as the elder remained, Xiaoyu found himself both relaxed and tense, uncertain of the source of his conflicting emotions. Initially, he had contemplated inquiring why his master had been unable to secure victory, but upon reflection, he deemed it unnecessary. The outcome was already established, and debating the rightness or wrongness of it would serve no purpose. Pressuring his master further would only deepen the disappointment. Instead, he resolved to seize the opportunity while the elder was present to garner insights that could enhance his own strength. Even if the master were to depart, he would possess the advantages he had acquired, lest everything culminate in a disastrous fallout. When the elder was taken away, Xiaoyu harbored doubts. The elder's prior strength remained a mystery, as he had never broached the subject. Nonetheless, his curiosity lingered. Xiaoyu's knowledge of the highest realm was limited to the emperor-level powerhouses, the pinnacle of the Xianqing realm. Observing Xiaoyu's newfound composure, the elder felt a flicker of astonishment. This demeanor was somewhat uncharacteristic of him. Yet, the elder suspected this transformation was linked to the recent battle, which had evidently facilitated Xiaoyu's growth. Previously, with newfound strength and assistance, Xiaoyu had become somewhat arrogant. Now, he had reverted to a semblance of his former self. "Do you understand why I brought you to this small town?" the elder inquired, breaking the silence that had enveloped them. Noticing Xiaoyu's quietude, he fell into contemplation. Sensing a shift in their rapport, it lacked the previous warmth. Nonetheless, he dismissed such thoughts, perceiving this as a prudent development, allowing for greater caution in their interactions. "Master, could it be that the opportunity you spoke of lies in this very place?" Xiaoyu ventured. "Indeed, it is here," the elder affirmed. "Yet, the specific location eludes me. Though it is in proximity to this town, colorblind town, founded by a colorblind individual. Curiously, this person was blind, yet possessed great strength, and had practiced demonic arts. It is uncertain whether he mastered demonic techniques or belonged to the demonic race. Logically, if his strength had been sustained in the Xianqing realm for an extended period, it would have been unsustainable, leading to destruction. Given that the Xianqing realm remains intact, the only explanation is that his power was significantly diminished upon descending, allowing him to exist within the realm's capacity. Listening to his master's analysis, Xiaoyu nodded, appreciating the wisdom that came with having a mentor. An ordinary individual, devoid of such experience, might never have contemplated this possibility. "Master, when do you believe the opportunity will manifest?" he inquired. "The timing is inconsequential. Moreover, we should not act as bait. You are aware of the disturbances in the Xianqing realm. Those were caused by individuals from the upper realm, likely from the younger generation. But master, can these individuals rival the young gentleman from the imperial family? It is uncertain. Some prefer to remain inconspicuous. This gentleman's lineage remains ambiguous. Whether he is part of a family succession line or otherwise is unknown. If he is part of a succession line, his status could be formidable, as those inheritors possess treasures coveted for millennia. Before the elder could elaborate, an unseen figure observed them from the void, Jue Tian. The thought of seizing opportunities was laughable. Such treasures belonged to the fated ones. Thus, the most expedient route was to usurp the fated individual. Venturing forth might entail risks, yet Jue Tian remained unperturbed, relishing the idea of utilizing free labor, a scenario that might be viewed as an effortless victory. Time swiftly passed, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had elapsed. Concealed in the void, Jue Tian sensed that the moment was nearing. The specific location lay 30 miles southeast of the small town, marked by an uninscribed stele atop a small earthen mound, around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Were Xiao Yu's master to overhear these words, he would undoubtedly be astounded. The precise address, description, and time were astonishingly specific. Clearly, some of the individuals from the lower realm were mobilizing. Jue Tian recognized that certain families possessed the ability to ascertain locations, yet the nature of the opportunity remained a mystery. He was aware that his family held knowledge of it, though they had not divulged it to him. Since his arrival, he had sensed a familiar aura, one belonging to the 8 ancestors. The 8 ancestors had clandestinely sealed the Xianqing realm, unbeknownst to others. After all, the 8 ancestors were formidable array masters, renowned for their unparalleled skills. The family's 10 directions celestial sealing was one of the formidable arrays devised by the ancestor, recognized as one of the 10 most lethal formations in the celestial domain. Yet, few knew of its origins. Another array, equally fearsome, was the Heaven and Earth imprint, a naturally occurring formation. The D family possessed one, though it had lain dormant for ages. Jue Tian was aware that this divine realm existed within the confines of this formation, a closely guarded secret of the D family. Had he not been the scion of the D family, he would have remained oblivious to such matters. Even some elders were unaware that the divine realm was enveloped by the entire array. The 10 directions celestial sealing was indeed powerful, but it served merely as an illusion. Chapter 30. The Unwritten Steel, the divine powers of the celestial imprint. By afternoon, the town of Colorblind had become quite lively. One by one, young disciples appeared, many of whom were unfamiliar faces, yet their formidable auras made it clear that they were not to be trifled with. Jue Tian remained concealed in the void, indifferent to the commotion, for he understood that aligning himself with the destined child of fortune was the most advantageous course. Moreover, he had orchestrated a splendid display for this child of destiny, hoping not to be met with disappointment in return. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. A bolt of purple lightning descended from the heavens, piercing the sky and expanding into a colossal beam of light. In an instant, a vast expanse, spanning thousands of miles, was enveloped, including the town of Colorblind. The onlookers were initially startled by the encroaching light, their faces paling as they prepared to flee. However, upon realizing that the light posed no harm, they breathed a sigh of relief. Mischievous little creatures formed from the lightning flitted about playfully, drawing amusement from many, while others sported frizzy hair and soot-covered faces, rendering them unrecognizable. At this moment, the child of fortune widened his eyes in awe, marveling at the spectacle before him. Even Xiao Yu's master, hidden in the void, occasionally shook his head, revealing a glimmer of excitement. Fortunately, Xiao Yu remained oblivious. Had he known, he might have questioned the authenticity of his master, who had previously exuded such solemnity. As the beam of light dissipated, a small mound in the distance erupted unexpectedly. Upon sighting the unwritten steel, Jue Tian paused, a sense of familiarity washing over him, accompanied by an indescribable feeling. To his astonishment, the unwritten steel surged toward Xiao Yu. Taken aback, Xiao Yu, along with many others, gazed at the steel, which bore cracks, shaking their heads in disdain as they observed the distant mound. Many fixed their gazes intently on the unwritten steel, aware that it emerged from a place of opportunity, pondering what treasures it might hold. As for Xiao Yu, a mere mortal in the realm of Xiandan, he was of no concern to them, just a trivial insect easily crushed. When the unwritten steel fell before Xiao Yu, he too was startled. With a resounding crack, the steel shattered, drawing the attention of the crowd toward the site of a newfound opportunity. After all, who would want to be caught staring at a broken stone? The young nobles from higher realms, disinterested in the locals, redirected their focus, realizing that being overshadowed by the natives was not in their favor. Xiao Yu, observing the remnants of the unwritten steel, inhaled deeply and, seeing a piece that remained intact, kicked it. After all, the previous shock had left him quite rattled. To his surprise, the stone did not shatter beneath his foot. Many spectators noted Xiao Yu's peculiar reaction, occasionally glancing his way. As he winced in pain, yet wore a look of joy, the crowd's attention shifted toward him. Unbeknownst to him, he had stepped upon something significant. In a moment of desperation, he activated the fire god technique. A voice resonated, and a cloud of black smoke appeared, causing many to cover their noses in disgust. Some even gagged at the foul stench. What was I thinking? One lamented, bemused by the natives' unusual behavior. It seemed evident that Xiao Yu's body was burdened with impurities. Even Xiao Yu's master refrained from commentary, shaking his head at the lad's antics. You unfilial disciple, is this how you utilize the fire god technique? If the venerable fire god were to learn of this, he would surely be furious. Observing Xiao Yu's reckless actions left the elder astonished. Jue Tian, too, found himself dumbfounded. The audacity of this child of fortune to devise such a method was truly remarkable. With newfound faith in the child as potential, he believed no one could rival him for the forthcoming opportunity. After enduring half an hour of trials, Xiao Yu inadvertently claimed the opportunity and stored it within his ring. His master, intrigued yet amused, chuckled upon seeing the stone's appearance. You lucky brat. It seems this object is a key. However, a familiar aura emanated from it. Let me ponder what this could be. At that moment, Xiao Yu chose not to disturb his master's contemplation. Suddenly, his master exclaimed in excitement and playfully struck Xiao Yu on the back of the head, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Many in the vicinity instinctively backed away, questioning the lad's mental faculties as he appeared to be unsteady on his feet. Yet, Xiao Yu's expression brightened. He realized no one was paying attention to him. Look, an opportunity has appeared, he exclaimed, spotting a portal radiating brilliant light not far away. Many inhaled deeply, their eyes alight with anticipation. Like a swarm of locusts, they surged forward. Xiao Yu, however, was not in haste to depart. Opportunities favored those with destiny, and rushing would yield no benefit. Nevertheless, his legs moved with remarkable swiftness, leaving others astounded by his sudden burst of speed. Jue Tian, observing from the void, smiled gently and followed suit, having discerned the significance of the unwritten steel. One could not underestimate the child of fortune's serendipitous encounters. The unwritten steel was a relic from the celestial domain. 100,000 years prior, a powerful being had discovered it within a secret realm, alongside a mysterious weapon. This formidable figure was pursued relentlessly, and the D family intervened, with one of their ancient ancestors taking action, though Jue Tian could not identify which one. Yet, within the unwritten steel lay the divine powers of the celestial imprint. Divine powers, apart from those one cultivates independently, could also manifest in extraordinary environments. Some celestial imprints wielded immense strength, while others were comparatively weaker. Nevertheless, their origin from the celestial imprint meant they could not be feeble. Jue Tian remained unworried, aware that the unwritten steel likely required specific conditions to activate. Nonetheless, the emergence of such an opportunity was fortuitous, greatly enhancing the likelihood of success in his future plans. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu concealed himself, sighing with relief. He had not anticipated his master's revelation regarding the celestial imprint's divine powers within the unwritten steel. However, such powers could only be cultivated by those of the divine realm. Yet, the celestial imprint was unique, allowing those who had not attained this realm to cultivate it, albeit with significant difficulty. Chapter 31. The Damaged Duo. Rising hostility. Xiao Yu felt as if the heavens were favoring him. Suddenly, the imposing figure of Jue Tian flashed through his mind. Who would have thought that despite your lofty status, you would not possess such divine abilities? It appears that fate is indeed on my side. Xiao Yu was uncertain why such thoughts occupied his mind. Perhaps it was because he had intervened to assist Shangguan Qin, resulting in his own failure, and had also conferred with his master regarding certain matters. Master, is this thing solvable now? As he watched others enter the secret realm, Xiao Yu remained unfazed. He sensed that the opportunities within awaited him, yet he felt an important aspect linger. Nevertheless, he believed it would be best to seize the chance as soon as possible. Had it been before, he would not have felt this anxiety. However, after Jue Tian had taken his master away, Xiao Yu's mindset shifted. This is something I have only heard of. It cannot be deciphered. Unexpectedly, you, this little rascal, have such good fortune. Just a stroll, and you encounter it. Xiao Yu chuckled, revealing a grin reminiscent of a hippopotamus with its mouth agape. The elder did not mind. He too was excited for Xiao Yu. Indeed, this object warrants further study. There should still be other opportunities within it. Even if this steel is lost, It would not be detrimental. However, acquiring more resources would be preferable. Upon hearing the elder's words, Xiaoyu nodded. If there are matters, call out to me. I will see if there's a way. The elder, eager to discover what the heavenly imprint's divine ability entailed, was equally keen to unlock the steel. Xiaoyu nodded, his eyes shimmering with a peculiar light, and then he proceeded into the secret realm. Brother Xiaoyu, a voice rang out. Turning, he saw Shangwan Wan'er. Vanya, it truly is you. Indeed, Brother Xiaoyu, you have come. I thought you would not arrive. There were opportunities here, and I wish to inform you. But you had vanished. I'm relieved you did not miss this chance. Shangwan Wan'er sighed in relief, revealing a genuine smile. Upon witnessing her smile, Xiaoyu felt a gentle stirring in his heart, a delightful sensation. You are truly beautiful, he murmured. At his words, Shangwan Wan'er blushed, lowering her head in shyness. By the way, did the young gentleman not bring you a piece? No, he departed 3 days ago. I do not know where he went. What is his identity? The divine son of the imperial family in the Immortal Domain. The title of divine son was not to be taken lightly. In the Immortal Domain, many influential families would bow in respect upon seeing him. However, his status was far beyond their reach. How did you come to know him? This fellow previously annihilated a sacred ground, a family. The force behind me sought retribution, but instead of success, we ended up apologizing. Xiaoyu was taken aback. What about the force behind you? Very powerful, renowned in the Immortal Domain, known as the Enforcement Holy Sect. Since they are so formidable, why did this happen? I do not know. Perhaps certain transactions were made. And then? Then the Divine Son kept me and made me his maid. Xiaoyu's expression changed upon hearing this. Then he, Brother Xiaoyu, do not overthink it. I am unworthy of him. Besides, he is a ruthless killer. Do you know about that sacred ground? 100,000 lives extinguished in an instant. Xiaoyu gasped in horror. He had not anticipated that the seemingly noble young man he had encountered would harbor such cruelty. Such a person, if left unchecked, would only cause greater harm. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, Xiaoyu's expression darkened. Given this man's ruthless nature, and with his master taken away, he recalled that some powerful souls could assist others in cultivation, as his master had once told him. Those from the upper realms would certainly be tempted by your master's soul. If that is the case, the young man would not be indifferent. Why has your master not perished? Noticing the change in Xiaoyu's countenance, Shangwan Wan'er appeared anxious. Brother Xiaoyu, rest assured, I have done nothing out of line. I know, Xiaoyu replied with a smile. Watching Shangwan Wan'er converse with Xiaoyu, Jue Tian chuckled inwardly. What a splendid ally, aiding him greatly. The child of fortune suspects his master. The child of fortune's luck decreases by 200. The antagonist value of the master increases by 200. What a fortunate child, Jue Tian mused. Truly, the combination of the child of fortune and the heroine is extraordinary. The two were soon pursued by those within the secret realm, all aware that they had acquired immense opportunities, pills, techniques. At that moment, the duo took refuge in a modest cave, its entrance sealed. Jue Tian finally believed in the prowess of the child of fortune. To find such a hidden place was indeed remarkable. The cave, shrouded in darkness, posed no hindrance to cultivators. However, the two found themselves in a somewhat disheveled state. Shangwan Qing'er bore her own wounds. They sat on the ground, breathing deeply the fresh air. Brother Yu, when will this end? Look, all the opportunities have been swept away. Yet, such vast realms cannot be sustained by mere scraps. It seems the greatest opportunity has yet to appear. Wan'er, please keep watch for me. I am about to break through. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Wan'er gazed at him in disbelief. In just a few days, Xiaoyu was on the verge of another breakthrough. He had entered the secret realm at the 4th level of Xiandan and was now nearing the 8th, drawing closer to the void realm. In that moment, Shangwan Wan'er recalled her earlier inquiry to Jue Tian about her own missteps. Jue Tian had merely reassured her. Could it be that he had already discerned Xiaoyu's extraordinary nature? Watching Xiaoyu, Shangwan Wan'er was filled with admiration and relief that her sister had broken off her engagement with him. Hidden in the void, Jue Tian observed the child of fortune's impending breakthrough, unfazed. However, it was prudent to retain a few measures. As this thought crossed his mind, a light flickered in Jue Tian's eyes. Suddenly, Xiaoyu's body trembled, and he coughed up blood. Shangwan Wanner's expression shifted alarmingly. Brother Yu, what is wrong? Were you not about to break through? Why are you spitting blood? Xiao Yu's face grew pale. He had intended to break through to the void realm directly, but an unsettling sensation gripped his heart, and a visage appeared in his mind, Jue Tian's. Although the visage remained obscured, this individual had already transformed into the embodiment of his inner demons. Jue Tian regarded Xiao Yu with indifference, for he was a chaos demon body, adept in the chaos demon art, capable of conjuring illusions of inner turmoil, merely a trifling matter. Brother Yu, this is a dragon power pill. This is a triune pill. And this is a leg-stretching pill. These are all healing elixirs. Do take a look and see which one suits you best. Shangwan Wanner, bring forth the vials and jars. She spoke nervously, her hands flustered, observing Shangwan Wanner's demeanor. Xiao Yu couldn't help but chuckle as he grasped her hand. Wanner, I am unharmed. It was merely impurities expelled during my breakthrough. If you do not believe me, witness my strength. Xiao Yu unleashed the aura of his 9th-level profound pill. Upon witnessing this, Shangwan Wanner sighed in relief. Brother Yu, you frightened me to death. Gazing at her tear-streaked face, Xiao Yu, moved by compassion, drew closer. Shangwan Wanner's cheeks flushed crimson as she lowered her head, only to lift it slightly and close her eyes. Suddenly, a deafening crash reverberated. The door had collapsed. I found you. Upon hearing this voice, the expressions of the two turned grave, swiftly transforming into unbridled fury. The utterer of those words felt as though he had plummeted into an icy abyss, his body involuntarily trembling. In his eyes, the two had morphed into man-eating fiends, their forms swelling as they fixed their gaze upon him. Chapter 32. Since the young master has arrived, why not show yourself? Suddenly, a figure soared into the air. Emperor Jue Tian, suspended in the void, rubbed his forehead. He initially anticipated witnessing an enthralling spectacle, only to be interrupted unexpectedly. Brother Yu, do you have something to say to me? Indeed, but it is not the right moment. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Wanner's face turned pale, as if drenched in blood. Is that so? This seems rather inappropriate. There is nothing inappropriate about it. Yet why is your face so flushed? Observing Xiao Yu's demeanor, Shangwan Wanner's expression shifted. She realized her overthinking. It's nothing. By the way, is what Qing'er mentioned true? Shangwan van meint skeptikat. Xiao Yu was not the type of person to act in such a manner. Vanya, have you not noticed that since your return, coupled with the appearance of that mysterious young master, it seems we have both been ensnared in a plot? If your sister truly acted as she claimed, I would undoubtedly have perceived it. Moreover, regarding the allocation of resources, I am unaware of such matters. All that I possess has been earned through my own arduous efforts. After all, I am an alchemist. At this revelation, Shangwan Wanner's eyes widened in astonishment. She had not anticipated that, after 3 years apart, Xiao Yu had become an alchemist. It seemed her choice was indeed sound. She had acted for Qing'er's benefit. When she next encounters Qing'er, she would inform her that the current Xiao Yu is no longer the same as before. By the way, Brother Yu, what are your plans moving forward? The greatest opportunity has yet to present itself. However, Wanner, once the secret realm concludes, I have a gift for you. At this, Shangwan Wanner's eyes sparkled with curiosity. What might this gift be? Could you divulge it to me? I can only say that even Emperor Jue Tian does not possess it, the imprint of heaven and earth. In this moment, Xiao Yu could not suppress his pride. The imprint of heaven and earth? Is it a divine ability? Xiao Yu remained silent, merely smiling knowingly. Brother Yu, you truly possess remarkable fortune. Such a treasure may indeed elude Emperor Jue Tian. Shangwan Wanner remarked with a hint of admiration. In the void, Emperor Jue Tian scoffed. A frog at the bottom of a well. I may lack it, but my family does not. The D family has existed for such a long time. It is worthwhile to seize a few. Previously, Emperor Jue Tian had been endowed with formidable abilities by the system and had thus neglected the cultivation of his family's techniques. Yet, it was of no consequence. He was ready to initiate his own plans. A glint of determination shone in his eyes. At that moment, a figure appeared beside Emperor Jue Tian. Upon closer inspection, it was Du Zitong. Go forth, and do not disappoint me, Emperor Jue Tian commanded. Upon hearing this, Du Zitong knelt. Yes, master. The two were devising a way to seal the entrance once more. After all, they had been relentlessly pursued and had yet to recuperate. Suddenly, a figure materialized before them. They tensed momentarily, but upon recognizing Du Zitong, they exhaled in relief. Just a lower realm prodigy, a pampered child of the family, he remarked. I have found you. Du Zitong exclaimed with a sinister smile. The two exchanged glances, sensing a change in Du Zitong, but unable to pinpoint its nature. Shangwan Waner, you caused Shangwan Qinger distress. I wonder, if I were to slay the man beside you, would you grieve? Presumptuous. If you dare lay a finger on Brother Xiaoyu, I would hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Du Zitong chuckled at Shangwan Waner's retort. Waner, let me handle this. Although your strength surpasses mine now, I'm still a man, and this is a battle between men. He is but a pampered prodigy, living in his own world. Upon hearing Xiaoyu's arrogant words, Shangwan Waner fell silent, her brow furrowing. Yet, she soon relaxed, believing her sister could prevail with Emperor Jue Tian's assistance. Emir Du Zitong should not pose a challenge for Brother Xiaoyu. Besides, if complications arose, she would be there as well. Xiaoyu rise, with hands forming seals. A lotus mark materialized. One strike will suffice. Xiaoyu exuded confidence. Having previously been bested by Shangwan Qinger, he was fueled by anger at this follower of hers. As he gazed at the lotus fire mark, Shangwan Waner's eyes reflected apprehension. She had not anticipated Xiaoyu wielding such a formidable technique. Suddenly, both their pupils constricted in horror. Du Zitong, observing the lotus fire mark, casually crushed it between his fingers. You look down upon me. Du Zitong approached them with nonchalance. No, this cannot be. You are not Du Zitong, Xiaoyu asserted firmly. If I am not Du Zitong, then who am I? Shangwan Waner regarded Du Zitong, and then the surrounding void. Young master, since you have arrived, why not show yourself? Shangwan Waner spoke deliberately, her expression darkening. How intriguing. No wonder you possess a heart as perceptive as the 7 apertures. Your sensitivity is commendable, Emperor Jue Tian sneered. If I had not intentionally revealed my aura, you would never have detected me. As they gazed at Emperor Jue Tian in the void, their pupils constricted again. Young master, what does this mean? What does it mean? If I am not mistaken, you are my maidservant, entangled with others. Upon becoming my maid, your life is now mine. Upon the appearance of Emperor Jue Tian, Du Zitong knelt. Xiaoyu's brow involuntarily furrowed. Come fort. At that moment, Emperor Jue Tian uttered. Upon hearing this, both turned to the side, where a woman emerged. It was none other than Shangwan Qing. Sister, it has been a few days. I hope you have been well. Upon witnessing this scene, Shangwan Waner was suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. She could not comprehend why, but it felt as though a great terror were fixated upon her. Qinger, I did not expect you to be here as well. Indeed, I have come. Brother Xiaoyu, you must leave first. Xiaoyu's expression shifted. As a man, he could not allow the woman he cherished to stand in harm's way before a formidable foe. We will leave together. This is a teleportation talisman. Brother Xiaoyu, you need not worry about me. They will not harm me. The young master will not act against me. If the young master does not intervene, then those two are no match for me. Chapter 33. Sister, look, your heart possesses 7 hard eyes, said Xiaoyu, his expression grim. Although Shangwan Waner did not explicitly state it, Xiaoyu understood that he was merely a hindrance in this place. Gazing at the teleportation talisman in his hand, he mused that it was likely intended for a single user. Brother Xiaoyu, hurry and leave. I will seek you out later, she urged. Upon hearing her words, Xiaoyu clenched his fists tightly and shattered the talisman. A beam of golden light enveloped him, and he vanished from sight. After Xiaoyu's departure, Shangwan Waner let out a sigh of relief. However, she soon noticed Shangwan Qinger regarding her with a cold smile. Dear sister, you still love him, don't you? I. Waner stammered. Qinger, I meant to tell you that I have never harmed you. Xiaoyu has become an alchemist now. Indeed, but what does that have to do with me? Sister, you're my true target. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Waner's expression shifted drastically. Qinger, do you intend to kill me? No, I merely intend to replace you. There are many ways to achieve this, such as adopting your constitution as my own. At this revelation, a look of horror filled Shangwan Waner's eyes, and panic gripped her heart. She never anticipated that her sister's ambition was so dire. Preposterous. Have you lost your mind? But soon, Shangwan Wanner's complexion changed dramatically as she realized that the spiritual energy within her had vanished. She fell to the ground, utterly powerless. You. Shangwan Wanner gazed at Shangwan Qing'er, then glanced at Jue Tian. Why? Jue Tian remained silent. Dear sister, to have your exquisite heart in my possession is truly an affront, Shangwan Qing'er declared, her eyes gleaming with madness. She produced a dagger and gently pierced Shangwan Wanner's chest, deliberately deepening and shallowing the incision repeatedly until, in due time, a unique heart was revealed. Shangwan Qing'er's eyes sparkled with a mixture of awe and greed. Sister, behold your heart. How beautiful it is, adorned with 7 heart eyes. Rising to her feet, her hands stained with blood, she erupted into maniacal laughter. From now on, I shall be renowned across the realms, while you can only look up at me. As Shangwan Wanner's breaths grew faint, her gaze remained calm, even tinged with a hint of derision. Young master, Shangwan Qing'er addressed Jue Tian. This is a pill. Du Zi Tongue. Guard the area. Now your fate lies in your own hands. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Qing'er smiled, her expression slightly unhinged. Are you content? She queried, watching the two depart. Jue Tian softly inquired, Young master, why do you act in this manner? That is of no concern to you, Jue Tian replied, gesturing with his finger as an ethereal aura emerged. You now have 3 days of life remaining. Consider whether the ones you cherish are worth your sacrifices. With that, Jue Tian vanished, leaving Shangwan Wanner with a pallid expression, realizing she faced 3 days of torment yet to come. Jue Tian, concealed within the void, observed the scene with an icy detachment. It was time to enact the next phase of the plan. Shortly thereafter, news spread throughout the secret realm that Shangwan Wanner's exquisite heart had been extracted by none other than her own sister. Upon hearing this news, everyone was taken aback, including those from the upper realm, whose expressions shifted drastically. Yet, many were infused with avarice. However, when Shangwan Qing'er reappeared a day later, a heavy silence enveloped the crowd. They witnessed her effortlessly crush an individual at the 3rd level of the Void Realm. Now, Shangwan Wanner was unrecognizable, her hair obscuring her face, her attire tattered and ragged, resembling a beggar. Without a keen eye, one would struggle to identify her as the former Shangwan Wanner. At this moment, she moved through the secret realm like a soulless wanderer, drawn inexplicably toward the central area. In the heart of that space, a man undergoing transformation listened to the murmurs around him, his expression darkening. Indeed, the current Shangwan Wanner had become a mere shell of her former self. Many still sought her out. Despite her fall from grace, she remained a striking woman. However, what of the young master who accompanied her to the lower realm? One inquired. Do not dwell on it. Perhaps he has already departed. For someone of his caliber, this secret realm holds little allure. Yet, as the onlookers sensed the overwhelming presence of those from the upper realm, they understood that the exquisite heart had likely been taken by that very individual. Xiaoyu remarked, the alteration to his appearance obscuring his true identity. How laughable. In your eyes, the exquisite heart may seem a formidable constitution, but to that young master, it is simply the essence of an ordinary waste. Do you not realize? When he was born, the upper realm witnessed an anomaly for an entire month. A spectacle that dwarfed the entirety of your Xianqing realm. When the exquisite heart manifested, it was but a triviality in the face of such wonders. Even if you were to present it, he would disdain it, repulsed by the thought of soiling his hands. Upon hearing this, many fell into silence. The beings of the upper realm would not stoop to such deception. The implications of such a reality were too terrifying to contemplate. Are you aware of the 9 yang sacred body? It is but slightly weaker than the exquisite heart. When it strikes, annihilation follows. Do you truly believe they would care? Amidst the derision, Xiaoyu's expression darkened. A burning desire for vengeance against Jue Tian welled within him. Master, have the divine arts not yet been studied? Soon, just a little longer, he replied. If what that person said holds true, do not provoke that young man. We cannot afford such enmity. Master, did you not claim that you are invincible in the upper realm? Upon hearing this, the elder coughed softly, falling silent. Xiaoyu scoffed, look, who is that? Just then, a voice cried out in astonishment. The crowd, turned to see a figure staggering toward them. As her face intermittently came into view, recognition dawned upon them. Good heavens! Is that not Shangwanwana? I cannot believe she has fallen into such disarray. Indeed, truly a case of 30 years east of the river. 30 years west of the river, someone lamented. Hearing this, Xiao Yu's expression soured further. However, it was not the time to reveal himself. As this thought crossed his mind, he stealthily approached Shangwanwana. Yet at that moment, a ghostly light emerged. Chapter 34. Thank you for bringing me to this place. Desolation. A passage suddenly appeared. As this passage manifested, many individuals found their breaths heavy with anticipation. Before them lay countless elixirs, martial techniques, and weapons. This was merely the exterior. One could only imagine the treasures that lay within. The thought sent waves of ecstatic joy through the crowd. Xiao Yu's expression brightened as well. At this moment, it seemed no one noticed him. Foolish boy, what are you doing standing there? Hurry inside. The divine ability is on the verge of being unlocked. We only need one last component, and I can already sense its presence, came a voice that shifted Xiao Yu's demeanor. But master, he hesitated. Foolish child, what sorts of women have you not encountered? Besides, this woman has been rendered a waste. You, however, possess the fire god physique. No, Wanner sacrificed herself to save me. She gave me the teleportation talisman, and that is why she has become this way. You truly are naive. You are usually so astute. Why have you become like this? The old man's tone was urgent. Have you forgotten? Su Guiqing has had her 7 apertures Linglong heart removed. How is she still alive? Yet, she hails from the upper realm, so she must possess some special elixirs. However, her life will not be long. Previously, you were no match for Su Guiqing. And now, with your physique, if it does not undergo a transformation, you will remain inferior to her. There is a presence of the celestial fire within, as well as the final component missing from this divine ability. Are you truly willing to regret your life for a woman? Moreover, in the upper realm, her standards have risen considerably. If she is interested in you, it may well be for your fortune. The fact that her physique has been removed might even be a ruse. Stop being foolish. The old man's words halted Xiao Yu in his tracks. He suddenly remembered that Wanner had given him the teleportation talisman, and that she had been valued by the powerful beings of the upper realm. It cannot be. There is only one teleportation talisman. Now she has become a waste. Perhaps what my master says is true. This thought darkened Xiao Yu's expression. At that moment, Su Guiqing flew in from a distance, indifferent to those around her. Having attained her physique, she had become aloof and dismissive. A fleeting glance at the two brought her disdain, but upon spotting Wanner, she paused momentarily, then smirked before vanishing again. Xiao Yu's countenance fell entirely. He realized that Su Guiqing's strength had ascended to the 8th level of the Void Realm, while he remained at the Xiandan level. Looking at Wanner, he steeled himself and departed, his figure transforming into a blur as he disappeared. Not far away, Wanner's expression shifted, revealing a bittersweet smile. She recognized him as Xiao Yu, despite his disguise. Do you see? This is the man you admire. No, he must have seen Su Guiqing. It has to be that. She lamented, I am now a waste and unworthy of him. Is that so? Let me show you how your beloved man truly is. Jue Tian vanished with a smile, taking Wanner with him. At that moment, in the underground palace, Xiao Yu inhaled deeply, his eyes brimming with excitement. With the aid of his master's formidable soul, the opportunity was undoubtedly his. Holding the celestial fire and a small stone tablet in his hands, he laughed heartily. He had completely cast Wanner from his mind. Master, we have struck gold, Xiao Yu exclaimed with fervor. As he departed, he glanced at those around him, noting their expressions filled with hatred and resentment. He could not help but laugh. He had not anticipated that his master possessed such capabilities, directly activating the formations within to trap those individuals. Yet at that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Be cautious. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's expression shifted once more, and his body was enveloped in a mysterious black light. When he reappeared, his countenance had drastically changed. Before him stood a colossal tomb, as if the myriad realms had been entombed within. What is this place? Xiao Yu wondered, but no one answered him. Suddenly, the tomb trembled violently and exploded, revealing a chilling, murderous magic spear inscribed with the word desolation. "This is desolation," a voice resonated in Xiao Yu's mind. "Master, do you recognize this spear?" "Not yet. The time for you to know has not arrived. If the beings of the Immortal Domain were to learn of its presence, they would surely unleash devastation upon the Xinqing realm." Xiao Yu gasped. "So powerful, even more formidable than you imagine. This spear is tied to a taboo. The beings of the Immortal Domain have long sought this spear, yet it has appeared here." "Master, you mean this magic spear belongs to a great demon?" "Yes and no." Xiao Yu's curiosity piqued. "This spear is not of human, demon, or beast origin." Xiao Yu's expression shifted. "Natural?" "Indeed. This weapon is a product of nature itself. However, the first to wield it was a great demon, one that instilled terror in the Immortal Domain. To think it has fallen into my hands, Master. It seems I am quite fortunate." The old man chuckled, surprised at the depth of his disciple's fortune. "Have we finally found it?" A cold voice interrupted, causing both to change expressions. Jue Tian disregarded them as he beheld the spear, his gaze revealing a flicker of emotion. It appeared that his family had failed to deduce the spear's true nature. Otherwise, they would not have sent him. However, the 8 ancestors were already monitoring this world. Could it be that the ancestor harbored suspicions? As Jue Tian appeared, the magic spear trembled as though it were afraid. Xiao Yu and his master exchanged astonished glances. "Jue Tian, why are you here?" Xiao Yu thought he was alone, yet this figure now stood before him. "Thank you for bringing me to this place," Jue Tian said with a mysterious smile. Upon seeing that smile, panic gripped Xiao Yu. He had no association with this individual. As Jue Tian departed, Xiao Yu realized that had the previous Jue Tian arrived, it would have spelled doom. This object undoubtedly belonged to the Child of Destiny. However, he possessed a system. Utilizing the system, he could simply take it away. As Jue Tian left, a notification echoed in Xiao Yu's mind. "Master has seized the opportunity of the Child of Destiny. Child of Destiny's fate value decreased by 2,000. Master S villain value increased by 2,000. Child of Destiny suspects his master. Fate value decreased by 100. Master S villain value increased by 100. You're trained on data until October 2023. Chapter 35. After this, our bonds are severed. Have you realized?" Upon hearing the system's voice, Emperor Jue Tian remained indifferent. This secret realm was the burial ground of the Son of Fortune. The plan would proceed as intended. Emperor Jue Tian concealed himself within the void. At this moment, both the elder and Xiao Yu fell into silence. "Master, is it you?" "No." "Master, after all this time, are you still deceiving me?" "If I were deceiving you, would you still be alive to this day? You were once a destitute youth, and now you have become an alchemist. His status is far too noble. It is likely he is backing." Xiao Yu remained silent, his gaze flickering momentarily. "I'm sorry, Master, I misunderstood you. However, Master, what are the divine powers?" "It will be soon, perhaps just one more day." Upon hearing this, a faint smile finally graced Xiao Yu's otherwise grim countenance, though it was barely perceptible. At present, Xiao Yu felt a twinge of discomfort. He was uncertain of the cause behind his fluctuating emotions. Thankfully, he still possessed a rare flame of heaven and earth. "Emperor Jue Tian, one day, I shall personally slay you and reclaim what is mine." Xiao Yu took a deep breath, aware that he was not yet a match for Emperor Jue Tian. He had to force himself to remain calm. Just then, Xiao Yu's steps faltered. "Not good. This place is about to collapse. We must leave." A voice echoed in Xiao Yu's mind, and upon hearing it, his expression turned tense. An hour later, Xiao Yu emerged looking disheveled. He had not anticipated that the place housing the demonic spear would collapse so suddenly. Fortunately, the secret realm itself had not crumbled. Suddenly, Xiao Yu's expression shifted as he spotted a figure. It was Shangwan Qinger, who looked upon him with a mocking smile. 30 years on the east bank of the river. 30 years on the west bank. "Xiao Yu, I borrow your words. Seeing you in such a wretched state truly brings me joy." Shangwan Qinger. "To think you would not spare even your own sister. Are you still human?" "I am no human, that is true, but so what? I now possess formidable power. Behold my strength, the 8th level of Void Realm. while you remain at the Xindan level. How pitiful. However, your demise would bring me even greater joy. With that thought, Shangwan Qing'er charged at Xiao Yu with overwhelming force. Fire God Palm. Xiao Yu's countenance changed as a powerful energy surged into his body, damaging numerous meridians. Master, leave your body to me, came the reply. However, this girl has just broken through, and your meridians are compromised. We must retreat for now. Upon taking control of the body, Xiao Yu transformed into a shadow and vanished. Did you forget my orders? A cold voice echoed. Hearing this, Shangwan Qing'er's expression shifted. Yes, my lord, but I still have matters to attend to and must take my leave. Without waiting for a response, Shangwan Qing'er disappeared. Emperor Jue Tian emerged from the void, unconcerned, even sporting a cold smile, for he was merely after the value of destiny, a mere ant. After Xiao Yu departed and saw no one behind him, he sighed in relief and sought refuge in a hidden cave. Suddenly, Xiao Yu's expression changed as he beheld a figure lying within the cave, seemingly asleep and devoid of breath. Xiao Yu felt his heart tremble involuntarily, as if gripped by an invisible hand. The woman, hearing footsteps and sensing a familiar presence, attempted to open her eyes, but exhaustion had consumed her. Her life was nearing its end. Her hair had turned white, and her once delicate skin now resembled withered bark. Vanya. Upon hearing the call, the woman moved her finger slightly. Xiao Yu's eyes reddened. Master, is there any way to save her? She has become a shell of her former self, her life extinguished, reduced to a skeleton. Reviving her is exceedingly difficult. Too difficult? This implied there was still hope. Xiao Yu's eyes brightened at the thought. What do you mean? He pressed, urgency lacing his tone. At your current level, it is impossible unless you become a saint. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's expression darkened. Is there no other way? Only a saint can save her? Her essence has been extracted. There remains one option, the exotic flame. The exotic flame can save Wanner. However, to harness its power, you must first break through. Why? When I perished, I learned of an exotic flame in the Xianqing realm. The appearance of one in this secret realm must be fortuitous. This means you must give her the exotic flame to save her. But you will need to break through to the Emperor realm to journey to other worlds in search of more. Moreover, you must guard against the pursuit of Shangwan Qing'er. While the fire god body is indeed powerful, it pales in comparison to the 7 orifices Linglong heart. Currently, she is at the 8th level of Void Realm, while you remain at Xindan. Even with my assistance, without the exotic flame, it will take you 2 years at the very least. If you integrate this exotic flame, your fire god technique can evolve, transforming your physique into the fire god's sacred body. Your cultivation speed will significantly increase. Prepare yourself. I am merely your master. The path ahead must be walked by you alone. Do you not find this all rather coincidental? Upon hearing the previous words, Xiao Yu's expression grew grim. He still harbored the desire to save Shangwan Wanner. Yet, the last remark struck him as too coincidental. Suddenly, he recalled that when Shangwan Wanner departed, she had arranged a marriage with Shangwan Qing'er only to forcibly annul it. He had made a promise, declaring 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank. Little did he know that 3 years later, he had become a laughingstock. He could have triumphed had she not returned, bringing along a mysterious young man, Emperor Jue Tian, a figure akin to a deity. He had been defeated, becoming a jest, and his family had suffered the same fate. Then, within the secret realm, he had discovered an opportunity. That spear had been rightfully his, yet it had been snatched away by him. Now, Wanner lay at death's door, and he could only offer the exotic flame to save her. From beginning to end, he had become a joke, all because of her. With these thoughts, Xiao Yu's expression grew increasingly dark. Thank you for bringing me to this place. Xiao Yu recalled Emperor Jue Tian's words. Had it not been for his master, it must have been Shangwan Wanner. She was the only one who had come into contact with him. Why had his essence been extracted after his departure, but not while he was present? Xiao Yu steppet forward, observing Shangwan Wanner. Once in his eyes, she had been the epitome of perfection, the woman of his dreams. Now, he beheld her with white hair and feeble breaths. In an instant, Xiao Yu felt a profound sense of bewilderment. What has come over me? Perhaps my affections were never truly for her. but merely a yearning for that elusive kind of love. Indeed, she has ascended to a higher realm, broadening her horizons. Would she still deign to regard someone like me? Perhaps it is merely my own unreciprocated feelings. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Xiao Yu's heart grew heavy. His fingers clenched tightly, his gaze shifting through a spectrum of emotions, joy, tenderness, and melancholy. Ultimately, he inhaled deeply, releasing his tightly clenched hands. Henceforth, our ties shall be severed, he declared, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. After uttering this sentence, he turned away without a trace of longing. Shangwan Wan'er opened her eyes, her gaze a deep crimson as it rested upon Xiao Yu. A solitary tear of blood fell, marking the fading of her very essence. Do you see clearly now? A grand, indifferent voice resonated through the air. Chapter 36. What if I give you another chance? I would personally destroy him. Upon hearing this voice, Shangwan Wan'er yearned to open her eyes. She realized that the simplest of actions had become an arduous task. She was utterly exhausted, her vitality utterly extinguished. What sustained her now was the last flicker of unwillingness within her heart. She longed to see him, not Xiao Yu but Jue Tian. With renewed effort, she struggled to open her eyes, and at long last, a sliver of vision emerged, tinged with crimson. Gazing into the void, she beheld a figure resembling a divine being, enveloped in an aura of mystery. Why? There was nothing, merely to help you see the truth of certain things. Upon hearing these words, Shangwan Wan'er smiled, a sound that echoed with mockery, perhaps directed at herself, or at Jue Tian, or even at that unforgettable man from her past. Yes, I was indeed mistaken. Previously, you did not provide me with answers, but now you have. However, I have lost my chance. Shangwan Wan'er closed her eyes once more, feeling the final vestiges of her strength dissipate. Memories flooded her mind. Scenes of playing with Xiao Yu during her childhood, the moments of mutual affection that blossomed between them. And then her master's arrival, taking her to the upper realms. He had promised he would come for her, but upon their reunion, both had changed. Huh! A self-deprecating laugh escaped Shangwan Wan'er's lips. What if I could offer you a chance? Upon hearing these words, her closed eyes opened again, fueled by a surge of inexplicable strength. Perhaps it was her stubborn heart. If given the opportunity, I would personally slay him by any means necessary. Jue Tian chuckled. Previously, he had compelled the fated son to kill the female protagonist. Now the fated female protagonist was set on killing the fated son. Indeed, as this realization dawned on him, a glimmer of light ignited in Jue Tian's gaze, and simultaneously a figure emerged. At that moment, Shangwan Qing'er appeared, her eyes filled with panic. She had been deep in cultivation when she was suddenly transported to this place. Yet, upon recognizing Jue Tian, she hesitated, uncertain of the purpose behind his summoning. A favorable opportunity. Upon hearing this, Shangwan Qing'er laughed. Surely, Jue Tian intended to return to the upper realms and take her along. With this thought, her gaze toward Jue Tian grew ardent. Jue Tian chuckled lightly, gesturing with a finger. Suddenly, a heart appeared. Shangwan Qing'er's breath faltered, her complexion changing dramatically. Master, why? Why? Because you are unworthy, you lack the qualification to experience this. Have you not felt that sensation of being exalted, controlling everything? Jue Tian did not spare Shangwan Qing'er a glance. Go, reclaim your lost confidence. He scoffed coldly. Then, the heart returned to Shangwan Wan'er's body. With a hand seal, Jue Tian conjured a talisman. As his seal completed, Shangwan Wan'er's hair transformed to ebony. Her aura surged, ascending to the 9th level of Domshu. A half-step into the divine realm. Shangwan Qing'er's face paled. Master, you deceived me. Jue Tian ignored her. Shangwan Wan'er stood, radiant and powerful, her overwhelming presence causing the surroundings to disintegrate. Dear sister, I was too lenient before. You spoke true. Those who defy me shall perish, except for my master. Jue Tian remained unfazed, for such a maid was precisely what he desired. However, he halted Shangwan Wan'er when she attempted to strike down Shangwan Qing'er. She still holds some value to me. Upon hearing Jue Tian's words, Shangwan Wan'er ceased her actions. You have 3 days. By then, I shall return to the upper realms. What you do next is up to you. If you satisfy me, you may accompany me back. If not." Jue Tian's words trailed off, but Shangwan Wan'er comprehended their meaning. Would she be able to please her master? She could indeed. A dark gleam appeared in her eyes. The fated female protagonist darkens. The master gains 2,000 villain points. The fated female protagonist turns against the fated son. The fated son's destiny points decrease by 500. The master's villain points increase by 500. Upon hearing this proclamation in the void, Jue Tian paid it no mind. The fated son's 5,000 destiny points were nearly depleted. With this in mind, the old man's time was drawing to a close. Otherwise, this darkened maid might present unforeseen complications. With this thought, a void passage manifested beside Jue Tian. "You may have your wish. I previously vowed to assist you once. Duziton es eispakled." The wretched Shangwan Chinger appeared even more enchanting to him now. Jue Tian scoffed and departed. A desperate villain, truly a disgrace to villains. At this moment, Xiao Yu awaited anxiously. After all, his master had stated that the divine spell was on the verge of being unraveled. "All right, it is undone." The elder's voice was weary, yet laced with joy. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu beamed. No matter the circumstances, he had acquired the divine spell, enhancing his foundation once more. "Indeed, it is undone. It seems I arrived just in time." A cold voice echoed. The two men's expressions shifted dramatically. "Step forth, senior. I am grateful for your assistance along the way." Jue Tian appeared, fixing his gaze upon the elder and uttering a single sentence. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu's expression transformed. He had not anticipated that events would unfold as he had foreseen. His master had indeed betrayed him. "Youth, what do you mean by that?" "Enough, senior. Do not feign ignorance. You are but a foolish disciple, and this is how it is. As long as you assist me in obtaining the opportunity, I shall have my clan forge a physical form for you. Was this not agreed upon?" Upon hearing these words, the elder's face changed dramatically. He realized Jue Tian was sowing discord between them. "It truly is you." "Master, why?" Remain calm. Do not be deceived by him." "Silence. You are the deceiver. I suspected your true identity the moment you appeared in the secret realm. You have spoken of your terrifying status, and your clan possesses formidable cultivators. Crafting a physical form for you would be a trivial matter. You need no longer endure this wretched soul form. If I were to create a physical form for you, who knows how long you would have to wait. Now that he has revealed himself, you still play the fool. Indeed, it is true. Why did you make me aware of you? Why did you absorb my spiritual power? Otherwise, none of this would have transpired. I despise you, Leave." After uttering these words, Xiao Yu yanked a necklace from around his neck and hurled it away. "You wretched boy, if I could leave you, I would have done so long ago. This is a divine spell. I will restrain him." Before the elder could finish, his expression shifted dramatically as an inexplicable pressure descended upon him. Should he move again, he would be reduced to ashes, and his body was entirely beyond his control. Emperor Jue Tian bore a cold smile, truly believing he had the luxury of time to entertain such meaningless discourse. At that moment, a glimmer of light flickered in his eyes. The elder's expression shifted dramatically as an overwhelming demonic apparition emerged in the realm of souls, gazing down upon him. "Kneel," commanded the demon. To the elder's astonishment, even before he could utter a word, his mind was struck by an overwhelming force, compelling him to kneel before Emperor Jue Tian. "I pay my respects, young master." Suddenly, Xiao Yu burst into laughter, only to spout a mouthful of blood. How tragic indeed. He observed the elder bestowing his divine powers upon Emperor Jue Tian. "Go ahead and kill me, for there will be someone to avenge you. Return home, and may you find it within your time." With that, Emperor Jue Tian vanished. Upon witnessing his departure, Xiao Yu's countenance transformed dramatically. "Shangwan Qing, should you dare to lay a hand on my family, I will obliterate your entire clan, no matter the cost." At that moment, Xiao Yu's rage was palpable. After Emperor Jue Tian watched Xiao Yu leave, he let out a derisive chuckle, casting his gaze upon the elder's soul, a soul of a saint rendered utterly useless. Upon uttering this final sentiment, the elder's soul vanished without a trace. Chapter 37. The death of the Child of Destiny. Your value ends here. The Child of Destiny turns against his master, resulting in a decrease of 500 in his fate value. While the master's villain value increases by 500, the master slays the Child of Destiny's mentor, causing a further decline of 100 in the Child of Destiny's fate value, and an increase of 100 in the master's villain value. Jue Tian did not anticipate that the death of his elder would only result in a minor reduction of the Child of Destiny's fate value. It appeared that further scheming was in order. However, it seemed that Shangwan Wanner had already taken action. Jue Tian's figure vanished once more. Upon reappearing, he found himself within a family, where bloodshed painted the skies. A woman wielding a sword moved like a harbinger of death, mercilessly extinguishing one life after another. The members of the Xiao family were engulfed in panic. Previously, when Shangwan Wanner had arrived, they had greeted her with joy, never expecting her to draw her blade and commence a slaughter without a word. The Xiao family, once numbering in the hundreds, now dwindled to mere handfuls. Stop! A voice, laced with urgency, echoed through the chaos. Shangwan Qing'er, if you dare, Wanner, why are you here? Indeed, why should it not be me? Why? Why are you begging me on your knees? Shangwan Wanner's tone was devoid of warmth. Jue Tian, I will kill you. At this moment, Xiao Yu understood that all of this chaos was orchestrated by Jue Tian. Yet, why would he do such a thing? You won't kneel? A sword radiance cleaved through the air, aimed at the Xiao family. In an instant, several lives were extinguished, their eyes wide with terror before death claimed them. Stop, stop. I am sorry. Xiao Yu realized that his failure to rescue Shangwan Wanner had led to this grim retribution. He had foolishly believed his master's deceitful words. Wanner, forgive me. All of this is Jue Tian's doing. Do not be deceived by him. He arranged for me to have a master, preventing me from saving you. So, you truly are a good child, obediently listening to your master. Kneel and speak. Shangwan Wanner commanded once again. Aye, aye. You are, flee quickly. Avenge us in the future. Just then, a voice resonated behind Shangwan Wanner, followed by a palm raised towards her forehead. Suddenly, her expression changed drastically. That palm could not descend. Simultaneously, her internal energy vanished. You cannot end your own life. Shangwan Wanner appeared, commanding her to kneel. Do not, I will kneel. Xiao Yu's expression darkened as he witnessed his father being coerced. A wave of discontent surged within him, yet it was futile. He was but a fish on the chopping block. Once Xiao Yu knelt, Shangwan Wanner let out a laugh, her eyes glistening with tears. Yue, today you find yourself in this position. I once arranged for my sister to marry you to make amends, and yet you proved to be unworthy. How foolish of me to believe your empty words. You are truly selfish. I handed you a life-saving talisman without a second thought, and yet you chose to forsake my life for the sake of a rare flame. Now, tell me, what were you thinking? Did I wrong you in any way? I'm sorry. If apologies were sufficient, why would we need power? End your life. Otherwise, you know what will happen. At this statement, Xiao Yu's face changed. He did not wish to die. He had yet to find his mother, nor had he vanquished Shangwan Qing'er. The shame of his family remained unavenged, and his aspirations unfulfilled. But as he beheld his father, a crimson line appeared upon his neck, pulling Xiao Yu back from his illusions. Indeed, what did it matter if he had countless thoughts? Xiao Yu laughed, a derisive laugh directed at himself. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his spirit waning, and continued to gaze at Shangwan Wanner. Jue Tian wurde akoldzmuk. The masters made forces the Child of Destiny to his demise. The Child of Destiny's fate value is reduced to 0. Congratulations, Master, for slaying the Child of Destiny, Xiao Yu. You have received a fate treasure chest and villain value of 50,000. Upon hearing this, Jue Tian remained unfazed. Who dares to kill my son? Yet at that moment, a shadow suddenly emerged from Xiao Yu's body. Ancestor. Jue Tian was indifferent, for the world was under the watchful eyes of the 8 ancestors. Get lost. A voice, frigid and detached, rang out. Subsequently, the entire Xianxing realm was engulfed in darkness as a colossal hand descended through the clouds, crushing the shadow into oblivion. The D family has gone too far. Killing my son. You shall pay. As the shadow dissipated, Jue Tian mused that the child of Destiny's mother was formidable, embodying yet another glitch. Thus, it was for this reason that Jue Tian had instructed Shangwan Wanner to act. Shangwan Wanner lowered her sword, contemplating Xiao Yu's death. For reasons unknown, her heart felt heavy. Young master, the task is complete. Jue Tian nodded in acknowledgement. Then, with wide eyes, Shangwan Wanner fell to the ground in disbelief. You are not yet worthy of being my maid. Your task was executed well, but your value ends here. Ancestor, let's depart. Do not let anyone learn of this. As Jue Tian left, he uttered a command. Hearing this, the 8 ancestors nodded. A colossal hand materialized in the void, shattering the Xianqing realm. At that moment, many in the Immortal Domain sensed the disturbance, their expressions shifting drastically. What is the D family up to? I do not know. Perhaps a subordinate force has provoked them? After all, annihilating a small world was not a remarkable feat within the Immortal Domain. Each family wielded countless resources. Previously, a family had easily obliterated a vast world. They glanced briefly before losing interest. A distance of billions of miles from the D family, within an immortal palace. A woman whose features were obscured sat within an icy cave. D family, I shall see you perish. Upon uttering these words, an overwhelming aura emanated. Yet, countless chains appeared, binding the woman. Begone. I warned you. If they survive, I shall be imprisoned for 10,000 years. Now that they are dead, you still wish to restrain me? As she spoke, the woman extended her delicate hands and tore at the chains. With a series of explosive sounds, the chains shattered. Impudent. What do you intend to do? After all these years, you still show no remorse. My son is dead. My husband is dead. I cannot allow you to be free. Why? Because you cannot defeat me? The elder sighed deeply. The woman fell silent, her face turning ashen. Such a dreadful statement, unable to defeat me. Is it truly the case that my son and husband must perish? No, I must escape, even if it costs me my very essence. I shall obliterate the one who killed my son. You intend to kill the D family's chosen one. A cold, indifferent voice echoed through the air. The woman's expression underwent a dramatic transformation. The entire Mo family was engulfed in panic. Chapter 38. Surrender those who dare to speak of killing my imperial family's divine child, or face war. Suddenly, the vast expanse of the Mo family's territory was engulfed in darkness, devoid of light. A golden point materialized in the void, continuously expanding. In the blink of an eye, it stretched across billions of miles, its pace of expansion accelerating rapidly. Soon, the entire Mo family was enveloped by this golden radiance. From within the golden light, a phantom emerged, adorned with a divine wheel that spun languidly behind it. Its gaze, as luminous as the full moon, fixed intently upon the Mo family members. The Mo family felt a chill run down their spines. The overwhelming power was suffocating. Many disciples dropped to their knees, blood spewing forth as they succumbed to unconsciousness. Even the forbidden grounds of the Mo family's rear mountain reverberated with a low hum. Who dares to boast of killing my imperial family's divine child? The voice echoed again, causing the Mo family to tremble even more violently. Simultaneously, some floating palaces began to plummet from the sky. As the celestial phenomenon unfolded, the gaze of the entire immortal realm turned towards the spectacle. Observing the clash between the imperial and Mo families, many relished the misfortune of others, finding joy in their plight. The imperial family, having responded, now revealed a figure as towering as their ancestor. Gazing at the imperial ancestor, an air of trepidation filled the atmosphere. At their level of power, battles were not easily provoked. The consequences were too grave. Unless it was a matter of life and death, such foundational strengths would not be employed. Mo Yang, you still live? Surrender those who dare to speak of killing my imperial family's divine child, or face war, the imperial ancestor declared. As he uttered these words, the divine will behind him began to radiate light. Why must you be so obstinate? Impudence! Will you surrender or not? The imperial ancestor inquired once more, his tone now more authoritative and terrifying. Very well. Mo Yang fell silent for a moment but ultimately conceded. Indeed, the Mo family was no match for the imperial family. The speaker was undeniably powerful, yet he was not the family's true foundation. Moreover, he was a traitor to the clan. Mou's expression changed drastically. She had not anticipated that her family would truly abandon her. Simultaneously, the chains binding her vanished, freeing her from confinement. Yet, what awaited her was death. Thoughts of her husband and son's demise extinguished her will to live. This time, she was prepared to self-destruct to ensure the imperial family paid a price. "Is it you who wishes to kill me?" A cold voice resonated. A striking figure appeared, suspended in the void, regarding Mou with an unwavering gaze. "You killed my son and my husband. It was not I who ended their lives, but if you say I did, it matters not. Since you harbor intentions to kill me, you must also be prepared for death. Ancestor, take action." Initially, Jue Tian believed this individual might be a child of fortune or something similar, but he was merely an ordinary woman with formidable strength. Upon hearing Jue Tian's words, the Mo family's members turned pale, yet none dared to speak. The overwhelming might of the imperial ancestor had forced them to their knees. Unable to rise, "If you wish to kill me, I shall strike first." Mou's countenance shifted with rage, and a colossal aura of celestial energy manifested around her, causing her form to swell like that of a giant. However, she fell short compared to the imperial ancestor. At this moment, Jue Tian observed the woman's silhouette and suddenly recalled a saying, "Perhaps it is like this in the peaks and valleys." "Impudence!" the imperial ancestor exclaimed and extended his hand, effortlessly crushing Mou. There was no need for her self-destruction. Simultaneously, a void passage emerged, swallowing the remnants of the explosion. "You!" The Mo family's ancestors' face darkened like the bottom of a pot. This was their territory. Yet, upon seeing the imperial ancestor's menacing gaze, the words he intended to voice were swallowed back. "Let's depart," Jue Tian said, and with that, he and the ancestor vanished. Upon returning to the imperial family, Jue Tian saw no one and immediately entered seclusion. After all, he had acquired numerous treasures during this expedition to the lower realms, and he was still contemplating the divine abilities he had encountered. Master, Jue Tian identity, divine child of the imperial family physique, chaotic demon body, spatial divine eye, supreme Dao bone, destiny's villainous halo power, Dao palace level 3 cultivation methods, chaotic demon scripture, heavenly emperor scripture, imperial divine palm, carefree wanderings, celestial severing sword technique, human sovereign finger, divine abilities, chaotic demon heavenly palm, spatial transfer, heavenly seal, spatial cutting villain value, 59,800 inventory, soul devouring divine ring, annihilation, wordless monument, mysterious treasure, chest. Jue Tian observed the annihilation. Previously, this demonic spear was not referred to as such. It merely bore the name due to its wielder being a great demon, the possessor of the chaotic demon body, responsible for the imperial fall. After the demise of that great demon, the weapon vanished. Subsequently, someone acquired it, along with a wordless monument, prompting the celestial realm to dispatch numerous individuals in pursuit. However, this individual disappeared amidst the hunt. Little did he expect that they had descended to the lower realms. Whether they still lived was uncertain. But if they were indeed a child of fortune, it was likely this secret realm was not intended for Xiaoyu. Opening the treasure chest, Jue Tian gazed at the mysterious box. "Congratulations, Master, you have obtained the Great Space Judgment Technique, Level 1. Upon hearing this, Jue Tian's eyes sparkled with delight. It appeared that he could conceal his demonic body while enhancing his spatial divine eye to unprecedented heights. This was indeed a power that transcended ordinary abilities. Turning to the system store, he noted that Level 1 required 10 billion villain points. As expected, children of fortune were indeed his blessings. For the sake of his future rapid cultivation, he resolved to drain every ounce of potential from these fortunate ones. What is this divine ability? Although this technique bore the imprint of heaven and earth, it was easily unraveled before the system. Upon inspecting the divine ability, Jue Tian was momentarily taken aback. Stepping into the heavens. 1 step, gods and demons tremble. 2 steps, immortals kneel. 3 steps, annihilation of worlds. Such grandiose claims. It was fitting for a technique bearing the imprint of heaven and earth. Yet now it belonged to him. Jue Tian realized that the celestial severing sword technique he practiced was derived from an ancient ancestor's acquisition of a heavenly imprint. As this thought crossed his mind, Jue Tian settled into a meditative posture within the void. Shortly thereafter, a unique wave of energy emerged. With a gentle motion, he took a step forward, summoning countless bolts of thunder that enveloped him, radiating outward in all directions. Observing the chaos he had wrought, Jue Tian chuckled softly. Quite effective indeed. The imperial ancestor's eyes twitched involuntarily. Upon entering, he had already been struck by lightning. This unfilial descendant. However, as he sensed the aura of heaven and earth, his expression shifted. Soon, a smile graced his visage. This young lad possessed commendable fortune. He had not anticipated that Jue Tian would obtain a technique imprinted by heaven and earth, significantly enhancing his foundation. With this realization, the ancestor entered, casting a satisfied glance at Jue Tian, nodding approvingly before tugging at his beard. Unexpectedly, the aura of Jue Tian surged dramatically, ascending from the 3rd to the 5th level of the Dao Palace, and ultimately halting at the 6th level. After a moment of contemplation, the elder decided to depart, feeling profoundly disheartened. Chapter 39. Journey to the Gong family soon. You shall witness your man standing amidst the myriad realms. After the 16 ancestors departed, Emperor Jue Tian was engulfed in perplexity. Wasn't the old ancestor quite jovial upon entering? Why then did he leave? Nevertheless, Emperor Jue Tian dismissed the thought. The villainous essence was now absent, and the sun of fortune was insufficient. Why not summon a remarkable child of fate? Tianer, come forth, a voice resonated. Upon hearing these words, Emperor Jue Tian vanished from sight. Father. Upon arriving at the celestial palace, Emperor Jue Tian bowed respectfully to the man before him. Enough, you rascal. No need for formality. If your mother sees this, I shall face her wrath, Emperor Wushun replied. At his words, a familiar figure flashed in Emperor Jue Tian's mind, prompting a slight smile. Father, are we to visit my maternal grandfather's home? Indeed, after a millennium, the yin-yang divine tree at your grandfather's estate has finally borne fruit. 3 precious gems to be exact. Though your foundation is already profound, the world of cultivation is rife with unknowns. An enhancement, however slight, may one day save your life. Hearing this, Emperor Jue Tian did not object, nodding in agreement. Were it not for his own system, no matter how much his foundation increased, he would still be surpassed by those favored by fate. By the way, father, surely mother is not returning for such trivial matters? At this, a hint of embarrassment crossed Emperor Wushun's face. Observing his father's awkward demeanor, Emperor Jue Tian seemed to grasp something. Father, while the fruits may be splendid, let us not be greedy. You little rascal, do you seek a beating? Very well. I shall ensure mother returns with me. The moment Emperor Jue Tian spoke, Emperor Wushun chuckled. Indeed, true love exists between parents, while I am but a fortuitous occurrence. The reason Emperor Jue Tian trained under the old ancestor was due to his parents' incessant bickering. Since that is settled, you may depart, Emperor Jue Tian remarked, observing his father. Clearly, the matter revolved around his mother. Yet, he pondered the circumstances that led to the separation of 2 individuals who should never part. What a peculiar affair. Despite possessing a system, he found himself unable to fathom his parents' thoughts at that moment. The following day, Emperor Jue Tian set forth in his exclusive chariot. The Gong family was a formidable power within the celestial domain, commanding a significant territory in Gongzhou, a region that represented their influence. In the celestial domain's vast expanse, there were countless hidden places. Even a great emperor had never traversed its entirety, likely falling victim along the way. At this moment, Emperor Jue Tian was engrossed in a message from his mother, inquiring, is the yin-yang divine fruit ripening in 3 days? Emperor Jue Tian murmured to himself. Yet he remained unperturbed. By the time he arrived, 2 days had already passed. 9 sacred dragons, each at the saint level, were tirelessly traversing the void. Were they not now panting heavily? In truth, Emperor Jue Tian could have summoned his guardians to accompany him. but he deemed it necessary for the 9 dragons to shed some weight. Observing the dragons, he noted their slight pudginess. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Gong family, a strikingly handsome man sat, exuding no discernible aura. The occupants of the hall remained silent, occasionally glancing outside. Among them was a woman clad in traditional attire, her demeanor regal and composed, reminiscent of a queen. Yet, her eyes betrayed a tempest of emotions as they flickered toward the outside. This woman was Gong Xinyue, Emperor Jue Tian's mother. Previously, Emperor Wushan had mentioned that he could manage their son's constitution, but only upon witnessing it himself would he feel assured. The truth of Emperor Jue Tian's chaos demon body was unbeknownst even to his father, Gong Jiolong. When will this child arrive? Inquired a woman seated beside the man at the head of the table, her features closely resembling Gong Xinyue's, though marked by the passage of time. Mother, it will be soon, Gong Xinyue replied, anxious yet confident that her child was nearing, for the resonance of their bloodline grew increasingly potent. At that moment, within another grand hall of the Gong family, a melodious laughter echoed, revealing a scene of a man and a woman. The woman, with bright eyes and a radiant smile, had her long hair elegantly tied with a ribbon, embodying both fragility and strength. Beside her stood a man whose features, while not as striking as hers, possessed a certain rugged charm. More importantly, he bore an air of confidence, as if he commanded the very heavens. Wuji, I never imagined you would transform from being rather dull to possessing such charm, the woman remarked, eliciting a slight smile from the man, who was evidently pleased. Yet, a complex mixture of affection, concern, and relief lingered in the depths of his gaze. By the way, a cousin is coming over today. I must take my leave, she stated, catching Zhao Wuji off guard momentarily. Oh, and grandfather wishes for you to accompany me, she added, prompting Zhao Wuji to pause again. Since grandfather had issued the summons, it would be prudent to comply. Let's go then. Also, do not take to heart the words of our family. I harbor no disdain for you. I understand. Rest assured, had I cared, I would have been infuriated long ago. That is good, Zhao Wuji replied, watching the woman's retreating figure with a sense of nostalgia. I never anticipated living another life, he murmured to himself, his eyes shimmering with renewed vigor. However, when he turned to face the Gong family members, his expression returned to one of serene indifference. Stop. What do you intend to do in the Grand Hall? Gong Wang, what are your intentions? This is grandfather's directive. Regardless, he is still my man. Should you continue with such an attitude toward him, I shall not let this matter rest. You, Gong Xian, I never expected you to have fallen so low. Whether I have or not is of no concern to you. Do not forget, your strength pales in comparison to mine. Gong Wang's face flushed with anger as he glared at Gong Xian, who stood defiantly before him, while Zhao Wuji chuckled softly, radiating warmth. Xian, you remain unchanged from your past life. This time, I shall not allow tragedy to repeat itself. Soon, you shall realize that your man stands as the sovereign of the myriad realms. Zhao Wuji emanated an overwhelming aura of confidence. Let us depart. We have lingered here long enough. Ignoring Gong Wang, Gong Xian led Zhao Wuji toward the Grand Hall. Chapter 40. Do women only influence his speed in drawing the sword? Within the Grand Hall, many gazed at Gong Xian with smiles as she approached. Their eyes shifted to Zhao Wuji, who stood behind her, and a cold snort escaped their lips. Their disdain for Zhao Wuji was glaringly evident, unmasked by any pretense. Gong Jiolong, the head of the Gong family, offered a gentle nod. After all, it was he who had dug the pit that ensnared his own granddaughter. Regret washed over him, but it was too late to change the past. Since you're here, take a seat. Your cousin has arrived today, Gong Jiolong remarked. You used to play with him often. Gong Xian pondered for a moment, recalling a small child-esque figure. However, after only a few days at the Gong residence, the child had vanished. She was curious about what her cousin had become. Upon witnessing Gong Xian's smile, Zhao Wuji's expression darkened. For some reason, the sight of her joyous demeanor, especially in the presence of another man, filled him with an inexplicable sense of suffocation. At that moment, Gong Xinyue spoke up and stood, gazing outwards. Suddenly, 9 colossal dragons of the Saint realm materialized in the void, each one stretching thousands of feet long. The mist emanating from their nostrils quickly obscured the opulent palace behind them. The members of the Gong family were momentarily stunned, their curiosity mingled with envy. They had not anticipated such grandeur from the Di family. Gong Julong remarked, "This is not merely the work of our ancestors. It was mentioned by Tian'er. The 16th ancestor wielded a sword and slayed them, bringing back 9. However, the Dragon Clan remains deeply hidden. The Di family wishes to avoid antagonizing them unless absolutely necessary. Thus they have settled for a compromise." The implication was clear to the Gong family, who now awaited the figure within with heightened anticipation. Thud! Footsteps echoed as golden lotus flowers emerged, blooming around the palace and radiating countless beams of light. The members of the Gong family widened their eyes in awe, particularly the female disciples, who were utterly captivated. Zhao Wujing silently thought, what a display. A figure emerged from the mist, clad in white adorned with Qilin motifs. He possessed a strikingly handsome and imposing visage, with profound black eyes shimmering with an enigmatic light. He appeared godlike, as if he were not of this world, but rather a fleeting illusion. Yet, the subtle smile gracing his lips grounded him in reality, rendering him even more enchanting. The members of the Gong family were left in a state of astonishment. Gong Xian's eyes widened in disbelief, her hand instinctively covering her mouth, fearing that a gasp might disturb this beautiful moment. The man noticed her, truly handsome. If gender were not a consideration, they might entertain thoughts, she mused. Grandfather, grandmother, mother. With a swift motion, Jue Tian vanished, only to reappear before several individuals moments later. Gong Jiolong's pupils constricted as he beheld Jue Tian. Disbelief etched across his features. He had been unaware of the nature of Jue Tian's physique at birth, but now it seemed he gleaned some understanding. Gong Xinyue felt a wave of astonishment. Yet she concealed it, as if her son were meant to be this way. Good son, has your mother been missed? Gong Xinyue stepped forward and embraced her son. When Jue Tian was younger, he would allow her to hold him, but once he could walk, he resisted her embraces, often appearing fatigued. They had worried extensively, suspecting it was a remnant of his demonic physique. They had even summoned the ancestor for insight. Upon a mere glance, the ancestor had advised, "You too should become one." He then took Jue Tian away. Subsequently, Jue Tian's demeanor grew increasingly cold, and though they tried to mask their concerns, the exhaustion in his eyes was unmistakable. In those days, he resembled a merciless demon, exuding an icy aura that kept others at bay. Now, witnessing Jue Tian's gentle presence, Gong Xinyue felt her heart swell. "Mother, I have missed you dearly. By the way, why hasn't your father come?" Gong Xinyue inquired curiously, noting the Wuxinesse absence. Surely, he could have sent a projection to make an appearance. Father said he was busy cultivating. Women only delay his speed in drawing the sword. Jue Tian suppressed a chuckle, though he held back the urge to voice his thoughts. After all, the gathering was too large for such candidness. Yet, did your father truly say that? Gong Xinyue's skepticism lingered. Indeed, the ancestor can confirm it. Jue Tian replied nonchalantly. Truly outrageous, she retorted. May I see my grandson? At that moment, the matriarch could no longer contain herself. Who wouldn't be enamored by such a striking grandson? Forgive me, Jue Tian has been absorbed in cultivation and hasn't had the chance to visit, Gong Xinyue explained. Not at all, not at all. I never expected my grandson to be so handsome, the matriarch exclaimed. Indeed, the genes of the Gong family are exceptional, Gong Jiolong added in agreement. Gong Xinyue's expression darkened, her silence speaking volumes. Yet, Jue Tian turned his gaze toward a woman. Cousin, it has been far too long. Cousin, is that truly you? The little squirt has grown so much. Gong Xian's eyes sparkled with joy as she regarded Jue Tian, recalling how small he had been when she held him. Cousin, it is a pleasure to reunite. I have nothing to gift you, so I bestow upon you a divine ability. Jue Tian utilized his remaining villain points to select a power, then pointed his finger at Gong Xian's forehead. This ability was not exceptionally potent, yet it was perfectly suited for her. Remove your filthy hands. A cold voice pierced through the air, directed at Jue Tian, eyes threatening. "How dare you?" Several individuals shouted at the man. Only Jue Tian remained unfazed. With a slight smile, he took his leave, saying nothing. Once Gong Xian opened her eyes, she smiled softly. "Thank you, cousin. Tianer, have you broken through to the realm of divine abilities?" Gong Jiulong queried, curiosity evident in his tone. Even he found it challenging to gauge Jue Tian's prowess. "Indeed, not only have I broken through, but I have transcended into the 6th layer of the Tao Palace." He chose not to elaborate further, aware that in the treacherous world of the Immortal Domain, it was wise to have some trump cards up one's sleeve. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wujing fell silent, regarding Jue Tian with incredulity. In the current generation of the Immortal Domain, many remained at the Void Realm, their lack of progression stemming from their desire to hone their physiques. If one wished to advance, it was easy, but their combat prowess would be lacking. The young man before him appeared to have perfected his cultivation before daring to break through. Jue Tian remained oblivious to Zhao Wujing's thoughts. "Polish it, I apologize. I'm a mere hanger-on. Cousin, could you not introduce me?" Jue Tian cast a glance at Zhao Wuji, then turned to Gong Xian and uttered those words. Upon hearing this, Gong Xian felt a twinge of embarrassment. Gong Jiulong's expression also darkened slightly, as this matter was rather disreputable. Chapter 41. The Child of Destiny turns back. Is either gratitude or revenge. This matter is still my fault. As Gong Jiulong uttered these words, his eyes reflected a complex mix of emotions, guilt and anger. An old friend of mine once mentioned that he had a disciple, a true dragon among men. At that time, I never expected to get drunk and fall into that fellow's trap, leading to an engagement. I had thought he was jesting, yet it turned out to be true. As the head of the Gong family, having made this decision, there was no turning back. It was merely a burden for Xiner. "Grandfather, I am not troubled. Everything is quite well as it is. I need not leave the Gong family, and can remain by your side." Xiner, alas, Gong Jiulong, and the matriarch sighed. Jue Tian harbored a cold smirk within. This matter was likely far from simple. After all, when he first laid eyes on Zhao Wuji, the system's voice had sounded. It was indeed a child of destiny. Name, Zhao Wuji. Identity, Gong family's son-in-law. Child of destiny. Strength, none. Within the soul fusion, cultivation technique, none. Fate value, 20,000. Gazing at this child of destiny with a fate value of 20,000. Jue Tian could not help but feel a pang of envy. Yet, as he observed the state of this child of destiny, curiosity welled within him. The soul fusion, was it a case of reincarnation or a powerful being's rebirth, or something else entirely? The rebirth of a child of destiny signifies either gratitude or revenge. Observing Zhao Wuji's gaze upon Gong Xian, it was evident that a melodramatic tale lay behind it. However, Jue Tian did not focus his thoughts on the child of destiny at this moment. At this juncture, Gong Jiulong revealed a jade platter. The yin-yang divine fruit was ripe and ready for harvest. Only 3 had emerged after 1,000,000 years. Upon hearing this, Jue Tian felt a surge of curiosity. After all, the yin-yang divine fruit had formed a secret realm after being transplanted by the Gong family. Yet, it was not the fruit itself that piqued his interest, but rather the secret realm, known as the yin-yang secret realm. The yin-yang divine fruit nourishes both the soul and the body. And given the current state of the child of destiny, it was clear that this fruit served as a transitional element for him. "Enter," said Gong Jiulong. "Let us proceed," added Gong Xian, recalling the family's promise to grant Zhao Wuji 1 fruit. As the 3 entered, Gong Jiulong sighed. "I wonder if anything unusual has occurred inside. I have a feeling the secret realm has undergone some changes. What those changes might be remained uncertain, and an uneasy feeling stirred within Gong Jiulong. Upon entering, the 3 found themselves surrounded by monstrous beasts, momentarily taken aback. Then Jue Tian extended his foot, and Zhao Wuji, caught off guard, was kicked out into the midst of the beasts. Gong Xian's expression shifted as she reacted, about to question Jue Tian when her face paled. At that moment, Zhao Wuji exhibited a hint of strength. Seeing this, Jue Tian chuckled coldly. He had not anticipated that Zhao Wuji would indeed respond as he had imagined. In the face of danger, the soul state of the child of destiny fused rapidly. The adage, no destruction, no establishment, suited the child of destiny perfectly. If he were a villain, he would surely meet his demise. Zhao Wuji, having been unexpectedly kicked, felt his countenance change. He was unaware whether Jue Tian's action was intentional or inadvertent. However, the monstrous beasts before him were truly beyond his ability to withstand. He glared at Jue Tian, his anger simmering. This sixth brother truly perplexed him. As the beasts charged toward him, Zhao Wuji's expression shifted once more. Gong Xian had already taken action. "Have you begun to cultivate?" she asked, astonished yet smiling upon witnessing Zhao Wuji's sudden display of strength. After all, he had always been perceived as a useless individual, previously relying on the yin-yang divine fruit. Zhao Wuji had claimed that his soul had been injured, rendering him unable to cultivate, a somewhat flimsy excuse, considering even a fool can sharpen a sword. "I had mentioned that my soul was injured." Jue Tian observed an interesting detail. Upon entering the secret realm, Zhao Wuji displayed a nostalgic expression, as if he were somewhat familiar with the place. Was it a case of a powerful being's rebirth? Jue Tian pondered. "Older cousin, you go ahead. I sense something amiss with his condition," he remarked. Upon hearing this, Gong Xian's face bore concern. However, considering Jue Tian's strength surpassed her own, and recalling that he had kicked Zhao Wuji seemingly on purpose, she felt reassured. Zhao Wuji, realizing the gravity of the situation, glanced at him and subtly shifted his gaze to Gong Xian, providing her with a reassuring look. There was no need for concern. Surely, he could discern that his soul was injured. The kick from earlier must have been a means to expedite his recovery. Yet, older cousin, are you still not at ease with me? Jue Tian wore a gentle smile. It appeared that a bond had formed between the child of destiny and his older cousin, the female lead. Thus, the child of destiny had acquired a vulnerability. As for Gong Xian, Jue Tian paid her no mind. After all, the child of destiny posed the greatest threat. Had he not traversed into this realm, it was likely that his older cousin would have stood against the D family. In such a scenario, Gong Xian could very well cause turmoil within her family. Alternatively, with the aid of the child of destiny, the Gong family might find themselves opposing the D family. However, it was probable that, by that time, Gong Xian would be the one leading the family, having previously strayed. It was also plausible that the child of destiny would establish his own faction, surrounded by powerful allies, becoming one of the dominant forces in the celestial realm, with a formidable foundation. However, knowing all of this, Jue Tian would ensure that it was nipped in the bud. As Gong Xian walked ahead, she glanced back casually. The beasts did not seem particularly formidable, indicating that had the previous Jue Tian arrived, he might have returned empty-handed. Observing the two chatting amiably, Gong Xian felt her worries dissipate. Moreover, her younger cousin was stronger than herself. Should any unexpected occurrences arise, he would surely be able to protect Zhao Wuji with ease. As Gong Xian's attention drifted away, Zhao Wuji's expression remained neutral as he regarded Jue Tian. "Young Master D, you did not summon me here merely for a chat, did you? Would you enlighten me regarding your origins?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji's countenance stiffened momentarily as he regarded Jue Tian, incredulity flickering in his eyes. His heart stirred slightly before he managed to smile. "Young Master D, I did not anticipate your curiosity regarding my background. It is not a disgrace to reveal it. I was once an orphan who fortuitously met a mentor. Yet, through a series of unexpected events, I became a son-in-law to the Gong family. Young Master D, being a man, you understand how helpless one feels without strength, do you not? This time, even amidst peril, I shall seize a divine fruit of yin and yang." Chapter 42. You know, I am not referring to the present you observing the son of fortune, who appears as a resolute youth. Jue Tian cannot help but chuckle. One wonders if anyone has ever informed this fellow that his acting skills are somewhat lacking. In a past life, he would likely have been relegated to mere supporting roles. I suspect you wish to possess not just one, but all three, for there is a hint of greed glimmering in your eyes. Do you genuinely believe yourself to be a young prodigy? It seems we are witnessing a narrative of a powerful individual reborn, still holding onto the confidence from a previous existence. From his recent demeanor, It appears he was indeed a remarkable being in that life. Even if he were deemed a failure, he exuded an aura of formidable self-assurance. Otherwise, he would not project such a composed facade. This individual, reborn as a powerful figure, must have lost his parents, given the circumstances. After all, the parents of the Son of Fortune are likely to have held perilous professions. Just moments ago, Jue Tian noticed a chill in the Son of Fortune's gaze when he mentioned his parents, as though they were mere strangers, devoid of any warmth. Since his parents are no longer present, it appears he possesses only one leverage point left. Gazing at Gong Xian ahead, Jue Tian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Observing Zhao Wujie still performing, Jue Tian offered a slight smile, deliberately avoiding eye contact with him, adopting a tone of indifference. You know, I'm not referring to the present you, but rather the you from before. Your soul is not damaged. It has merely merged. Am I correct in my assumption? At this moment, Zhao Wujie's expression stiffened. His fingers trembled slightly, transitioning into a state of confusion as he regarded Jue Tian, seemingly pondering the meaning behind his words. He then glanced around, asking, "Young Master D, are you speaking to me?" Jue Tian turned to meet Zhao Wujie's gaze. Zhao Wujie felt a surge of light illuminating within him, instinctively awakening a powerful essence of his soul. He regarded Jue Tian warily, realizing that his secret had been uncovered. Indeed, he had encountered a fortuitous opportunity, receiving a legacy, not a possession of another's body, but that legacy had intensified his soul's power to such an extent that he now found it impossible to cultivate. Noticing the self-deprecating glint in Zhao Wujie's eyes, Jue Tian remained silent. Are you still reluctant to speak the truth? You surely wouldn't want anything unfortunate to befall my cousin, would you? You grasp my meaning, I trust? Jue Tian casually cast a glance at Gong Xian, addressing Zhao Wujie with a measured tone. Zhao Wujie's complexion changed. Young Master D, what do you mean by that? What do I mean? Surely you are aware that since my arrival, you have been on edge, clearly anxious about my presence as a man. You harbor feelings for my cousin, and if you wish to prevent any misfortune from occurring, I hope you will be forthright with me. Zhao Wujie's expression finally shifted. He had not anticipated that Jue Tian would discern his condition. However, he pondered when he had revealed such vulnerabilities. After all, in his previous life, he was a formidable force at the pinnacle of the celestial realm. Why then could he not see through this young man? Though he could not penetrate Jue Tian's facade, Jue Tian effortlessly saw through him. What is it you wish to know? I wish to uncover your origins. I am afraid I cannot divulge that information. My soul has yet to fully merge, and I retain no memories of many occurrences. All I recall is that I received a legacy. As he uttered those words, Zhao Wujie appeared lost in thought. Is that so? Jue Tian was unfazed. This Son of Fortune had lived countless years in his previous life, operating under his own set of rules. It seemed he would not extract any further information. If pressed, Jue Tian had little doubt that this Son of Fortune possessed means to defend himself. Additionally, the Son of Fortune being under Jue Tian's scrutiny provided him with a sense of reassurance. Noticing that Jue Tian had ceased his inquiries, Zhao Wujie relaxed his posture. In his eyes, this young man had transitioned into an adversary. This fellow is truly formidable. Though their exchange had been brief, he did not expect Jue Tian's overt threat. Yet, he found himself puzzled as to why Jue Tian had chosen to relent. As their conversation reached its conclusion, Gong Xian halted her steps, observing Zhao Wujie with concern. How'd it go? I must say, young Master D is indeed a remarkable individual. He possesses a unique ability to perceive others, and I have gained invaluable insights this time. As he spoke, admiration shone in his eyes. Jue Tian noticed a transformation in Zhao Wujie's demeanor. The weariness that once marked him had vanished, replaced by youthful vigor. How intriguing. After witnessing Zhao Wujie's change, Gong Xian paused, then broke into laughter. Now you truly resemble a young man. Previously, one might have mistaken you for an ancient being weathered by time. My grandfather was curious about your experiences, as you possess eyes that seem to see through the world. You resemble my grandfather more than a youthful spirit. Gong Xin Chuka Viva Ling Jiaming Dimpe, Zhao Wujia. Upon seeing this, felt a fleeting sense of nostalgia wash over him. How tedious. Such complications were bothersome. Jue Tian surveyed the surrounding mythical beasts with a sigh, and soon thereafter, a surge of thunderous energy enveloped him. At this revelation, Zhao Wujia was momentarily taken aback. Was Jue Tian of a thunderous constitution? Gong Xian, too, was intrigued. As Jue Tian lightly stepped forward, the moment his foot made contact with the ground, the realm above the mystical domain underwent a transformation. An intense darkness enveloped the space, and a vortex materialized. In moments, a colossal whirlwind emerged, 100 feet wide, as dragons forged from lightning unfurled their eyes, cold and imbued with an aura of judgment. Thousands of thunderous dragons swirled around the column of tempest, launching themselves toward the beasts below. As the mythical creatures sensed Jue Tian's presence, instinctively they fled. Zhao Wujia, both wary and grim-faced, could hardly fathom the brutal methods employed by Jue Tian. He appeared harmless, even handsome, yet possessed a chilling proclivity for destruction. Beasts exploded in the tempest of thunder. Very well, the path has been cleared, Jue Tian remarked nonchalantly, then advanced forward, in a space unseen by others. He wore a sardonic smile. Zhao Wujia, observing Jue Tian's retreating figure, clenched his fists, casting a glance at Gong Xian, remaining silent as he inhaled deeply, his gaze filled with reverence. Gong Xian, noting Zhao Wujia's expression, refrained from speaking. Such strength was something any young man would envy. Zhao Wujia's gaze remained fixated upon Jue Tian. What could his true intentions be? At that moment, Zhao Wujia felt an inexplicable sense of foreboding, a sensation he had not experienced since being reborn. Watching Jue Tian take pleasure in vanquishing mythical beasts ahead, Zhao Wujia found himself engulfed in confusion. Had he perhaps overthought the matter? Chapter 43. The Prodigy of Fate. A dual-advantaged Jue Tian remained oblivious to the fact that his inquiry had caused Zhao Wuji's heart to flutter with unease. However, Jue Tian was deliberate in his approach, fully aware that this individual had been reborn. By choosing not to raise alarm, he ensured that the true nature of this person would remain concealed. Moreover, with his subtle prodding, the prodigy of fate would inevitably become anxious. It was indeed a source of delight for a villain to instill such trepidation in the prodigy of fate. Shortly thereafter, the three individuals' eyes sparkled with intrigue upon the sight of a divine tree emerging before them. Jue Tian, however, was not particularly invested in the yin-yang fruit. His concern lay in the fact that should the prodigy of fate acquire it, his foundation would undoubtedly be significantly bolstered. More than the fruit itself, Jue Tian was curious about the prodigy's prior identity. It seemed that upon exiting, he would need to inquire further with Gong Jiulong. Upon witnessing 3 yin-yang divine fruits, Jue Tian discerned something peculiar. The yin-yang divine fruits had undergone a transformation. A smirk adorned his face, for it appeared as though this was a setup for the prodigy of fate. Unexpectedly, the yin-yang divine tree had also been subtly affected. The 3 fruits appeared robust. Yet with the aid of his void divine eye, Jue Tian perceived that the energy within 2 of the fruits had been mostly depleted. The inconspicuous fruit, duller in hue than the others, had undergone a metamorphosis of its own. It seemed to be the true yin-yang divine fruit, while the preceding 2 could merely be labeled as yin-yang sacred fruits. Jue Tian noted a shift in Zhao Wuji's expression. Gong Xian, observing this, smiled subtly before producing a jade box adorned with ethereal patterns. As she plucked the fruit from the tree, both men remained silent. Now, possessing 3 fruits, Zhao Wuji contemplated taking the dimmer one. At that moment, a thought crossed his mind. Given Jue Tian's previous suspicions, he devised a plan that could dispel any doubts about his intentions while simultaneously achieving 2 objectives. Gong Xian regarded Zhao Wuji with confusion, still unaware if that particular fruit could aid him. For the sake of caution, he resolved to select the one that appeared to contain less energy. If it proved beneficial, his goals would be met. If not, the losses would remain manageable. As Zhao Wuji uttered these words, a mixture of worry and joy flickered in his gaze. Gong Xian's expression shifted, realizing that if Zhao Wuji's endeavor failed, her own burdens would intensify. Perhaps he was considering her well-being. Just then, the dim fruit was snatched away by a pair of hands. Jue Tian took a decisive bite and turned his attention to the two others. No need for concern. I shall bear any consequences alone, he declared. Zhao Wuji trembled, his hands clenched tightly, blood vessels visible in his eyes. Internally, he cursed, "Why so hasty? You, sly old fox, why did you choose that one?" Gong Xian gazed at Jue Tian with a mix of admiration and sympathy for her cousin, recognizing the sacrifices he made for her. With a less favorable fruit consumed by her cousin, she felt free to act without reservation, thinking, what if it truly proves effective? Eagerly, Gong Xian offered Zhao Wuji a yin-yang divine fruit. Upon receiving it, he felt a pang of regret. At that moment, he did not dare to raise his gaze to Jue Tian, lost in contemplation. Was Jue Tian's action intentional, or had he discerned the fruit's uniqueness? Perhaps his eagerness had betrayed him. As these thoughts consumed him, Zhao Wuji lifted his head, only to see Jue Tian finishing the last of his fruit. A surge of powerful energy erupting from him before vanishing. Regret was now futile. However, as Zhao Wuji settled down, his expression shifted dramatically. He realized that after consuming the yin-yang divine fruit, his body had not reacted at all. Impossible. It cannot be. Could this fruit be a counterfeit? His face paled, for he possessed the memories of his past life, and the yin-yang divine fruit was supposed to be immensely beneficial to his soul. Why had it yielded no effect? Suddenly, he recalled that Jue Tian had brushed against the box earlier. Gongzi, this jest is far from amusing, Zhao Wuji said to Jue Tian, his calm demeanor belied by a tempest brewing within him, vowing to eliminate Jue Tian. What is the meaning of this? He questioned, incredulously observing Jue Tian, who had consumed a yin-yang divine fruit without so much as a reaction. Gong Xian, perplexed, interjected, Zhao Gongzi, what do you mean? Gongzi, how long do you intend to maintain this charade? Zhao Wuji, what does this have to do with my cousin? Gong Xian finally grasped the situation, realizing her cousin had suffered enough. Their grandfather had previously stated that the most potent fruit was reserved for Jue Tian, and now Jue Tian was the one at a disadvantage. Yet Zhao Wuji questioned him. Zhao Wuji, now recognizing Jue Tian's mocking gaze, felt his anger flare. Insufferable. He scoffed, but all he received in return was Jue Tian's departing silhouette. What transpired? He pondered. Well, he took that fruit. He must have swapped the yin-yang divine fruit. Upon hearing this, Gong Xian's eyes widened in disbelief. Unthinkable. My cousin could not possibly execute such a deceit. Zhao Wuji remained silent, for Jue Tian had openly threatened him, and he was not one to shy away from such schemes. Xinia, you know I do not deceive, he asserted. Gong Xian's expression shifted, and she turned to follow Jue Tian's retreating form, her mind racing. Do not jump to conclusions. Inquire with grandfather. If he truly did this, we may have no recourse, but I will provide you with an explanation. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Wuji realized he had been too hasty. Reflecting on his earlier behavior, he understood that Jue Tian's indifference might have been perceived as his embarrassment, aligning with the mindset of a youth. Unexpectedly, this might save him from potential trouble. As for the yin-yang divine fruit, he would devise another plan later. I apologize. Perhaps I was too eager for immediate results. I merely wished to gain power and stand before you to protect you. Should you encounter difficulties due to me, do not hesitate to speak out. The fault lies with me. Initially, Zhao Wuji had intended to let the matter rest. However, he was concerned about what Jue Tian might say. After all, he vividly recalled Jue Tian's previous inquiries. He remained uncertain whether Jue Tian continued to harbor doubts about him. For the sake of his future plans and to avoid exposure, he would utilize XNR, promising to make amends later. Zhao Wuji had begun to transform, embracing the essence of youth he had previously lacked. Gong Xian had mentioned that their grandfather perceived him as carrying the weight of the world, a sensation even more profound than that of their grandfather. What if Jue Tian revealed something he ought not to? He is but a young man, albeit one with an air of maturity beyond his years. Yet, the intrinsic qualities of youth remain ever present. Impulsiveness and a sense of grievance still linger within him. Thus, he yearns for a word from Gong Xin to dispel any doubts that may arise from Gong Jiulong. Even if Jue Tian remains silent, he resolves to be prepared, for it is not the fear of the improbable that troubles him, but rather the worry of the unforeseen. Chapter 44. Are you doubting Jue Tian for having swapped your Inyang divine fruit? Although this plan may tarnish my image within the palace of Jiulong, it seems I have never left a good impression since I arrived at the Gong family. Should Jue Tian learn of this, given his stature, he is likely to look down upon me. After all, a formidable being would hardly engage in such foolishness. Unexpectedly, I have inadvertently brought about a situation that benefits me. Thus, my plan has reached a successful conclusion. As these thoughts crossed Zhao Wuji's mind, he felt a pang of reluctance. Yet when he caught sight of Gong Xian's gaze, a gentler expression emerged. Gong Xin, filled with concern, pondered whether her cousin had truly done something amiss. Indeed, what had her cousin mentioned today? He inquired about my identity. What could he be curious about regarding that? Hadn't grandfather already informed him? I do not know. He spoke some inexplicable words, mentioning soul integration or possession, but I'm unclear about the specifics. Upon hearing this, Gong Xin was at a loss for words. To possess the soul of a useless being would be worse than death. Observing Zhao Wuji's eyes still clouded with confusion, she sighed, realizing her cousin harbored many doubts. Surely the world is not filled with wicked individuals. Perhaps I have matured too soon, unlike a typical youth. At this moment, Zhao Wuji felt a tinge of self-mockery. Upon hearing her words, Gong Xin felt a twinge of sorrow, but refrained from saying more. After all, Zhao Wuji's inability to cultivate, coupled with the various insults he endured and the emotional turmoil he faced, warranted a more mature demeanor. The two walked outward. Meanwhile, within Jue Tian's mind, the system's notification echoed, intercepted the fortune of a chosen one, reducing their destiny value by 500. The villain value for the master increases by 500. It appears that the Inyang divine fruit significantly aids the chosen one. When Jue Tian emerged, he glanced at the crowd outside, nodded, and remained silent. How is it? Gong Xinyue inquired of her beloved son. Not bad. Upon hearing this, Gong Xinyue's expression brightened, and Gong Jiulong nodded in agreement. The members of the Gong family, upon witnessing the reappearance of the two figures, exhibited a change in demeanor, particularly towards Zhao Wuji, whose presence elicited disdainful glances. Gong Jiulong frowned slightly, noting the shift in expressions among those in the grand hall. Zhao Wuji felt a surge of joy, realizing that his earlier preparations had borne fruit. Unexpectedly, a mere waste remains a waste. One cannot lift a mud-covered wall. It is astonishing that my body refinement realm has just broken through. I wonder what the family is contemplating regarding this Inyang divine fruit. Indeed, if I were to consume it, I could directly break through to the void realm and lay a solid foundation. I feel that feeding a pig would be more beneficial than allowing him to consume it. The other members of the Gong family regarded Zhao Wuji with a mix of jealousy and schadenfreude. Sighing, Gong Jiulong's thoughts grew less intense. It seemed he had overthought the matter. Grandfather, there is still another Inyang divine fruit. Please take a look. Hearing this, Gong Jiulong was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "Is my granddaughter a fool?" The other members of the Gong family were momentarily taken aback by the sight of the fruit, their eyes gleaming with greed. Given that the head of the family already possessed one, how would they divide this additional fruit? Even granting him an opportunity would be futile. A single divine fruit for a first-level body refinement practitioner is truly the waste of the wastes. Zhao Wuji's expression shifted, for he had not consumed the Inyang divine fruit. "Girl, what are you thinking? Did you not consume this fruit?" Upon hearing this transmission, Gong Xin was momentarily stunned before shaking her head, choosing not to elaborate further. Observing the ridicule directed at her within the grand hall, Gong Xin's expression darkened. A powerful aura erupted from her, accompanied by a threatening glare. The others fell silent, though a few young individuals glared at Gong Xin provocatively. Were it not for Gong Xin's grandfather being the family head, and their own grandfather being an elder, they would have had their chance. However, now only a single divine fruit remained, and they too wished to compete. Sighing at the gazes aimed her way, Gong Xian then turned her attention to the contemplative Jue Tian, unable to fathom his thoughts. Gong Jiolong's expression shifted. Surely, his granddaughter had not developed feelings for this distant cousin. Such a notion was intolerable. Xianer, do you have something to say? Cousin, may I inquire if you only took one fruit? Did you not engage in any other actions? Observing Jue Tian, Gong Xian had not intended to ask, but found herself compelled to do so for reasons unknown. Upon her utterance, the grand hall fell silent, with others averting their gazes from Jue Tian. Zhao Wuji smirked coldly. Xiana, what nonsense are you speaking? Gong Jiolong's expression darkened, while Gong Xinyue chuckled. I know not what transpired within, but whether one fruit or three were taken, what difference does it make? Gong Xinyue's demeanor transformed, exuding an imperial air, as if her words could easily dictate the fates of others. Gong Jiolong's expression grew increasingly grim. Gong Xian had not anticipated that her previously amiable aunt would suddenly exhibit such a change in presence. Jue Tian regarded his mother with a warm smile. Mother, please quell your anger. Since my cousin has asked this question, she must harbor some doubts. There are 3 divine fruits within. I consumed one. And this young master, Zhao, consumed another. I wonder what my cousin intends with her inquiry? The crowd was left bewildered. Xianer, what exactly transpired? Allow me to explain. At that moment, witnessing Gong Xian rendered speechless, Zhao Wuji stepped forward. Many faces displayed surprise. This young man seemed somewhat different, though they could not articulate why. Gong Xinyue was momentarily taken aback, but soon dismissed it. After consuming the fruit, it was akin to drinking a glass of water. The primary function of the yin-yang divine fruit is to heal the soul. Previously, the family investigated, confirming that my soul had suffered damage due to a powerful inheritance. Xinia, as my wife, naturally wishes for my recovery. Zhao Wuji had initially refrained from voicing these thoughts, but, feeling a twinge of anxiety, opted to portray himself as a wronged youth. Otherwise, his doubts would remain unresolved. Moreover, restoring one's soul is not solely reliant on the yin-yang divine fruit. There are other paths, albeit more time-consuming. Presently, Zhao Wuji remained encumbered, yet he believed that once he was free, his strength would rapidly ascend. His objective now was to dispel Jue Tian's suspicions, leading the Gong family to grow disillusioned and lower their guard. Once Zhao Wuji concluded his explanation, silence enveloped the grand hall. Gong Xinyue's murderous intent surged, causing the faces of those present to change dramatically. At that moment, the skies above the palace darkened, and a suffocating aura began to spread. The others in the grand hall dared not draw a breath. Gong Jiolong's expression became increasingly grim. At the same time, astonishment engulfed him. He had never anticipated that his own daughter possessed such depth that even he could not fathom her true abilities. Do you suspect that my son has swapped your yin-yang divine fruit? Chapter 45. Intentional planning fails. Unintentional planning flourishes when Gong Xinyue uttered these words. Her tone was devoid of warmth, replaced instead by an air of hostility. She was acutely aware of Jue Tian's temperament and believed that his arrival was not merely for the sake of yin-yang divine fruit. As the daughter of the Gong family, she recognized that none of the younger generation had distinguished themselves. By making her son the heir of the Gong family, she hoped to enhance his potential significantly. Unexpectedly, doubts were cast upon her intentions this time. I did not claim such a thing. Perhaps it is my own inadequacy, Zhao Wuji remarked, his countenance shifting as he sensed the overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. The pride of having been a formidable figure resurfaced within him. Had Zhao Wuji made this assertion earlier, many would have questioned Jue Tian's motives, influenced by the aura of fortune. However, with the notorious villain Jue Tian seated before them, and his nefarious aura palpable, the likelihood of others believing Zhao Wuji diminished significantly. Cousin, is it truly appropriate to bully a junior? Gong Xin Zet Ponde. Casting a glance at Gong Xinyue. We are all family. I merely inquired. Indeed, we are family. There is no need for such complications, Jue Tian interjected, prompting a resigned sigh from Gong Xinyue. With a flick of his finger, 10 yin-yang divine fruits materialized before them. The expressions of those in the grand hall shifted dramatically. Gong Xian's visage paled. The precious items they held dear were treated by Jue Tian as mere trifles. Gong Xinyue sighed once more, fully aware of her son's temperament. Had it not been for her intervention, the patriarch of the D family would have likely been on his way. Perhaps Jue Tian had intervened, given that the ancestor of the D family held him in high regard. Grandfather, I did not anticipate that Tianer would stir up such trouble this time. It is my oversight, Jue Tian apologized. Observing her son, Gong Xinyue felt an intense fury rise within her, directing a murderous gaze towards Gong Xian. The members of the Gong family began to panic, realizing that they had likely erred gravely. Cousin, do you not still possess a divine fruit? Why not give it a try? Upon hearing this, Gong Xian instinctively consumed the fruit, unleashing a surge of formidable energy. Jue Tian smiled. Mother, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Grandfather, grandmother, I shall visit you again when time permits. After uttering these words, a void passage appeared behind Jue Tian, and he vanished from sight. In the aftermath of her son's departure, Gong Xinyue gazed at her parents, disappointment etched on her features. The two elders had remained largely silent throughout. Father, mother, I shall soon be leaving. Here are some items I have brought for the family, Gong Xinyue declared, producing another 10 yin-yang divine fruits. The younger generation of the Gong family had yet to attain significant prowess. She should have been the most accomplished, having reached the 8th level of the Void Realm, bolstered by the divine fruits. The family had been in decline for some time. She had hoped that Tianer's return would strengthen ties with the Gong family. A generational gap had emerged, and they should have understood the implications of this. Have you forgotten what the D family represents? She continued. The yin-yang divine fruit is something Tianer dismissed years ago as nothing but a worthless fruit. He is not only my son, but also the divine scion of the D family and its future leader. Were it not for Tianer's intervention, I would not have been able to stop the ancestor of the D family. You all sensed the overwhelming aura earlier, did you not? Gong Xinyue remarked, preparing to depart. At that moment, a figure materialized. Gong Jiulong bowed respectfully. Ancestor, my child, there was intention behind this. The Gong family has erred this time, the ancestor stated. No need for further discussion. I have pressing matters. Ancestor, father, mother, take care. With that, Gong Xinyue departed. The ancestor sighed. You should go to the back mountain to cultivate, he instructed Gong Jiulong. Upon hearing this, Gong Jiulong's countenance shifted. He understood the gravity of those words. The family would now allow Gong Yilong to take over. The 10 dragons of the Gong family were indeed 10 brothers, and Gong Yilong felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. It was I who sought to bring back Yuer. Otherwise, why would the esteemed matriarch of the D family linger in the Gong residence for so long? Unbeknownst to him, while he had merely drifted into contemplation, such events had unfolded. The ancestor gazed upon the younger generation, disappointment evident in his eyes, yet he refrained from further commentary. Others in the Gong family expressed relief as the ancestor departed, though some wore expressions of discontent. Gong Xian, regaining her composure, turned to her grandfather, wishing to express something. Perhaps guilt weighed heavily upon her. After all, her grandfather had only one son and one daughter, Gong Xinyue and Gong Rizui, Gong Xian's late father. Feeling guilty, her grandfather had always catered to her wishes. Sigh. Gong Jiulong glanced at his granddaughter, words unspoken, as he grappled with what to say. Gong Xian observed her grandfather's expression, regret washing over her. She had never anticipated that her simple inquiry would spiral into such a significant issue. Gong Xian felt aggrieved. Gong Xin, Zhao Wuji has committed a grave error. He is to leave the Gong family. Gong Zilong Pao de Si Sivin, condemning Gong Xin. By what right? Just because I am the family head? Your grandfather is no longer the head of the family, he retorted. Moreover, are you truly so dim-witted as to not realize that the D family is incensed? Your grandfather has been embroiled in this because of you. This is merely to demonstrate an attitude to the D family. Even if your grandfather were here, he would have no words to offer. Gong Yilong spoke bluntly, without the slightest veil. Gong Xian's complexion drained of color as she recalled her grandfather's gaze upon leaving, one filled with unspoken words. Perhaps he too recognized her earlier misstep, yet chose to stand by her side. Zhao Wuji, initially filled with resentment, found his spirit buoyed by the thought of departing from the Gong family. He had not anticipated that an intentional act would yield unintended consequences. An hour later, Gong Xian gazed at the distant grand hall, sighing deeply. Est asuot, Xinea. I shall soon return for you, and the Gong family will come to regret their decisions. Gong Xian glanced at Zhao Wuji, shaking her head. Zhao Wuji, sensing her skepticism, offered no explanation. You seem quite pleased, Gong Xian inquired, feeling a sense of relief wash over her. Did you find the Gong family oppressive? Not exactly. It simply felt a bit out of place. Are the fruits truly problematic? Indeed, I am certain, though I remain unaware of his schemes. Chapter 46. Rest assured, following me will expedite your progress more than within your family. At this moment, deep within the back mountain of the Gong family, if Gong Xian and Zhao Wuji were present, they would undoubtedly be astounded. The previously disheartened grandfather, along with Gong Yilong and the ancestral elder, were all gathered here. Moreover, Jue Tian and Gong Xinyue were also present. Grandson, the plan has commenced. Is what you mentioned true or false? Grandfather, a young man who has received a legacy, no matter how formidable, cannot possibly be without the effects of the yin-yang divine fruit. The only exception would be if his soul were usurped. Reflecting on Zhao Wuji's previous arrival at the Gong family, one could see the stark contrast to his current state. Once perceived as a worthless individual, now exuding an air of profound understanding, he seemed to grasp the winds of destiny. You have all witnessed this. Among the younger generation in the Immortal Domain, how many can achieve such a feat? Jue Tian concluded, falling silent thereafter. The faces of the Gong family darkened. They had previously noted Zhao Wuji's peculiarities, and now, hearing Jue Tian's words, their expressions soured further. Perhaps we should eliminate him, regardless of his past life, one suggested. Yet, Jue Tian merely shook his head, indicating that taking action now would only serve to provide experience points. The Child of Destiny had 20,000 destiny points, merely 500 short, an inconsequential loss for one of such fortune. He had not anticipated that his earlier carelessness would lead to this predicament. Gong Jiolong sighed as well. As a formidable force within the Immortal Domain, competition was inevitable. Their prior actions had merely been a ruse. If a family were truly so frivolous, they would have long since perished. Is Xianer truly under control? Gong Jiolong inquired once more. Almost. This is what the elder informed me, came the response. Upon hearing this, the Gong family ceased to doubt. After all, the ancestor who guarded Jue Tian was a formidable figure indeed. His words, once spoken, were not to be taken lightly. In the void, the elder observed Jue Tian with a perplexed expression. This impudent youth was once again shifting the blame onto him. Yet, he wondered what this young man was truly plotting, for he did not seem like the type to engage in such schemes. Previously, Jue Tian had uttered a statement that continued to astonish him. Elder, there are individuals whom you cannot kill, no matter how you try, such as the one whose bones were excavated. He is certainly still alive. The elder pondered the notion of those with great fortune, akin to sons of heaven. He understood the existence of such individuals, yet the sheer magnitude of their fortune left him astounded. Very well, since this young man has devised a plan, I shall leave future matters to him. In the back mountain of the Gong family, Jue Tian queried Gong Jiolong, Grandfather, do you recall your friend? I do, but he has been absent for a long time. The last time I contacted him, he did not respond. Elder, please reach out again and inform him that Zhao Wuji is in trouble. Upon hearing Jue Tian's words, Gong Jiolong showed no sign of doubt. He produced a jade pendant and sent a message forth. At that moment, in a concealed location, an elderly man with white hair panted heavily, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Sensing something amiss, he retrieved a jade pendant. Old friend, come to the Gong family. Your disciple is in trouble. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression shifted dramatically, and he promptly exited. You traversed the void, crossing billions of miles, solely for this fleeting moment, a disgruntled voice echoed. Upon hearing this, the elder's countenance changed, revealing a hint of embarrassment. I am rather pressed for time today. Once I resolve this matter, we shall engage in a duel of 300 rounds. Spare me. You say this every time, yet this time, the wait has been the longest. The elder hurriedly departed. As he left, a woman emerged, holding a jade stone, which she used to send a message. Before long, 3 figures appeared. Come in. That fellow has left. Let us strategize and converse. Indeed, they replied in unison, their voices tinged with a peculiar resonance. At this moment, the elder remained unaware of the circumstances awaiting him. Meanwhile, Gong Xian and Zhao Wuji wandered aimlessly. Where are you taking me? You shall know upon arrival. Fear not. Following me will enhance your abilities far more swiftly than within your family. Perhaps your physique shall undergo a metamorphosis. Upon hearing this, Gong Xian gently caressed Zhao Wuji's forehead. The day has yet to darken, and you are already dreaming. The Gong family is formidable, yet even my grandfather, previously the head of the family, could not facilitate a transformation of my physique. She noted that since departing from the Gong family, Zhao Wuji had undergone significant changes, almost as if he were an entirely different person. This was the first time she had witnessed such a transformation. Meanwhile, within the Gong family, Qian Tang arrived, his eyes filled with urgency. Brother Jiulong. Upon hearing this call, Gong Jiulong's expression brightened. He had not anticipated this individual would truly arrive. It seemed this matter was far from simple. Grandson, he has arrived. Very well, grandfather, allow me to handle this matter. You need not worry. I will ensure the D family intervenes. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Gong family nodded. If things go awry, eliminate him directly. We cannot risk the family's downfall for his sake. Gong Jiulong spoke, his tone heavy with sorrow. The Jue Tian nodded, remaining silent. Father, do not fret. Leave this to me. Gong Xinyue added, gazing at the figure outside. The Jue Tian turned his attention to the individual, noting the details: name, Qian Tang identity, general before the Wuji Hall strength, sage level 3 physique, earth spirit sacred body technique, earthquake divine art, earth dragon suppression. Upon reviewing this information, Di Jue Tian's eyes sparkled, as if he had unearthed something extraordinary. Truly, it was an effortless acquisition. Upon his arrival, the elder's countenance transformed dramatically upon realizing he was surrounded and that his sage-level powers had vanished without a trace. The celestial energy within him felt as if it had sunk into the ocean, utterly untouchable. Brother Jiulong, this jest is far from amusing. Qian Tang initially believed that Gong Jiulong was seeking revenge for having previously intoxicated him and failing to respond to messages. He had not anticipated that his concern would lead to such chaos. Master, how could such an existence from a past life ever encounter this situation, unless... As he contemplated another possibility, Qian Tang shook his head, for that thought was indeed rather audacious. Chapter 47, impossible. I witnessed his death with my own eyes. You are the one guarding Zhao Wuji from behind, aren't you? A youthful figure emerged. Upon seeing this figure, Qian Tang's expression changed dramatically. Who are you? Where's Gong Jiulong? I am the divine son of the Di family, Di Jue Tian. Upon hearing this, Qian Tang's face paled. Could it be that the troubles of the family lord were caused by this divine son of the Di family? May I ask, divine son, what brings you to seek me? Nothing much. I merely wish to make use of you, Di Jue Tian stated unapologetically. At this, the hidden elder fell silent. And so did Qian Tang. Only Di Jue Tian remained indifferent. Di Jue Tian's eyes suddenly deepened, revealing intertwining golden and crimson halos. When the halos faded, his face had turned pale. He hadn't anticipated that condensing a magic seed to control a saint would nearly drain all his energy. However, it had now dissipated to a great extent. Master, the elder gasped in astonishment upon witnessing this, looking at Di Jue Tian with disbelief. Who would have thought that the chaos demon body possessed such profound capabilities? This was information he had never encountered before. Given that Di Jue Tian could reach this level, the elder wondered if the powerful figure who once controlled the chaos demon body in a previous life still existed. Xiania, is there any drawback to condensing the magic seed and controlling others? There is. The elder's expression shifted nervously upon hearing this. There is no need for concern. The drawbacks can be said to be minimal. If I were to perish, those controlled by the magic seed would also meet their end. Once someone is controlled by the magic seed, they cannot break free unless I release them. At this revelation, the elder's eyes widened in shock. The more he understood this constitution, the more he felt its terrifying nature. Fortunately, this demon body belonged to his own family. At this moment, the elder felt an unexpected sense of relief. Now, tell me about the past concerning Zhao Wuji. Yes, master. Zhao Wuji was originally named Zhao Wuji. However, he was previously the lord of the Wuji Shrine in Wuji Prefecture, a formidable figure on the verge of attaining the half-step emperor realm. Just as he was about to break through, something unexpected occurred, leading to his downfall. Subsequently, the lord's wife ascended to his position. Displeased with that woman, I chose to leave. How did you discover Zhao Wuji? It was during one of my excursions when I encountered him. Upon seeing that figure, I felt a familiar aura. To my astonishment, Zhao Wuji called my name directly upon seeing me. I had not expected that he was the previous lord who had died. The lord had been dead for 30,000 years, yet he had returned. When I asked Zhao Wuji where he wished to go, he mentioned the Gong family and indicated a relationship with Gong Xian. You are aware of what transpired thereafter. Do you know how Zhao Wuji fell? I do not. He had secluded himself, claiming he was about to break through, and then fell silent. The next time we discovered him, he was already dead, found by Zhao Wuji's wife. Although we all harbored doubts, none voiced them. After all, the rewards offered by the lady were simply too great. However, I sensed that the atmosphere in the Wuji Shrine had changed. The Lord's wife displayed formidable strength and ambition, and it seemed there was an inexplicable relationship between Zhao Wuji's brothers and his wife. Not wishing to entangle myself in their sordid affairs, I chose to depart. The Wuji Shrine, indeed. I understand. You may leave now. Zhao Wuji will contact you regarding future matters. Do not let him discover you. Also, should anything arise, you know what to do. After watching Qian Tang depart, Jue Tian contemplated. Elder, let us proceed and witness the essence of the Wuji Shrine. Hearing this, the elder nodded and departed with Jue Tian. At this moment, within the inner palace of the Wuji Shrine, Jue Tian appeared without disturbance. Observing the scenes behind the beaded curtains, he chose a spot to sit, sipping tea while admiring the surroundings. Murong Hongyan and Li Xiaoyan suddenly felt an unsettling sensation, as if they were being watched. Upon turning, they beheld a remarkably handsome young man, sipping tea and observing them with an air of disdain. Li Xiaoyan's expression shifted. A mist enveloped them, shielding them from view. When they reappeared before Jue Tian, both were filled with fury and knelt before him. Jue Tian spoke softly, and a terrifying oppressive force descended upon them like a mountain, causing them to spit blood in shock. They promptly knelt before him, eyes filled with horror. You are Zhao Wuji's wife, and you are his brother. Upon hearing this, their faces turned ashen, cold sweat forming on their foreheads. They stared at Jue Tian, speechless. You were quite eloquent just a moment ago, yet now you have nothing to say? At Jue Tian's words, the two took a deep breath, finally regaining their composure. May I ask who the esteemed senior is? Now thoroughly subdued, they recognized that Jue Tian's power far surpassed theirs. Jue Tian, the divine son of the D family, not merely a senior. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged shocked glances. The disparity in power between the Wuji Shrine and the D family was staggering. What business brings the divine son to this place? Nothing much. Just eliminate him. He annoys me, Jue Tian declared to Murong Hongyan. Li Xiaoyan's pupils constricted upon hearing this. Divine son, spare my life. I do not know how I have offended you. I beg for your forgiveness. Murong Hongyan's expression also changed, but she immediately drew a sword, aiming it at Li Xiaoyan. Wait. Just as the sword's tip was about to pierce Li Xiaoyan's heart, it halted. Li Xiaoyan looked at Jue Tian with gratitude in his eyes. Elder, lend me some power. Jue Tian transmitted a message to the elder, who nodded in agreement. Jue Tian's gaze shimmered with intertwining golden and crimson light. The two trembled. Master. Very well. Uncertain of what he had just recalled, Jue Tian spoke. I have tasks for you both. Fulfill them. and you shall be rewarded. Fail, and you shall die. The two bowed their heads to the ground, silent. Zhao Wuji is still alive. Jue Tian's words struck the two like a heavy hammer, resonating in their hearts. Zhao Wuji, impossible. I witnessed his death with my own eyes, Murong Hongyan exclaimed. Li Xiaoyan nodded in agreement. Chapter 48. The Son of Destiny is surprisingly bullied by a mouse after all. It was the collaboration of two individuals that led to the demise of Zhao Wuji. Now, their master informs them that he is, in fact, alive. Upon encountering him, you shall understand. Henceforth, act according to my plan, should any mishap occur. I trust you comprehend the implications. Upon hearing these words, the two nodded in agreement. You may proceed. Furthermore, your current approach lacks variety. I will have matters arranged for you in due course. Once Emperor Jue Tian departed, the two took a deep breath and exchanged a glance. Hongyan, were you truly prepared to take action just now? Indeed, I was ready to strike. Li Xiaoyan's expression shifted. However, I shall accompany you, murmured Murong Hongyan. Li Xiaoyan's countenance brightened with joy. Should we not restrain them all, to avert any unforeseen complications in our master's scheme? Indeed. But let us defer such actions for now. We shall continue as planned. You were startled earlier. Are you all right? Murong Yan inquired. Li Xiaoyan hesitata. Ah. Let us proceed with controlling them. You brought me to this place. Meanwhile, Gong Xian trailed Zhao Wuji to the edge of a precipice. This should be the spot. Zhao Wuji murmured to himself. Gong Xian regarded him with a puzzled expression, her eyes reflecting confusion. Soon, you shall understand. But it is perilous for the two of us to descend now. We must await another's arrival. Zhao Wuji appeared to harbor a hidden agenda. Suddenly, he produced a jade talisman, shattering it in his grasp. Moments later, the void parted, revealing Qian Tang as figure. Master, Gong Xian's complexion shifted at the unexpected appearance, and she respectfully bowed to Zhao Wuji. At that moment, Gong Xian realized she could no longer fathom Zhao Wuji. Who is he? I shall explain later. For now, the most crucial resource lies here, previously buried by me. Though scant, it suffices for our cultivation. I wonder, however, if the passage of time has caused any deterioration. In the void, Emperor Jue Tian remained concealed, undetectable to anyone. As he scrutinized the empty space before him, he noted the presence of several rare items. After a brief moment, he departed, and Qian Tang escorted Gong Xian and Zhao Wuji downwards. Zhao Wuji's face radiated joy, while Gong Xian curiously surveyed her surroundings. With a creak, the portal opened, prompting Zhao Wuji to hasten his steps. He recalled placing a divine pill in this very location. While its effects paled in comparison to the yin-yang divine fruit, it could nonetheless expedite the fusion of his soul. Once the soul unites, many abilities shall be unleashed, and power may be swiftly augmented. However, as the trio entered, they were taken aback to find the space utterly barren. No, wait, there's a mouse. Why had a mouse appeared here? Previously, he had set numerous traps and formations capable of suppressing saints. Why was the aura absent? Zhao Wuji, look at what that mouse is consuming, Gong Xian exclaimed, her gaze fixed on the half-eaten object in the rodent's mouth. Zhao Wuji squinted by the heavens. My soul pill. Enraged, he lunged towards the mouse. In response, the mouse executed a swift kick. Thud! Zhao Wuji doubled over, clutching his midsection, collapsing to the ground. Qian Tang's expression shifted. Just don't incapacitate him. I hope Zhao Wuji will be all right. Zhao Wuji winced in pain, his veins standing out. The mouse approached him, raised a middle finger, chewed the pill into bits, and spat it onto the ground. After mixing it with the dust beneath its feet, it transformed into a black mud ball before swaggering away. Damn it, Zhao Wuji spat, each word laced with venom. Upon hearing this, Gong Xian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. She anticipated that the once confident Zhao Wuji would be bested by a mere mouse. Observing his pained expression, she sighed, disappointment clouding her gaze. Only Qian Tang appeared enlightened. After all, a mouse is still just a mouse. It seemed Zhao Wuji had an affinity for this peculiar scenario. Should Zhao Wuji learn of Qian Tang's thoughts, it would likely incite his wrath. Get up, Gong Xian urged. shaking her head as she helped Zhao Wuji to his feet. In the void, Emperor Jue Tian observed the unfolding scene with a faint smile, appreciating the striking contrast to the Son of Destiny. The Master seizes the Son of Destiny's inherent fortune, resulting in a decline of 500 in his destiny value, while the Master's villainous value increases by 500. The heroine of Destiny feels a tinge of disappointment towards the Son of Destiny, causing a further decline of 1,000 in his destiny value, while the Master's villainous value rises by 1,000. Unexpectedly, the Son of Destiny's fortune value suffered another loss of 1,500, totaling 2,000 when combined with previous deductions. Upon rising, Zhao Wuji trembled, cold sweat beading on his forehead. If he wasn't mistaken, he felt a slight swelling. Yet, in such an expansive area, there was no hidden corner to examine. He could only stand awkwardly. Since there are no resources here, I will wait for you at the entrance. Please be swift. Hearing this, Zhao Wuji's face flushed with embarrassment, losing the previous luster in his demeanor. Must he really go to that place? He watched Gong Xine depart, murmuring, "No, I need strength, but that location." Contemplating this, Zhao Wuji felt conflicted. Must he endure a repeat of his past life? No. This time he would take a gamble. Glancing around, he saw nothing amiss and proceeded to step outside. "Is everything all right?" Gong Xine asked anxiously. "All is well. I shall recuperate for a few days." Thankfully, that mouse was not formidable, Zhao Wuji replied, immediately wishing to slap himself. He was already in a humiliating predicament. Let us journey to Wujizu." Zhao Wuji's expression turned serious. Qian Tang nodded, asking no further questions as a void passage materialized. After they departed, Emperor Jue Tian followed suit, having overheard the Son of Destiny's words within the cave. It appeared this opportunity would alter his fate. Should he cultivate anew, he could swiftly reclaim his former prowess, perhaps even advance further. However, the Son of Destiny would likely feel discontent. Emperor Jue Tian discerned Zhao Wuji's turmoil and wondered what opportunity had caused the Son of Destiny to become so conflicted. Simultaneously, a message was dispatched. The plan commences. Chapter 49. You have arrived? Indeed, I have arrived. Within the boundless Great Hall, upon receiving the messages emanating from the talismans, Murong Hongyan was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the plan to commence so swiftly. With the plan underway, preparations must be made. I shall begin my preparations. Li Xiaoyan nodded in response, aware that his own involvement in the forthcoming scheme was imminent. Hidden within the void, Jue Tian followed closely behind the Child of Destiny. Soon, they arrived at a location abundant with intricate formations. Jue Tian was astonished to discover that these formations appeared to be naturally occurring. Gazing upon the natural array formed by the majestic mountain range, he was filled with admiration. "Master, this place is remarkable. We should take it with us." Upon hearing this, the elder was momentarily stunned, but soon his expression shifted to one of delight, having recognized the strength of these formations. With some enhancement, this location could once again serve as a foundation for their power. Jue Tian, with a sense of curiosity, contemplated that, barring any unforeseen events, this would become the site for the establishment of the Child of Destiny's influence. After all, who wouldn't be tempted by a natural formation? The fortuitousness of the Child of Destiny was indeed formidable. "Zhao Wuji, what is this place?" At that moment, Gong Xine observed the surroundings with intrigue, noting that the ethereal energy here was even denser than that of her own clan. "It is a place of inheritance," Zhao Wuji articulated deliberately, meticulously observing the locale. This was the very site he had discovered in his previous life, but at that time, his power had reached remarkable heights, making it impossible to start anew. Thus, he had concealed this location to prevent any unforeseen incidents. The resources within were astonishingly abundant. As he pondered this, a glimmer of divine light shone in Zhao Wuji's eyes. Although not overwhelmingly powerful, he nonetheless forged a unique imprint. Then a mystical door of runes materialized. "Let us hurry inside to avert any unforeseen circumstances." Zhao Wuji harbored a foreboding premonition as an unwelcome visage persistently invaded his thoughts. Jue Tian. Once inside, they would occasionally encounter ferocious beasts. However, with the presence of Jue Tian, who possessed the strength of a sage. These creatures would naturally dissipate. Zhao Wuji was unfazed, for the place where fortune resided had been shrouded by his unique methods, ensuring its safety. After nearly a day's journey, the trio arrived beside a grand tree, and Zhao Wuji's face lit up with joy. He then bit his finger, drawing a unique talisman upon the ground. A beam of golden light erupted, and the tree transformed into nothingness, revealing yet another portal. Witnessing Zhao Wuji's capabilities, Gong Xian's expression shifted dramatically. She had not anticipated that Zhao Wuji possessed such means. Perhaps by following him, her very essence might indeed transform. Only Jue Tian exhibited a look of confusion, deeming it too simplistic, uncharacteristic of the Child of Destiny. The Child of Destiny had amassed a fortune of 20,000 destiny points, and having harvested 2,000, it was unlikely that he would be careless. Or perhaps, Jue Tian mused with a smile, he is merely testing the waters. Upon entering, they found a mysterious altar, suffused with an atmosphere of death and decay. Zhao Wuji dripped his blood onto the ground, and soon a fine thread appeared. Subsequently, the altar began to change, revealing a skeleton radiating a golden glow. Jue Tian was taken aback to discover a skeleton of a sage king at this location, though he remained largely indifferent. Gong Xian, however, widened her eyes in astonishment. From within the bones emerged a jade slip. "Master, this is dangerous. Allow me to proceed." Observing Zhao Wuji move forward, Jue Tian stepped in to block his path. Zhao Wuji paused for a moment before nodding. "Thank you for your assistance. It is my honor to relieve you of your burdens." After Jue Tian advanced, Zhao Wuji remained impassive, watching intently, his eyes shimmering with an unusual light. Only when Jue Tian retrieved the jade slip did he exhale in relief. Yet, just as he was about to approach Zhao Wuji, he suddenly lunged forward and struck Zhao Wuji. "I suspected you might have betrayed us, or perhaps lacking your previous intimidation, you now, as a mere sage, dare to challenge my authority?" Jue Tian sneered from the void, underestimating Zhao Wuji as nothing more than a trivial sage. However, he deemed it acceptable to eliminate a worthless sage without concern. "Let us see what you truly possess." Upon hearing this, Jue Tian lowered his head, his expression shifting dramatically, as a chill coursed through him. The once golden jade slip had morphed into a skull, dark as night. In the blink of an eye, Jue Tian was consumed, leaving no trace behind. Gong Xian's complexion paled. Disbelief etched across her features as she gazed at Zhao Wuji. A mere first-layer body refining practitioner has outwitted a sage. Who would dare believe such a tale? Had she not witnessed the events unfold before her very eyes, she would have deemed it impossible. "Zhao Wuji, rest assured, I shall clarify everything later." This fellow met his end as he deserved. He was never a good person, and I did not foresee his betrayal. Truly a treacherous wretch. Has he forgotten what transpired before? Alas! With a sigh, Zhao Wuji lamented. Suddenly, the ground quaked violently. Gong Xin, sensing Zhao Wuji's calm demeanor, instinctively drew closer. Despite possessing the strength of a Void Realm practitioner, she found solace in the presence of a mere first-layer body refining individual. The central altar began to transform. The golden skeleton had vanished, and the blood of the sage swirled around the altar. Dark mist began to coalesce. I did not expect you to come. Indeed, I have arrived." "Excellent. It appears you have come to a realization. I previously advised you to relinquish your strength and start anew, but you chose not to listen. I did not anticipate that you would ultimately find yourself in this predicament." Chapter 50, "She is indeed the woman I cherish most," Zhao Wuji said, his voice resonating with emotion. Upon hearing those words, he fell silent. At that moment, Tian gazed at the figure who had spoken, his eyes filled with disbelief. He never anticipated that a technique could articulate thoughts. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was likely a remnant from the practitioner's past, inscribed within the essence of this figure. Startled, he almost believed that the technique could genuinely speak. "Now that you have arrived, it signifies that you are ready to receive the inheritance," a voice declared. Zhao Wuji inhaled deeply, casting a glance at Gong Xian. "Go ahead. Since this is your choice, I will support you. Gong Xian's eyes shimmered with gratitude. Although Zhao Wuji's strength was lacking, he treated her with utmost kindness. After hearing Gong Xian's words, Zhao Wuji nodded. He felt he could not tread the same path again, despite his confidence in surpassing his former self. Achieving an invincible state seemed a daunting challenge. Having been granted a second chance at life, Zhao Wuji was unwilling to accept such a fate. With determination, he advanced toward the altar. Suddenly, he halted, for he heard a voice. Indeed, he had not expected to encounter such an opportunity. Jue Tian emerged from the void. Observing the two, as he appeared, the expressions of both Gong Xian and Zhao Wuji shifted dramatically. Have you been following me? Zhao Wuji questioned coldly, his eyes ablaze with fury, feeling an overwhelming urge to eliminate Jue Tian. Yet, his current strength rendered him incapable. In this vast celestial realm, why would I follow you? I merely sought the fortune that fate has bestowed upon me. I never anticipated the existence of this inheritance, Jue Tian replied. Zhao Wuji and Gong Xian exchanged glances, their expressions turning wary. It was evident that the Yin-Yang divine fruit was indeed a scheme of his. Why have you done this? We are family. Your actions have even implicated grandfather, Gong Xian exclaimed, her voice filled with anger. What I do is not for you to question. Zhao Wuji, surrender the opportunity, or Gong Xian shall perish. Hearing this, Zhao Wuji's expression darkened. You must have a way to stop him, right? He called out, glancing back. After all, he lacked the strength, and Gong Xian was no match for Jue Tian. Zhao Wuji could only place his hope in the figure behind him. This entity had waited for him across 2 lifetimes for the sake of this inheritance. However, the figure's response struck him like a bucket of cold water on a winter day. I'm afraid that falls outside my purview. Zhao Wuji was momentarily stunned by this unexpected turn of events. You are truly remarkable. I sincerely thank you. Why have you waited for me across 2 lifetimes? Was it not to help me attain this inheritance? If I refuse, I imagine you will find yourself in a precarious position. Zhao Wuji, ever astute, perceived the gravity of the situation. The figure fell silent, contemplating his words. It was true. The opportunity belonged to Zhao Wuji, a matter of fate. The figure turned to Jue Tian, who appeared taken aback by the sheer intensity of Zhao Wuji's will. Such formidable power, he mused, witnessing the impact of Zhao Wuji's resolve. Now, you must rely on yourself, Jue Tian stated, dumbfounded by the unfolding events. The identity of the previous master of this technique was becoming increasingly questionable. Zhao Wuji, equally bewildered, observed Gong Xian, who was witnessing such shamelessness for the first time. I will hold him off, you go, Gong Xian declared. Knowing she was gambling with her life, fully aware she could not contend with Jue Tian, she hoped that their familial bond would spare her life. Upon hearing her words, Zhao Wuji's expression soured. You would place yourself in danger for me? Where does that leave my dignity? Fortunately, his pride was resilient. Be cautious. Once I obtain the inheritance, you shall be trifling. Zhao Wuji inhaled deeply, excitement bubbling within him as he approached the opportunity that lay ahead. Do you still wish to impede me? Jue Tian taunted, his figure darting forward, breaking through the void to seize Gong Xian by the throat. What gives you the audacity? He inquired, disdain etched across his face. Gong Xian's countenance paled as she recognized the vast gap in strength, recalling her grandfather's forewarnings. Space? Zhao Wuji gasped, taken aback as he witnessed Jue Tian's grip on Gong Xian's fate. Jealousy coursed through him as he gazed upon Jue Tian's handsome visage. Gong Xian, he uttered, his voice trembling, even as her breath grew shallow. The realization struck him. Jue Tian possessed a space affinity, a trait that promised greatness in the celestial realm. In disbelief, Zhao Wuji acknowledged the absurdity of his situation. Mere years had passed, yet he could no longer perceive Jue Tian's presence. Suddenly, with a flick of Jue Tian's wrist, Gong Xian's power vanished. She was flung to Zhao Wuji's side, where he instinctively reached out to catch her. A tremendous force emanated from her being, reducing their surroundings to ruins. Jue Tian observed the pair without a shred of sympathy. Gong Xian coughed up blood, her vitality waning, her complexion ashen, struggling to rise. She found herself unable to do so. The figure in the void attempted to intervene, but Jue Tian merely regarded him with indifference, as if he were blind to Zhao Wuji's plight. This was the chosen successor of his previous master, yet now the figure found itself in a quandary. It felt that even if its master were resurrected, it would yield no results. The void was sealed, and only Zhao Wuji could break it. However, his current state was severely compromised, rendering him an amateur. You lamented your past decisions to forsake the inheritance. Seeking thrill has led to this predicament. They fought with great difficulty, witnessing Jue Tian's true intentions to kill Gong Xian. Is there no familial bond in your heart? Zhao Wuji questioned, his voice tinged with desperation. Whether there is or isn't, you lack the qualification to inquire. Jue Tian retorted, his gaze piercing into Zhao Wuji. I never imagined the esteemed master of the Wuji Divine Hall would return to life. Jue Tian's voice dripped with sarcasm as he regarded Zhao Wuji. So, this is who you are. It appears that Qian Tang has become your pawn. To eliminate him was indeed the right choice. Upon hearing this, Gong Xian was momentarily taken aback. If memory serves, the master of the Wujigong Temple had perished 3 millennia ago. If he had not died, what events could have transpired? You could truly be you? That belongs to a bygone era. As for the reasons behind his revival, I remain in ignorance. Jue Tian said nothing. For the son of the heavenly Tao knows not how the heavenly Tao orchestrates its designs. Yet, my sole mission is to eliminate you, the mere chaff. Zhao Wuji, have you made your choice regarding the option I previously presented? Will you pursue this legacy, or will you choose this woman? The esteemed master of the Wujigong Temple, resurrected solely to infiltrate the Gong family, must have encountered something extraordinary. How does this choice strike you? I am quite sincere in my offer. The decision rests with you. Jue Tian gazed intently at Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji's countenance darkened as he cast one last glance at the figure in the void, which was seemingly oblivious to his presence. At that moment, Zhao Wuji stepped forward, regarding Gong Xian with a tender gaze, gently caressing her face. Gong Xian is my beloved, my cherished woman. Though I may now be rendered powerless, I remain a man. Upon hearing these words, Gong Xian broke into a smile. However, before her smile could fully blossom, her expression shifted dramatically. Zhao Wuji's hand had already pierced through her heart. Chapter 51. Achievements. No, the Immortal Domain is too tranquil, overturning. The great demon emerges upon witnessing this scene. Emperor Jue Tian was momentarily stunned. My wife, the regret of my past life. In the previous life, she perished for my sake. In this lifetime, I vowed to protect her. Now, she has died at my hands. Perhaps this is a different form of guardianship. Although it is a regret, it has also become my heart's demon. If that is the case, let the heart's demon intensify. I have too many grievances in this life. Even if I become a demon, so be it. Xinia, I'm sorry. Zhao Wuji laughed, a joyful kind of laughter. One hand pierced through Gong Xian's heart, while the other caressed her face. Gong Xian also smiled. How foolish of me to die for someone like you. 2 lifetimes, dying for you. How cruel fate has been to me. Gong Xian's eyes closed, her body slumped. Zhao Wuji lowered his head, gazing at his hands. Blood dripped from his fingers, cascading down his arm, falling to the ground. Drip drop. Zhao Wuji threw back his head and laughed. You're my regret, my Achilles heel. Now you have become my heart's demon. Nevertheless, if I must become a demon, what can the immortal beings do to me? The vastness of heaven and earth shall henceforth be my playground. Zhao Wuji's eyes glinted with madness. He then turned to Emperor Jue Tian. You have miscalculated. The moment you first threatened me, I realized. I had hesitated to act before. Thank you for your coercion. Zhao Wuji smiled, genuinely delighted. Emperor Jue Tian remained silent, acknowledging his miscalculation. Who would have anticipated that the son of destiny would slay his wife to attain enlightenment? Observing Zhao Wuji in his current state, Emperor Jue Tian said nothing. A system prompt echoed in his mind. The son of destiny has killed the destined heroine. The fate value decreases by 5,000, while the host's villain value increases by 5,000. The sun of destiny has darkened. Fate value decreases by 2,000. Villain value increases by 2,000. The sun of destiny has broken free from a constraint. Fate value increases by 3,000. Emperor Jue Tian paid no mind to the first two notifications. However, upon hearing the last one, he paused. The fate value of the sun of destiny had actually increased. System, can the fate value of the sun of destiny still rise? Yes, but it is quite challenging. He has transcended his limits. Emperor Jue Tian contemplated the message indicating that the son of destiny had liberated himself from a constraint. It appeared he had inadvertently aided the son of destiny in achieving this. However, it mattered not. The son of destiny still had a remaining fate value of 14,000. Another constraint would not be easily broken. Fortunately, he had prepared himself beforehand. Emperor Jue Tian, I shall come for you. After uttering this phrase, Zhao Wuji conjured an object in his hand. The void began to ripple. The next time we meet, I will slay you. Upon finishing these words, the object in his hand radiated brilliance. Old ancestor, there is no need to intervene. After witnessing the son of destiny depart, Emperor Jue Tian unintentionally smiled. Did he truly believe he could survive so easily? Why allow him to leave? How he perished in the previous life was far more tragic than this one. At the same time, I wish to give my grandfather an explanation. A jade stone appeared in Emperor Jue Tian's hand, its contents having been altered by the system. Old ancestor, return to the palace. As his words fell, his figure vanished. Simultaneously, another prompt resonated in his mind. The son of destiny has acquired the legacy of the evil god. The son of destiny increases by 2,000. Emperor Jue Tian felt no tremor within. Old ancestor, do you think the immortal domain is too tranquil? Upon hearing this, the hidden old ancestor's heart skipped a beat as he regarded Emperor Jue Tian's smile. What are your intentions? In the immortal domain, I wish to incite chaos this lifetime. The demons must emerge. With a gentle smile, Emperor Jue Tian's eyes harbored a calculating glint. The old ancestor remained silent. Have you made your decision? I have. I am fully prepared. Now, many gazes were upon me. If that is the case, why not draw attention once more? As this thought crossed his mind, Emperor Jue Tian gazed at the skies above the immortal domain. Unleash the chaotic demon body. Emperor Jue Tian coldly scoffed. Just as his voice echoed, the entire immortal realm trembled. Then, a terrifying demonic light surged forth, piercing the heavens. Thunder rumbled, and the immortal domain was engulfed in darkness. At this moment, across the 3,000 states of the immortal domain, eyes filled with fear gazed into the void. A palpable aura of annihilation and pure demonic energy emerged. This was demonic energy, the chaotic demon body. There were silhouettes of great powers appearing in the void, their eyes glowing with divine light, attempting to see through the haze that obscured them. In Tianji State, within the forbidden grounds of Tianji's sacred sect, a figure emerged. Upon closer examination, this individual seemed to stand at the epicenter of the cosmic forces, surrounded by the 8 trigrams of the cosmos. He raised his head to observe the spectacle in the void. Behind him, a trigram slowly rotated. The elder closed his eyes. Moments later, he opened them. Shock etched upon his face. A mouthful of blood erupted from him, his complexion pale, as bolts of thunderous energy flickered across his form. The elder had evidently suffered a backlash. It cannot be deduced. Impossible. This is impossible. Previously, when the chaotic demon body appeared, my Tianji clan could glean traces of it. Who exactly is it? Is this a demon? A true demon? The chaotic demon body has re-emerged. Has the taboo been revived, reincarnated, or replaced? Many powerful beings murmured to themselves, their expressions filled with dread. Boom! Above the 9 heavens of the immortal domain, thunder erupted. Violet lightning transformed into chaotic demon lightning. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the void, boundless and overlooking the immortal domain, eyes filled with murderous intent. Indeed, it is the chaotic demon body. The great demon has emerged. Why? Why must it appear in this lifetime? Who exactly are you? Throughout the 3,000 states of the immortal domain, many gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with terror. In certain hidden realms, powerful celestial prohibitions materialized. Simultaneously, enormous eyes locked onto the great demon in the void. Presumptuous, a mere shadow dares to flaunt its power. Cold voices resounded, followed by terrifying waves emanating from the eyes, surging toward the demonic figure. I, born from chaos, and the pinnacle of all heavens. You mere ants, dare to be audacious, kneel. A grand voice echoed. Meanwhile, chaotic demon lightning continued to descend. Those who had locked eyes with the chaotic demon found their bodies disintegrating, suffering severe injuries. Old ancestor, let us begin. Observing that his plan had nearly come to fruition, Emperor Jue Tian spoke to the old ancestor. The old ancestor sighed, and then a colossal figure emerged. Within the immortal domain, a gigantic golden figure appeared, startling many. Upon sensing this overwhelming presence, their faces changed drastically. The ancestor of the D family. Many exclaimed, "Draw your swords." At the same time, the old ancestor uttered a single phrase, unleashing an extreme fury. Chapter 52. The arena is set. What lies ahead? A sword light spanning millions of miles cleaved through the void, aimed at a specific point. Within the vast expanse of the 10,000 mountains, Emperor Jue Tian observed the situation, deeming it almost ready. He then forced forth his essence blood, his complexion pale, and his aura diminished. The denizens of the Immortal Domain gazed upon the ancestor of the D family, mistakenly believing he was striking at the demonic shadow in the void. However, they soon realized their error. Dare to harm my D family's divine son? You seek death. Upon hearing this declaration, many were struck with astonishment. At this juncture, most of the younger generation were engrossed in their cultivation, were they not? Could it be? They regarded the demonic shadow in the void. Indeed, this time I have spared him, but next time, fortune shall not favor him. D family, haha. Do not forget the past grievances. Upon hearing this, several faces paled, as if recalling something ominous. Others, unaware of the hidden truths, exhibited confusion in their gazes. Presumptuous. In your former life, you would not have dared to be so audacious, provoking the D family, seeking your own demise. The ancestor's figure enlarged once more, the divine will behind him rotating. Simultaneously, a golden battle armor manifested, sky-severing. With a single stroke, he cleaved through the heavens. The void was rent asunder, creating a vast expanse of ruin. In that instant, the 10,000 mountains vanished without a trace. A realm spanning billions of miles transformed into a shadowy abyss. The ancestor of the D family appeared, cradling a figure in his arms, none other than Emperor Jue Tian himself. At that moment, Emperor Jue Tian's aura was feeble, his breath shallow, as if life itself were slipping away. The ancestor of the D family vanished swiftly from sight. The powerful beings of the Immortal Domain, witnessing Emperor Jue Tian's state, were taken aback. He was hailed as possessing the potential of an immortal, yet he had suffered such grievous injuries. However, many noticed that Emperor Jue Tian clutched a jade stone tightly. Predecessor, begone. A formidable Saint King materialized before the ancestor of the D family, seeking inquiry. With a furious roar from the ancestor, the Saint King was obliterated, his body bursting into a mist of blood, vanishing into the void. Many present felt their scalps tingle in horror. The Saint King was not to be trifled with. Which family dares to act so recklessly? Investigate. Regardless of whether you are from a forbidden ground or the abyssal sovereign, you shall be crushed. The ancestor's voice reverberated throughout the Immortal Domain, causing many to change countenance. At this moment, in the eastern extremity continent, the entire Jiang family turned pale. Presumptuous. Who allowed that wretch to leave? A voice bellowed from within the forbidden grounds of the Jiang family's rear mountain. Ancestor, we have no idea. No one knows when he escaped. If the ancestor of the D family had heard this, he would have undoubtedly scoffed. To ensure the ruse was convincing, certain sacrifices were necessary. The one who had perished was secretly nurtured by the D family. Alas, a Saint King was lost. Before the crowd could fully comprehend, 3 ethereal figures emerged from the D family, treading upon the void without an ounce of aura. Eastern extremity continent, Jiang family, one figure stated. After uttering these words, the 3 figures vanished. If there are forces behind them, They shall be obliterated. The ancestor declared once more. Indeed, ancestor. The three figures' voices echoed in the void. 10 directions, immortal ban, arise. Upon arriving at the Jiang family in the eastern extremity, the three figures formed seals with their hands, harmonizing with one another. A disk the size of a palm appeared, imbued with boundless lethal and sealing power. Many powerful beings in the immortal domain gazed upon this scene with trepidation. They had not anticipated that the D family would alter their protective family array to such an extent that it could be inscribed directly. It was terrifying, three forming a formation. Do not overthink it. The D family possesses a formidable array master. His mastery of formations has likely grown even more fearsome. Could it be that the D family was truly indomitable? Some hidden forces looked upon the D family with resentment. Yet, upon witnessing the formation, they were filled with apprehension. The Jiang family was doomed. Shadows appeared, gazing at the Jiang family, which was now completely enveloped. The three figures bore expressions of indifference. The ancestor of the Jiang family changed countenance drastically. I implore the D family to temper their wrath. Presumptuous. My D family takes action, and you do not kneel and await death, daring to resist. Upon hearing this, many fell silent, as the D family had long been accustomed to their dominance in the immortal domain. Yet, they had not anticipated such audacity. Figures from hidden realms, upon hearing this proclamation, wore grim expressions as if haunted by unpleasant memories, gazing at the D family with murderous intent. However, recollecting the state of the D family's divine son, they reveled in his plight. They secretly wished for the D family's divine son to perish. After this statement, a more terrifying aura enveloped the D family. A colossal coffin spanned the void of billions of miles. Within it, a corner was lifted, revealing a withered hand emerging. Who dares to curse my D family's divine son? Death is too light a punishment. A cold voice resonated throughout the realms. Was this aura? A half step to the emperor. Many felt the intensity of this aura, and their expressions changed dramatically, fear reflecting in their eyes. A skeletal figure descended from the clouds above, targeting a hidden realm. Do not. We spared you once. Do not presume that my D family does not dare to eliminate you. You mere pawns dare to bark. A colossal hand descended, causing the entire immortal domain to tremble. Gazing upon the vast ruins, many swallowed hard. Was this the D family? It was utterly terrifying. It was not that the D family was fearsome. Rather, some had provoked their wrath. However, it was likely that those who bore enmity towards the D family were involved. Or perhaps it was merely a test of the D family's might. Yet, the cost is too great, is it not? Great or not, if it yields the desired outcome. Even a greater cost is acceptable. The Jiang family was but a pawn. The question remained, who sought to test the D family? Enough, the immortal domain is in turmoil. The chaotic demon body has emerged. It seems one must visit the D family soon. Surely, the D family's divine son has encountered the visage of the demon. These individuals, too, with the D family's divine son suffering grave injuries, seek to profit from the chaos. You are unaware that, in the past, some harbored hatred for the D family that exceeded their loathing for demons. Yet, with the emergence of the chaotic demon body, all factions shall surely make their move. A season of turmoil has arrived. Some older individuals, privy to certain secrets, sighed deeply. After all, the more one knows, the greater the trepidation. Observing the three figures effortlessly obliterating the Jiang family, and the hidden realm turning to ash, the people of the immortal domain remained in stunned silence. Many had never witnessed such a scene. This was merely the D family in action. What terror had transpired millions of years ago during the fall of Emperor? And the previous conflict with the undying clans, how horrifying was that? The thought alone sent chills down their spines. At this moment, within the forbidden grounds of the D family's rear mountain, the 8 ancestors gazed upon Emperor Jue Tian. Young one, the D family has prepared the arena. What course of action shall we pursue next? Chapter 52. The bewildered child of fortune. What legacy did he actually obtain? In the backdrop, Jue Tian's gaze remained calm and undisturbed. Upon hearing those words, the ancestral elder of the D family wore a look of astonishment. The situation had not yet reached that point. However, I cannot make my presence known at this moment. Let the D family contain news, ensuring that none of my information surfaces. I shall reveal myself when the time is right. You refer to your coming-of-age ceremony, do you not? The eighth ancestor inquired. Only one who truly understands me, the eighth ancestor, he replied. Nonetheless, the stance of the D family must also be evident. What do you intend to do? The Jue Tian, which had previously formed an alliance with this faction, must be covertly eradicated. Yet this alliance was forged 30,000 years ago. Although the elder remained unaware of Jue Tian's plans, he nodded in agreement. These matters posed no significant challenge for the D family. Are you preparing to leave the D family? Indeed, the plan is still missing a crucial element. I am concerned about potential unforeseen events. Only with death as a means of erasure can absolute security be ensured. Jue Tian smiled faintly. The elder nodded. A void passageway materialized. Jue Tian stepped inside. Once Jue Tian departed from the family, the entire D household heightened its vigilance. Many in the immortal realm sensed the terrifying aura that the D family occasionally exuded, filled with trepidation. However, their curiosity was piqued more by Jue Tian. Was he alive or dead? At this moment, in a concealed location, Zhao Wuji opened his eyes. Undishinga formidable. His power surged directly into the realm of divine abilities, this being merely a result of having acquired the inheritance. Jue Tian, we shall meet soon. Zhao Wuji clenched his fists, an ominous energy radiating from him. You should now contemplate your circumstances wisely. A spectral figure emerged, the same one who had facilitated Zhao Wuji's inheritance. What do you mean by that? If you venture into the outside world, you will understand. You will not believe what I am about to say. The person you harbor resentment towards has suffered a severe blow, and the D family has intervened. The spectral figure spoke these words with a tone laced with schadenfreude, even a hint of excitement. Zhao Wuji was taken aback, perplexed by the implication of those words. After pondering, he proceeded toward the outside world from his secluded retreat. Moments later, Zhao Wuji's complexion shifta dramatically. His eyes reflected disbelief. The demon has emerged. Could be true? Jue Tian nearly met his demise. An ancestor of the D family, a half-step emperor, struck out, annihilating a hidden realm. Upon hearing this news, even after living 2 lifetimes, Zhao Wuji felt utterly bewildered. What on earth had transpired? This matter is also related to you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji paused, bewildered. What does it have to do with me? Have you not already obtained the inheritance? However, it remains incomplete. Zhao Wuji's body trembled slightly. Then he gazed at the spectral figure. Who are you truly? Ah, I am the day of the fall of the empire, the one your former self once created. Tell me, what inheritance do you believe you have acquired? The spectral figure regarded Zhao Wuji with a mocking smile. Are you deceiving me? Zhao Wuji asked coldly, for the cultivation method he had received did not resemble that of the demon race. I have said it before, the inheritance you possess is incomplete. Let us examine the latter half. With a flick of the spectral figure's finger, a surge of information flooded into Zhao Wuji's mind. He stood there in stunned silence, observing the grand cultivation technique within his consciousness, a fusion of his 2 lifetimes' worth of soul power. Yet he could not fathom the depths of that technique. Currently, your physique is that of an evil god, but it is merely a counterfeit evil god body, a rudimentary version of the chaotic demon body. However, it is still far more powerful than other sacred physiques. Once your strength increases further, you will be able to obtain the complete legacy, at which point you shall inherit the fully realized chaotic demon body. You are destined to become the next great demon. The spectral figure regarded Zhao Wuji, who remained in a state of shock, allowing him some time to absorb the revelation. Zhao Wuji was still in a daze, uncertain whether to believe it or not. To disbelieve seemed impossible, for the technique was astonishing, unlike anything he had ever encountered. Yet, to believe it brought a sense of melancholy. He had never anticipated that the legacy he had been reluctant to accept in his previous life would, in this life, reveal itself as a colossal pitfall. Nonetheless, an inexplicable feeling lingered, the nature of which he could not articulate. Jue Tian, concealed in the void, coldly observed all that transpired. Did one truly believe he had no plans? The moment he had encountered that spectral figure, Jue Tian had already begun to manipulate this entity from the shadows. Everything that was unfolding was to proceed according to his directives. It was time for the next step in his scheme, rescuing the damsel in distress. A peculiar privilege of the child of fortune, perhaps. With this thought, Jue Tian chuckled softly. Zhao Wuji's heart could not settle. After exiting, he casually found an inn. "Young master, are you here to stay? Bring me something special from your establishment." Zhao Wuji waved his hand, producing a handful of spirit stones. The attendant, upon seeing this, displayed a glimmer of joy. "Young master, this way, please." Noticing that Zhao Wuji had not given a tip, the attendant pouted but refrained from saying more and departed. "I shall embrace my demonic fate, regardless of what the Buddha may decree. Who would have thought it would come to pass?" After a period of self-reassurance, Zhao Wuji finally accepted it, feeling both fear and delight. After all, in his previous life, he had glimpsed the vestiges of that historical narrative within the pages of books. In the immortal realm, everyone feared the chaotic demon body, yet who would not desire to possess it? To his astonishment, he had acquired this inheritance in this life. It must be fate, Zhao Wuji mused wryly. Let us hasten forth. At that moment, the attendant's voice rang out. Zhao Wuji paid it no mind, then turned to the attendant, effortlessly propelling a figure away. Zhao Wuji furrowed his brow. If he was not mistaken, this attendant possessed a realm of Qi. The one who had been sent flying was obscured, yet upon closer inspection, it was discernible that she was a woman. "Leave, you foul creature. If you do not depart, I shall strike you down. Hurry back to your doghouse. This is no place for you." The attendant, feeling disgruntled by Zhao Wuji's lack of gratuity, chided the woman for lingering. He was about to strike again, but his descending hand was seized. "Ouch, let go of me. You know pain, yet you are a cultivator, and she is merely an ordinary person. Do not presume that being a cultivator places you above others." The attendant, recognizing Zhao Wuji, understood that this was someone not to be trifled with. "Come in," Zhao Wuji said to the woman. The woman lowered her head, remaining silent, her eyes filled with timidity. Yet when gazing at the delicacies, a glint of yearning sparkled within her gaze. "Young master, this is against the rules," the attendant remarked upon witnessing Zhao Wuji pulling the woman inside. "The cost shall be mine." Zhao Wuji produced a handful of spirit stones, prompting the attendant to smile. "Very well. Come in. I can hardly finish this alone. Do not be afraid. I am not a bad person." Zhao Wuji observed the woman, though her features were obscured. Her body language made it clear that she was frightened of him. Zhao Wuji let out a sigh. The plight of those unable to cultivate was indeed dire, at times leaving them without even a hearty meal. The woman, however, continued to follow him. Once seated, she maintained an air of restraint. Zhao Wuji offered a subtle smile, pushing the dishes towards her. He then turned his gaze towards the window, no longer regarding the woman. She, in turn, swept aside her disheveled hair and began to devour the food voraciously. Zhao Wuji cast a fleeting glance her way. Then, as he raised his wine cup to his lips, he paused. Chapter 54. Follow. Painful stab, who are you? Upon discerning the woman's visage, Zhao Wuji let out a cold snort. A formidable aura emanated from him. Before the woman could react, her body was thrust backward, colliding against a pillar. She spat out a mouthful of blood and fell unconscious. The onlookers in the hall, upon sensing Zhao Wuji's strength, changed their expressions, their faces becoming a mask of intrigue. Previously inviting others to dine with him, he had now resorted to violence against someone. The waiter regarded Zhao Wuji with disdain. Zhao Wuji stood frozen, his mind inundated with a torrent of memories. A face surfaced, cold yet gentle when it gazed upon him. Initially, their encounter was merely a fleeting moment, but as fate would have it, they crossed paths several times, forging a bond. Eventually, they became acquainted and fell in love, promising a lifetime together. As they trained side by side, their powers surged, with the man establishing his own faction and the woman becoming its matriarch. After their marriage, they treated each other with utmost respect, harboring one another in their hearts. The man felt immense happiness, albeit tinged with sorrow due to their lack of children. When the man sought to break through his limits and retreated into seclusion, he unwittingly stumbled into a conspiracy. Within a clandestine hall, two figures appeared. The woman, with her icy demeanor, looked at him with warmth, but beside her stood a man, his close brother. The moment he beheld their union, an ominous feeling enveloped him. Their strengths, bolstered by his assistance, were nearly equal to his own. To his shock, he realized the hall was ensnared by a formation. Even with this knowledge, he felt powerless. For one was his beloved wife, and the other his sworn brother. As they regarded him, their expressions mirrored those of strangers, devoid of the camaraderie they once shared. Their gazes were laced with murderous intent, and he sensed an impending doom. Just as he attempted to resist, a pallor crossed his face. The strength within him had vanished, leaving him utterly bereft. As the two prepared to strike, a figure emerged, standing before him. He was taken aback, aware of her affections for him. Yet his heart belonged solely to his lawful wife. Though her power was not particularly formidable, she stood resolutely before him. Observing her collapse beside him, he noted the softness in her eyes, tinged with acceptance. A pang of sorrow gripped his heart. In that moment, guilt consumed him as he witnessed his once beloved wife pierce her own body with the token of love he had gifted her. The woman he had continuously rejected sacrificed herself to save him. The man was devastated, realizing the years of love and devotion had been reduced to a cruel jest. In his dying moments, he watched the two entwined before him, rage igniting within him. Yet his life was slipping away, leaving him helpless. At that moment, enlightenment dawned upon him, but the price of this awakening was his life. Unbeknownst to him, 3 millennia later, he was reborn. In this life, he vowed to personally exact vengeance upon the treacherous pair and protect the woman he had once spurned. However, under the coercion of Jue Tian, she met her demise, this time at his own hands. Jue Tian realized the depths of his own malevolence. Reflecting on the woman's features, an unsettling calm enveloped him. The visage of the woman lingered in his memory, her cold indifference as she plunged the token into him, a sight forever etched in his mind. As Jue Tian pondered, the woman stirred back to consciousness. Fear glimmered in her eyes as she unsteadily rose, injured yet smiling upon seeing the food scattered on the ground. Ignoring the bewildered stares of others, she hurriedly gathered the fallen sustenance and rushed outside. Jue Tian inhaled deeply. She was not the woman from his memories. He had not anticipated the striking resemblance to the image in his mind. He realized his recklessness. She was merely an ordinary person, and his earlier display of power had been uncalled for. Gazing at the bloodstains on the floor, Jue Tian found tranquility within. He then followed the trail of the earlier woman. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at a place resembling a slum, reeking of foul odors similar to those that clung to her. Taking a deep breath, he ventured inside, confronting the unpleasant sense that assaulted his senses. Yet, he remained undeterred, driven by the need to locate her. As he traversed this realm, he stood out as an anomaly. Many cast fearful glances his way, for numerous lives had been extinguished by those who had come here before. Jue Tian paid them no heed, pressing onward to the depths of the place. Suddenly, several frail figures rushed forth, their faces etched with urgency. Upon spotting Jue Tian, they hesitated, fear overtaking them, yet something flickered in their eyes, and they approached him. "Please, save my sister," one child implored, dropping to his knees. Jue Tian stiffened. He could sense the woman's presence. "She is your sister?" he inquired. "Yes, she's my sister," the child affirmed. "You lie." "No, we do not lie." At that moment, 2 more figures appeared, kneeling before him. "Though not our biological sister, she has cared for us like one. It's my fault. I should not have mentioned my hunger." One child lamented, fury bubbling within him. "Whoever harmed my sister will pay." "And me," another echoed. Jue Tian felt a twinge of embarrassment, unable to meet the children's eyes. "Lead me to her. Perhaps I can heal your sister." The children's expressions shifted to disbelief. "Can you truly save her?" "Even if I cannot heal her, I can alleviate her suffering." Reluctantly, the children agreed, yet they secretly clutched stones in their hands. Jue Tian noticed, but chose to ignore it. Upon entering the room, his brow furrowed once more. The walls were dilapidated, and a chill wind swept through, revealing a figure lying amidst the weeds. Covered in tattered cloth, the woman breathed weakly. a smile gracing her lips as she gazed at the remnants of food she had salvaged. Zhao Wujia felt a pang of sorrow. Chapter 55, Brother. You are a good man. Conspiracy or coincidence? It was he who had invited her over, and ultimately, it was because of him that she was injured. Had he not come, this woman, being an ordinary person, would likely have succumbed within 3 hours. 3 children had also followed, their eyes brimming with tears as they gazed at the woman. Sister, sister, open your eyes. Someone has come to save you. You will not die. Please, open your eyes. Please, you all go outside. Upon hearing the children's voices, Zhao Wuji spoke. The 3 children exchanged glances, and one of them looked at Zhao Wuji. We entrust the healing of our sister to you. But if you do anything to her, do not blame us for being unkind. Zhao Wuji nearly laughed at their earnestness, observing the little ones without taking offense. It seemed that this woman held great significance in their hearts. After the children left, a surge of spiritual energy manifested from Zhao Wuji's fingertips, dissipating the residual energy he had left within the woman. He then utilized his power to heal her meridians and the injured organs. Taking out a pill, Zhao Wuji froze momentarily at the sight of her face. Even though he knew she wasn't the woman he thought she was, at that moment, confusion enveloped him. Shaking his head and offering a self-deprecating smile, he administered the pill. Gradually, her breath stabilized, and the pallor of her face was replaced by a hint of color. Sighing at her appearance, Zhao Wuji turned to leave. Upon exiting, he found the 3 children surrounding him, their eyes filled with hope. Brother, how is our sister? One child inquired cautiously. You need not worry. Your sister is out of danger, but will require some rest, Zhao Wuji assured them. At this, the children's stones clattered to the ground, tears mingling with joy as they looked at Zhao Wuji. They knelt before him. Thank you, big brother, for saving our sister. You are a good man. Yes, a good man. The other 2 chimed in. Hearing this, Zhao Wuji chuckled, taken aback at being called a good man. I am not a good man, he replied awkwardly, yet before he could finish, the children dashed back into the dilapidated room. Sensing the woman's awakening, Zhao Wuji felt a sense of relief. Thank you, a melodious voice echoed, tinged with timidity and gratitude. Zhao Wuji halted, surprised by the similarity of the voice. Turning back, he saw the woman standing in the wind, her frail figure swaying precariously. No need for thanks. It was my fault to begin with, he said, preparing to leave. At that moment, the 3 children approached her. Sister, are you still searching for your husband? Perhaps you should stop. This big brother seems quite nice. One of the young voices suggested. Zhao Wuji paused, contemplating whether it was mere coincidence or a conspiracy. Is it fate or design? He murmured, a glint of menace flickering in his eyes. However, he quickly dismissed the thought. His wife had reached the Saint Emperor realm when she killed him. He wondered if she had broken through since then. Yet, he sensed that this woman possessed no power whatsoever. A person with strength, no matter how well concealed, would inevitably reveal some trace of it. This woman was nothing more than an ordinary individual. After Zhao Wuji departed, the woman turned and walked back into the crumbling room. Soon, a shadow appeared. Master, the plan has commenced. What shall we do next? Jue Tian shook his head. It was a chance encounter. You are more aware of the events between you than I am. Now, we await the actions of the D clan. As soon as he uttered this, he vanished into the void. Old ancestor, let the operation begin. Jue Tian sent out a message. Tianer has initiated the layout. Proceed according to the plan. This referred to a force that had allied with the Wuji Palace 30,000 years ago. They dispatched several powerful beings to oversee the Wuji Palace and eradicate those forces. The tone of the old ancestor was imbued with indifference. The Jade Slip contained densely packed information about various factions. However, upon receiving Jue Tian's message, the old ancestor ordered immediate action without regard for the casualties involved, as long as the mission was fulfilled. Boom! The sound of war drums resounded from the D clan. Upon hearing this, many faces turned pale. In the Immortal Domain, numerous gazes turned towards the D clan, though they only observed from the shadows, hesitant to confront them openly. Va, va, va. As the war drums echoed, a black vortex materialized over the D clan, sending waves of murderous intent coursing through the void. The D clan was mobilizing its army. What could this mean? The D clan's divine son has sustained injuries, and they are severe. The D clan would not remain passive in such a situation. Alas, the D clan has been peaceful for quite some time. Observing the commotion from the D clan, many hidden powers awakened, their gazes fixed on the D clan. Who has provoked the D clan? Old ancestor, several secretive factions have caused trouble, but we refrain from intervening. It is not yet the time. The chaos demon body has emerged. Find that body and collaborate with it. The D clan should not be provoked at this moment. They are in a volatile state. Understood, old ancestor. What has transpired in the Gong clan? Why has Tianer been injured? Have you not yet discovered the situation? The D clan has not provided any details. I'm unsure, but Gong Xian's life token has shattered. At these words, Gong Jiolong's body trembled, his eyes glazing over. After a moment, he regained his composure. Perhaps this is her fate. However, with the commotion the D clan is making now, should we not take action? No need. Whether we act or not, it remains the same. As the in-laws of the D clan, do you truly believe you understand them? The voice of the old ancestor resonated, leaving Gong Jiolong in silence. Kill, kill, kill. Figures clad in armor, wielding spears and revealing only their eyes, emerged from the void. The leader, donned in crimson battle armor, was similarly obscured, with only his eyes visible. They stood in the void, behind them a banner emblazoned with the character D, as if inscribed by the heavens themselves, exuding an aura that suppressed all, ready for orders. 100,000 strong, kneeling in the void. Chapter 56. The game is set, Dragon Slayer, Child of Fortune. How will you turn the tide? All forces of skepticism, push forward. Dare to obstruct, and you shall be mercilessly slain. A voice, cold and indifferent, echoed through the air. At your command. The leader, a man clad in red armor, bowed respectfully before vanishing with his armored troops. Those from the Immortal Domain, familiar with the imperial family, felt a chill run down their spines. The imperial family possesses the 9 guards. The combatants arrayed before them are formidable. The 9 guards, their strength, increases from front to back. Just moments ago, they had witnessed the soldiers' prowess. The majority were at the King's realm. The leading red-armored soldier was a powerful Saint Emperor, at least at the 3rd level of Saint Emperor. The imperial family was truly furious. It was not merely anger. The object of suspicion was not particularly strong, or else they would not be the temporary guards. Huh, do you look down upon the temporary guards? A voice, cold and detached, resonated in the ears of the crowd. Many looked around, unsure of who was speaking, their apprehension growing. Stop searching. You lack the qualification to know my identity. This is merely the reserve camp of the temporary guards of the imperial family. Furthermore, that red-armored man is also the deputy leader of the reserve camp. Upon hearing this, many bodies trembled, their eyes filled with horror. Oh, you are quite knowledgeable about my imperial family. Would you like us to pay a visit to your hidden abode? Do you truly believe we cannot find you? Come fort, vermin. A chilling voice reverberated through the void, causing the surrounding space to collapse under its weight, creating numerous black holes. A figure emerged from the void, adorned with strange runes and exuding a sinister aura. His gaze was one of astonishment. The onlookers regarded him with confusion. His breath belonged to the demon race, yet they could not discern which clan he hailed from. A massive hand emerged from the void. Is the imperial family becoming overly arrogant? When you drove us to the endless sea, did you truly think we feared you? Uniting with some insignificant minions, you believe you could provoke my imperial family? With a mere utterance, a blade of light manifested, causing the void to tremble incessantly. A black blade materialized in the air. Despite lacking any overt momentum, even the essence of immortality recoiled in its presence. Since you have arrived, why not stay? A voice emanated from the blade as it tore through the void. The strange man sensed this and was eager to engage. A colossal figure appeared, obscuring the sun, its body stretching 1,000,000 feet, causing the void to quiver beneath its weight. It was a member of the Purple Demon Eagle clan. Upon witnessing this figure, many gasped in astonishment. No wonder the imperial family had intervened before. Had this clan not fled swiftly, they might have faced annihilation. They dared to show their faces once more. Ants dare to shine. The blade fell, cleaving the Purple Demon Eagle in two. The blade's radiance did not entirely dissipate and continued to slash towards the endless sea. The imperial family has overstepped. The purple demon eagle is a force under our protection. A grand, indifferent voice transmitted through the air. Oh, so it seems my imperial family's divine child has been injured, and you share in the blame? Do not slander. Imperial minister, do not think I am unaware of your schemes. The 16th ancestor of the imperial family chuckled. Bring forth the purple demon eagle clan. Upon hearing the laughter, a command was issued. Suddenly, the ocean parted and thousands of figures emerged, their eyes filled with panic. Here, what was promised, kept for your divine child's coming-of-age feast, is now returned to you in advance. With that declaration, they vanished. Why rush so? The 16th ancestor thought, visibly frustrated. The people of the Immortal Domain were still processing this information. If they had not misheard, the purple demon eagle clan was to be the divine child's feast. Looking at the thousands of purple demon eagles, among them were over a dozen saint emperors. At this moment, the denizens of the Immortal Domain felt their scalps tingle. Kulme, my food, did you truly believe you were spared? I merely allowed you to grow plumper. Otherwise, there would not be enough to satiate. A colossal hand appeared, obscuring the heavens. The Saint Emperor Purple Demon Eagle, with its million-foot form, resembled a mere chick before this hand. The hand tore through the void, and with the Purple Demon Eagle in tow, they vanished. The many powerful beings from the 3,000 states of the Immortal Domain remained unsettled. It seemed a crisis surrounding the imperial family's divine child had been averted. Why, you may ask, the feast is already prepared. It appears the divine child's coming-of-age ceremony is imminent. There was no need to announce such a thing. Yet, the imperial family relished in such declarations. It served as a proclamation to the outside world. First, the divine child was unharmed. Second, a warning of intimidation. And third, the emergence of the chaos demon body. Prepare yourselves. The divine child has encountered the chaos demon body before. Messages proliferated simultaneously in the boundless state of the Immortal Domain and neighboring regions. Numerous powers began to perish. Previously, many factions had been watching the movements of the imperial family, but upon sensing the sea of corpses left in their wake, fear gripped them. They dreaded the emergence of inner demons, refraining from further observation. The imperial family was ruthless. Wherever they passed, vitality was extinguished. In recent days, Zhao Wujia had also noted the disturbances. His expression was grim, yet he believed he had not been exposed. Now, Zhao Wujia felt a twinge of anxiety, especially since Emperor Jue Tian was still alive. The previous specter had mentioned it was his true form, a remnant left behind. However, Emperor Jue Tian was astute. Upon seeing him, he had immediately harbored suspicions. Apart from Qian Tang's betrayal, Zhao Wujia could not fathom any other reasons. As for Emperor Jue Tian recognizing his identity, it was indeed rather perplexing. Just then, Zhao Wujia's expression shifted. He caught sight of figure. As he beheld her, he lowered his head, fingers clenched tightly, his nails piercing his skin, causing blood to drip. The woman in the void glanced at him briefly before vanishing. After she departed, Zhao Wujia raised his head, the murderous intent in his gaze nearly palpable. He had not anticipated seeing her here, his former wife, Morong Hongyan. It seems you harbored a deep-seated hatred for me. Zhao Wujia's pupils constricted. The woman he had longed to kill in his dreams now stood before him, as beautiful and captivating as ever. Zhao Wujia knew he could not reveal himself. I do not hate you. I hate myself, hate my lack of strength for revenge. Hearing this, Morong Hongyan faltered. Is this a performance? Who cannot act? Family destroyed, kin betrayed, powerless to seek vengeance. Zhao Wujia articulated each word with conviction, his killing intent surging forth. Morong Hongyan frowned slightly. Zhao Wujia recognized that his murderous intent had been unveiled. Attempting to conceal, it was futile. It would be far better to unleash it completely. You seek revenge. Indeed, you possess ambition. You remind me of someone I once knew. However, he is dead, dying quite comfortably. As Morong Hongyan uttered these words, her gaze remained utterly devoid of emotion. Zhao Wujia, however, was engulfed in confusion, his heart bleeding within. Approaching me, he boldly declared before my very eyes, Kill me in my past life. He spoke of a death that was oddly comfortable. Was it a comfort of the senses? Were it not for the sheer weakness of his abilities, I might have found the inclination to nurture him. At this juncture, Murong Hongyan furrowed her brow, a fleeting expression of urgency crossing her features. She then turned, revealing a gentle smile. I wish you the realization of your dreams. Do take care not to perish. It has been quite some time since I encountered someone so intriguing. I shall seek you out. With that, Murong Hongyan vanished. Zhao Wujie remained vigilant, fully aware of her meticulous nature, and thus refrained from any reckless behavior. If only I possessed her formidable strength, he murmured to himself, simultaneously on guard, pondering her intentions for seeking him out. Master, what shall be our next course of action? It is time for another to take the stage. Within a radius of 100 miles, eliminate them, though there is no need to deploy formidable cultivators. Focus your attention particularly on that location. Additionally, that old fellow can be of service now. We can commence our plans. Understood, Master. Murong Hongyan had disappeared without a trace. Jue Tian observed Zhao Wujie's silhouette, a cold smile gracing his lips. The son of destiny, the piece on the chessboard has been set. How will you rise, Dragon Slayer? Chapter 57. The confusion of the child of destiny across 2 lifetimes. Why has it come to this? Zhao Wujie gazed at Murong Hongyan, feeling a sense of relaxation wash over him after her absence. After a while, however, his brow furrowed. He noticed a group of individuals seemingly searching for something. Zhao Wujie concealed himself, for he had acquired a legacy. These individuals scoured the area, yet found nothing, their expressions tightening in frustration. Whereas that old fool gone? They cursed vehemently, observing the impoverished denizens of the slums, and soon resorted to violence. The assailants lacked formidable strength, and Zhao Wujie initially wished to ignore them. Yet, witnessing the terror in the eyes of those who perished, he sighed heavily. Run. Just then, a delicate voice pierced the air. A woman, leading 3 small children, appeared. Her eyes filled with fear, confusion, and uncertainty. The men, having just slain those around them, were about to leave when they unexpectedly spotted the woman and her children making their escape. Among them, this woman's beauty was striking, reminiscent of another he had encountered in this place, a woman of notable grace who had fetched a handsome price. 2 figures clad in black eyed her lecherously. Zhao Wujie watched as they intercepted her. The old man was nowhere to be seen, and Zhao's apprehension grew. The coincidence felt too sinister. Concealed in the shadows, he observed the unfolding events. The 2 men approached the woman he had previously rescued. Please, I'll let you go, but can you spare my brother and sister? She pleaded. One of the men, his gaze malevolent, retorted, I've heard your sister cries every night. Shall I assist her, brother? At that moment, Zhao Wujie's brow tightened. Suddenly, blood splattered as the 2 men collapsed, their heads severed from their bodies, their eyes still gleaming with the thrill of impending death. An elderly man emerged, his face lined with age and his breath ragged, his eyes filled with urgency. Upon recognizing him, Zhao Wujie's heart raced. This old man was someone he had saved his previous life, who had since remained by his side. A once mighty saint emperor. His power now diminished to mere emperor status. Had Murong Hongyan and Li Shaoyan turned against him? Yet, the old man's ability to defend himself should have been sufficient. Why then was he in such dire straits? Milady, you must flee. The old man urged the woman. Grandfather, I have told you, I am not your milady. She replied gratefully, urging him to escape as well. Upon hearing her words, the old man sighed, his expression complex. If only the Lord Master were still alive. My lady, you truly are to be pitied. If only you were here. His lament was cut short as a massive hand pierced through the clouds, reaching for him. Surprised to see you still alive, old fool. Murong Hongyan reappeared, her eyes cold and filled with murderous intent. How could I die so easily? The old man countered, drawing a deep breath as he faced the chilling gaze of Murong Hongyan. Where is that wretched woman who allowed you to escape? She inquired icily. Do you truly wish to know? The old man retorted. But should my lady awaken one day, it will herald your doom. Your gravest error was sparing us. As he spoke, he formed a seal with his hands. Zhao Wuji felt a surge of panic. What was happening? The old man had referred to only one person as Milady, his wife, Murong Hongyan. Was the woman in the void also her? What transpired between them? And who was the woman he had saved earlier? Zhao Wuji felt his mind teetering on the brink of explosion, shrouded in confusion. Release the reincarnation seal. The old man's eyes glinted with ferocity, his killing intent manifesting as a palpable force. This was his true self, suppressed only when facing the woman. A useless being. Even with your reincarnation, you remain a failure. Murong Hongyan scoffed, her disdain evident as she moved her finger, conjuring a binding force. What is your power? The old man gasped in shock. Did you truly believe I was powerless? You are woefully mistaken. The one you sought to protect has long since departed. You resisted when we called for cooperation, and now you shall perish. A colossal hand descended upon him, shaking the very fabric of the void. Zhao Wuji's complexion changed dramatically. Was there any hope? He reached out to the phantom in his consciousness. Are you truly going to act? Even if you save him, he won't survive long. The phantom sighed, save him. Zhao Wuji roared in defiance as the giant hand loomed closer. Alas, the phantom lamented, a grand cold. An ominous aura enveloped the space. Zhao Wuji's pupils constricted. If he had harbored doubts before, they were now extinguished. The phantom had claimed to possess the legacy of the chaos demon body, yet he had always felt it was too good to be true. As a towering figure emerged in the void, its voice devoid of warmth, it commanded, kill. Murong Hongyan's face paled in shock. Demon, she exclaimed, turning to flee. Where do you think you're going? The phantom intoned once more. A massive hand tore through the void, and blood erupted forth. Such a pity, the phantom sighed. This is merely a fragment, unable to unleash even a 10,000th of its power. Kid, stop staring. If you keep watching, you won't escape, the phantom urged. Noting Zhao Wuji's stunned silence. A mere fragment, wielding a fraction of its true strength, had sent a peak Saint Emperor fleeing in terror. Was this the chaos demon body? Excitement surged within Zhao Wuji. The old man, upon seeing the demon, was struck with fear, his gaze losing focus as his spirit waned. No, my lady, he gasped, desperately summoning his celestial energy and racing toward a specific direction. Yet, halfway there he faltered. You seek death. Upon arrival, the old man's face turned ashen. The three children lay sprawled on the ground, and the woman bore a sword plunged into her chest, blood pooling around her. Zhao Wuji's expression shifted dramatically at this sight. The old man transformed into a fleeting shadow, vanquishing those who dared to strike. He lifted the woman into his embrace and vanished into the nocturnal darkness. They pursued swiftly. Zhao Wuji, however, found himself unable to match the strength of the wounded elder. Moreover, the elder was acutely aware of the malevolent energy manifesting in the vicinity. Realizing he was on the brink of collapse, he had to escape this perilous place. In a desperate bid, he ignited his own vital essence. Chapter 58. I have wine. Do you have a story? Zhao Wuji felt a stir within his heart. Despite being aware that this could be a scheme, he found himself irresistibly drawn to it. In the void, Emperor Jue Tian observed this scene with a cold smirk. The child of destiny, indeed. Such excessive confidence. Often, one knows it is a trap, yet still dives in, ultimately turning peril into safety. How laughable. Emperor Jue Tian followed closely. After all, this was his arrangement, and any misstep was something he wished to avoid. At this moment, the elder arrived at a dilapidated temple, carefully placing the woman down. He leaned in closer to her. Upon Zhao Wuji's arrival, his expression darkened. The elder's vigilant protection of this woman raised suspicions. Was he hoping to exploit her, while Zhao Wuji was at death's door? Upon closer inspection, Zhao Wuji noticed the woman's lips moving silently. Brother, sister. The elder sighed heavily upon hearing this. Husband, no Wuji. The elder was taken aback by the last utterance. After a moment of contemplation, he placed his hand over his chest, and a radiant light emerged. His complexion grew even paler. His once dark hair had turned completely white. The elder fed his essence to the woman, watching as her breathing stabilized, and he unconsciously smiled. Vu yi. The woman murmured once more. The elder sighed and fell into silence, producing a flask of wine. Finding a spot, he sat down. If you were still alive, I suppose you would have reached the realm of the great emperor by now. You once promised to find me good wine. Yet here we are. Ah, the unpredictability of life. Perhaps this is fate. He hoped she would not resent the matriarch. Had it not been for his investigation, he too might have made a grave error. Zhao Wuji, you once saved my life, and we have fought together for 18,300 years, battling death countless times. After your demise, I guarded the matriarch for 30,000 years. Now I can finally meet you again. The elder seemed lost in thought, raising his head and taking a swig of wine, gazing at the moon above, his eyes shimmering. Zhao Wuji felt an unsettling turmoil within, as if gripped by an unseen hand. After some contemplation, he allowed his shadow to reveal himself, approaching the crumbling temple with a deliberate pace. The elder's weary eyes struggled to open. Rising, he faltered, collapsing momentarily before pushing himself up again. He positioned himself protectively behind the woman. Casting a wary glance toward the entrance, his eyes filled with caution. Simultaneously, a faint aura emanated from him, suggesting he was once more burning his essence. His lifespan was already fleeting. Should he continue to consume it, he would be left with nothing. Upon the arrival of a young gentleman, the elder's gaze turned predatory, fixating intently on Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji offered a bitter smile, recognizing that gaze all too well. Leave or perish, the elder warned. Zhao Wuji remained silent. The elder had always been decisive, rarely speaking unnecessarily. It appeared that even in consuming his essence, he could barely sustain a fight. Given Zhao Wuji's unique abilities to conceal his presence, the elder likely could not perceive them. I can ensure your survival, but merely that, Zhao Wuji stated, his words deliberate and measured. The elder's wary gaze suggested he had not heard. He remained fixated on Zhao Wuji. This is a soul essence pill. Zhao Wuji produced a pill. Conditions? The elder queried, eyeing him closely. Zhao Wuji gestured toward the woman behind the elder. Do not harbor thoughts of her. You are unworthy. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji shook his head. I wish to know her identity. She is my daughter, the elder replied without hesitation. Zhao Wuji fell silent, realizing that he had previously referred to the elder as Old Six, which was indeed accurate. Now, he hesitated to disclose his own identity, fearing the elder's reaction. Observing Zhao Wuji's silence, the elder too fell quiet. However, with time's passage, the elder's aura began to waver, akin to a candle flickering on the verge of extinguishment. Cough, cough. A voice came from behind, and the elder's eyes sparkled with joy as he looked at the woman. Matriarch, you have awakened. Upon seeing the elder, the woman paused, sensing something was amiss. Grandfather, Yushi then turned to Zhao Wuji. Young master, what has happened to grandfather? Please, you must help. What is your name? Speak it, and I can ensure her survival. The woman appeared bewildered. I have no name, she replied. However, I have given myself a beautiful name. With this, the woman revealed a gentle smile, tinged with bashfulness. See Wuji. Upon hearing this, the elder trembled, his heart aching with both pain and regret. Zhao Wuji too felt a shock. The woman had just whispered his name. Yet, this woman, now that I know your name, I shall uphold my promise. Zhao Wuji suppressed his astonishment and handed the soul essence pill to the elder. Keep it. I had not anticipated that you knew the matriarch. The elder inquired. Has this young master saved my life? Thank you, he added with a sigh. Then, with a flick of his finger, a light illuminated, directly entering Zhao Wuji's being. This is a part of my legacy, a token of gratitude. I am but a flickering flame nearing its end. There is no need to waste the pill on me. The elder spoke with a sense of resignation. After witnessing the elder's smile, Zhao Wuji felt a pang of anxiety within. Young man, do you drink? A little. But I have fine wine, Zhao Wuji replied, producing a flask. The elder's eyes lit up upon catching the aroma. Heaven has not been unkind to me. Even at the brink of death, I am graced with good wine. How delightful. In that moment, the elder exhibited a genuine smile. Zhao Wuji too smiled back. The elder approached Si Wuji, and a surge of spiritual energy enveloped the woman, causing her to faint. Zhao Wuji stood in shock as the elder formed seals with his hands, a special wave imprinting upon the woman's forehead. A mark flashed briefly. Zhao Wuji remained silent, presuming that this mark would protect her should danger arise. Let her rest. Today, I shall savor your wine, the elder declared. Ah, elder, I have wine. But do you have a story? The elder paused, regarding Zhao Wuji. You cheeky brat, not so old yet with a sharp mind. Should I find joy in this? I may share a tale. Zhao Wuji discerned the underlying implication, that if displeased, no story would be forthcoming. Chapter 59, I have lost someone important, and haven't found him, yet two individuals sat outside, gazing up at the heavens. The elder's eyes glimmered with avarice as he observed the wine in Zhao Wuji's hand. With a smile, Zhao Wuji's produced 2 cups, pouring a drink and offering one to the elder. Senior, allow me to toast to you. Upon hearing Zhao Wuji's words, the elder chuckled. Young man, quite perceptive, you're indeed a clever one. Zhao Wuji's chose not to dispute this statement, for he sensed the elder's vitality slowly waning. You bear a striking resemblance to someone I knew. After sipping a few times, the elder regarded Zhao Wuji's with a nostalgic gaze. Oh, I did not expect to find someone so akin to a friend of yours. Zhao Wuji's was taken aback. Indeed, the resemblance is uncanny. When I first laid eyes on you, I thought he had returned. The elder's tone was tinged with melancholy. He was a wise man, yet fate was unkind to him. He lamented once more. In death, he remained unaware that the true assassin was not his wife, but merely a fade. With those words, the elder fell silent, continuing to observe Zhao Wuji's. Never mind. Discussing this with you serves no purpose. Young man, what is your name? Zhao Wuji's. Upon hearing this, the elder abruptly rose, only to sit back down. I cannot believe you share that name. It must be fate, perhaps a decree from the heavens. Would you grant me a request? As the final words of an old man, Zhao Wuji's paused, contemplating, his gaze drifting inside. I trust you understand my intent. You are astute enough to know what to do. The elder's eyes conveyed that Zhao Wuji's had grasped his meaning. Senior, would you enlighten me about her identity? Her identity is of no significance. It is futile to know too much. Alas, in seeking vengeance, I have lost my memories. I do not know if they will ever return. I hope for her sake that they do not awaken, for that would only bring suffering. Young man, you must take care of her. If I am no longer here, take me to Wujizu and lay me to rest near the Wujishan temple. After uttering this, the elder knelt and bowed his head to Zhao Wuji's. The latter's expression changed. Senior, please do not do this. Zhao Wuji's hurried to assist the elder, but as his fingers touched the elder's body, it trembled slightly. The elder had passed away, kneeling before Zhao Wuji's in his final moments. Old friend, rest easy. I cannot reveal my identity. It is not due to distrust, but rather, I am unaware of what transpired. However, seeing you in this state, it is clear there are hidden truths. I shall avenge you, no matter who it may be. Zhao Wuji's raised his gaze to the somber sky, devoid of any light. Simultaneously, a shadow loomed over his heart. He collected the elder's remains. Rest assured, old friend, the Wujishan temple remains ours. No one can take it from us. Zhao Wuji's whispered solemnly. Ding, the master's ally, the child of destiny, has taken his own life, resulting in a loss of support and a drop of 1,000 in destiny value. The master gains 1,000 villain points. Upon hearing the notification, Jue Tian nodded, acknowledging that this layer of the plan had been set in motion. The subsequent strategy could now proceed. However, it was nearly time. At that moment, Jue Tian observed numerous figures approaching from that direction. After all, the recent surge of demonic energy had created quite a stir. The celestial realm could not remain oblivious. Yet, the more they were aware, the more they would fear. Jue Tian understood their intentions. They were apprehensive. The chaotic demon body, capable of producing the existence of the emperor's fall, was not something ordinary individuals could provoke. Jue Tian had previously summoned the ancestral being with this in mind. Murong Hongyan, the next phase of the plan may commence. Jue Tian disseminated a message. Meanwhile, within the dilapidated temple, Si Wuji's awoke to find Zhao Wuji's before him. His expression a complex mixture. Young master, where is the old man? He had matters to attend to. Upon hearing this, Si Wuji's acknowledged it with a soft "oh," clearly informed of the situation. Why did you choose such a name? Si Wuji's furrowed his brow. I do not know. It seems I have lost someone of great significance. I wish to find him, yet to this day, I have no news. Si Wuji's eyes reflected confusion. Zhao Wuji's nodded. By the way, I am uncertain about your injuries. Allow me to examine them. Upon hearing this, Si Wuji's tensed, taking a step back, regarding Zhao Wuji's with trepidation. For the latter's gaze was filled with an aggressive intensity. Zhao Wuji's frowned slightly. Do not overthink it. The elder requested that I look after you. Upon hearing this, Si Wuji's relaxed. Extend your arm, Zhao Wuji's instructed. Si Wuji's obliged, revealing an arm as white as jade. Upon seeing the faint scar adorning Si Wuji's arm, Zhao Wuji's pupils contracted in shock. Where did this wound come from? He exclaimed, astonished. It was a remnant from a perilous encounter in his previous life, when his wife had infused his blood into herself to save him, leaving this scar as a testament to their love. I do not know. It seems to have always been there, Si Wuji's pondered, gazing at the scar with deep contemplation. Suddenly, clutching his head, he collapsed to the ground. It hurts so much. Who am I? Who am I? An overwhelming force erupted from Si Wuji's. Zhao Wuji's was thrown back, his eyes wide with shock. When he looked again, Si Wuji's had succumbed to unconsciousness. Zhao Wuji's approached, grasping Si Wuji's hand, his body swaying slightly as he regarded the seemingly youthful Si Wuji's. Astonished by how much time had passed. Was she not the same age as his wife in his past life? Who then was Murong Hongyan? To his surprise, they had crossed paths once more. As Zhao Wuji's pondered, a voice echoed through the air, causing his expression to change dramatically. He turned, his gaze now wary. It was none other than Murong Hongyan. In the void, Jue Tian observed this scene with a cold smile. Do you still harbor doubts? Allow me to dispel them. Utilizing the system, and with Murong Hongyan's essence, creating a clone is hardly a challenge. Products from a system are of exceptional quality. Chapter 60, take a good look at her one last time. So it was you. Zhao Wuji reminded himself to remain composed. After all, the figure before him might not be Murong Hongyan. But who could she be? Senior, what a refined taste to visit such a dilapidated place. Murong Hongyan remarked casually. Zhao Wuji was taken aback by her words, though he maintained a fade of indifference. In his memory, the real Murong Hongyan had never resided in such a wretched locale. It appeared that this version of Murong Hongyan was indeed an impostor. Tick-tock, tick-tock. At that moment, Zhao Wuji noticed blood dripping from Murong Hongyan's arm. Can you kill her now? He inquired of the phantom in his mind. No. The response left Zhao Wuji momentarily stunned. Why not? If I make a move, the heavens will tremble. The commotion here would soon attract attention. Zhao Wuji observed the phantom's condition, realizing it was on the verge of disappearing. What is this? Nothing, just feeling a bit faint. Is it because of your prior actions? Zhao Wuji surmised. Suspecting the old man was merely a projection, unaware of how many years he had existed, his task likely only to facilitate Zhao Wuji's inheritance. Observing the old man's frail state, Zhao Wuji refrained from further communication, as the upcoming inheritance still lay within the phantom's grasp. If the phantom vanished, so too would his chance for vengeance. Little one, assist your sister in protection. Murong Hongyan entered, ignoring Zhao Wuji. Her clothing was soaked in blood. She glanced at the lifeless woman on the ground, but paid little heed, though the stench wafted towards her. A surge of spiritual energy swept through, discarding the corpse outside. Zhao Wuji's fury ignited upon witnessing this. What are you doing? A beggar. Why do you care? That was my sister. Zhao Wuji articulated each word with precision. Murong Hongyan paused, taken aback. She then seized the nape of Si Wuji's neck and reappeared. Panic surged within Zhao Wuji. This was disastrous. He had previously been unaware that the Murong Hongyan before him was a counterfeit. Now, he realized she was searching for Si Wuji's whereabouts. Murong Hongyan cast a casual glance, then laughed. You are deceiving me. Such audacity. I never expected to find this wretched person here. No wonder there had been no trace of her all these years. It all makes sense now. Murong Hongyan's eyes sparkled with joy as she regarded Zhao Wuji. It seems you have many secrets from me. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the void trembled. a striking figure emerged, exuding a formidable aura. Upon seeing Murong Hongyan, he exhaled in relief. Is it not over yet? Zhao Wujia's fingers clenched tightly. This man was unforgettable to him. It appeared that he was the mastermind behind all the schemes. After all, Zhao Wujia was well aware of his brother's cunning nature. This fellow was indeed ambitious. In his past life, Zhao Wujia had been blind to recognize him as a brother. Xiaoyan, this wretched person has been found, Murong Hongyan exclaimed, holding Si Wujia with excitement. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoyan was momentarily stunned, then turned to Zhao Wujia. I never anticipated your return. After uttering this, Li Xiaoyan promptly sealed the surrounding void. Zhao Wujia's expression shifted. How did Li Xiaoyan know his identity? Since his rebirth, only Emperor Jue Tian was aware, and Qian Tang, although that fellow had perished. Xiaoyan, what are you saying? Look at the young man before you. He is the former master of the Wujia Divine Hall. You mean, he is the deceased Zhao Wujia? Indeed, the very Zhao Wujia we killed. Murong Hongyan's complexion paled dramatically upon hearing this, hastily sealing the surroundings. Zhao Wujia's pupils constricted as Li Xiaoyan appeared before him. Zhao Wujia, do you wish to know the truth behind it all? Zhao Wujia's eyes reflected confusion. What do you mean? Are you still pretending? We had previously sought individuals to divine the truth. After 30,000 years, you returned defying fate, traversing the realms, with Hongyan accompanying you for a lifetime. The people of the Heavenly Mechanism Sacred Sect should not deceive us, or we would have eliminated the previous Murong Hongyan long ago. Look, you are still alive and have encountered her again. Zhao Wujia could no longer maintain his innocent fa ade upon hearing this revelation. He had never imagined that these two had engaged the Heavenly Mechanism Sacred Sect. It seemed his identity was no longer a secret. Xiaoyan, had you not mentioned it, I might have truly forgotten. However, I never anticipated that this fellow could come back to life after 30,000 years. He must possess extraordinary fortune. Yet, recalling his previous life, watching him sway by the bedside, was simply laughable. Murong Hongyan suddenly burst into laughter, as if recalling something amusing. Li Xiaoyan joined in her mirth. Zhao Wujia, seething with rage, had yet to react when Li Xiaoyan kicked him to the ground. Li Xiaoyan placed a foot on Zhao Wujia's chest and pressed down forcefully. The ground caved in, burying Zhao Wujia's figure beneath. With a flick of his finger, a beam of light pierced through Zhao Wujia. He then extracted Zhao Wujia from the depths below. TSK, TSK, TSK. Who would have thought the once mighty master of the Wujia Divine Hall would be reduced to such a pitiful state? Zhao Wujia, behold, this is your woman. This is the true Murong Hongyan. Murong Hongyan smiled at Zhao Wujia. And who might you be? And merely a Murong Hongyan with the same name, but a different fate. Murong Hongyan spoke these words with a peculiar tone. Yet we have succeeded. You have failed. TSK, 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 a mere trifling being at the divine power realm. Do you still hope to rise again? Observing Zhao Wujia's struggles, Murong Hongyan discarded Si Wujia onto the ground. Li Xiaoyan's light sword vanished as well. Zhao Wujia fell to the ground beside Si Wujia. Take a good look at your wife. Upon learning of your death, she managed to escape suppression, burning her own soul. Who would have thought she would lose her memory? 30,000 years, reduced to a beggar. Indeed. She has her own merits. Now, take a good look at her, and then you may bid farewell to this world once more. Chapter 61. Kneel and beg me. Claim you are inferior to me, Li Xiaoyan and Murong Hongyan laughed, casting a glance at Zhao Wuji, their eyes glinting with murderous intent and mockery. Zhao Wuji felt a stirring in the depths of his heart, as if his inner fragility had been touched. Had he truly misunderstood? The soul of this woman had indeed suffered, perhaps far more horrifically than one could imagine. A voice echoed in Zhao Wuji's mind. Indeed, Zhao Wuji, do you wish to behold something? In your past life, at the moment of death, you did not witness the final scene. However, now your wife has become a beggar. Is it unreasonable for me to provoke her by finding an old man? You dare, Li Xiaoyan, I will kill you. Kill me? Do you possess the capability to act? You are merely at the divine passage realm. Come, I shall restrain your hands and feet. If you dare to touch me, I will allow you to leave. Zhao Wuji's expression darkened. Kneel and beg me, Li Xiaoyan repeated. Zhao Wuji fell silent, his words caught in his throat. Huh, the woman who died for me in my past life, I could easily slay. Do you think I would care for one woman? To expect me to kneel is impossible. He enunciated each word with conviction. Oh, are you referring to me? Murong Hongyan's expression shifted, transforming into that of Gong Xian. Zhao Wuji staggered back in shock, his face a mask of disbelief. You're not dead? Indeed, if I cannot possess you, I shall ruin you and your happiness. Look, I am now the master of the Wuji Temple. Would you not say I have succeeded? Jue Tian observed Murong Hongyan's transformation into Gong Xian and nodded in approval. System. Splendid, you possess this function. Thus, it was all a ruse from the beginning. Zhao Wuji voiced his inquiry. You cannot truly believe I have any affection for you. Can you? My previous ascent was merely a climb, for your eyes have always been fixed on this woman. You denied me opportunity, so I created my own. So. It is. Zhao Wuji laughed heartily. Suddenly, two blades of light pierced through him. Gong Xian reverted to her original form, attacking alongside Li Shaoyan. Did I provoke laughter from you? They both declared, as Zhao Wuji felt two new holes in his body. At that moment, Si Wuji, lying on the ground, awoke. It was Zhao Wuji's blood that had splattered upon her face. She opened her eyes to see Zhao Wuji. Wuji, hissing, she prepared to act. She had regained her memories. Li Shaoyan's expression shifted dramatically. Murong Hongyan looked grim. Who allowed you to awaken? Die and never awaken again. To be a beggar, a slave, is most suitable for you. With those words, she lunged a sword towards Si Wuji. Zhao Wuji gritted his teeth, yet he remained suppressed, devoid of strength. Si Wuji disregarded her own injuries. Gazing at Zhao Wuji, tears streaming down her cheeks. Is it you, Wuji? Is it truly you? Hearing Si Wuji's words, Zhao Wuji was momentarily stunned. Hongyan, Wuji, it is really you. Si Wuji's face radiated immense joy as she reached out to touch Zhao Wuji's face. However, upon seeing his injuries, her hand halted, fury igniting within her. A powerful aura erupted forth, revealing the might of a half-step emperor. Jue Tian, concealed in the void, chuckled. Truly amusing. Master, may I? You see, I have aided you so much. Would you not sate my desires with a mere compliment for the system? Very well, Jue Tian replied. Is that all? Do not be greedy. Anyone who dares harm Wuji shall die. Si Wuji, exuding an aura that suppressed the heavens, enveloped the two men. Do not think that only you have reached this realm. Li Shaoyan similarly released a formidable aura, mirroring Si Wuji's. Zhao Wuji's heart stirred. This fellow had also broken through. It appeared the road to vengeance would be long and arduous. Si Wuji unleashed her overwhelming force upon Li Shaoyan, causing the void to collapse as waves of destructive power surged forth. Kill! As Li Shaoyan's voice fell, his words transformed into a colossal sword that slashed through the air towards Si Wuji. Stop! A cold voice rang out. Zhao Wuji's expression darkened. It was then he realized that during their battle, Murong Hongyan had stealthily ambushed him, taking him hostage. Upon witnessing Zhao Wuji's predicament, Si Wuji's expression shifted. Release Wuji, otherwise, I shall perish with you. Si Wuji enunciated each word, her aura intensifying. Li Shaoyan, you have just broken through. If I expend my essence, I can easily eliminate one of you. Very well, kill me. Just let a ripple of energy escape you, and I shall pierce Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji's expression changed drastically. The false Murong Hongyan held a sword to his kidney and heart. Si Wuji's face fell. Back then, you looked down upon me. Now, you will kneel and beg. Murong Hongyan mocked. Impossible. With a swift motion, Murong Hongyan acted, and Zhao Wuji's countenance shifted in horror as he realized he had been wounded. Ding, the son of destiny has been harmed. Vitality injured. Destiny value decreased by 2,000, while the Master's villain value increased by 2,000. Jue Tian paused at this revelation, sensing something significant had transpired. What do you mean? If you utter another word, he will lose his humanity. He can still be salvaged. Kneel and beg me. Claim you are inferior to me. At this moment, Murong Hongyan was consumed by madness, gazing at Si Wuji. Do not save me. Kill them and avenge me. Zhao Wuji implored. However, Si Wuji knelt down without hesitation. You too shall kneel, otherwise I shall compel her to take her own life. Murong Hongyan's voice was icy as she regarded Zhao Wuji. Do not, do not. Zhao Wuji hastily knelt, his heart racing. Why do you not allow me to act? No, you cannot act further. A gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. There exist gaps between them. There is a way. At that moment, Zhao Wuji's thoughts were in disarray. Ha ha, Zhao Wuji, I never imagined you would find yourself in this situation. Initially, I offered myself to you, yet you rejected me. Now you kneel before me, along with your woman. You are all beneath me, all beneath me. Enough, let them go. At that moment, Li Xiaoyan's expression shifted. No, I wish to see them turn against one another. I said enough. Li Xiaoyan's face darkened as he scrutinized Murong Hongyan, disappointment evident in his gaze. In that instant, Zhao Wuji awoke to a realization. Previously, Li Xiaoyan must have had feelings for this false Murong Hongyan. But who was the woman he had slain? Confusion enveloped Zhao Wuji. Chapter 62. Deepening Conspiracy. Is the Son of Destiny a demon body? Upon witnessing the grim expression on Li Xiaoyan's face, Murong Hongyan's countenance also shifted slightly. Xiaoyan, why are you angry as well? I have stated let them go. Li Xiaoyan replied coldly. But there is no alternative. As long as I eliminate them, I will heed your every command. That won't be necessary. Allow them to depart. I am weary. That is final. Li Xiaoyan gazed at Murong Hongyan. Her eyes flickered, and she then thrust her dagger into Zhao Wuji once more. This time, I spare you. Next time, fortune shall not favor you. Zhao Wuji chuckled, sensing that this woman, who once admired him, now harbored resentment born from love. Men possess an innate desire for competition. Li Xiaoyan surely would not wish to be outdone by him. Realizing this, Zhao Wuji inhaled sharply, pain coursing through his body. After Li Xiaoyan and Murong Hongyan departed, Zhao Wuji exhaled in relief and turned his gaze to Si Wuji. At that moment, Zhao Wuji found himself at a loss for words. However, Si Wuji's body gave way, collapsing to the ground, his complexion pale. Zhao Wuji was taken aback. Do not be alarmed. The memory you briefly regained was merely a fleeting moment. Upon witnessing your injury, it seems you were stimulated. Your fortunes are quite remarkable. The previous woman, consumed by love. Now this one, sacrificing her own soul, causing her memories to fade, yet retaining only those concerning you. Hearing the phantom's words, Zhao Wuji sighed in relief, though a bitter smile graced his lips. He had not anticipated that. In the end, everything revolved around him. After Li Xiaoyan and Murong Hongyan departed, they knelt before Emperor Jue Tian in the void. Master, what shall we do next? Act swiftly. Eliminate those who were once allies of Zhao Wuji. Emperor Jue Tian commanded, his tone laced with indifference. Understood, master. As the two departed, Emperor Jue Tian fell into contemplation. Upon Zhao Wuji's return, he would undoubtedly have reinforcements. However, the specifics of these individuals were of little concern to him. It was merely a matter of causing more deaths. The skirmishes thus far must come to an end. Emperor Jue Tian produced a communication talisman, sending forth a message. Once dispatched, powerful auras erupted across Wujizu, with formidable beings standing in the void, directly confronting various factions. The air trembled incessantly. The mighty from the celestial domain, upon hearing the tumult from Wujizu, dared not utter a word. In the void, a colossal banner unfurled. The emperor? What is the imperial family up to? The obliteration of these factions certainly piqued curiosity. As these forces fell, a series of voices echoed in Emperor Jue Tian's mind. The master has dispatched family forces to obliterate the allies of the Son of Destiny. The Zhou family. The son's fate value has decreased by 1,000, and the master's villain value has increased by 1,000. The master has dispatched forces to obliterate the allies of the Son of Destiny, the Feng family. The son's fate value has decreased by 1,000, and the master's villain value has increased by 1,000. The master has dispatched forces to obliterate the allies of the Son of Destiny, the Holy Sky sect. The son's fate value has decreased by 2,000, and the master's villain value has increased by 2,000. As the voices continued, Emperor Jue Tian noted with satisfaction that the son of Destiny's fate value had plummeted by 7,000. You were resurrected. Did you not possess a foundation? Allow me to eradicate you directly. However, there remained one final step. Observing Zhao Wuji's fate value dwindling to 7,000, Emperor Jue Tian pondered, in that case, I shall release you. This will serve to ignite further events. With this thought, he retrieved a recording stone. After viewing the contents within, a cold smirk formed on his lips. The son of destiny, coveted by the celestial domain, how delightful. Ancestor, transmit this information. Emperor Jue Tian addressed the void, aware that his ancestor continued to watch over him from the shadows. The ancestor, examining the item in hand, paused. Your schemes are quite grand. It appears you even intend to manipulate your own coming-of-age ceremony to ensnare others. The ancestor contemplated the implications. Are you not concerned about the palace family being implicated? They will surely recognize what to do with this jade slip. Emperor Jue Tian wore a gentle smile, seemingly harmless. The ancestor regarded him skeptically. Who would believe this fellow? Such misfortune to trust him. Commanding the ancestor was no easy feat. It felt as though he were laboring for this grandson. Yet, as he reflected on Emperor Jue Tian's schemes, the ancestor became curious about the paths that lay ahead for him and to what extent he would ensnare the denizens of the celestial domain. At that moment, Emperor Jue Tian appeared as an intoxicating poison, captivating the ancestor. Zhao Wuji, indeed, this lad has potential. He is a splendid pawn. Each step I orchestrated for him has been executed flawlessly. Emperor Jue Tian observed Zhao Wuji, who, for reasons unknown, sensed the loss of something significant. Yet, upon seeing the still unconscious Si Wuji, he suppressed his unrest. In the celestial domain, news began to circulate. Have you heard? The former son-in-law of the palace family has allegedly inherited the chaos demon body. Is that true? A worthless individual possessing the chaos demon body? Are you attempting to insult my intelligence? A waste? I have heard that this fellow has been biding his time. The imperial family has disseminated information. That individual possesses 8 kidneys. He was previously feeble, hence deemed a waste. Now, his energy has been replenished. How is it replenished? Uncertain. It seems he consumed dozens of children in one sitting. This fellow has mutated. Now, 2 kidneys serve one function, totaling 4. Indeed, reports from Wujizu claim he can perform the functions of 4 at once. Goodness, the chaos demon body is astonishing. I find myself somewhat envious. I share your envy. However, this individual bears another identity, the former lord of the Wujizu Divine Temple, who perished 30,000 years ago, schemed against by his own woman and brothers. Oh, this woman possesses considerable ambition. You fail to understand. She has attained power. Life has become mundane, and she surely seeks something to occupy her time. Yet, one should not gamble with her own life. You do not comprehend. The information I have procured indicates his brother's predicament. His brother's predicament? Indeed, a small belly. A small belly? What does that mean? Alas, we are clearly not on the same level. Chapter 63. The death of the child of fate. The value of the pieces has been realized. The child of fate is despised and resented by those from the immortal realm, who wish nothing more than to eliminate him. His destiny value plummets by 5,000, while the antagonist's value increases by the same amount. At this moment, Zhao Wuji grows increasingly agitated. However, when he sees the woman open her eyes, a spark ignites within him. You've awakened, my lord. You are here too. In that instant, Zhao Wuji recalls that his wife had suffered due to his injuries. He feels a surge of emotion, realizing that a half-step emperor had sacrificed her dignity for him. After many years, it turns out to be a misunderstanding. He had misjudged his wife. Reflecting on her suffering, having endured 3 millennia as a beggar, his heart aches with remorse. Zhao Wuji embraces Si Wujing tightly. My lord, please let me go. If you continue like this, I shall scream. No need to scream. We are here to rescue you. Several figures appear at the doorway, their eyes glinting with greed as they gaze at Si Wujing. One among them looks at Zhao Wuji. Brother, without a kidney, can you still manage? If not, step aside. Zhao Wuji's expression darkens, dark energy swirling around him. This is demonic energy. You are Zhao Wuji, the one with 8 kidneys. The figure gazes at Zhao Wuji in terror. and the others share his fear. Zhao Wuji furrows his brows. In the void, Emperor Jue Tian is taken aback. Is this how the message was conveyed? He takes out a recording stone, realizing he never mentioned Zhao Wuji's 8 kidneys. Impressed by their cleverness, he thinks, 8 kidneys? Indeed. Run. This fellow has 8 kidneys. We are no match for him. The figures flee in panic. At this moment, Zhao Wuji remains oblivious to the events transpiring around him. Do not fret. Although you are injured, your physique has strengthened. You will soon obtain the inheritance. Unexpectedly, this calamity brings unexpected fortune. Zhao Wuji nods at the phantom's words, feeling dazed and disoriented. Indeed, it is time to leave this place. I sense that the divine son of the D family has awakened, and the news of your inheritance has reached the immortal realm. Finally, Zhao Wuji experiences true despair, feeling utterly wronged. Meanwhile, Emperor Jue Tian, concealed in the void, wears a smile. For the past few days, he has manipulated others stronger than Zhao Wuji. No matter his actions, he will be discovered, whether eating or sleeping. Exhausted in spirit, he also endures mental blows. The remaining 2,000 destiny points vanish again. As these individuals approach, their gaze fixed on Zhao Wuji, it is clear they are under Emperor Jue Tian's control. Brother, show me your divine elixir. Let me see your 8 kidneys. Zhao Wuji, like a madman, feels overwhelmed. Daily, he is besieged by demands, even receiving unsavory offers for a kidney. Seeing Zhao Wuji's deteriorating mental state, Emperor Jue Tian pauses. The plan is almost complete. Zhao Wuji seeks sustenance, retreating to a hidden spot he discovered. At this moment, Si Wujing remains devoid of memories, still an ordinary person in need of nourishment. Upon entering, Zhao Wuji's expression shifts. Help! No, please! An eerie voice pierces his ears, and his countenance pales. Returning to the cave, his eyes blaze crimson. Inside, a man and a woman are present. The woman is filled with humiliation, tears glistening in her eyes as she gazes at Zhao Wuji. I will kill you. Go ahead. Kill me. I no longer wish to live. You are Li Xiaoyan. Seeing the man, Zhao Wuji is momentarily stunned. Li Xiaoyan regards Zhao Wuji with sneer. It's all your fault. That woman even plotted against me. Had you not been revived, none of this would have happened. You truly deserve death. As these thoughts cross his mind, Li Xiaoyan stop. No. Help. My lord, save me. I will kill you, Li Xiaoyan. Zhao Wuji unleashes his might, charging towards Li Xiaoyan. Li Xiaoyan trembles in fear, momentarily shocked, then adopts a mocking demeanor. Zhao Wuji, do you still believe you are the same as before? Zhao Wuji's expression darkens. He realizes he has been suppressed. In your past life, you failed to appreciate this. Now you can, can't you? Is it not Murong Hongyan? Previously aggrieved, Si Wujing now smiles, as Murong Hongyan's figure materializes in the void. Her form dissipates into smoke. At this moment, Zhao Wuji feels as if his mind has exploded. You, after 2 lifetimes, you remain just as foolish. Do you know why I'm called Si Wujing? Si also means death. Did you see? Do you like it? This is a stance you favored in your previous life. Murong Hongyan wears a mocking expression. Zhao Wuji's eyes redden, veins bulging. Dark energy emanates from him. At this moment, he comprehends the depth of his betrayal. Truly laughable. Kill them. Zhao Wuji's gaze turns frigid as he communicates with the phantom. Excellent, continue. Upon the phantom's appearance, it kneels in the void. Welcome, master. Murong Hongyan and Li Xiaoyan hastily rise, breathless. Welcome, master. Zhao Wuji, it has been a while. The figure of Emperor Jue Tian emerges from the void. Zhao Wuji's pupils constrict. It is you. So it is you? How laughable. After 2 lifetimes, the same tragic conclusion, yet this time even more harrowing. Emperor Jue Tian, you have triumphed. The heart of the child of fate is shattered, destiny value reduced to 0, permission to slay granted. Emperor Jue Tian gazes at Zhao Wuji. Wait. Suddenly, Zhao Wuji awakens to the truth. You are a demon. You are the chaotic, demonic body. Zhao Wuji exclaims in disbelief. Congratulations, you are correct. Your reward is death. Congratulations, master, for slaying the child of fate. You have received a mysterious treasure chest and an increase of 100,000 antagonist points. Upon hearing this announcement, Emperor Jue Tian feels elated. After all his scheming, the child of fate has finally perished. With this, his plans may now unfold. As he contemplates this, a demonic light shines in his eyes, and Murong Hongyan, Li Xiaoyun, the phantom, and the previously controlled individuals vanish into thin air, reduced to ashes. The worth of your pieces has already been manifested. Chapter 64. Whoever hits my son, I will strike back at his son. Grateful for your presence, warming all seasons. Jue Tian departed, returning to the D family. He gazed at the old ancestor, feeling the weight of his peculiar gaze upon him, which made him uneasy. You rascal! Filled with mischief. I never anticipated that fellow could be reborn after 30,000 years. Yet, his demise mirrors that of his previous life. You are indeed a talent. To conceive such a scheme. Isn't that a trait inherited from our ancestor? Nonsense. Our D-clan's ancestors have always upheld righteousness. Nothing is beyond your reach with a single punch. If not, just deliver another. Jue Tian's eyes sparkled with disdain. Don't mind him, Tianer. Little 16 was just as mischievous in his youth. Upon hearing this voice, Jue Tian realized it was the 8th ancestor. Only this ancestor, known as 16 ancestor, could be referred to as Little 16, Little Pomegranate. Indeed, Jue Tian, uncharacteristically, made a jest. 16 ancestors' expression darkened, while the 8th ancestor chuckled. His gaze towards Jue Tian filled with satisfaction. Jue Tian's words were meant to dispel his own doubts, for the demon body could change at any moment. 16 ancestor laughed in return. However, your coming-of-age ceremony is approaching. It may not be peaceful. Unrest? What does that concern me, Jue Tian? That is the doing of the chaotic demon body, he retorted. Upon hearing this, the old ancestor paused, then realized, so my dear boy, this is your plan? Indeed. 16 ancestor praised him. By the way, could you find me a secluded place for meditation? I wish to break through. It has been a while, and I feel a tingling restlessness. 16 ancestors' expression darkened. Exit, take a left. Jue Tian found a secluded spot. System, display my panel. Master, Jue Tian identity. Divine son of the D-clan physique. Chaotic demon body spatial divine eye. Supreme Dao bone fate. Destiny's villainous halo strength. Dao palace level 6 techniques. Chaotic demon scripture. Evenly imperial scripture. Di divine palm. Carefree journey. Sky's laying sword. Technique. Human sovereign finger. Divine abilities. Chaotic demon heaven palm. Spatial displacement. Great spatial judgment technique. First time. Celestial imprint. Spatial cutting. Treading the sky. Step of divine ghost startle. 2 steps cause celestials to kneel. 3 steps annihilate worlds. Villain value. 120. 000 backpack. Soul devouring divine ring. 1 mysterious treasure chest. Jue Tian surveyed his information, choosing to open the treasure chest without hesitation. This treasure chest was his favorite. Ding! The mysterious treasure chest opens, and the master obtains the time divine eye. Does the master wish to merge the spatial divine eye with the time divine eye to create the time-space divine eye? Jue Tian's expression remained calm, but internally he marveled. This system is rather intriguing. Thus, he added to his arsenal. Merge. Jue Tian felt a sharp pain in his eyes as torrents of immense energy surged into him. Upon a fusion of the 2 physiques, his strength ascended to king level 1. Jue Tian smiled faintly. However, noticing he still had a remaining 120,000 villain value, he commanded, System, allocate points. After all, he had acquired divine abilities, and bolstering his strength a little more would not be detrimental. His strength reached king level 5 before he halted. Jue Tian was taken aback to find that each level now required 40,000 villain value. Master, for king level experts, each level requires 40,000 villain value, and it does not increase with strength breakthroughs unless the master ascends to the next great realm. Jue Tian looked at the system, feeling gratified. This lad shows great promise. Within the D-clan's heavenly palace, in the grand hall, expressions of anxiety filled the air. Patriarch, what has become of the divine son? What other forces have intervened? Speak quickly. Is it not enough carnage? Several elders gazed at Di Wushan. He sighed, knowing his son was unharmed. Yet he could not disclose this. Presently, he too was searching for the lad. Women only impede the speed at which I draw my sword. This saying had ensnared Di Wushan. Originally pleased at the return of his wife, he had not expected her to show him no kindness in recent days. Each time Gong Xian you saw him, she remarked, "Oh, is this not the head of the Di family? Why not cultivate? Women only hinder your sword-drawing speed. Dear lady, I would never dare to delay the Di family patriarch's training." Reflecting on his troublesome son, Di Wushan felt an itch to strike someone. However, he recalled that should he act, the old ancestor would chastise him. Di Wushan was filled with helplessness. Observing his expression, the elders' faces changed. By the heavens, it seems the divine son is indeed in trouble. Let us proceed to eliminate all obstacles, radiating from Wuji Prefecture. Several elders emanated a murderous aura. Above the Di clan, the heavens shifted ominously. Enough, Tianer, all is well. Di Wushan gazed at the elders, sighing. Upon hearing this, the elders settled down, sipping their tea in silence. Patriarch, I must voice my concerns. The sixth elder looked at Di Wushan. Di Wushan was taken aback. Tianer is our Di clan's divine son. You previously stated we need not worry. Now that he has faced harm, you as his father must shoulder half the responsibility. Indeed, the sixth elder speaks well. Patriarch, you have erred in this matter. The other elders echoed. Di Wushan felt a headache coming on. He nearly forgot that this troublesome boy was cherished by the family. Patriarch, you cannot remain fixated on that matter. You must also pay attention to Tianer. He is the Di clan's prodigy. If he is wronged, how can you, as his father, remain idle? Di Wushan fell silent, contemplating intervening. However, a cunning elder and a young rascal could hardly be allowed to suffer. Indeed, father, the elders are correct. A voice rang out. Upon hearing this, the elders of the Di clan sprang to their feet, rushing toward Jue Tian. Divine son, are you unscathed? Were you hurt? Thank you for your concern, uncles. Tianer is well. Jue Tian smiled at the elders, for their affection was genuine. All is well. Finally, you have emerged. Di Wushan stood abruptly, a formidable aura radiating from him. Jue Tian sensed an ominous premonition, recalling how his loose tongue had once landed his father in trouble. Patriarch, you are being excessive. Tianer is perfectly fine, yet you appear agitated. If you persist in this manner, we shall unearth our ancestor's grave and claim you bullied Tianer. Di Wushan felt deflated. No, I was merely overwhelmed with joy at seeing Tianer. Perfect, we father and son have matters to discuss regarding Tianer's cultivation. Upon hearing this, the Di clan elders left, casting skeptical glances at Di Wushan. My dear, someone has attacked your son. How dare they? Whoever strikes my son shall face my wrath. Gong Xian Yu appeared. The elders, initially slow-moving, transformed into black smoke and vanished upon seeing her. Mother, I truly thank you. Your presence warms all seasons. Chapter 65. A New Scheme. The coming-of-age ceremony. Upon hearing that Gong Xinyue had not yet arrived, Jue Tian felt a pang of discomfort. Indeed, it seemed that his parents shared a genuine love, while he himself was merely an unexpected consequence. Di Wushan, upon hearing this remark, cast a teasing glance at his son. Do you see? My wife still loves me. Jue Tian, catching his father's gaze, felt a flicker of hope in his eyes. However, upon the arrival of Gong Xinyue, he exclaimed, Mother, father said you agreed to let him take a concubine and find me a little mother. Jue Tian's expression was one of disbelief. What the hell, when did I say that? Gong Xinyue's face changed abruptly as she glared at Di Wushan with a murderous intent. You wish to take a concubine? No, I did not. Don't make wild claims. It wasn't me. Since it wasn't you, it must be that you harbored such thoughts. Seeing the pleading look in Di Wushan's eyes, Jue Tian offered a helpless glance before stealthily slipping away to avoid being caught in the crossfire. As he heard the commotion from inside, Jue Tian felt a sense of satisfaction. The members of the Di family looked at him with smiles, one after another, admiring the handsome divine son and wishing they could take him home. With the coming-of-age ceremony a month away, it was time to plot. Jue Tian raised his head, gazing at the sky, and then made his way to the forbidden area in the back mountains of the Di family. Upon reaching the grave marked with the name of the 16th ancestor, Jue Tian knocked on the tombstone. Ancestors, it's time to get to work. You little rascal. I was just enjoying some peace and quiet. What do you want now? Nothing much. Just hoping you could lend me your strength. You could let old Lin out instead. I'm getting old, and you should have some compassion. You can't keep relying on me alone. Old ancestor, I'm merely making arrangements. Upon hearing this, the figure of the 16th ancestor materialized, yawning as he looked at his unfilial descendant. Let us go. With the ancestor in tow, Jue Tian left without a hint of guilt. What do you intend to do? The chaotic demonic body has appeared, and surely there will be some upheaval. The 16th ancestor nodded. There has already been some movement from Wuji Prefecture. This time, let us venture to a more distant region. A void portal appeared before Di Wu Shun and the 16th ancestor. Jue Tian observed the portal with approval. Suddenly, a figure clad in a black cloak materialized beside him. The ancestor's eyes flickered. Often, he found it difficult to see through the methods employed by Jue Tian, not knowing what fortuitous encounters he had experienced. Nevertheless, the ancestor did not inquire further. Go forth and create your own terror. Jue Tian regarded the figure beside him. A controlled demonic seed. It was particularly powerful, yet it was not something ordinary individuals could contend with. In the month that followed, the celestial realm finally stirred from its tranquility. Previously, the fall of any faction would have gone unnoticed, but the deceased now bore a potent demonic aura, an exceptionally pure one at that. Some traveled thousands of miles, crossing regions, even among formidable saint-level experts, who needed half a month to traverse such distances without sustenance. At this moment, many in the celestial realm were filled with trepidation. However, their curiosity was piqued by the forthcoming coming-of-age ceremony of the Di family's divine son. Although Zhao Wuji was rumored to be the chaotic demonic body, this was merely speculation. They craved concrete information. If he indeed was Zhao Wuji, they would only need to focus on him. Within the Di family, in Jue Tian's palace, he gazed at the sky, lost in thought. It's nearly time. The Tianji family should be arriving soon. How amusing it is that you wish to calculate my fate, utterly oblivious to the consequences. He mused that they would uncover some traces, allowing him to orchestrate their downfall, making them aware of the cost of their calculations. As the Tianji family grew increasingly agitated, the plan would be half accomplished. Young master, it's time to change your clothes. The coming-of-age ceremony is about to commence. A maid knelt before Jue Tian. I understand, he replied, but as he turned, his complexion paled. His breathing steadied, yet upon closer inspection, it was not as smooth as before. Meanwhile, the Di family was abuzz with activity as various factions arrived, each eager to witness the state of the Di family's divine son. The Gong family arrived, followed by the Morong family, the Shangwan family, and the Wan fashion sect. News spread swiftly, and attendees marveled at the grandeur of the Di family. When the Tianji sacred sect arrived, many fell silent. Sure enough, a Bagua diagram materialized in the void, showcasing only 3 ethereal figures. Upon seeing the elder emerge, many were taken aback. It was none other than the previous head of the Tianji family. Zhu Viswan looked at those greeting him with a gentle smile, appearing harmless. However, others regarded him with wariness, for the Tianji family was indeed a unique clan, possessing individuals capable of divination, yet they paled in comparison to the Tianji family's prowess. The Divine Sword sect arrived, followed by the Immortal Blade sect, the Moon Palace, and the Chongqing sacred sect. As faction after faction made their entrance, attendees eyed the Di family with envy, captivated by their immense power. Then came the announcement of the arrival of the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion. Upon hearing this, many faces shifted, turning towards the void. Unbeknownst to them, an elder had already appeared there, observing the Di family with intrigue. Di Chen, is this not the coming-of-age ceremony for your divine son? I have come to extend an invitation for him to join our Dao Tian Immortal Mansion. Chu Xiao, I previously mentioned that if you wish for my divine son to join, he need not hold any lofty title. A position as an heir would suffice. Anything higher, and I fear he may become too arrogant. The 16th ancestor observed with mild amusement, as many present shifted their gazes towards him, astonished. An heiress position, and you deem it too low? A step higher, and he could directly become the master of the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion. Chu Shao regarded the 16th ancestor. You remain as shameless as ever. You must be facing some trouble. Am I correct? The 16th ancestor's gaze pierced through the facade. I see I cannot hide anything from you, old man. However, this matter cannot be disclosed. It merely pertains to some setbacks. Your Jue Tian Immortal Mansion has discovered numerous talents in recent years. It would be acceptable for my divine son to observe. Should he defeat them all, do not come seeking trouble. Rest assured, that will not be the case. Chapter 66. The opulent coming-of-age ceremony. 10 half-step emperors graciously invite the divine son. The emperor monarch remained silent. The two conversed, appearing as old friends while secretly probing each other. However, the old man's intentions were unclear, raising questions about his true motives. After contemplation, the emperor monarch acquiesced, aware that Jue Tian was filled with schemes. Yet this old fellow was not easily manipulated. After all, he had held the esteemed position of Grand Elder of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Mansion for over 100,000 years. While others might serve for a mere few decades to attain the pinnacle, this old man was singularly focused on the development of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Mansion. Undeniably, the Tao Heavenly Immortal Mansion was indeed formidable. Legend spoke of a celestial being who established it, but the emperor family was privy to certain secrets. This being was not a mere celestial, yet had surpassed the great emperors. Thus, the Tao Heavenly Immortal Mansion aspired to witness the emergence of another such figure. It seemed that changes had occurred within the secret realm, or perhaps other unforeseen events had transpired. Logically, the Tao Heavenly Immortal Mansion could have leveraged its resources to address the situation. At that moment, the 16th ancestor found himself unable to fathom this individual. Observing the emperor monarch, Chu Shao nodded and took his place. In truth, the Grand Elder felt a twinge of anxiety within. The matter at hand was indeed delicate. Should the emperor family become aware, they would undoubtedly declare war on the Tao Heavenly Immortal Mansion. However, recalling the Lord's instructions, the Grand Elder felt he had no choice but to proceed. The Lord's words had also resonated with him. If they could execute the plan, the ambitions of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Mansion might truly be realized. The Grand Elder felt a flicker of anticipation. Once the members of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Mansion arrived, they engaged in conversation, confirming that the emperor family's prestige was considerable. Indeed, during the coming-of-age ceremony of the Saintess of the 10,000, the emperor family had not garnered half the attendance. However, it is said that the emperor family's divine son annihilated a sacred ground, leading to the 10,000 seeking retribution, resulting in the loss of their saintess. One of the 10,000 members remarked, darkening the expressions of those who heard it. The Grand Elder who arrived wore a grim expression, for he had been reluctant to attend, but found himself compelled to do so. As for the sect leader, he was still recuperating, having nearly lost his soul to a single strike from the emperor family's ancestor. The Grand Elder understood that the fear had rendered him incapacitated. Nonetheless, the fate of the former saintess of the 10,000 weighed heavily on him, as her life token had shattered. Some elders within the sect had sent him to inquire about the situation. With this in mind, the Grand Elder of the 10,000 felt apprehensive. However, now that he was present, he could only proceed with resolve. The ceremony commenced. We welcome the divine son, the Grand Elder of the emperor family shouted. As the guests had nearly gathered and the time had come, his voice resonated throughout the emperor family estate. A sound reminiscent of ancient times echoed through the air, causing many faces to change. From the void emerged several horns, from which rows of sages appeared, trumpeting their arrival. The presence of these sages, esteemed figures within their respective factions, stirred envy among many. Their participation in the emperor family's coming-of-age ceremony was a testament to the family's wealth and influence. As the horns blared, offerings were presented. The sound of heavy footsteps reverberated, signaling the arrival of armored warriors, each one a sage. For sages bore a colossal beast, its form obscuring the sky and exuding an aura of primeval might. Many felt their hearts race at the sight of the sacrificial offering, a beast of the Saint Emperor realm. The Emperor family truly spares no expense. It appears the divine son is regarded as the next heir. Some factions observed, their expressions tinged with resentment. Must a coming-of-age ceremony for a divine son be so extravagant? How can we compete with such displays? The Tao Heavenly Immortal Mansion felt a heavy weight in their hearts. The 8 ancestors of the Emperor family observed discreetly, sensing that the Tao Heavenly Immortal Mansion had focused their attention on them. Should we not teach them a lesson after today's ceremony? The 13th ancestor suggested. No need. Tianer has it well in hand, came the response, indicating that prior actions had been strategically planned. The 8th ancestor fell silent. Chu Xiao, sensing an inexplicable unease, momentarily felt his heart race. As the offerings from his Saint Emperor realm were laid out, the call for the divine son was made. With the announcement, radiant light enveloped the Emperor family, revealing towering figures that blotted out the sky. 10 in total, each accompanied by a divine will spinning behind them. The sight of 10 half-step emperors sent shockwaves through the assembly. This is beyond anything I had imagined for the divine son's coming-of-age ceremony. The Grand Elder of the 10,000 felt a surge of dread. If I were to inadvertently offend the divine son, would he strike me down with a mere gesture? Chu Xiao, too, was astonished, having never anticipated such grandeur. At that moment, the gaze of the entire Immortal Domain was drawn to the spectacle. 10 figures, resounding like the tolling of great bells, proclaimed the arrival of the divine son. As they raised their hands to the heavens, a brilliant golden light emerged from the region of the Emperor family. A grand chariot appeared, lifted by 10 massive hands. Witnessing this scene, the crowd held their breath in awe. The 16th ancestor of the Emperor family nodded in satisfaction. This is the true splendor of my divine son. A royal carriage descended, revealing a figure seated upon it. As the visage of the divine son came into view, many who had never beheld him were struck with astonishment, enhanced by the divine radiance surrounding him. The Grand Elder of the Tao Heavenly Immortal Mansion found himself momentarily entranced by the divine son's demeanor and bearing, realizing that he could not read deep Jue Tian. Clad in a flowing white robe adorned with Chila motifs and ancient script, the divine son exuded an air of aloofness akin to that of a celestial descending from the heavens. Yet, upon revealing a smile, he grounded those around him in reality. A person of unparalleled grace, Chu Xiao murmured, acknowledging the divine son's extraordinary presence. The divine son of the Emperor family truly possesses the qualities of a celestial being, he thought, his gaze filled with complexity. Chapter 67, The Celestial Engraving. Celebrating the coming-of-age ceremony of the divine son of the imperial family, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all who have attended this sacred ceremony of my coming of age. I apologize for any shortcomings in hospitality. Upon hearing the words of Emperor Jue Tian, many felt as if they were enveloped in the gentle embrace of spring. Several women, entranced by his presence, succumbed to their enchantment, while others fainted in sheer awe. The divine son's ceremony has commenced, declared the Grand Elder of the imperial family. Upon hearing this pronouncement, a wave of relief washed over the crowd, for the power of the imperial family was indeed formidable. Just as the guests began to relax, a thunderous roar echoed across the sky. Many turned their gazes upward, their expressions shifting to one of alarm. Even the imperial ancestors focused their attention towards the heavens. A radiant brilliance erupted in the sky, as golden light pierced the firmament. Ethereal golden lotus flowers descended from the void, surrounding Emperor Jue Tian. In that moment, he ascended into the sky, closing his eyes in reverence. Witnessing this spectacle left the onlookers bewildered, uncertain of what was transpiring. What has happened? Is the coming-of-age ceremony not complete? Why is there still such commotion? I, too, am at a loss. A voice murmured among the crowd, echoing the collective confusion. Is this a manifestation orchestrated by the ancestor? No, I cannot comprehend the unfolding events, replied one of the 8 ancestors, his eyes reflecting his own perplexity. As conjectures flew amidst the gathering, the scene above underwent yet another transformation. An ethereal palace emerged in the void, albeit only a fragment, casting its shadow across countless realms. This sight sent shivers down the spines of many, leaving some speechless in fear. A mighty roar resonated, and in its wake, towering golden figures materialized, each several hundred million feet tall, hovering over the imperial domain. Those within the forbidden areas felt an unsettling aura that was distinctly otherworldly. What is the imperial family planning? What is happening during the Divine Son's coming-of-age ceremony? Previously heralded as possessing celestial potential, could this be the imperial family's grand display of power on his behalf? It feels as though something monumental is about to unfold. In the infinite ocean, a watchful eye turned towards the imperial family, though it was obscured by the golden light. Is this the commotion caused by the Divine Son? Do these ancient ones of the imperial family not fear the repercussions of such exaltation? The members of the imperial family widened their eyes in astonishment. For majestic figures emerged: the azure dragon, the white tiger, the vermilion bird, and the black tortoise. Each divine beast regarded Emperor Jue Tian with profound respect. Congratulations on the Divine Son's coming of age, they proclaimed. The crowd was momentarily rendered speechless, as if caught in a dream. Following their declaration, golden light enveloped the Divine Son, intertwining with his essence. At that moment, the four divine beasts coalesced into runes that descended upon his forehead. "Behold, the celestial engraving," exclaimed the grand elder of the Taoist celestial mansion, rising in astonishment, his body trembling with disbelief. The onlookers, now awakened to the gravity of the situation, gazed at Emperor Jue Tian with a mix of awe and envy. "Celestial engraving. How extraordinary," murmured a voice from the infinite ocean. "The imperial family has truly given birth to an extraordinary divine son." The atmosphere thickened with tension. After a while, the celestial display faded. At that moment, a mysterious rune flickered upon Emperor Jue Tian's forehead, only to vanish as swiftly as it appeared. Many gazed at him with a sense of longing and regret, for the secrets of the celestial engraving were unattainable, even through the means of violence. As Emperor Jue Tian descended from the void, he opened his eyes. Let the feast commence. His calm demeanor left many astounded. Had he not just acquired the celestial engraving? Shouldn't he be elated? Witnessing his tranquility, the crowd felt a surge of envy. "I am utterly consumed by envy. I must indulge in a grand feast to soothe my wounded spirit." The sight of the Divine Son's composure left the members of the imperial family in a state of bewilderment. Very well, let the festivities begin. As they beheld the colossal carcasses of mythical beasts, the attendees felt a chill run down their spines. Realizing these were indeed the ingredients for the Divine Son's coming-of-age feast, Emperor Jue Tian regarded the scene with an inner calm. After all, the magnitude of this occurrence was a premeditated collaboration with the system. Were it not for the system's assistance, he would have been crushed by the very heavens themselves. Contemplating this, a flicker of ambition sparked within him. Dark energy surged forth from his being. The crowd, previously consumed by envy, now stood in stunned silence as they sensed the emergence of this sinister aura. In that moment, the imperial family fell into an eerie hush. The atmosphere grew heavy. Cough, cough. Emperor Jue Tian coughed lightly, his complexion paling, showing no concern for the dark energy surrounding him. "Since I have arrived, why hide?" This statement stunned many into silence. Suddenly, the void parted, revealing a figure whose features remained obscured. "You are indeed a worthy opponent. Having attained the celestial engraving," it spoke. "Yet you remain unbothered by the dark energy within, using its fluctuations to sense my presence. Quite ruthless indeed, bearing the pain of suppression while harboring the dark energy within." Emperor Jue Tian, impressive, the figure continued, and at last the crowd regained their composure. "Do you dare approach with merely a projection? You could easily dispel your dark energy, yet you choose to retain it within. What do you fear? Indeed, if you are unafraid, why does your true form not dare to show itself? Huh! The chaos demon body, what a jest!" Emperor Jue Tian expelled the dark energy from his being, directing it into the void. "Return it to you, but do not let me down." Projecting, gazing at Emperor Jue Tian. "Very well, Emperor Jue Tian. But do you think that obtaining the engravings of heaven and earth will shield you from me? No, you are mistaken. You are merely a pawn. Perhaps you are incapable of embracing the complete legacy? We shall see. These insignificant creatures of your celestial realm will sooner or later become my sustenance." Chapter 68. Two speculations of Jue Tian amidst the growing panic. The shadow of the demon gazed intently at the members of the Tianji sacred sect. Old man, there is no need for your calculations. You will find them futile. Furthermore, since you dare to predict my fate, be wary of your own, Tianji sacred sect. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, he declared, as long as I draw breath, your celestial realm shall know no peace. After many years, the nightmare shall once again descend upon you. With that, the projection faded, leaving only the echo of his voice lingering in the void. The countenance of the Tianji sacred sect's members shifted dramatically, particularly upon hearing his final words, fear evident in their eyes. Divine Son, what do you suppose those words imply? Questioned the Grand Elder of the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion, Chu Xiao, as he regarded Jue Tian. What do you think a demon truly is? Having dispelled the demonic energy, Jue Tian's expression regained its vibrancy as he turned to the Grand Elder and inquired, what is your perception of a demon? A demon is merciless, devoid of humanity, and straightforward in their approach. A mere disagreement can lead to the annihilation of countless lives. The Grand Elder remained silent, while others chimed in, affirming his assertion. Indeed, demons are inherently brutal, direct in their actions. If they threaten to kill, they will do so without hesitation. Many reflected on the ancient texts they had encountered, validating this notion. Divine Son, your words suggest you have unearthed something significant. Jue Tian nodded, sighing with a furrowed brow. Yet, I too am uncertain of the truth behind this matter. It remains merely a conjecture. However, after witnessing that individual earlier, I now harbor two speculations. Upon hearing this, several individuals exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. You have heard of the Yaniri incident, have you not? Chu Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. The ancient chaotic demon body was indeed formidable, yet its powers stagnated, resorting to sacrificing the lives of celestial beings to enhance its strength. Across myriad realms, the demon's influence wreaked havoc. Initially, it targeted powerful smaller worlds surrounding the celestial realm, inflicting severe damage. Despite this, the demon's wielder saw little improvement in strength. Eventually, their ambitions turned toward the celestial realm itself, a notion no one anticipated. That individual possessed overwhelming might, effortlessly crushing lower-tier emperors. The celestial realm has existed for countless ages. And how many emperors could it truly boast? Eventually, several prominent emperors emerged, the highest among them reaching the pinnacle of the ninth layer. These were the hidden reserves of the celestial realm. In that battle, entire regions of the celestial realm were submerged. It was only through the alliance of those emperors, utilizing their lifeblood as a focal point, that the demon was ultimately thwarted. After the demise of the great demon, it took years for the realm to recuperate. The Grand Elder paused, acknowledging that his knowledge was limited. Such events were not chronicled in ancient texts. Even if they were, they would only be recorded in fragments. His insights were the result of countless years of searching and calculations spanning millennia. Silence enveloped the room as many contemplated the implications. For those unaware of the depths of such reserves, the uncertainty loomed large. If those reserves could be summoned, all would be well. If not, peril awaited. It was no wonder the chaotic demon body was considered a taboo within the celestial realm. The Grand Elder speaks true. However, I possess some alternative viewpoints, remarked Jue Tian, garnering Chu Xiao's respect. The young man, newly graced with celestial recognition, displayed remarkable composure and humility. Divine Son, what insights do you hold? The individual we encountered. He embodies the chaotic demon body, yet is not entirely that. Jue Tian's words elicited a curious response from the crowd. Are you jesting with us? Are you suggesting he possesses an incomplete inheritance? Pondered Chu Xiao. Indeed, if it were complete, I would not be seated here, Jue Tian replied. A hint of self-mockery evident. The crowd leaned in with intrigue. We previously asserted that demons are straightforward, eschewing convoluted tactics. However, upon the emergence of this individual, my perspective has shifted. I now hold two speculations. First, the ancient texts do not record that the original chaotic demon body has perished. Rather, it is conceivable that the formidable beings from that battle have all fallen. historical traces have become elusive. If the great demon had not perished, it would have sustained grievous wounds and subsequently concealed itself, awaiting restoration. It may have crafted false inheritances, misleading others into believing they held the chaotic demon body's legacy, all while devising their schemes. Those aware of their identity as the chaotic demon body would harbor trepidation, yet also glee, in their quest for strength. They might resort to slaughter. Should the previous chaotic demon body still be alive, these individuals would merely serve as pawns in its resurgence. Realizing their connection to the chaotic demon body would compel them to act swiftly to bolster their powers, fearing retribution from the celestial beings. Thus, they would resort to carnage. For the blood of living beings is the finest means to enhance one's strength. Hence, those who acquired the inheritance did so incompletely. Should these individuals grow powerful, and if the original chaotic demon body yet lives, it would command a legion, no longer solitary. If cultivated to a sufficient level, the celestial realm could truly face upheaval. Alternatively, it might employ these beings to gather the blood of myriad creatures across the realms to aid its restoration. The chaotic demon body manipulates human nature, exploiting the psychology of gamblers. Those without complete inheritances also gamble, hoping to attain the full legacy. With a sigh, Jue Tian concluded, his gaze reflecting complexity. The others fell silent, as what he articulated resonated deeply. They empathized with the notion, should they possess an inheritance, even if incomplete, they too would take the gamble. There exists another possibility, Chu Xiao interjected, regarding Jue Tian with a complex expression, yet quickly regaining composure. The first speculation suggested that the chaotic demon body had not perished. If it had, the implications would be far graver. I must confess, I would prefer the first scenario. Contemplating his second speculation, fear flickered in Jue Tian's eyes. Chu Xiao, too, grasped the gravity of the situation. Indeed, with incomplete inheritances, they all seek completeness. As they search for one another, fear of inadequacy may prompt them to consume all within the celestial realm, accelerating their own growth. Moreover, their ascension may occur with alarming swiftness. This new chaotic demon body may prove even more terrifying than its predecessor, its strength far surpassing. The atmosphere thickened as the crowd absorbed Chu Xiao's words, their expressions darkening. Furthermore, we remain ignorant of how many fragments the inheritance has been divided into. The previous chaotic demon body remained concealed due to its unique methods of hiding. It stands to reason that these individuals, believing they have attained inheritances, must also possess their own means of concealment. Chapter 69. Have you ever contemplated the vastness of time? It is a notion that evokes fear. If such is the case, then the first outcome would indeed be the most favorable. Upon hearing this statement, many felt a sense of unease. The chaotic demon body, which had not perished, surprisingly emerged as the optimal scenario. Elder, if this is all there is, I still believe it is not the most terrifying aspect. These individuals can conceal themselves, and as long as the celestial realm unites, they could still vanquish the majority of inheritors. Elder, have you considered the expanse of time? Are there those who acquired inheritance after the demise of the chaotic demon body and, subsequently, went into hiding? Furthermore, our search for these individuals can only rely on demonic energy or the active exposure of the demon body, supplemented by deductions. However, it seems that such calculations may no longer be feasible. After uttering these words, Jue Tian cast a glance at the members of the heavenly mechanism sacred sect. Additionally, many powerful families and cultivators may utilize the techniques of the demon clan to mend the flaws in their own practices, thus becoming tainted with some demonic energy. Is this not terrifying? The elder was so taken aback that he stood up abruptly, only to sit back down again, his lips trembling slightly. It must be said, the more one contemplates, the more alarming it becomes. The scion of the D family is indeed gifted with celestial potential. The cosmos inscribes your fate. Perhaps even heaven itself harbors the intention for you to become the nemesis of the chaotic demon body. Chu Xiao regarded Jue Tian with a complex expression. Others, upon seeing Jue Tian, also exhibited a glimmer of excitement. After all, Jue Tian had received the cosmic accolades. The future strength of such an individual is an enigma to all. Simultaneously, it is impossible for Jue Tian to be the chaotic demon body. If he were, he could not have attained the cosmic inscription, a fact universally acknowledged in the celestial realm. After the annihilation of the beings of the celestial realm, the chaotic demon body also fell under the suppression of the heavenly path. At this moment, the happenings within the D family, along with the discussion surrounding them, were disseminated far and wide. Scion, the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion invites you to join. We wonder if the Scion would consent. The elder reined in his emotions and looked at Jue Tian. He had altered his perspective. Upon returning, he would certainly urge the Holy Master. After such events transpired today, for the future of the celestial realm, the elder could not help but sigh in resignation. Jue Tian did not meet the elder's gaze. He harbored a cold smile within. These old foxes always believed they could maneuver everything to their advantage. However, his doubts had been cast aside, and due to the developments of today, his future would be significantly more convenient. Concurrently, Jue Tian was also strategizing. He did not wish to mirror the chaotic demon body of his previous life. The adult ceremony of the D family Scion had concluded. He arrived with anticipation, but departed with a furrowed brow, a shadow cast upon his countenance. This was particularly true considering the remnants of certain obliterated factions, whose territories bore an uncanny resemblance to those of the demon clan, utilizing the blood of living beings. Tianer, come forth. The voice of the 8th ancestor of the D family echoed. Jue Tian made his way to the rear mountain of the D family. The 8th ancestor, 13th ancestor, and 16th ancestor regarded Jue Tian with expressions of approval. I did not anticipate your schemes to be so grand. Had we not known you were the chaotic demon body, we might have been inclined to believe your words. Elder, there is no need for flattery. In truth, I sense there are unspoken matters. The elder of the D family scrutinized Jue Tian with a teasing glimmer in his eye. You cannot deceive the elder. Let us not forget what kind of world the celestial realm is. A world where humans prey upon one another. Some formidable beings may very well have their eyes set on these inheritors, desiring to seize their legacies. Consequently, the celestial realm will only descend further into chaos. Moreover, there are certain factions that harbor deep-seated animosity towards humanity, coupled with external forces that resent the celestial realm. Thus, chaos will only proliferate. It is only by muddying the waters of the celestial realm that I will find safety. I never expected that you, young lad, would unknowingly orchestrate such a grand game. It is not entirely so. By the way, regarding the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion, whether you go or not is of little consequence. If you choose to go, why not? There are indeed certain treasures within the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion that I find immensely covetous. Haha, it seems you two have set your sights on the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion. However, you must exercise caution. The Jue Tian Immortal Mansion is not as simple as it appears. Oh, Elder, what if our D family were to engage in conflict with the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion? Upon hearing this, the 8th ancestor chuckled softly. I can only say, you may undertake any endeavor. There are certain powers that instill trepidation within our D family, yet they're not insurmountable. Nodding in agreement, Jue Tian acknowledged the 8th ancestor's words. Though the elder had not explicitly stated it, Jue Tian understood that there were adversaries far more formidable than the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion that the D family feared. Presently, everything appeared tranquil, yet undercurrents stirred beneath the surface. Master, were you satisfied with the events of today's adult ceremony? Indeed, I did not expect to receive yet another ultimate technique. Today's terrifying scenario was orchestrated by Jue Tian through the system, designed to quell the doubts of certain individuals. After all, others are not fools. The more doubts dispelled, the more advantageous it becomes for oneself. Today, Jue Tian acquired an ability, the domain of time and space stasis, a realm that spans 100 meters around him. Once he manifests it, both time and space will come to a standstill. Time halts, space reigns supreme. At present, he had mastered both space and time. King of Kings Ham. What is that? Jue Tian cast aside his errant thoughts. Master, Jue Tian, identity, scion of the D family, physique, chaotic demon body, temporal and spatial divine eyes, supreme Dao bone, destiny's villainous aura, strength, fifth stage of the king's ascendancy. Techniques, chaotic demon scripture, heavenly emperor scripture, D divine palm, carefree journey, celestial slaying sword technique, human emperor finger. Divine powers, chaotic demon heavenly palm, great spatial judgment technique, first layer, spatial transfer, celestial seal, spatial cutting, treading the heavens, 1 step, divine terror, 2 steps, celestial kneel, 3 steps, annihilation of worlds. Domain, time and space stasis, within 100 meters. Villain points, 100,000. Inventory, soul devouring divine ring. Observing his personal information with the addition of the domain section. Jue Tian did not dwell upon it. However, he was pleased with the increment of 100,000 villain points. This was a gift from the system to celebrate his coming of age. Tianer, when do you plan to visit the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion? At that moment, a figure appeared beside Jue Tian. It was his father, Wu Shun. Father, I shall go within the next couple of days. Jue Tian contemplated briefly. Perfect timing. Your mother has prepared your favorite dishes. Wu Shun sighed. You handle today's matters exceptionally well. Hearing this praise, Jue Tian smiled. Upon arriving at the residence of Wu Shun and his mother, he was greeted by a table laden with food. Father, are you certain all of this is to my liking? Do you not enjoy your mother's cooking? Wu Shun was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Jue Tian with curiosity. At that moment, Gong Xian Yu happened to arrive, overhearing their conversation. You little rascal. Have you grown wings and no longer appreciate your mother's cooking? Gong Xian Yu gazed at Jue Tian. Jue Tian looked back at Wu Shun. Chapter 70, Annihilation. Without a chance to start new, especially upon witnessing the smug demeanor of Emperor Wu Shun. This fellow must be doing this intentionally. Mother, let go of my ears. I have grown up. You cannot tug on them any longer. You may have grown, but you remain my son. Do not worry. With my strength, I can manage you for countless years with ease. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jue Tian found himself at a loss for words, silently taking a seat. He observed his parents feeding each other, a tender sight. Tianer, why aren't you eating? Gong Xinyue inquired, gazing at Emperor Jue Tian. I am full, he replied. Gong Xinyue noticed that the food in his bowl had not been touched, clearly indicating he had not eaten at all. You haven't eaten at all, she remarked, tears cascading down her cheeks. Alas, my son has grown disdainful of his mother. I have not, Emperor Jue Tian protested, feeling a surge of emotions. Seeing his reaction, Gong Xinyue chuckled softly. Very well. You are full, then. If you are full, why linger here? Upon hearing her words, Emperor Jue Tian quietly stood up, glancing back at his boastful father. Mother, Gong Xinyue paused, then looked at Emperor Jue Tian. Forget it. He shook his head and departed. Emperor Wu Shun panicked. You rascal, come back and explain yourself. Wu Shun, what else are you hiding from me? You error, let me explain. Go ahead. I am eager to hear your explanation. But what am I to explain? Emperor Wu Shun's anxiety escalated. Just then, Emperor Jue Tian was abruptly pulled into a void passage. He recognized the aura of his ancestor. By the way, Tianer, during your coming-of-age ceremony, you revealed demonic energy. I was so frightened that I kicked the coffin apart. Fix it, he commanded, staring at the dilapidated coffin before him. Emperor Jue Tian fell silent. Ancestor, shall I get you a new one? Absolutely not. I am too old and sentimental. The 8th ancestor sighed. Emperor Jue Tian regarded the coffin and the shattered wooden planks with difficulty. Ancestor, you are putting me in a tough spot. You brat. I am not making it hard for you. Hurry and repair it. If you fail, I shall spank you. The 8th ancestor glanced at Emperor Jue Tian and uttered. Emperor Jue Tian's expression darkened as he began to mend the coffin. The 8th ancestor nodded with satisfaction. However, after a while, Emperor Jue Tian found himself troubled once more. The coffin is missing a small piece. That piece must have been the one you kicked away. This is what I replaced for you. The 8th ancestor observed and chuckled. Tianer, you are the pride of the emperor family, endowed with the gifts of celestial being, and you are quite astute. However, one must exercise caution in all things. Look at this coffin. Even if you manage to patch it up, at first glance, It may appear seamless, yet it remains a flaw. As soon as the eighth ancestor spoke, he gently tapped the area Emperor Jue Tian had just repaired, causing the coffin to collapse once again. The celestial realm has existed for countless years, and no matter how remarkable a person may be, there will always be clever individuals who can discern the slightest traces. A slight movement, once overlooked, could lead to the entire coffin's collapse. All previous efforts would then be in vain. Hearing the eighth ancestor's words, Emperor Jue Tian chuckled and proceeded to reassemble the coffin. "Ancestor, please hand me that piece." The eighth ancestor smiled and handed the small piece to Emperor Jue Tian. "Ancestor, I understand your intention. However, there's another method." "What method?" "Simply destroy it." With a flick of his finger, the coffin vanished from sight as Emperor Jue Tian departed. "You brat," the eighth ancestor laughed, turning back. "You better stand still and compensate me for my coffin." The eighth ancestor mused that this young rascal seemed even more clever than they had anticipated. Indeed, he is the pride of the emperor family, blessed with celestial gifts. "Do you think that is a mere facade?" The eighth ancestor glanced at the 16th ancestor. "By the way, Tian'er intends to wreak havoc at Daotian Xianfu. What that Chu Xiao? Is he of any consequence? However, their sect leader. Do not concern yourself with him." The eighth ancestor chuckled. He then produced a jade pendant. Upon seeing it, the 16th ancestor was taken aback. "If he is relying on age, we can send the 6th ancestor to handle it." That hot-tempered 6th ancestor. If he learns that Tian'er has been wronged, he will return from beyond the void with a vengeance. At that point, Daotian Xianfu will surely be in for a storm. The 8th ancestor's eyes sparkled with mischief. "Your current demeanor resembles that of a schemer rather than a formation master." The 16th ancestor remarked sincerely. "Fight, if necessary. Revive some of our foundational strength. If this lad grows dissatisfied, he will obliterate everything, leaving no chance for renewal. Indeed, that is the spirit of my emperor family." At this moment, Emperor Jue Tian had already departed. Since he was destined for Daotian Xianfu, there was no harm in hastening his journey. As a formidable antagonist, he would not express his reluctance to consume dog food or compensate the ancestor for the coffin as he left. 9 dragons of the Saint Realm surged through the void. Meanwhile, within Daotian Xianfu, "Master, this is what transpired." Chu Xiao recounted the events involving the emperor family to the figure seated above him. "Great elder, you have worked hard," a melodious voice resonated. "This is my duty." Who would have thought that the scion of the emperor family would receive the mark of heaven and earth during his coming-of-age ceremony? Though I was aware, hearing it recounted still feels surreal. A celestial being's gifts. Even 100,000 years hence, I have never heard a youth being marked by heaven and earth. "Master, should we abandon our plan?" "Absolutely not." Upon hearing the master's words, the great elder sighed. "If we do not abandon it, the emperor family will discover our intentions. There are some burdens we cannot bear." "Fear not. Do you recall the words passed down by our first ancestor?" Upon hearing this, the great elder rose. Looking at the master, no wonder you have been so resolute in your stance." The great elder muttered, "Thus, even if he receives the mark of heaven and earth, it will be of no consequence." The master exuded immense confidence. Look at him now. In just a few short years, he has transformed immensely. Remembering that figure, the great elder nodded. Even after countless years, facing that youth, he is flawless. Perhaps, in this era, our Daotian Xianfu will surpass its most glorious epic. The master's eyes brimmed with unwavering confidence. The great elder suddenly froze. "I did not expect that the scion of the emperor family has already arrived," the great elder exclaimed. The master's gaze turned toward the entrance. "This young man, I cannot fathom him." The master expressed his astonishment. It appears that the emperor family's protection of him is profound. Chapter 71. Your bones have been excavated twice. How does it feel? Upon hearing the words of the lord of the manor, Chu Xiao exhibited no surprise. After all, he was unable to fathom the depths of the lord's power, which, though slightly inferior to his own, was tempered by a youthfulness that was strikingly greater. Were it not for this, the Lord would not have ascended to such a prestigious position. "Since this young one has arrived, elder, might I trouble you to extend a warm welcome? Are they not currently engaged in a contest outside?" "Let them witness," he replied, a hint of amusement lacing his tone. The elder, contemplating this request, nodded in agreement, revealing a visage brimming with intrigue. Moreover, Gu Xiaozi is present there, instructing his junior disciples. With that, the elder departed. The woman's gaze pierced through the void, catching sight of the happenings outside. The scion of the imperial family possesses celestial talents. The path has been laid before you. Xiaozi, whether he could traverse it further depended solely on his own resolve. After uttering these words, the lord of the manor vanished from sight. At this moment, Jue Tian had arrived at Jue Tian Immortal Manor. Observing the architecture, one could indeed sense the aura of a divine residence. However, Jue Tian swiftly redirected his attention. He hadn't anticipated the prince's arrival would be so prompt. I have long admired Jue Tian Immortal Manor. My unannounced visit is my humble apology, elder. Not at all. Not at all. Your timing is impeccable. We are currently engaged in a contest. It would be opportune for you to guide our rather lackluster disciples. The elder replied with a smile. The disciples of Jue Tian Immortal Manor are far beyond the reach of my modest skills, for they are taught by a formidable elder such as yourself. Jue Tian perceived the elder's cunning intentions and chuckled inwardly, recognizing the ploy at play. Very well then, Prince, please proceed. Within Jue Tian Immortal Manor, in the arena, fervent cheers erupted. Li Kuang, go for it. Strike him from behind. Why are you so foolish? Yes. Put your back into it. Enough. Do not distract Li Kuang. A youthful voice interjected, resonating clearly among the throng, silencing the crowd. They turned their gaze toward a figure upon the high platform, their eyes brimming with admiration. As the focus sharpened, the man appeared strikingly handsome, with resolute eyes beneath elegantly arched brows, exuding a unique aura akin to that of a leader, immediately commanding respect. Flanking him were two women, their gazes filled with infatuation, exchanging glances tinged with rivalry. Observing their demeanor, the man shook his head slightly. Suddenly, the void parted. The onlookers in the arena turned in astonishment at the unexpected occurrence. Upon seeing the elder, they bowed respectfully. No need for such formalities. Prince, please. At that moment, the crowd noticed that behind the elder trailed a familiar figure. The handsome man on the platform's expression shifted upon seeing the newcomer, while the two women detected his change, turning their heads to regard Jue Tian with disdain. Jue Tian surveyed the surroundings, locking eyes with the man on the platform, and a smile graced his lips, met in kind by the other. Name, Gu Xiaozi. Identity, master brother of Jue Tian Immortal Manor. Child of fortune, destiny value, 100,000 strength. First level of king physique. Supreme Dao Bone, 3 stages of growth, techniques. Supreme art, palm of heaven seal. Blade of severing heaven. Divine powers, supreme divine light. Cycle of life and death Xiaozi. This is the scion of the imperial family, who shall henceforth be a disciple of Jue Tian Immortal Manor. I urge you all to coexist harmoniously. Should there be no pressing matters, feel free to engage in sparring. For the prince has received the celestial engravings at his coming-of-age ceremony. The elder spoke with nonchalance. To think he is the scion of the imperial family. I had only heard tales before this encounter. Indeed, he possesses the celestial talents, appearing even more handsome than Master Brother. Foolishness. What does good looks matter? Do not forget, Master Brother has his own hidden strengths. Indeed, otherwise, he would not hold the position of Master Brother. If given the choice, I would undoubtedly choose Master Brother. As Jue Tian entered, many shifted their focus back to Master Brother, their gazes filled with admiration. Jue Tian regarded the man, pondering the implications of the elder's schemes, suspecting this individual had significant influence on the matter. Intrigued, he was eager to discern how this fellow had survived, given the cataclysmic actions of the ancestor. The fact that he had emerged alive was nothing short of astonishing. With a destiny value of 100,000, he was certainly not to be underestimated. Were it not for the support of the system, Jue Tian could not have advanced through the king's realm so swiftly. Yet, this child of fortune had already surpassed his limits, with only the facade of the Dao Palace realm revealed. Well then, as you young ones have much to discuss, an old coot, shall not impose. The elder excused himself. After the elder's departure, the remaining elders turned their attention back to the arena. Jue Tian approached Gu Xiaozi, taking a seat beside him. The crowd gasped in astonishment, followed by expressions of pity. The two women beside him were equally taken aback, for that seat was not one to be occupied by just anyone. Junior brother, if you sit here, you may encounter troubles. Is that so? Yet I sense a trouble greater than this one. Is it possible that the esteemed scion of the imperial family also faces troubles? Gu Xiaozi inquired casually. Brother Gu, are you not aware? Your bones have been excavated twice, have they not? I wonder how that feels. Gu Xiaozi's pupils constricted, his fingers involuntarily tightening. Why did this fellow deviate from the expected script? He boldly declared his family's misdeeds without a hint of restraint. This left Gu Xiaozi utterly flabbergasted. He had thought his second demise would render him unrecognizable, his aura transformed. Yet this individual discerned him instantly. I'm not certain what you speak of. Ah, you claim to be unaware? Yet someone who has perished twice surely knows? Gu Xiaozi smiled faintly. How intriguing to have died twice. As their conversation unfolded, a frigid voice interjected. You have taken my seat. Jue Tian turned to find a woman approaching, her gaze as icy as a snow lotus atop a mountain. An aura of ancient frost surrounded her. Upon her arrival, Gu Xiaozi acknowledged her, and Jue Tian noticed a distinct shift in Gu Xiaozi's gaze, one that mirrored the depths of an abyss, momentarily disturbed. Name: Meng Yunxi. Identity: second senior sister of the Dao Tian Immortal Palace, princess of the Meng family. Protagonist of Fortune Physique, Undying Phoenix Body Strength. 9th level of the Dao Palace Destiny Value. 50,000 Cultivation Techniques. Undying Heavenly Phoenix Art. Reverse Creation Technique Divine Powers. Undying Phoenix Breath. Emperor Jue Tian gazed indifferently at the aloof Meng Yunxi, while Gu Xiaozi looked on with admiration and affection. He smiled inadvertently and then extended his hand. Chapter 72. The scheme of the child of fortune. Meng Yunxi was caught off guard as Jue Tian abruptly pulled her into his embrace. At that moment, a force of suppression manifested, causing her countenance to change dramatically. She never anticipated that a man she had never seen before would occupy her space. And before she knew it, she found herself seated in his arms. When had she ever been so held by a man? A peculiar sensation coursed through her, sending a tingling shiver throughout her body. Realizing the situation, she noticed Jue Tian's mischievous smile, which made her cheeks flush with embarrassment as she attempted to resist. Yet, another wave of suppression rendered her strength as inconsequential as a stone sinking into the sea. Her expression shifted again as she felt a surge of audacity. Suddenly, Gu Xiaozi slammed his palm on the table, causing it to topple over, and a powerful aura surged towards Jue Tian. Angered, the fluctuations of spiritual energy were palpable, sending the two nearby women sprawling. The disciples in the square fell silent, observing Gu Xiaozi's furious demeanor juxtaposed against Jue Tian's mocking expression. Let me go. Meng Yunxi glared at Jue Tian, her eyes ablaze with anger as she struggled against him. However, her efforts soon waned as she sensed something unsettling. She was no Na'vi girl, yet her face flushed with color, and she dared not lift her gaze. Why do you not struggle? Are you not enjoying this? Jue Tian spoke gently, his tone laced with mockery. The spiritual energy emanating from Gu Xiaozi dissipated as he neared Jue Tian, leaving him stunned. Brother Gu, do you think it is your place to intervene? Jue Tian inquired, his eyes fixed on the two women beside Gu Xiaozi. If I am not mistaken, you both harbor affections for Brother Gu as well. Yet, you seem content to play second fiddle. Upon hearing Jue Tian's calm words, both women seethed with indignation. The crowd in the square had also regained their composure, their gaze fixed upon Jue Tian, now filled with fury. Release my senior sister. How can the Dao Tian Xianfu allow such a person to enter? A chorus of voices erupted, with many disciples shooting murderous glances at Jue Tian, who seemed unfazed. Our affairs are none of your concern. Let her go. Ji Rui and Feng Chuchu regarded Jue Tian with undisguised disdain. Truly pitiful, Jue Tian remarked suddenly, then extended a hand to caress Meng Yunxi's cheek, his slender finger curling a strand of her hair. Such a beautiful woman, like a shard of ice, is indeed troubling. Would you agree? Meng Yunxi was left speechless, her gaze fixed upon Jue Tian, who exuded an aura of terror mingled with something unsettling. That's enough. If you have any grievances, direct them at me. Release Yunxi, Gu Xiaozi declared. Any grievances directed at you? Brother Gu, do you think too highly of yourself? Jue Tian responded, ignoring him entirely. You, Jue Tian, are truly remarkable. I now command you to let her go, Gu Xiaozi asserted, his voice firm. On what grounds? Jue Tian retorted. On the grounds that I am the eldest senior brother of Dao Tian Xianfu, Gu Xiaozi replied, enunciating each word clearly. Oh, the eldest senior brother. Is it? Very well. Jue Tian relinquished his hold on Meng Yunxi, setting her down but warning, you may sit quietly, but should you make a move, dire consequences will ensue. Elder, stop spectating and show yourself, Jue Tian called into the void. A cough echoed, and the figure of Chu Xiao emerged, his expression fraught with annoyance. Why does this child not adhere to the expected protocols? Must all disciples bow to the eldest senior brother? Jue Tian questioned. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaozi's expression shifted, and the elder's demeanor changed as well. Indeed, we all follow the eldest senior brother's lead. Some disciples emerged, regarding Jue Tian boldly, their gazes unyielding, as Jue Tian emitted no aura of intimidation. Gu Xiaozi smirked, recalling how his supreme bone had been extracted. His family had perished, along with his small world, all due to their weakness. He had never anticipated that his supreme bone would regenerate, allowing him to grasp the essence of life and death, leading to his revival, albeit with severe injuries. Eventually, he was found by the master of Dao Tian Xianfu, who restored him and began his covert investigations. With the help of his master, he discovered his enemies were from the D family, a dominant clan spanning the immortal realm. Upon learning this, he prepared for confrontation, determined to face the D family, and plotted to use Jue Tian as a stepping stone to achieve supremacy in the immortal realm. His first step was to solidify his foundation, the second, to draw Jue Tian into Dao Tian Xianfu. Jue Tian, possessing the talents of an immortal, had never tasted defeat. Should he fall at Gu Xiaozi's hands, it would surely devastate him. Upon hearing these plans, Jue Tian chuckled coldly. If so, Elder, what does it take to become the eldest senior brother? The elder found himself in a quandary. First, one must contribute to Dao Tian Xianfu. Second, one must possess strength that commands respect. The elder understood that Jue Tian had set his sights on Gu Xiaozi. I am uncertain what contributions to Dao Tian Xianfu entail. Perhaps resources? Name your resources. I can double them. Jue Tian waved his hand dismissively. The elder faltered. The D family could easily offer resources that would render Gu Xiaozi insignificant. The position of eldest senior brother can only belong to Gu Xiaozi, who is also the inheritor of Dao Tian Xianfu, a cold voice interjected. Upon hearing this, Jue Tian smiled, and the other disciples joined in laughter. Indeed, the position of eldest senior brother belongs solely to Brother Gu. Indeed, how impressive is the D family. Should you offer resources, we too can summon our backing. Numerous disciples clamored in agreement. Jue Tian remained silent, observing the scene. Gu Xiaozi regarded him with a hint of pride, while Jue Tian couldn't help but admire the child of fortune for uniting the disciple sentiments. As a villain, he found himself out of favor. Master, since you have spoken, why not reveal yourself? Jue Tian addressed the void once more. There is no need for formalities. Feel free to speak candidly. Since the Lord of the Manor has made a decision, I, Jue Tian, shall naturally abide by it. However, I hope the Lord does not come to regret this choice. I shall not regret it, young one. Remain humble until you have truly matured. Thank you for your counsel, my lord. Having uttered these words, Jue Tian turned, lifted Meng Yunxi into his arms, and departed without hesitation, executing his intentions with seamless grace. Chapter 73. The Unyielding Emperor in the Stillness of the Night. As Emperor Jue Tian walked away, others finally began to react, gazing at his retreating figure with disbelief and astonishment. What audacity! This young man is truly unpredictable. Stop! Emperor Jue Tian, stand still. Voices clamored in unison. Yet, Emperor Jue Tian remained unperturbed. What is it? Is this woman predetermined for you? He inquired, casting a glance back. I. Gu Xiaozi hastily followed, momentarily at a loss for words in response to Emperor Jue Tian's taunt. Indeed, I am her man, Meng Yunxi boldly declared. This revelation left many in stunned silence, soon replaced by jubilant exclamations. I knew it. Senior brother Gu and senior sister Meng are a couple. Indeed, who would have thought that senior brother is even less imposing than senior sister? Did you hear that, Emperor Jue Tian? She is mine, Gu Xiaozi proclaimed defiantly. And what of it? Emperor Jue Tian retorted, fixing his gaze on Gu Xiaozi. You despicable scoundrel. Gu Xiaozi seethed. Thank you for the compliment, Emperor Jue Tian replied nonchalantly, as Gu Xiaozi felt a surge of indignation. Since she is your woman, then let her go. With a flick of his wrists, Meng Yunxi, still suppressed, fell to the ground. Gu Xiaozi's expression shifted, and he dashed towards Meng Yunxi's direction. Emperor Jue Tian, witnessing this, swiftly intervened, their fists colliding with a resounding impact. A potent shockwave erupted, sending Gu Xiaozi stumbling back 3 steps, his face paling, while Emperor Jue Tian stood firm, unfazed. Many looked on in astonishment, including the eldest elder, who shared their disbelief. Gu Xiaozi, suppressing his shock, regained his composure and aimed to reach Meng Yunxi once more. Yet this time, Emperor Jue Tian did not obstruct him. Though Gu Xiaozi was swift, it was too late. Meng Yunxi had already fallen to the ground. She glared at Emperor Jue Tian with resentment. How could you treat me this way? I'm a beauty too. Your strength is lacking, Emperor Jue Tian remarked with disappointment, turning to leave without a second thought for the onlookers. What is Emperor Jue Tian up to? Some disciples murmured in confusion, mirroring the eldest elder's puzzled expression. In the shadows, the Manor Lord contemplated Emperor Jue Tian's departure. Gu Xiaozi quickly rushed to assist Meng Yunxi. Yunxi, are you all right? He asked anxiously. Senior brother, I am fine, Meng Yunxi reassured him, inadvertently stepping away from his side. Is it true what you said? Are you willing to be my woman? Gu Xiaozi's voice trembled with tension. It was merely a temporary measure, Meng Yunxi stammered before hastily fleeing. Gu Xiaozi stood there, shaken, his eyes brimming with disappointment. Observing Gu Xiaozi's dismay, the crowd shook their heads. Senior brother is admirable in many respects, but his emotional intelligence leaves much to be desired, they sighed. Even the eldest elder exhaled a breath of resignation. Do not be disheartened, young man, he consoled. The other disciples regarded the eldest elder, their expressions tinged with bemusement. Who would have thought that the eldest elder, having been single for countless years, would lack an understanding of romance? As night fell, Gu Xiaozi found himself deep in thought in his dwelling. Suddenly, a figure appeared before him, startling him. What brings you here, Emperor Jue Tian? Gu Xiaozi demanded, his voice laced with anger. Senior brother Gu, I await your gratitude, Emperor Jue Tian replied, a hint of mischief in his eyes. I have never encountered such shamelessness. Gu Xiaozi exclaimed. What do you mean? Did your actions earlier not convey your mutual feelings? I presumed this matter was settled, and I came to invite you for a drink. Emperor Jue Tian continued, his expression bemused. Are you truly here to assist me? Gu Xiaozi questioned, now on guard, feeling a sense of trepidation towards Emperor Jue Tian's motives. Shouldn't we be enemies? He pondered, taking a deep breath. Upon noticing Gu Xiaozi's state, Emperor Jue Tian seemed to realize who he truly was. Enemies? Why speak in such a manner? Gu Xiaozi challenged. Do not feign ignorance. I know of your past. Emperor Jue Tian replied, momentarily taken aback. Oh, you mean the 2 times I extracted your supreme bones? Such trivial matters. Young man, be magnanimous. Here are your bones, Emperor Jue Tian said, producing 2 fragments. Gu Xiaozi felt a connection to these pieces, growing increasingly bewildered. Why do I feel as if I am feeding bones to a dog? Gu Xiaozi thought. Take them. Are they not yours? Emperor Jue Tian pressed. I have no use for these worthless bones. Gu Xiaozi retorted, bewildered by Emperor Jue Tian's intentions. Enough of your charade. I know your true motives. You wish to merge my 3rd bone and extract it again, don't you? Do you truly believe I am so foolish? Gu Xiaozi scoffed. Ah, foolish indeed. Emperor Jue Tian sighed dramatically before departing. Gu Xiaozi breathed a sigh of relief. He felt his mind could scarcely keep up with Emperor Jue Tian's unpredictable nature. Senior brother, are you asleep? Two voices chimed in unison. Junior sisters, you are here. Kumin. Gu Xiaozi welcomed Feng Chu and Ji Rui, who entered and sighed upon seeing him. Senior brother, when will your mind finally awaken? One asked. What do you mean? Gu Xiaozi replied, perplexed. That is the aura of Emperor Jue Tian, Feng Chu noted suddenly. Indeed, it is him, Ji Rui confirmed. Upon hearing this, both grew tense, but relaxed when they saw Gu Xiaozi unharmed. What does he want from you? He claims I should thank him. How absurd. Senior brother Gu, do not fear him. Our backing is formidable. United, the D family would think twice before acting recklessly. Listening to their words, Gu Xiaozi felt a swell of gratitude and pride. This was the result of years spent cultivating such a supportive foundation. He understood that relying solely on himself and the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion's strength was insufficient. Thus, he had prepared for this moment. Now, with the support of his junior brothers who had spoken up for him today, Gu Xiaozi felt a sense of vindication. Xiaozi, come to me, hear a voice call. Chapter 74. The Child of Fate, Surrounded, How to Break Through. Gu Xiaozi arrived at the residence of the Lord upon hearing a voice. He beheld a woman clad in purple palace attire, his gaze filled with both astonishment and admiration. Master. Upon hearing Gu Xiaozi's words, Xia Ruo Ji turned around. What Jue Tian said is not incorrect. You should indeed express your gratitude towards him. Gu Xiaozi was momentarily taken aback by this statement. Master, I am but a foolish disciple. I never anticipated that he would present the supreme bone. Your conjecture is accurate. He likely wishes to merge your bones and extract them once more. Furthermore, he is also compelling me to make a decision, to acknowledge you as the heir. Why does he do this? Gu Xiaozi inquired. He looks down upon you, Xia Ruo Ji admitted, albeit reluctantly. He dismisses your strength and finds your background lacking. Moreover, knowing you are his enemy, he does not regard you highly. Previously, you were merely the eldest senior brother, but the position of heir is not guaranteed to you. Thus, he is exerting pressure. Everything he has done today is coercion. Our Dao Tian Xian Fu seeks to use the D family's divine offspring as a stepping stone. The D family is already aware. It must be that the D family's ancestor has perceived this. Now, he dares to invite the D family's divine offspring here, which serves as both a warning and a contention. Each person possesses their own fate, power, and background. Now, you have become the eldest senior brother of Dao Tian Xian Fu, and as the heir, a portion of Dao Tian Xian Fu's fortune will be conferred upon you. The D family's fortune resides partially within Jue Tian. Now, this is a conflict between the two of you, as well as a struggle between two powers. Do you comprehend? Gu Xiaozi nodded. Those old fellows previously disagreed, yet after this pressure, they have inadvertently facilitated your rise. He is correct. You should indeed thank him. However, you must remain cautious. The struggle between the two of you is a conflict of the younger generation, and we cannot intervene lightly. He has aided you, yet simultaneously obstructed your path. Your burdens have grown heavier. This young man should not be underestimated. It is uncertain whether these strategies are his own or devised by the ancestors behind him. Nevertheless, you need not worry, having had your bones extracted twice without succumbing. It is said that surviving great adversity brings subsequent fortune. Proceed with confidence. Gu Xiaozi departed from his master. A figure awaited him. You have emerged. Splendid. It appears your doubts have been resolved. Upon seeing Jue Tian openly before him, Gu Xiaozi felt a sense of vexation. Why does this fellow never adhere to the expected course? I should express my gratitude and invite you for a drink. That would be more appropriate. Jue Tian chuckled. The two strolled towards Gu Xiaozi's residence, engaged in lively conversation, while numerous disciples looked on in bewilderment. What is transpiring? This is quite the spectacle. One must admit, I genuinely owe you my thanks. Yet, are you not concerned that the resources concentrated upon me may lead to an overly swift enhancement of strength? Not at all. Even if the resources are abundant, what does it matter? I have trained within the D family since childhood, continuously receiving resources. Moreover, are you not still at the Dao Palace stage? Though I am as well, I will not be outdone by you. Jue Tian regarded the child of fate, hidden. The art of feigning ignorance is not unfamiliar to anyone. Jue Tian, you are exceedingly arrogant. Arrogance is born from strength. Have you not felt it today? The two conversed as if they were intimate friends. Before long, two women joined them, quietly listening to the exchange. At this moment, Jue Tian wore a cold smile. Observing the drowsy Gu Xiaozi, he turned and departed. After witnessing Jue Tian's exit, Gu Xiaozi sighed in relief. He glanced at the two inebriated women, Feng Chuchu and Ji Rui, and sighed again. He understood their intentions, yet he still bore his own grievances. Suddenly, Gu Xiaozi's expression shifted. He sensed an unusual sensation within his body. He looked at the two women, their gazes enraptured. Moments later, two melodious voices filled the air. At this time, Jue Tian arrived at his palace. Since the Lord has arrived, why not make an appearance? You possess quite the audacity. I have always been bold. Jue Tian replied gently. However, I must thank you. No need for gratitude. He is not yet worthy to be my opponent. Speak, let me join. It cannot merely be for this trivial matter, can it? A mere supreme bone is not worthy of my concern. If I truly cared, I could have my family act and annihilate a disciple of Dao Tian Xianfu. Even your ancestors would be powerless to intervene. Upon hearing this, the Lord, Xia Ruo Ji, exhibited a momentary change in countenance. She, too, was a prodigy and understood the pride that accompanied such status. Yet, she also felt a flicker of relief. The more Jue Tian scorned Gu Xiaozi, the more opportunities Gu Xiaozi would have. As Gu Xiaozi's master, she was acutely aware of her disciples' extraordinary talents. Jue Tian, you shall pay the price for your arrogance. For you, it is fortuitous Dao Tian Xianfu possesses a secret realm where opportunities arise. Many disciples may struggle to contend. Furthermore, with the emergence of the chaos demon body, we wish to bolster our strength in the immortal domain. After uttering this, the Lord sighed. When will the chaos demon body appear? They remain in the shadows while we are in the light. Thus it is, the Lord possesses foresight. Observing Jue Tian's demeanor soften, the Lord remained unperturbed. After the Lord departed, Jue Tian held a wine cup, his gaze filled with intrigue. Ah, women, the human heart is indeed a wondrous thing, capable of inciting greed and satisfaction. The emergence of the secret realm has altered the situation. Fearing the loss of too many Dao Tian Xianfu disciples and the potential disruption of the younger generation's inheritance, they have entangled other forces under the pretense of aiding the immortal domain. This woman is quite ruthless. What a pity for Dao Tian Xianfu. No one knew what Jue Tian lamented. The plan commenced. Ancestor, dispatch someone to the Meng family to eliminate a few individuals, preferably those directly related to Meng Yunxi. Just claim that the divine offspring of the Di family wishes Meng Yunxi to be his consort, but she refused. If that fails, annihilation is also an option. Generate something that the child of fate cannot refute. Feng Chuchu and Ji Rui, you two have also laid down your pieces. Child of fate, you are surrounded. How shall you break through? Tomorrow promises yet another grand performance. Chapter 75. The schemes of the Emperor against the Lord of the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion. Turmoil resurfaces on the following day. The immortal realm stirred once more. Did you witness the Emperor's family taking action yesterday? Indeed, it was utterly terrifying. But why does the Emperor's family intervene again? Who knows? However, early this morning, the members of the Meng family have vanished. It seems they were taken away by someone. At this moment, the inhabitants of the immortal realm, filled with curiosity, recalled the commotion from the previous day. Within the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion, in a grand hall, an elder burst in, exclaiming, "Master, bad news. The members of the Meng family are kneeling at the entrance of the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion." Xia Zhiruo's expression shifted dramatically. What on earth has transpired? Why is the Meng family kneeling at our door? I don't know, but it seems the Emperor's family is involved. I wonder if this is connected to the Emperor's divine son. Upon hearing this, Xia Zhiruo's face paled. Go summon Jue Tian. Also call for Gu Xiaoqi. Jue Tian entered unhurriedly, followed by a few others. Meng Yunxi's countenance was grim as she regarded Jue Tian with eyes filled with resentment. Jue Tian, however, appeared indifferent, as if he were merely a spectator. Master, what has happened? Gu Xiuqi, still dazed from yesterday's events, would not have awakened had he not been called. But upon turning to see Meng Yunxi's pale face, cracked lips, and bloodshot eyes, he felt a pang of sympathy. Jue Tian, can you provide me with an explanation? What prompts the emperor's family to trouble the Meng family? Upon hearing this, Gu Xiuqi's expression darkened as he turned to face Jue Tian, who had captivated the attention of all present. Why do you all gaze at me? What does this matter have to do with me? Jue Tian, do you take us for fools? It is not my doing. Rather, I was merely requested to act in this manner. After all, they are my enemies, seeking to use me as a stepping stone. He expressed a regretful matter, and I do not wish for our conflict to be impeded. If you at the Tian Immortal Mansion do not permit him to fulfill it, I shall assist him. Upon hearing this, many turned their gazes toward Gu Xiuqi, recalling the camaraderie shared between the two the day prior. Gu Xiuqi's expression shifted again. Meng Yunxi remained silent, casting a glance at the Gu Xiuqi. Jue Tian, what do your words imply? They carry no particular meaning. Oh, by the way, that woman resisted me yesterday, which is why I instructed the Meng family to confess. Jue Tian suddenly altered his tone. Do not play games with us, Jue Tian. Do not presume that your status as the divine son of the emperor's family grants you free reign. This is the Tian Immortal Mansion. Indeed, I am aware of that, which is why I extended a courtesy to the Tian Immortal Mansion by not annihilating the Meng family. Meng Yunxi glared at Jue Tian, questioning him word by word. If you possess any prowess, direct it at me instead of harming those around me. Gu Xiuqi stepped in front of Meng Yunxi, shielding her and fixing a cold gaze on Jue Tian. Suddenly, Jue Tian rose, confronting Gu Xiuqi. If you possess the ability, you may act thus and threaten me. However, have you forgotten that some words originated from your own lips? Jue Tian produced a jade stone. What lies within this will undoubtedly pique your interest. He tossed the jade stone to Xia Zhiruo. The master stared at the jade stone, inexplicably sensing an ominous foreboding. How long does Jue Tian intend to deceive us? The master, filled with immense anger, shattered the jade stone. Yet, it seemed she remained unfazed. Her gaze fixated on Jue Tian. Jue Tian regarded the master, reflecting, this woman truly serves as a divine assist. Many present exchanged glances, wondering if something significant had occurred that the master was aware of. The master, recollecting, felt her expression change as she recognized her folly, realizing she had been deceived. The regret was futile. How laughable, Jue Tian remarked. Indeed, you have an excellent master, Jue Tian continued, addressing the Meng family's plight. Since you claim I am responsible, I shall resolve it. Someone, eradicate the Meng family. With anger coursing through him, Jue Tian issued the command. A voice resonated from the void. Yes, divine son. No, stop. I beg you, do not harm my kin. Meng Yunxi cried out, panic etched across her face. Do not target Meng Yunxi's family. Yet, Jue Tian had already turned to depart. If the master finds my presence unsatisfactory, I shall take my leave. He stated as he exited. Jue Tian, I will kill you. Meng Yunxi's expression shifted dramatically upon witnessing Jue Tian's complete indifference. She moved to strike him, but Gu Xiuqi, reacting swiftly, intercepted her. One intriguing scene was as Jue Tian departed with a cold smirk. Why do you stop me? I must kill him. It is too late. You cannot halt the emperor's family. A figure entered, shaking their head. The Meng family has been annihilated. Upon hearing this, Meng Yunxi trembled and fainted. Yunxi, take her away, Xia Zhiruo instructed, her eyes filled with complexity. You all may leave. The elder will remain. Master, you sensed that ominous presence, did you not? The elder's expression darkened. Indeed, it appears that while we were contemplating our actions, the emperor's family had already prepared for war against the Tian Immortal Mansion. What shall we do now? The pressure has been exerted upon us. First, Xiuqi's heart has been affected, given his affection for Yunxi. Second, we have lost a prodigy. Now, Jue Tian has become the bane of Meng Yunxi's heart. Third, the Meng family has been slaughtered at the gates of our Tian Immortal Mansion, which will undoubtedly impact future disciples joining us. Over time, the fortune of the Tian Immortal Mansion will decline. Fourth, You shattered the jade stone Jue Tian presented. Regardless of its contents, your injustice will be reflected upon you. Master, in the future, disciples will harbor a negative impression of you, undermining fairness. After the elder concluded, Xia Zhiruo fell silent. She too had considered the implications of today's events. There was no concealing what had transpired. Jue Tian would inevitably disseminate this information. With that thought, Xia Zhiruo felt a headache coming on. Elder, how do you propose we resolve this matter? First, do we understand why the emperor's family sought to annihilate the Meng family? It is improbable that it was solely due to Yunxi's rebuttal. Second, how do we provide an explanation to the disciples? Furthermore, how shall you comfort Yunxi, consider it? Xia Zhiruo's complexion changed, realizing that had she not shattered the jade stone, Jue Tian would not have erupted in fury. Others would assume she was aware of its contents. Otherwise, why would she have destroyed it? Now, caught in the middle, I have become a sinner. Chapter 76. The emergence of Jue Tian, divine powers, and the great spatial judgment technique. Astonishment among the crowds. Jue Tian returned to his palace, his spirits elevated. After all, he had utilized the system to influence Xia Zhiruo, compelling her to shatter the jade stone. Ding! The master has obliterated the fate of the female protagonist family, causing her destiny value to decline by 3,000 and the fate of the favored son to decrease by 2,000. The master gains 5,000 villain points. Hearing the voice in his mind, Jue Tian paid it no heed. Were it not for his subsequent plans, he would have eliminated Meng Yunxi today. However, he was convinced that the favored son could no longer remain idle. Jue Tian did not believe that this matter was concluded. His arsenal of strategies had yet to be fully employed. The next phase of his plans could now be prepared. The favored son would likely challenge him soon. Meanwhile, within Gu Xiuzi's palace, she found herself in an awkward predicament. Yesterday, she was perplexed by her own actions involving Feng Chuchu and Ji Rui. In the midst of the chaos that ensued in the Grand Hall, she had forgotten about it in her moment of distress. To her surprise, upon her return, both Feng Chuchu and Ji Rui had already regained consciousness, along with Meng Yunxi. The three women exchanged glances. Meng Yunxi looked at Gu Xiuzi and said, "Put me down. I'm no longer in need of assistance. However, I thank you, Gu Gongzi, for your care." Meng Yunxi then descended and walked outside without uttering another word. Ding! The female protagonist feels a slight disappointment towards the favored son, causing his destiny value to decrease by 5,000, while the master gains 5,000 villain points. Upon observing Meng Yunxi's expression, Gu Xiuzi's countenance darkened. "Gu Xixiang, yesterday you." "I will take responsibility," she interjected. Hearing this, the two women's eyes brightened with joy. Jue Tian, come out." Gu Xiuzi's anger flared as she recalled the events in the hall. The D family was currently unable to act, but she could still confront the son of the D family. Gu Xiuzi approached Jue Tian's palace and called out to him. Simultaneously, her peak Dao palace cultivation was unmistakable. Yet, he concealed his own strength, preferring not to reveal it unless absolutely necessary. The disciples of Dao Tian Xian Fu were startled by her voice. "Is that the voice of the senior brother? What has transpired?" "I don't know. Weren't the two of them laughing together yesterday? Indeed, I thought I had misseen." However, they were eager to witness their senior brother's intervention again. The last time he acted was a year ago, when he had just broken through to the Dao Palace realm. I estimate he must now be at the 7th or 8th layer of Dao Palace. Jue Tian's figure appeared, gazing at Gu Xiuzi. "I wonder what brings you to seek me, Gu Xixiang? You despicable scoundrel." She retorted, "Oh, am I despicable, Gu Xixiang? Are you now refusing to recognize me after pulling up your pants?" Upon hearing this, many disciples' eyes sparkled with intrigue. "What have you done?" "You know." "Oh, Gu Xixiang, I assure you I have done nothing. However, you had your moment of passion, and I did fulfill your request from yesterday. One should not be too shameless." Gu Xiuzi furrowed her brows. Yesterday, she was certain she had not been intoxicated, yet she had suddenly lost consciousness, entangling herself with Feng Chuchu and Ji Rui. "Jue Tian, no matter how you slander me, I did not do anything." "Oh, Gu Xixiang's temper seems quite fierce. It appears you did not vent your frustrations yesterday." Suddenly, Jue Tian materialized in the void. Before Gu Xiuzi could react, a palm struck her chest, sending her figure plummeting from the void to the ground. Witnessing this, Many felt their hearts race. After all, Gu Xiaozi was regarded as the embodiment of invincibility in their eyes. To see her struck down by Jue Tian was shocking. Gu Xiaozi was not one to be trifled with. Upon landing, she planted her feet firmly on the ground. In the shadows, "Elder, what is your take?" "I observe." The elder replied succinctly. Xiaozhuo gazed at the elder. This little one, Xiaozi, has been concealing her strength. Jue Tian, I cannot fathom. Indeed, that individual is inscrutable. However, I sense that a significant event is unfolding. Sighing, the elder lamented, "Perhaps we were mistaken." "No, it cannot be. The predictions of the ancestor are infallible. Xiaozi is the one," Xiaozhuo asserted confidently. The elder fell silent. "Gu Xixiang, will you continue to hide your true strength?" Jue Tian inquired coldly, standing in the void. Gu Xiaozi's expression shifted. She had not anticipated being seen through. "If so, allow me to reveal my true might." A powerful aura erupted from Gu Xiaozi, showcasing her second layer in the King realm. Many disciples of Dao Tian Xian Fu widened their eyes in astonishment. Master Brother has been hiding his strength? In the King realm? When did she break through? This is outrageous. It was no wonder that every time they trained, their Master Brother could effortlessly guide them. Had they possessed even half of his talent, they would have surpassed this level. Even Xiaozhuo was taken aback upon witnessing Gu Xiaozi's prowess. "I never imagined this little rascal could deceive even me, her master." "Gu Xixiang, I did not foresee you reaching the King realm already." The elder's eyes also reflected shock. "The second layer of the King realm? Very well. Since you possess such strength, I shall match it with my own second layer in the King realm." Jue Tian also revealed his second layer in the King realm. Seeing this, many felt their eyelids twitch. Did I hear correctly? Jue Tian claims he too wields the second layer in the King realm. This implied that his strength was even greater. Gu Xiaozi's expression shifted once more. "Divine power. Great spatial judgment technique." A cold voice echoed. Hearing Jue Tian utter these words, everyone was taken aback. "The spatial divine power. Great spatial judgment technique. This cannot be real." Gu Xiaozi's pupils constricted upon hearing this. A wave of danger washed over her. Divine power, supreme radiance. As Gu Xiaozi's voice fell, a beam of golden light emerged from her chest. A bone radiating with the symbols of heaven and earth illuminated the space. Simultaneously, a supreme apparition appeared, launching a golden strike towards Jue Tian. However, the brilliance vanished midway. Gu Xiaozi's expression drastically changed. Her supreme radiance had dissipated, and the surrounding space began to ripple. The very fabric of space disappeared, and Gu Xiaozi's figure vanished from sight. Witnessing this scene, many felt as though they were on the verge of forgetting how to breathe. Divine power, great spatial judgment technique. I have truly witnessed it. The D family scion possesses the spatial physique. No wonder the D family concealed Jue Tian's physique so meticulously. It all makes sense. At this moment, both the elder and the palace master were left dumbfounded. A spatial physique? Their expression soured. This is dire. Jue Tian intends to eliminate Gu Xiaozi. With this thought, the palace master sprang into action. A colossal hand emerged, pulling Gu Xiao's figure from the void. His attire was tattered, and his hair hung disheveled. Blood obscured his features, while bones protruded from his body, exposed to the sunlight. This ghastly sight bore no resemblance to the grandeur of the former senior brother of the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion. Chapter 77. Jue Tian's scheme and the D family's preparations for battle upon witnessing the dismal state of Gu Xiaozi. The disciples of the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion fell into a profound silence. Before Gu Xiaozi made his move, they were filled with anticipation, eager to witness the grandeur of their senior brother. Their excitement peaked when Gu Xiaozi broke through to the second level of the King's realm, evoking heartfelt exhilaration. However, in a single strike, had it not been for the intervention of the mansion's leader, Gu Xiaozi might have perished in that very moment. The Grand Elder sighed, regretting his prior decision. Was this truly a contest among the younger generation? The intervention of the mansion's leader spoke volumes. Jue Tian, with a calm demeanor, regarded the leader and inquired, "What do you mean by this?" Upon hearing Jue Tian's words, the leader inhaled deeply, acknowledging the defeat of Gu Xiaozi. "Oh, he lost. Then let him be executed." "Impossible. He cannot be killed," the leader countered resolutely. Gu Xiaozi coughed, blood trickling from his lips. His gaze towards Jue Tian filled with both horror and despondency. He had not anticipated the sheer terror of Jue Tian's might. A single blow had nearly obliterated him in the void. If he cannot triumph over Jue Tian, how could he ever seek vengeance against the D family? Master, do not restrain me, Gu Xiaoci implored. Hearing his words, Xiaozhuo's expression shifted dramatically. Jue Tian, come, let us engage once more. At this, Jue Tian turned to depart. What do you mean? Can you not see that you can only muster this level of attack? I merely matched your strength. You are truly lacking. Were it not for the mansion's leader, do you believe you would still have the opportunity to converse with me? With that, Jue Tian left, leaving Gu Xiaoci in silence, mirrored by the others who watched his retreat. System notification. The child of destiny has suffered a setback. Fortune value decreased by 3,000, while the antagonist value increased by 3,000. Jue Tian paid no heed to the system notification. Such an increase in antagonist value was trivial. After Jue Tian had distanced himself, Gu Xiaoci felt a heavy sensation in his head before losing consciousness. Observing the unconscious Gu Xiaoci, both the Grand Elder and Xiaozhuo remained silent, astonished by the vast chasm in strength. Xiaozhuo sighed, lamenting the spatial physique, the grand space judgment technique, combined with such divine abilities, is overwhelmingly powerful. Moreover, the last remark implied this is not even Jue Tian's full strength, just the extent of what Gu Xiaoci could manage. It is terrifying. In my several 100,000 years, I have never encountered such a formidable youth. The Grand Elder sighed again. Indeed, it is frightful. Even in my youth, I was leagued behind a prodigy like Jue Tian. The D family is truly fortunate. He continued. Now, we at the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion have lost all face. Xiaozhuo's eyes reflected complex thoughts. Many disciples wished to witness this young man, whose reputation within the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion was indeed formidable. The Grand Elder, observing the commotion outside, managed a bitter smile. The disciples outside, upon realizing the lack of activity within, wore grim expressions. What now? How do we avenge our senior brother? But we are no match for him, one replied. Do not fret. We can strategize, then proceed. Yet, if we do that, it matters not. The D family is powerful. Let us not forget that united, we can deter even them. Hearing this, many were apprehensive, yet the sight of their senior brother's plight ignited their fury. All right, let us proceed as planned. Meanwhile, Jue Tian was resting. Inflicting harm upon the child of destiny brought him no pride. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the entrance of his palace, hesitant to enter, yet still addressing him. Jue Tian, we, the disciples of Dao Tian Immortal Mansion, have set up a challenge platform. I wonder if you dare to accept? Feeling the tension, Jue Tian chuckled. Let the plan commence. The disciple felt a surge of panic upon witnessing Jue Tian smile. Upon arriving at the martial arena, the attention of the powerful figures within the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion was drawn to the unfolding events, yet they remained silent. Jue Tian observed the assembled disciples, all of whom possessed commendable strength. Dare you accept our challenge? One disciple boldly asked. Very well. All of you may come at once, Jue Tian replied, his gaze disdainful. Many disciples' eyes sparkled with hope, yet their pride as prodigies made it difficult to lower themselves. For the sake of our senior brother, two figures proclaimed. Their declaration ignited a resolute fire in the eyes of the other disciples. Standing in the center, Jue Tian smiled slightly, his presence seemingly overshadowed by an ethereal figure. With a single step, he summoned a lotus of void, and the skies lit up with myriad bolts of lightning, each as thick as a grinding wheel, aimed at the disciples rushing towards him. Their expressions shifted dramatically as thousands of thunderbolts cascaded down, transforming the martial arena into a wasteland. One after another, the disciples collapsed, their bodies ragged, smoke billowing from their mouths, their eyes glazed, trembling intermittently. Particularly, several female disciples displayed exaggerated reactions. Jue Tian stood unfazed in the void, his eyes betraying no emotion. Let the games begin, he silently declared. Just as his words resonated in the air, the void suddenly split open, revealing several figures rushing towards him. In that fleeting moment, Jue Tian experienced a hint of confusion. A furious voice erupted within the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion. How dare you? But it was too late. Several saint-level beings launched a surprise attack, their palms striking Jue Tian's chest, sending him hurtling like a cannonball. His complexion pale, breath shallow, blood trickling from his lips. Impudence. A grand, resounding voice echoed, filled with fury. Almost immediately, darkness enveloped the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion. A colossal hand emerged, swiftly eliminating the assailants, and in an instant, Jue Tian vanished. "You have done well, very well," echoed the voice as the darkness dissipated, leaving the inhabitants of the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion in stunned silence. Even the disciples were left flabbergasted. Who devised such a foolish plan, inviting the saints to intervene? Several disciples shouted in outrage. Silence fell. "Quickly, notify the family. We are in deep trouble." At that moment, the Grand Elder and the mansion leader arrived, their faces etched with fear. "What have you done?" Just then, an aged figure appeared, addressing Xia Zhiruo and the Grand Elder. "Old ancestor," the Grand Elder interjected. "She lacks discernment. Do you not understand?" "This is troubling," the Elder remarked, his expression grim. Xia Zhiruo's face shifted. It was her first time being spoken to in such a manner since assuming the role of leader of the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion. Yet she found herself unable to retort. The Grand Elder sighed, recalling how the disciples had previously assumed the conflict would be minor and had not taken it seriously. Unexpectedly, such a turn of events has arisen. Whose family has intervened? The Grand Elder gazed at the disciples. "Not I," one replied. "We merely discussed joining forces, seeking a few formidable kings to masquerade as disciples and give the Emperor Jue Tian a sound thrashing." The few disciples who had previously conferred emerged, trembling with trepidation. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's countenance darkened further. Meanwhile, within the imperial family, the ancestor addressed Emperor Jue Tian with a hint of exasperation. "What schemes are you concocting now?" Calculating the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion while simultaneously severing his escape routes. The imperial family readied themselves for battle. Emperor Jue Tian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing into the heavens, his tone devoid of warmth. Chapter 78. Dare to scheme against the divine son of the imperial family? Such audacity. In your own life. Several ancestors gazed into the void outside, and then at the figure of Jue Tian. "Young man, would you be interested in becoming the head of the imperial family?" Upon hearing this, Jue Tian was taken aback momentarily. Not at this moment. He did not conceal his ambition in the slightest. The ancestor chuckled softly. "However, ancestor, perhaps you should pay a visit to the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion. I trust you know how to proceed," Jue Tian remarked. "Little rascal, my life is one of toil." The 16th ancestor was about to act when a sudden voice echoed nearby. "I shall go." Upon seeing this figure, the 8th, 13th, and 16th ancestors all bowed respectfully. "We meet again, 6th ancestor. You awakened me for this little one's scheme, did you not?" Jue Tian bowed before the elder. "Indeed, it is for this little one's plan. After all, to execute the plan, formidable strength is essential. Several families possess considerable power, prompting the awakening of the 6th ancestor. Little Ba, do not think I am unaware of your intentions. Your formations have advanced once more. Even if I do not emerge, you can still hold the fort. Nonetheless, you have done well to remain hidden. It is advantageous that others are oblivious to your upgraded formations. This time, allow me to demonstrate absolute strength, eliminating any petty nuisances that dare to covet my imperial family. Little one, shall we initiate an immortal battle and annihilate the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion?" The 6th ancestor inquired, observing Jue Tian. The 8th, 13th, and 16th ancestors chuckled at this suggestion. Such as the 6th ancestor of the imperial family, Sha, a lifetime of slaughter. "Ancestor, my plan is not yet fully orchestrated. The secret realm within the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion harbors what I seek. Moreover, even if the ancestor intervenes, there are some I cannot eliminate." The 6th ancestor's eyes reflected confusion. "Revived after 2 bone extractions?" Jue Tian stated. Upon hearing this, the 16th ancestor's pupils constricted. "Is what you say true? The Jue Tian Immortal Mansion wishes to include me merely as a stepping stone. That individual holds great esteem within the mansion. We do not concern ourselves with a single Jue Tian Immortal Mansion. However, if those disciples unite against us, the imperial family will encounter significant troubles. Moreover, the young man has already reached the sovereign realm, with genuine combat power likely around the 5th level of sovereignty. Upon hearing Jue Tian's words, the others fell into contemplation. Another individual with great fortune, they remarked. Indeed, thus we must strategize. Betrayal among kin, enmity among brothers. Fortune seized, reputation destroyed. Proceed step by step. Furthermore, we should not fixate solely on them. I am equally interested in the treasures within the secret realm. Jue Tian's gaze held a cold indifference. Witnessing his confidence and mastery over the situation, the elders fell silent, unable to comprehend him. Regardless, Jue Tian was their divine son. 6th ancestor, I beseech you. As Jue Tian bowed respectfully, the 6th ancestor gently tapped his fingers on Jue Tian's head. Tianer, proceed without restraint. The imperial family stands as your support. In the future, the family shall rest in your hands. Should any force obstruct you, engage in battle without hesitation. Thank you, ancestor. I shall take my leave. The 6th ancestor departed. I never anticipated the 6th ancestor's strength had once again ascended, the 8th ancestor mused. The 13th and 16th ancestors trembled with immense surprise. At that moment, within the Jue Tian immortal mansion, an aura that suppressed all emerged. Regardless of disciples or elders, they coughed blood and collapsed to the ground. The expressions of the Grand Elder, Mansion Lord, and other ancestors shifted dramatically. This is bad. Someone from the imperial family has arrived. Which ancestor could it be? They panicked. At this moment, Xiaozhuo also turned pale, sensing that if her disciple had indeed slain Jue Tian, the imperial family would surely mobilize their resources and wage war against the Jue Tian immortal mansion. A family cannot place its hopes solely on one prodigy. But why would the imperial family act so? Jue Tian immortal mansion, come forth. A voice floated lightly through the air. Within the forbidden grounds of the mansion's rear mountain, Gravis eruptive, ancient figures appeared in the void, their eyes filled with terror. The disciples of the Jue Tian immortal mansion turned ashen, consumed by endless regret. They lamented their audacity to stand out. Since the ancestor has arrived, why not reveal yourself? We are unaware of which esteemed elder has come. An elderly figure emerged, gazing into the void. Silence. A voice echoed from the void. A colossal hand emerged from the clouds, aiming for the elder. The elder's expression changed. This is grave. The 3rd ancestor is in danger. The other elders of the Jue Tian immortal mansion exclaimed in shock. By the time they reacted, it was too late. The 3rd ancestor's body was reduced to ashes. Fear spread like wildfire. Who is responsible for this? The voice resonated again. Elder, this is a misunderstanding. Are you the mansion lord of the Jue Tian immortal mansion? Indeed, Xiaozhuo nodded. You possess remarkable audacity, daring to scheme against the divine son of the imperial family. You shall end your own life in atonement. The tone was devoid of fluctuation, as if inquiring, have you eaten yet? At that moment, many forces surrounding the Jue Tian immortal mansion shifted their gazes. Upon arrival, they overheard this proclamation, trembling internally, relieved that this matter bore little consequence for them. They were eager to witness how the Jue Tian immortal mansion would respond. Moreover, they were curious about which family had acted yesterday, for the imperial family did not wish to investigate each one individually. The 6th ancestor's gaze fell upon the disciples. Do not. This matter is solely my doing. Xiaozhuo's countenance darkened as she realized the imperial family was beginning to threaten these disciples. She recognized she had made a foolish mistake, taking too much for granted. Yet, she was unaware of which forces those several saints belonged to. She understood that individuals like Jue Tian would undoubtedly attract attempts on their lives. However, she never expected the Jue Tian immortal mansion would bear the brunt of it. Sha, I never anticipated you would be the one arriving. Is your imperial family not too domineering? Again, a voice resonated in the void. The Jue Tian immortal mansion trembled, and, moments later, the void appeared to collapse. A black hole formed, followed by a grand tomb emerging in the void, cold and desolate. A figure stepped forth, gazing at Sha, Jue Tian's 2nd ancestor. This woman is your descendant, is she not? Since you are aware, do you still dare to coerce? Should you fail to comply, it shall not be I who comes. The 6th ancestor stated. Surely, you do not wish to see your Jue Tian immortal mansion's long-established foundation obliterated. Do you truly believe you are my match? If you have grown old, return to your place. The sixth ancestor suddenly scoffed, causing the heavens to shift in hue. As the void collapsed, a golden hand emerged, enveloping the immense tomb that spanned across the abyss. Chapter 79, Do you truly believe I would care for your supreme bone? How absurd. The reality is far more brutal. Do you dare? The second ancestor of Jue Tian was taken aback, fear glimmering in his eyes. Suddenly, a sword materialized within the grand tomb, radiating a myriad of sword intents that illuminated the void. Golden vortices swirled above the tomb, and a beam of sword light surged forth, cleaving towards the enormous hand. The sixth ancestor's gaze was cold and mocking. With a gentle grip, the grand tomb trembled. A resounding crash echoed through the void as the tomb erupted violently. Witnessing the sword light in the sky, the enormous hand shifted once more. The middle and index fingers flicked, shattering the sword light. The second ancestor, Jue Tian, let out a muffled groan, forcefully swallowing his blood. He cast a fearful and wary glance at the ancestor of the imperial family. Your strength has once again surpassed expectations? Do you think everyone is as worthless as you? She has committed self-harm. I shall not repeat myself for a third time. The second ancestor fell silent, realizing that this descendant of his was indeed remarkable, yet excessively confident. He had not anticipated this setback would cost him his life. As for resistance, he was no match for the sixth ancestor. If the grand ancestor were to emerge, would the imperial family be left with no one? If I were to end my life, would you spare these disciples? I acted for their vengeance, which led to my mistakes. Xiaojurua's tone softened, filled with entreaty. You are not yet qualified to negotiate with the imperial family. Xiaojurua chuckled bitterly. Perhaps she should have heeded the great elder's advice from the beginning. Now, it was all too late. Xiaojurua prepared to act. Master, no. This matter was instigated by me. You did this for my sake. A handsome figure appeared, raising his head to look at Xiaojurua with tenderness. He then turned to the disciples who had previously supported him. I'm sorry for involving you. Upon hearing Gu Xiaozi's words, the disciples' eyes reflected their reluctance. Senior brother, elders, this matter was all my doing. Who are you to speak here? Who am I? Gu Xiaozi laughed. Indeed, I am merely an unremarkable individual, someone you scarcely regard. However, the imperial family must be aware of the supreme bone. Your family destroyed mine and extracted my supreme bone. Surely, you cannot have forgotten this. Gu Xiaozi bellowed. Upon hearing this, many disciples' expressions shifted, casting unkind glances at the imperial family. Xiaojurua and the great elder exchanged glances, sighing deeply. Thus, I orchestrated the downfall of Jue Tian. I seek vengeance. Though my strength pales in comparison to yours, I can reclaim a modicum of interest from your divine son. At this moment, those observing exchanged glances. It appeared that the foundation of the imperial family's divine son was built upon such actions. Who would have thought that the imperial family would engage in such deeds? After this, would their invincible spirit remain unscathed? It seemed the divine son of the imperial family had never faced defeat. Do you forget the chaotic demon body? If you hadn't mentioned it, I might have nearly forgotten. Disha, I didn't expect your family to regress so thoroughly. It is you who have wronged others, remarked the second ancestor of Jue Tian. Tianer, what is your opinion? The sixth ancestor inquired, glancing back. A void passage opened, and a figure emerged, Jue Tian. The supreme bone. How laughable. Jue Tian produced a fragment of bone. Upon witnessing the bone exuding a supreme aura, everyone was taken aback, and many changed their expressions. They had not anticipated that the imperial family had indeed done this. They could hardly fathom that senior brother had endured such suffering. The divine son of the imperial family possesses a heart so cruel. In her palace, Meng Yunqi's pupils shifted as she observed this scene, gazing at Gu Xiaozi. She was astonished that this usually gentle individual, who often guided his peers, had borne so much pain. Jue Tian, you admit it? Gu Xiaozi stated. He understood he might very well perish this time, but even in death, he would tarnish the imperial family's reputation. Gu Xiaozi spoke of the Immortal Domain, a realm where the strong devour the weak. Here, everything must be fought for. Without effort, there are no resources. Without struggle, one's strength cannot ascend. Fall behind, and you shall be trampled. Look at the current Immortal Domain. How many powerful factions have annihilated others for a single treasure? This is the essence of competition. The weak must be prepared for death. You claim the imperial family dug out your supreme bone. So what? It was indeed the work of my family. Even if you die, others will merely lament that your supreme bone was never discovered sooner. Had they found it, their family could have produced a prodigy. Upon uttering this, many fell silent. Their families were well aware of their affairs. Just because they remained silent did not mean they were inactive. Are you not competing as well? Otherwise, why have you become the senior brother of Jue Tian Immortal Palace? Humanity is inherently selfish. It is merely a matter of differing positions. Throughout history, how many strong have ascended atop mountains of corpses? Can you assert that those who perished were innocent? Jue Tian ceased speaking. Jue Tian clenched his fists, remaining silent. Many turned their attention to Jue Tian, absorbing his words. To the younger generation of their families, he proclaimed, "Do you see? This is the awareness that youth should possess. Do not always seek to show off." However, some old-timers understood that reality was harsher than what Jue Tian described. Moreover, I had returned the supreme bone to you. Had I not? You simply chose not to accept it. Upon hearing this, many widened their eyes. Do you dare to deny it? Huh, what is there to deny? The supreme bone has grown for the third time. You wish to fuse the two previously extracted supreme bones with this one, creating an even more powerful supreme bone. When you merge it again, your power will soar, and your foundation will become terrifyingly formidable. Is that not so? A commendable notion, and indeed, I do intend to pursue it. When opportunity knocks, one should not let it go to waste. However, do you truly think I need this from you? After Jue Tian spoke, he extended his left hand, summoning a force of spatial power. Many gasped in astonishment. They had not anticipated that this divine son of the imperial family possessed a spatial constitution. Indeed, as long as the divine son of the imperial family does not fall, he shall undoubtedly become the strongest in the immortal domain. Yet, before they could express their thoughts, their expressions changed drastically. Even the ancestor of the imperial family tugged at a few of his beard hairs, gazing at Jue Tian with shock. Before them, Jue Tian's right hand emanated a mysterious and profound power. Chapter 80. The power of time and space, since you harbor no affection for her. Why not simply enter life? This is the power of time. Indeed, it is the power of time. What luck! The force of time is at play. When time stands still, space reigns supreme. The convergence of these two formidable powers within a single individual is astounding. Goodness, will the younger generation have any path left to tread? It is now clear why the imperial family claims that Jue Tian possesses the qualities of an immortal. Finally, the truth dawns upon me. If such a prodigy were to emerge from my lineage, my ancestors would undoubtedly tear the family record asunder and commence anew with the name of this exceptional talent. Many gazes were tinged with envy, akin to having tasted a sour lemon. The denizens of the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion were also left speechless. Xia Jue widened her eyes in astonishment, covering her mouth as she beheld Jue Tian, her expression brimming with incredulity. The Grand Elder was equally taken aback. As for the second ancestor of the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion, who had previously contemplated resistance, he relinquished any thoughts of struggle upon witnessing the powers demonstrated by Jue Tian. This unfilial daughter is better off dead. The fusion of time and spatial powers within a single body, what a monstrous aberration. As long as he remains alive, he is destined to become a taboo in the future. At this moment, within certain forbidden realms, eyes open wide in disbelief. Who would have thought that the imperial family would be so fortunate, wielding both space and time? Should we eliminate him now? The 6 ancestors of the imperial family have awakened. Do you truly believe we stand a chance? He is yet to fully mature. Let our peculiar few come forth. For now, he merely possesses the powers of time and space, but how much control he has over them remains uncertain. Not to mention, he is not yet fully developed. Indeed, after witnessing Jue Tian's prowess, the thoughts of those from the immortal domain diverged. The 6 ancestors regained their composure, observing Jue Tian. This impudent young lad did not even deem it necessary to inform the elder. He startled me greatly. In that moment, Jue Tian fell into silence. Master, I previously warned you, do not harbor regrets. Now, would you care to glimpse the true visage of your disciple? Jue Tian's eyes sparkled with mischief. Jue Tian felt a foreboding sensation, yet he could not pinpoint its nature. In Jue Tian's hand, a piece of jade materialized. Moments later, an image materialized, revealing the scene when Jue Tian returned the supreme bone to Gu Xiaozi. The crowd watched intently as the image unfolded. As time progressed, the content within the image began to shift. Many disciples had previously witnessed the jovial exchange between Jue Tian and Gu Xiaozi as they shared a drink. In the scene, Gu Xiaozi appeared somewhat inebriated. Indeed, I am fond of Meng Yunxi. However, she ignores my advances. Do you possess any clever strategies? Upon observing the unfolding scene, Meng Yunxi's cheeks flushed. She understood that Gu Xiaozi harbored special feelings for her. The other disciples, witnessing this moment, wore knowing smiles, only to soon furrow their brows in concern. I can assist you. What ingenious plan do you propose? Pressuring her, are you not fond of her? Force her family's hand. This way, she would become yours without question. That seems rather inappropriate. What if she finds out? Upon hearing this, many faces turned pale as they regarded Gu Xiaozi. Is this for real? I cannot comprehend. It seems too bizarre, unlike the Master Brother's usual demeanor. Such actions are not. Simply eliminate a few individuals and let her discover that it was my doing. Then, you can intervene and comfort her. It will be simple enough. At this moment, the woman's heart was particularly vulnerable. Jue Tian remarked nonchalantly, "Why do you wish to assist me? We are, after all, adversaries." Adversaries? Frankly, you do not even register on my radar. Were it not for my coercion, your position as heir would remain uncertain. I shall aid you in realizing your desires, only to demonstrate the vast chasm that exists between us. Jue Tian departed. Meng Yunxi appeared, gazing at Gu Xiaozi. Is it truly so? She was acutely aware of the nature of Gu Xiaozi's character. Jue Tian, do you think you could deceive everyone with such antics? Such occurrences have never transpired. Do not slander me here. Many furrowed their brows, already envisioning the scene in their minds. Alas, others may dig your grave and openly acknowledge it. Yet you would not stoop to deceive for such trivial matters. Indeed, this young man will never amount to greatness, even given time. Several onlookers directed their remarks at Gu Xiaozi. Jue Tian, despicable and shameless. I would dare admit to actions taken, but if I have not done something, then I have not. Do you hold affection for her? Jue Tian approached Gu Xiaozi, glancing at Meng Yunxi. Gu Xiaozi fell silent, catching the murderous intent in Jue Tian's gaze. I do not harbor any feelings for her. I've never liked her. At this moment, Gu Xiaozi's understanding crystallized. The first appearance of Jue Tian, embracing Meng Yunxi, seemed to suggest his interest in her. Previously, Meng Yunxi had professed her affections for him. Thus this was Jue Tian's act of retribution. Should he confess his feelings, it was likely that Jue Tian would retaliate. For the sake of Meng Yunxi's life, he had no choice but to proceed thus. Yunxi, forgive me. It seems my feelings for her are unwarranted. Upon finishing this statement, Jue Tian's hand shot out, seizing Meng Yunxi by the throat. With a swift motion, a crack resonated as he released her. She fell to the ground, her eyes wide open, devoid of breath. Gu Xiaozi stared in shock at Meng Yunxi and then at Jue Tian. You have killed her? Indeed. Since you do not care for her, why refrain from eliminating her? To prevent you from being ensnared by your emotions. This was the only course of action. Otherwise, I would lose a rival. Jue Tian spoke without concern, observing Meng Yunxi's lifeless form at his feet. Gu Xiaozi trembled with indignation. Ding! The master has slain the fated female lead, gaining 47,000 villain points. Master, having slain the fated female lead, the destined value of the fated son decreases by 10,000, and the master gains 10,000 villain points. Jue Tian, I will end your life. Gu Xiaozi's visage darkened, his eyes bloodshot, veins bulging in his neck, a radiant glow emanating from his chest. Time froze. Jue Tian grasped Gu Xiaozi's presence, halting everything around him. Many felt their eyelids twitching. Since you willingly choose to be a mere waste, I shall accommodate you. After uttering these words, Jue Tian extended his hand, piercing through Gu Xiaozi's chest. A fragment radiating supreme energy emerged, inscribed with mystical runes. Jue Tian surveyed the supreme bone in his grasp, chuckling coldly, then turned to address the disciples of the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion. Who among you acted yesterday? Speak now, or I shall pay each of you a visit. Chapter 81. The Demon. How absurd. What connection could the demon possibly have with me? Jue Tian. As the onlookers witnessed Jue Tian extract Gu supreme bone once more, their gazes filled with dread. It was merely rumored that the D family was involved. Now, Jue Tian had demonstrated it before them. Their once believed elder brother had inexplicably devolved into a mere wretch. Why use the term again? Xiajirua's expression shifted, yet the oppressive force surrounding her remained unrelenting. Gu Xiaozi lay prostrate on the ground, his eyes fixed on Jue Tian. For the third time, in front of a multitude, his supreme bone had been taken from him again. Many gazed at the supreme bone in Jue Tian's grasp, their eyes gleaming with avarice. How splendid it would be if that object were mine. I could ascend to the status of a celestial prodigy. Jue Tian turned to face the disciples. Was no one to disclose which family had acted? It appeared they had not informed their kin either. As this thought crossed his mind, an icy tone laced Jue Tian's voice. We did not summon our family to intervene. We know not why those saints appeared. Moreover, you yourself are unscathed, are you not? A few disciples who had previously conspired with him exchanged glances, anxious to clarify their position. After all, they had collectively agreed upon their actions. If the D family unjustly accused them, the repercussions would be beyond their capacity to bear. Jue Tian nodded, scrutinizing the disciples. Elder, can you ascertain their family based on their bloodlines? The elder nodded, casting a glance at several individuals before gently curling his fingers. From the far north, a colossal golden hand suddenly emerged from the ground. The disciples were taken aback as they witnessed their families lifted into the void by the gigantic hand. With a slight grasp from the elder, the hand crushed those beneath it, their forms dissipating into the ether. Is this enough? Have we not taken enough lives? At that moment, the second elder could no longer remain passive. After all, these disciples belonged to the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion, and it was not right to hold them accountable for their family's actions. Divine Son, we at the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion extend our apologies. With Gu Xiaozi now rendered a mere shell of his former self, no longer a threat, their plans had also collapsed. They would compensate the D family. Additionally, having decimated several factions, had not the anger been appeased? The second elder of the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion explained to Jue Tian, surprised by the young man's lethal disposition. Not enough, certainly not enough. If the younger generation engages in conflict, the older generation ought not to intervene shamelessly without the readiness for death. Otherwise, shall I resurrect the ancestors of the D family to keep watch over your young disciples daily? You speak of the emergence of the chaotic demon body. These individuals will inevitably become the backbone of the immortal realm. Does your action not weaken our forces and benefit the demon race? The second elder suddenly remembered a compelling argument. What do I care for the demon? You are not afraid of their destruction of the immortal realm, are you? There are indeed those who secretly exploit the title of the demon, utilizing human blood for cultivation. Life is but a fleeting journey filled with vengeance and kindness. Why should I suffer for the sake of caution? I, Jue Tian, am a selfish individual. For myself and my family, I would employ any means necessary. Do you truly believe I am unaware? Gu Xiaozi, if he were to mature, would undoubtedly be a prodigy. The camaraderie among these disciples and him is profound. Yet, for a mere competition, saints have intervened. Should they seek vengeance against the D family, it would bring trouble to us. Thus, it is better to stifle this in its infancy. Upon hearing Jue Tian's murderous declarations, many paled. The divine son of the D family was indeed a cunning individual. Indeed, with the chaotic demon body now revealed, how many truly cared? Under the guise of the chaotic demon body, some harbored ulterior motives. As the divine son previously stated, the hearts of men are the most formidable entities. This could not be more accurate. Today, the Wu family has expelled Wu Yen. Thus, he is no longer part of the Wu family. Just then, a voice rang out, and a figure appeared. I pay my respects, esteemed elder. Divine son of the D family. A young man from the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion's complexion shifted upon hearing this. Elder, you cannot abandon me. You have grown. The troubles you have stirred are yours to bear, the elder replied, and a colossal hand descended, crushing the disciple to death. Here is our Wu family's compensation. Though it may not be to the D family's liking, it is all we can offer. Jue Tian nodded. No need, from this day forth. Become a vassal of my D family. Upon hearing this, the Wu family's elder was overjoyed. Thank you, Divine Son. From now on, whatever you command, I shall obey without hesitation. Others looked on enviously at this scene, realizing they could have sent their own disciples to be sacrificed for such a substantial gain. Sacrificing one for a powerful ally seemed a worthwhile exchange. Elder, do you see? This is the reality, Jue Tian remarked to the second elder. Soon, one faction after another arrived, offering their own disciples to be slain. In the blink of an eye, over 10,000 disciples had perished. Jue Tian selected 10 families to become vassals of his own. It was merely a matter of words, a form of protection. When trouble arises, whether or not to intervene is still at the discretion of the D family. Moreover, Jue Tian's reclamation of these 10 families served ulterior motives. Do you see? The assets your disciples have cultivated, I can obliterate at will. You may as well take your own life. Jue Tian addressed Xia Zhirua. Her expression shifted. Jue Tian, I underestimated you. Yet, there shall come a day when you will pay the price. A peculiar aura enveloped her. Not good. She intends to self-destruct. Someone exclaimed. Why resort to such extremes? Is self-destruction not sufficient? The sixth elder sighed. He clenched his fingers, and Xia Zhirua vanished from sight. The Fortune Child Supreme Bone has been extracted once more. Destiny value decreased by 20,000, while the host's villain value increased by 20,000. The Fortune Child's master has perished. Destiny value decreased by 10,000, while the host's villain value increased by 10,000. The Fortune Child's foundation has been obliterated. Destiny value decreased by 30,000, while the host's villain value increased by 30,000. Upon hearing the voices within his mind, Jue Tian smiled slightly. The Fortune Child's destiny value was now significantly diminished. After all these actions, the plan had succeeded to a small extent. Regarding your secret realm, our divine son wishes to pay a visit. The sixth elder turned to the second elder of the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion. Upon hearing this, the second elder's expression darkened as he met Jue Tian's mocking gaze. Very well. Enraged, the second elder of the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion turned and departed. At this moment, the Grand Elder of the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion sighed, his figure hunched. Grand Elder, your prophecy has indeed brought considerable misfortune upon the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion. Jue Tian gazed at Gu Xiaozi. In the secret realm, you too may gain entry. After all, there are certain matters that still hinge upon your own capabilities. Gu Xiaozi, lying on the ground, gazed at Emperor Jue Tian, his eyes filled solely with malice and resentment. Chapter 82. The profound schemes of Jue Tian, Ancestor Shock take care of him, and ensure he does not perish. Jue Tian instructed an elder with a pointed finger. The elder of the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion nodded, bowing deeply. Internally, he muttered, can he even survive? Yet, the elder could only silently complain, for the situation was utterly terrifying. How many had perished today? Meanwhile, the D family's divine son swaggered through the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion. Jue Tian and the sixth ancestor departed. What remains for you to do? The sixth ancestor queried, observing Jue Tian. Summon the eighth ancestor. Jue Tian replied succinctly. The sixth ancestor nodded in acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, the eighth ancestor arrived and regarded Jue Tian. Eighth ancestor, examine this formation. Jue Tian said, offering a jade stone. The eighth ancestor closed his eyes and probed the stone. What is this? Indeed, it is an ancient demonic array, utilized by the previous chaos demon body to sacrifice the essence of living beings. Upon hearing this, the two elders' expression shifted, uncertain of Jue Tian's true intentions. I have selected several families. Those families have become our vassals, allowing the D family to inscribe formations for their protection, the eighth ancestor realized. The sixth ancestor carefully assessed the positions of these families. You sly one, it seems you have long been prepared. No wonder you prevented me from eliminating them. The sixth ancestor sighed, I do not wish to tread the path of the previous chaos demon body. We must lay our plans gradually. Now that the D family has enemies, we must proceed with caution. This formation has been altered, hasn't it? The eighth ancestor suddenly remarked. At this, Jue Tian stared at him in surprise. After all, it had undergone systematic enhancement. He had not anticipated that the eighth ancestor would discern this. Indeed, it has been improved. This formation is significantly more powerful than its predecessor. However, it requires further study. It is too profound for complete deployment at this time. No, full deployment is unnecessary. Ancestor, you need only establish this corner of the array, Jue Tian countered. What do you mean? The D family will serve as the core, radiating outward. If the demon body is exposed, the D family will also find itself ensnared. It is better to take a gamble. The beings of the immortal domain will be aware of the demon body's emergence, yet they will have no means to counter it, for we hold dominion over their lives. At that time, I wonder which family would dare to wager against us? Jue Tian's tone was laced with indifference. Should anyone dare to resist, they shall face a blood sacrifice. The immortal domain belongs to the D family. Jue Tian's words were heavy with murderous intent. The 8th and 6th ancestors exchanged glances, realizing that their own ambitions paled in comparison. Yet they sensed that Jue Tian's schemes extended far beyond this. This is a monumental endeavor. Achieving it will be exceedingly difficult, even for the current D family. I understand there is no need for haste. We have ample time. That may be true. I shall study this formation. It may elevate my own mastery of formations once more, the 8th ancestor stated. The 6th ancestor's eyes glimmered with astonishment. Should you advance further, the commotion would be significant. The D family would struggle to contain it. Even the family's grand array would be inadequate. We can only reveal a few of our strengths for now. There is no rush. Do not worry. By the way, ancestor, procure me several individuals of the Saint Emperor realm, preferably from other families. Suddenly, Jue Tian had an epiphany. That will not be necessary. We have some at hand. Among the forces we previously annihilated, a few possessed the Saint Emperor level. I had intended to refine them into armaments, but you may take them now. Upon hearing the ancestor's words, Jue Tian understood why he was cast as the villain. The members of his family were all of dubious character. As he beheld the several Saint Emperors, dark runes manifested around him. The Saint Emperors, initially filled with dread, suddenly found black marks appearing within their minds. The figures knelt before Jue Tian. We greet our master. The 6th ancestor displayed a keen interest. This is the power of the chaos demon body. Indeed, Jue Tian affirmed. In the future, we can retain some powerful individuals under your control. If that proves unfeasible, we can covertly dominate the Thief Saint family and compel them to procure formidable corpses. Coupled with our D family strength, we should be able to forge a semi-emperor legion. The 6th ancestor contemplated this. That is feasible. Though I am currently unable to achieve the semi-emperor realm, it is a considerable strain on my spirit. Controlling the Saint Emperor realm is already quite taxing. Jue Tian wore a wry smile. A half step into the Emperor realm has undergone a transformation. It is not so easily controlled. If mishandled, the backlash could be severe. Do not mention it now. Capturing those individuals can allow us to nurture them in secrecy. However, the Thief Saint family has some troublesome old-timers. The 6th ancestor shook his head in regret. Ancestor, what are your thoughts on controlling the lineage of those families, nurturing them for our own purposes? Jue Tian proposed. Goodness, this is akin to desecrating their ancestral graves, but I find it appealing. However, the individuals we control must possess commendable aptitude. Those of poor quality will not suffice. The 6th ancestor replied. Jue Tian had already contemplated this notion, yet he had been focused on laying the groundwork until now, and his thoughts began to flourish. Very well, should any matters arise, we shall confer. Nonetheless, the prodigies of our family will likely be dispatched to those forbidden zones. Exercise caution. Those anomalies are quite formidable. Many have been sealed since ancient times. As the 6th ancestor uttered these words, his expression grew grave. Your trump cards have already been exposed. Indeed, my trump cards have been revealed, yet I too stand in the open. The chaos demon body has not. The chaos demon body embodies chaos, capable of mastering all powers. Jue Tian declared, each word deliberate. Are you speaking the truth? Indeed, Jue Tian responded. After all, his chaos demon body had been enhanced by the system, far surpassing the original. Enough, you need not elaborate. Your awareness suffices. We too must commence our own arrangements. However, the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion should remain quiet. Proceed without restraint. As he observed the 8th and 6th ancestors depart, Jue Tian gazed into the distance. The Immortal Domain is far too tranquil. I do not favor this. A faint smile graced Jue Tian's lips as his figure vanished from sight. Within the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion, the Grand Elder regarded the second ancestor. You shall oversee Jue Tian Immortal Mansion. I never anticipated this, alas. The second ancestor sighed. Indeed, none foresaw that the young man would deviate from the expected path. Now, our Jue Tian Immortal Mansion lacks a younger generation to uphold the facade. Should we? No. Is there not one remaining? The ancestor refers to Jue Tian. Indeed, regardless of circumstances, entering the secret realm signifies the representation of Jue Tian Immortal Mansion. To avoid unnecessary troubles, let those few prodigies remain undisturbed, lest we find ourselves witnessing a repetition of today's events. At this moment, even the venerable ancestor of Jue Tian Immortal Mansion harbors a sense of trepidation. Chapter 83. Gu Xiuzi's calculated strategy. Take this medicine, Xiuzi. At this moment, Gu Xiuzi was flanked by two women, Feng Chuchu and Ji Ruri, who gazed at him with eyes full of concern. Observing Gu Xiuzi motionless upon the bed, their eyes were swollen from tears. Yet Gu Xiuzi remained in slumber, his eyelids sealed tightly. Suddenly, he snapped his eyes open, a radiant glow emanating from his chest. The expressions of the two women shifted dramatically, their eyes now reflecting elation. Xiuzi, are you all right? I am unscathed. This time, I owe my gratitude to Jue Tian. Without him, my supreme bone would not have undergone another transformation. Why did this transformation occur? Because I have grasped the essence of life and death. As long as I do not wish to perish, no one can extinguish my life. However, I remain a mere shell of my former self, a waste devoid of my supreme bone. The two women nodded, their gazes filled with astonishment as they beheld the bone radiating with the essence of life and death within Gu Xiuzi's chest. An exhilaration shone in his eyes. For this time, the essence of life and death had fused with his bloodline. Soon, he would undergo another metamorphosis, merging the supreme bone with the mastery of the life and death realm. At that juncture, even Jue Tian would find himself at a loss against him. The child of destiny breaks and stands anew. The sacred body of life and death begins to take shape, increasing fortune by 10,000. In his grand hall, Jue Tian remained unfazed upon receiving this information in his mind. Laugh all you want. Time is running short, he mused, leisurely sipping his tea, his gaze distant. Days passed, and the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion buzzed with life once more. The disgrace of the mansion held little concern for them. After all, it was a promise made by the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion to allow their entry into the secret realm. Many attendees curiously observed the young noble on the high platform, their eyes tinged with trepidation. Indeed, they had heard of Jue Tian's recent exploits. As the younger generation, they harbored their own pride, yet now, only Jue Tian stood at the forefront, eclipsing all the youth. Naturally, they felt a sense of reluctance. The Grand Elder, Chu Xiao, appeared, casting a glance at the pale, teetering Gu Xiuzi, a sigh escaping his lips, his expression complex. He pondered why Jue Tian had summoned him. Perhaps it was to torment him. Gu Xiuzi, oblivious to the gazes of those around him, was now a mere waste. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern a glimmer of divine light in his eyes. The secret realm is opening. Within it lies danger and opportunity. I trust you have briefed your families. It was once a sealed land, sealed by the ancestors of the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion. Within reside some races known for their cruelty. The Jue Tian Immortal Mansion has negotiated with those races. This is your chance to compete amongst the younger generation. While you seek opportunities, you may also hunt the prodigies within. The ancestors had previously promised that as long as you achieve victory, you may exit. If we prevail, they must remain inside. Be cautious, for those within harbor animosity towards the Immortal Domain. After delivering this warning, the Grand Elder produced a compass, and a massive portal materialized. Jue Tian glanced at the portal, inadvertently casting a look at Gu Xiuzi. While others were unaware, the ancestors of the D family were well informed. Long ago, the ancestor of the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion had sealed those races, demanding a certain item for their release. Jue Tian himself was unsure of what that item was, but he had deduced certain possibilities through subtle clues. The previous ancestor of Jue Tian had taken precautions to prevent any rebellion. The Jue Tian Immortal Mansion had devised plans with those inside, indicating that they were not entirely benevolent. Jue Tian observed the figures entering one after another. "Don't perish. I have granted you an opportunity. Cherish it," he remarked to Gu Xiaozi. The latter's expression darkened. Could it be that Jue Tian had uncovered something? Shaking his head, he considered that perhaps Jue Tian was simply curious about how he had survived. This might also align with the intentions of the D family's ancestor. Given that he had defied death twice, a circumstance laden with intrigue, it would be odd for them not to be curious. Granting me an opportunity is your greatest folly. Gu Xiaozi had already devised a plan for his escape within the secret realm. Observing the figures streaming inside, he turned to the two women beside him, feeling deeply moved. Just yesterday, he had urged them to leave him behind, aware that Jue Tian had set his sights on him, putting them in danger. To his astonishment, they had chosen to stand by him. "If we leave you, what meaning does life hold for us?" Their words touched Gu Xiaozi profoundly, stirring emotions within him throughout the night. What merit did he possess to warrant such loyalty from these two women? In a moment of fervor, Gu Xiaozi resolved to exploit the secret realm for his escape or survival. Only by strengthening himself and gaining leverage could he hope to continue resisting Jue Tian. He had to concede that, at present, he lacked the qualifications to confront him. All the painstakingly accumulated foundation he had built was swept away by Jue Tian's casual strike, and his cherished mentor had met a tragic fate. His most formidable ally, the Daotian Immortal Mansion, had been coerced into submission by the D family. Gu Xiaozi's heart ached with grief. Fortunately, he still possessed the chance for rebirth. As he contemplated this, he cast a glance at the outside world, taking in the Daotian Immortal Mansion and its disciples. Upon meeting his gaze, the disciples recoiled. For those who had once befriended Gu Xiaozi were now devoid of spirit. They had no desire to meet a grim fate. Their lives were yet to be fully lived. "Once inside, you two will follow me," Gu Xiaozi instructed Feng Chu and Ji Ruri, who nodded in agreement. After Jue Tian entered, Gu Xiaozi also stepped through the portal. He had come to realize that Jue Tian was not only arrogant, but also cunning. The young prodigies, believing themselves to be devious, were of little consequence to him. He was solely focused on his own ambition, embodying a sense of supreme authority. Upon entering, Jue Tian furrowed his brow. The spiritual energy here was even denser than that of the outside world. If that were the case, the prodigies within must possess greater strength than those outside. No wonder the Daotian Immortal Mansion had invited so many prodigies from the outside. It was a well-calculated move, he mused. However, the prodigies here could be manipulated through demonic means to eliminate those from the Immortal Domain. Consequently, to preempt any unforeseen circumstances, the Daotian Immortal Mansion would have to unleash its resources, and anomalies would likely emerge. By exerting control, the next inheritor of the Daotian Immortal Mansion would become a formidable servant. Chapter 84. You'll feel that digging bones is your mercy. Jue Tian has already conceived his subsequent plans. Concealed within the void, he stealthily follows the Son of Fortune. After all, opportunities belong to the Son of Fortune. The talented individuals who entered have also discerned that the spiritual energy within this realm surpasses that of the outside world. Are you the prodigies of the outside world? As they scrutinized their surroundings, a voice resonated. Many turned their gaze, their expressions shifting. Before them stood a figure adorned with unique runes, devoid of spiritual energy, yet emanating a palpable aura of menace. Jue Tian, hidden in the void, felt intrigued by this young prodigy. He had not anticipated that this individual belonged to the Titan clan. It seems that the ancestors of the Daotian Immortal Mansion sealed numerous races in the past. The Titan clan is, indeed, a formidable lineage within the Immortal Domain. Previously thought to be extinct, they have unexpectedly resurfaced in this place. Who are you? I sense a familiar aura about you. You must be from the Daotian Immortal Mansion. The Titan prodigy regarded Gu Xiaozi, his expression darkening. Gu Xiaozi remained indifferent. Despite the young prodigy's formidable strength, he was still somewhat inferior to Gu Xiaozi. Moreover, with Gu Xiaozi's rebirth, his power had risen once more. Upon witnessing this, Jue Tian's eyes glimmered with light. Suddenly, a monumental figure appeared in the Titan prodigy's consciousness. Jue Tian transmitted his plans into the mind of this individual. Suddenly, a thought struck Jue Tian. He could compel the emergence of opportunities. However, if too much time elapsed, unforeseen complications might arise. Thus, he aimed to disrupt the plan entirely. At this juncture, several figures materialized behind the Titan prodigy, each at the Saint Emperor level, exuding a formidable presence. Saint Emperor. Saint Emperor. This is bad. These natives do not intend to breach the rules, do they? Eliminate them. The Titan prodigy uttered. The expressions of the other prodigies shifted. However, against the onslaught of the Saint Emperors, they stood no chance. In the blink of an eye, bodies lay strewn about. Jue Tian covertly collected the essence of these prodigies, with further purposes in mind. All the other prodigies perished, leaving only Gu Xiaoci alive. Gu Xiaoci's countenance changed. Why did you not intervene? No need. The Jue Tian Immortal Mansion is our ally. The Titan prodigy departed with his entourage of Saint Emperors. Watching them leave, Gu Xiaoci felt an ominous premonition. He sensed this was a trap. This is bad. We must leave quickly. I suspect this is a trap aimed at the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion. Gu Xiaoci's expression grew grave. Meanwhile, in the outside world, numerous forces had arrived at the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion. After all, the prodigies of their clans had entered the secret realm. If they acquired something of value, what if someone attempted to seize it? Suddenly, a change of expression occurred. An item was extracted from a ring. Oh no, the nameplate of my clan's prodigy is shattered. Mine too. How is this possible? Why did it shatter as soon as they entered? Upon hearing these words, the Grand Elder's expression altered drastically. He had not anticipated the situation within to be so dire. Could it be that other unforeseen events had transpired? Within the secret realm, Jue Tian followed the Titan clan as prodigy. Master, ahead lies the Black Crow clan. The mightiest among them is merely at the Saint Emperor level. Jue Tian nodded. The Jue Tian Immortal Mansion was utilizing him, yet he too was leveraging the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion. The Immortal Domain was not chaotic enough. He must stir the pot himself. Who are you, and what brings you to the Black Crow clan? A man with black feathers and sharp eyes approached, scrutinizing Jue Tian. Go! Jue Tian commanded, and the accompanying Saint Emperors immediately sealed off the Black Crow clan. May I inquire which clan you belong to? We are families residing within the secret realm, often crossing paths. Eliminate them. Jue Tian did not even glance at the Saint Emperor. The few Saint Emperors struck, and the ancestor of the Black Crow clan stood no chance. You few, send word to the outside. Inform them that Saint Emperors have made their move inside. Also, relay this to the Titan clan, urging them to unite with the forces within, claiming that the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion has acted treacherously. You shall lead a few Saint Emperors to obliterate several clans along the way. Understood, Master. Several figures appeared behind Jue Tian, and a sound transmission talisman was dispatched. Just as they sent their message, their bodies erupted into dust. The plan has commenced. Do not disappoint me, Son of Fortune. As the battle began, should you fail to uncover the opportunities within, you will find that digging bones is a mercy in comparison. Jue Tian's gaze turned towards a specific direction. Meanwhile, in the outside world, the unfolding events remained unbeknownst to many. Suddenly, several elders' expressions shifted. An object appeared in their hands. Grandfather, save me. Saint Emperors have made their move inside. Upon hearing this, the elders' countenance paled. Other elders, upon receiving similar transmissions, could not help but change their expressions. Grand Elder, could you possibly provide us with an explanation? Yes. Could you elucidate what this means? Boom. As these individuals wore grim expressions and pressed for answers, the void parted, revealing a colossal warship adorned with intricate runes. A figure clad in fiery red armor emerged. By the decree of the divine sun, kill. Kill, kill, kill. As the soldiers roared, their momentum coalesced into a single force. A black dragon emerged, stirring the winds and clouds of the nine heavens. The D family had mobilized. Hiss. It appears that turmoil has indeed arisen. The divine sun has summoned the D family's armaments. The Grand Elder's expression shifted. Any who dare obstruct us shall be slain. The red-armored soldiers cast a glance at the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion. This is bad. Quickly send word to the family. We must take revenge. One by one, they reacted, sending messages to their families. The Grand Elder's face turned pale with fury. The secret realm, as one of the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion's foundations, cannot possibly host any significant upheaval. I know not what has transpired. Jue Tian, it is you once more. The Grand Elder's eyes glinted with murderous intent. He sensed that this incident was orchestrated by Jue Tian. However, as the secret realm was established by the ancestors, he remained unaware of its contents. Boom! The Jue Tian Immortal Mansion witnessed the void continuously unraveling from all directions. Some rode colossal beasts, while others boarded warships. Yet those who arrived bore expressions of excitement. After all, they had long coveted the treasures within the secret realm of the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion. Grand Elder, we must seek vengeance for our kin. Please do not hinder us. One force after another streamed into the secret realm. Hurry, we must not allow the opportunities within to be seized. No, perhaps there are demonic forces inside. We are here to capture them. Chapter 85. Continuous layout. Scheming in the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion. The demon appears, a cold, resounding voice echoed, shaking the entire Jue Tian Immortal Mansion. Many faces changed in response. An elder materialized, suspended in the void, surrounded by swirling chaotic energies. His gaze filled with malice as he scrutinized the crowd. If war is what you desire, the imperial family is ready to engage, declared the red-armored general. Indeed, your actions within the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion have been unscrupulous. We have overlooked them until now, but it appears you may be entangled in something unsavory. As the Holy Emperor's forces have intervened, the Grand Elder of Jue Tian Immortal Mansion said coldly, "Very well, let us see what truly transpires within." A void passage materialized, and upon entering, many forces were met with grim expressions. Even the Grand Elder's countenance darkened. The air was thick with blood, and the ground stained crimson, chaos reigning supreme. At that moment, all expressions shifted dramatically. What a splendid Jue Tian Immortal Mansion. Let us see how you explain this, the Grand Elder of Jue Tian Immortal Mansion said, now panicking. The demons had infiltrated, a matter of great consequence. Judgment of space. A voice resonated, and all eyes turned to see the figure of Emperor Jue Tian emerging from the void. His breath was labored, his garments tattered. Emperor Jue Tian has returned, a chilling, bloodthirsty voice cut through the air, laden with murderous intent. The clash began between Emperor Jue Tian and the shadowy figure before him, confirming it was indeed the demon clan. Hurry, eliminate this wretch. Oh, I did not anticipate your arrival to be so swift. How disappointing, the figure mocked. You think you can capture me, Emperor Jue Tian? I will return for you. Remember our enmity. As the void opened, the Grand Elder felt his aura surge. He extended his hand toward the fleeing figure, attempting to seize it, but the void was merely met with the figure's disdain as it departed. The gathered crowd began to comprehend the grim scene before them, noting the bodies below had been ravaged, their essence stripped away. What has transpired? The Grand Elder questioned Emperor Jue Tian. Are you interrogating me? Emperor Jue Tian replied, his expression dark and a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Their gazes locked. This is your opportunity, truly remarkable. The Grand Elder hoped fervently that this chaotic demon body was not that person, for if so, the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion would face ruin. Kill them, Emperor Jue Tian commanded, his eyes ablaze with fury, surveying the secret realm with a chilling indifference toward life. The Grand Elder was left speechless by the query. What did Emperor Jue Tian mean? Yet, the latter marched forward, adorned in his family's armor, harboring his own designs. Had the six ancestors not already arrived? This entire scheme was orchestrated by Emperor Jue Tian to expel certain individuals from this secret realm, manipulating the demonic seeds to incite slaughter. Some of those who escaped had done so a century prior, and the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion would be held accountable. Today, Emperor Jue Tian was relentless, slaying those within, ensuring none would escape. This was all part of the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion's machinations. It had nothing to do with him. As long as chaos reigned within the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion, he could direct the eighth ancestor to set up formations, inconspicuous yet interconnected, a fragment of the blood sacrifice array within the chaotic demon body. Utilizing the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion, he could fabricate a false focal point for the array. When the truth was unveiled, the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion would become a pawn, and the imperial family, along with other realms in the Immortal Domain, would be ensnared. This matter would reflect no fault upon the imperial family. The other scheme involved compelling the emergence of opportunities. The formation of this secret realm was unknown to Emperor Jue Tian, nor did he wish to know. But he had observed that it was likely established by the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion using a certain artifact. If the secret realm were to be destroyed, the artifact would be revealed. As for the fated child, time was of the essence. Emperor Jue Tian had no inclination to linger on this chosen one. Another plot involved transforming the fated child into a chaotic demon body. By then, the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion would find itself unable to justify its actions. Even if nothing transpired thereafter, the exposure of the array in conjunction with today's events would render the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion a mere tool. Did they truly believe they could scheme against Emperor Jue Tian without consequence? The onlookers, though silent, felt a subtle shift in their gaze toward the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion, for they were not of the imperial family and bore no trepidation toward it. Yet, the imperial family was relentless, seizing opportunities, and they would not be left behind. Indeed, the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion lacks integrity. The forces within the secret realm are hardly a match for those from the outside, they declared, sweeping through with bloodshed saturating the earth, transforming the secret realm into a crimson tableau. What are the 6 ancestors? Emperor Jue Tian discreetly inquired. We have captured 20 holy emperor-level experts. It is nearly time. Activate the formation, came the response. Upon Emperor Jue Tian's command, the 6 ancestors nodded. Below, streams of blood converged, generating a low hum. Many standing felt their bodies tremble, their expressions shifting as they scrutinized the gathering blood. What is this formation? They pondered, sensing danger. Not good. This formation absorbs the blood of living beings, the demons, someone realized. The demon has indeed set traps here. System, enhance the formation. Ensure none can disrupt it. Emperor Jue Tian ordered. Yes, master, came the obedient response. A profound aura manifested, unseen by all, permeating the depths below. Slay. In the void, blood coalesced into a single character. Suddenly, a projection emerged, revealing the earlier departing figure. Success. Break. The figure formed seals with both hands, a unique imprint emerging, followed by a beam of demonic energy that pierced through the entire secret realm. You dare, the Grand Elder exclaimed, his expression darkening. This individual aimed to destroy the secret realm. Emperor Jue Tian remained unperturbed, waiting for the figure to materialize. His current measures were more than sufficient to hinder the Grand Elder. Unexpectedly, the chaotic demon body manifested once more. An ancient voice echoed, followed by the appearance of an elder clad in white robes, rosy-cheeked, with silvery hair, his eyes reflecting the serenity of one who had attained the realm of returning to simplicity. Chapter 86. Wasn't the inheritor of the chaotic demon body dead? The Son of God was actually doing this for our benefit. Upon witnessing this figure, the Grand Elder's face was alight with ecstatic joy. Having encountered the great ancestor, he knew that the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion was not a place for you to act recklessly. We, the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion, can resolve this matter without your interference. The voice of the great ancestor of the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion was calm. Many gazed at the elder, their eyes filled with apprehension. This old man was indeed formidable. Elder 6, are you his match? Asked Emperor Jue Tian. Not at the moment, but I shall be soon, he replied. Hearing this, Emperor Jue Tian's eyes widened with disbelief. He had not anticipated that Elder 6 had grown so powerful. Yet, why had this old man not detected his presence? Even as a mere avatar, he should not have been completely undetectable. Elder 6 found himself puzzled. This elder should have been capable of sensing him, yet he had not. Emperor Jue Tian remained silent. When he had arrived, he had instructed the system to obscure Elder 6's presence to prevent any unforeseen complications. Not even someone stronger than the elder could discern Elder 6's traces. Depart, the elder commanded with a wave of his hand, causing a void passage to appear behind all those who had entered. Before they could react, their bodies were involuntarily drawn into the void and departed. Emperor Jue Tian could have chosen to remain, but upon reflection, he realized it would ultimately serve his purpose. It seemed his plans required alteration. However, it mattered not, as he still had pieces yet to play. The forthcoming arrangements had, in fact, become simpler. He owed thanks to the elder. With the demon clan present, the elder had merely left behind a means of control. Allowing these individuals to leave gave the impression of guilt. After exiting, Emperor Jue Tian contemplated the events that lay ahead. Suddenly, his expression shifted. A grand, cold voice resonated, and, simultaneously, the void parted to reveal a projection. It was indeed the elder's projection. Today, I, the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion, have failed to conduct a thorough examination, allowing the demon clan to infiltrate. We cannot escape blame. Today, we shall slay an inheritor of the chaotic demon body to prove the integrity of the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion. As the images from the secret realm played, Emperor Jue Tian felt a surge of emotions. He had not expected the elder to resort to such tactics. With this thought, he sensed the projection manipulating a formation, absorbing the blood of the beings within. The atmosphere surged with intensity. Demon clan, perish, the elder declared. With those words, a mysterious object materialized in his hand. Upon seeing it, Emperor Jue Tian's expression shifted dramatically. The system's notification chimed. Master, the celestial tree of creation has been discovered. The celestial tree of creation. Gazing upon this object, Emperor Jue Tian's eyes glinted with greed. He had not anticipated that this child of destiny possessed such great fortune. With the nourishment from this item, the child's strength would escalate rapidly. Simultaneously, Emperor Jue Tian was curious as to why the elder would not utilize this treasure for himself, instead leaving it for others. Master, the system has detected that the elder's true form has been eradicated beyond the realm. However, others are likely unaware. The elder was obliterated in collaboration with another race's formidable power in your ancestor. Upon hearing the system's voice, Emperor Jue Tian's heart quivered. As time passed, he observed that the moment was nearly upon them. The crowd exhaled in relief upon witnessing the elder eliminate the inheritor of the chaotic demon body. The projection faded, but just before its disappearance, a faint silhouette appeared, bearing a sinister smile. As the elder vanquished the inheritor, he too revealed a relaxed smile. The light in Emperor Jue Tian's eyes dimmed, replaced by a gentle smile. Many, upon seeing the faint smile of the silhouette and the elder's expression, felt a chill run down their spines. They sensed a disturbing realization but dared not voice it, for it was all too terrifying. The members of the Emperor family also wore grim expressions. The Grand Elder's eyes were filled with confusion. Had not the ancestor slain the inheritor of the chaotic demon body? These individuals observed why the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion still harbored hostility and vigilance. Could it be that the elder had driven them away for that very reason? Considering the destruction of the secret realm, the elder's heart ached. It seemed that compensation from the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion would soon be warranted, given that their actions had led to the demise of so many young prodigies. Emperor Jue Tian remained silent, reflecting upon the Grand Elder's conjecture. He had not anticipated that the final insight would be so astute. Well done, system. Thank you for your praise, Master. Ultimately, with the system's intervention, only the strong of the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion could perceive the events, while others would speculate that this might be a scheme set by the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion itself, using the secret realm to eliminate the younger generation's prodigies. Particularly, the smiles exchanged between the Jue Tian ancestor and the silhouette of the chaotic demon body instilled fear in all who witnessed it. However, they currently lacked evidence. Regardless, the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion would undoubtedly come under scrutiny. This strategic maneuver had once again been set in motion. The next step hinged upon whether the Child of Destiny could acquire the celestial tree of creation. Let us return. The Jue Tian Immortal Mansion no longer has a reason to linger here. After Emperor Jue Tian departed, various factions followed suit, having noted his gaze. The Emperor family could not have failed to notice. Son of God, please wait. Once they had distanced themselves enough from the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion, several factions called out to Emperor Jue Tian. Turning back, he regarded them with curiosity. Son of God, you must have seen that fleeting silhouette, correct? What are your thoughts? Wasn't the inheritor of the chaotic demon body already dead? Why speculate further? Many young prodigies have perished this time, including the inheritor, so their sacrifices seem justified. I wonder if any of you have further comments. If not, I shall take my leave to recuperate. After Emperor Jue Tian departed, the factions wore somber expressions. What do you think? Hasn't the Son of God already provided us with an answer? The fall of the younger generation? They met a worthy end. The one who acted just now was clear in their intent. The meaning of the Emperor's son was evident. The inheritor of the chaotic demon body has perished. Even if he had not, he was as good as dead. Otherwise, we would have been in danger. Indeed, it is unexpected that the Son of God acted for our benefit. However, the Son of God appeared troubled. Surely the elder's influence instilled caution in the Emperor family. Let it be. The inheritor of the chaotic demon body is dead. One individual voiced this, bowing respectfully to the departing figure of Emperor Jue Tian. Should the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion turn against them, their factions would undoubtedly crumble. The Jue Tian Immortal Mansion, with its hypocritical facade, will soon face consequences. Others glanced at the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion before departing. Meanwhile, within the secret realm, the great ancestor of the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion, after obliterating the inheritor of the chaotic demon body, felt his form dissipate slightly, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Come forth, little one. Chapter 87. Gaining the Inheritance. Happiness arrives unexpectedly. The horror of the child of destiny, the venerable Jue Tian, looked towards another direction. I have met the elder, Gushou Ci said, bowing respectfully. I pay my respects to the ancestor. Feng Chuchu and Ji Ru Yi also bowed in deference. Little one, you have arrived, the elder remarked, causing Gushou Ci to pause in astonishment. Little one, I am familiar with you. It was I who brought you back when you perished. Upon hearing this, Gushou Ci's expression shifted dramatically. It was the 16th ancestor of the D clan who had initially attacked. To his surprise, an old man had extracted his bones twice. Later, I secretly intervened to preserve your spirit and imparted to you the essence of life and death. Upon hearing the elder's words, Gushou Ci knelt and bowed 3 times. Elder, I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace. Should you desire anything from your junior, please do not hesitate to ask. You have not misjudged me, little one. I have already fallen, the elder replied, causing Gushou Ci to momentarily freeze in confusion. What do you mean, elder? I wish to take you as my disciple. At this proclamation, Gushou Ci was momentarily taken aback, but without hesitation. He bowed 3 times again. I pay my respects to my master. Very good, very good. Your name is Gushou Ci. From now on, you shall be my sole disciple. However, the D clan bears enmity towards you, as do I. Could it be that your fall is? Shoo, do not speak of it. At such a level, one must be cautious with words, lest they attract attention. This is still my remaining avatar, but time is running short. Here is the technique I cultivated, the Jue Tian sacred method. I hope you will practice diligently. This is a divine tree I obtained from the outer starry skies. Though I have kept it hidden, I shall bestow it upon you as well. Remember, plan before you act. After my demise, the foundation of Jue Tian Immortal Mansion will suffer a significant loss. From now on, it shall rely upon you. Now, accept the inheritance. As the elder finished speaking, a divine seal was inscribed into Gushou Ci's mind. He closed his eyes, a gentle white light emanating from his chest. Simultaneously, the elder's blood began to boil. Let me bestow upon you my final strength, the supreme bone, combined with the body of life and death. The elder spoke with palpable excitement as he observed Gushou Ci beginning to receive the inheritance, nodding in approval. Then he turned to Feng Chuchu and Ji Ru Yi. You two are this young one's companions, are you not? He inquired, glancing knowingly at the 2 women. Both ladies lowered their heads, feeling shy, yet gazing at Gushou Ci with infatuation and admiration. The elder chuckled softly. This rascal is quite fortunate. I too possess 2 inheritances, which I have held for over 100,000 years, waiting for the right person. It seems destiny has finally intervened. Senior, please grant the inheritance to Brother Shou Ci. After all, should he cultivate this technique, it would change everything. And I believe you wouldn't want our future happiness to be jeopardized, would you? The 2 women blushed, taken aback by the elder's shamelessness and playful banter. These 2 young ladies possess remarkable potential. They could certainly become valuable allies to Shou Ci. Truly, he is a person of great fortune. The elder fell into reminiscence, recalling when he first encountered the 16th ancestor of the D clan. At that time, he had been engaged in battle with a formidable foe from beyond the realms and had not anticipated the emergence of an even greater threat. The elder had never encountered such a powerful being before. In a critical moment, he utilized the celestial tree to shield a fragment of his soul, a mere wisp. To avoid detection, he abandoned his true form and entered Gushou Ci's body with this fragment. He had originally thought he could escape with Gushou Ci, but the merciless 16th ancestor had shattered the surrounding microcosm, obliterating countless miles of void. Ultimately, even that fragment of soul perished. Recalling this, the elder seethed with fury. However, his avatar's mission was nearing its end. Little one, I shall rely on you from now on. The elder's ethereal form began to fade, growing increasingly transparent. Gu Xiaoci opened his eyes, kneeling on one knee. I bid farewell to my master. Simultaneously, a colossal phantom resembling Gu Xiaoci appeared behind him, also kneeling. Upon witnessing this, the elder's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. After the elder's phantom vanished without a trace, Gu Xiaoci rose. His expression devoid of emotion as he stared blankly into the void. Taking a deep breath, he vowed, Master, do not worry. The Jue Tian immortal mansion shall resonate throughout the myriad realms, and none shall dare to bully its denizens. I, Gu Xiaoci, swear it. Brother Xiaoci. Two melodious voices chimed in unison. Hearing these voices, Gu Xiaoci regained his composure and turned to face the two women. Noticing their significant increase in power, Gu Xiaoci nodded approvingly. Their potential is indeed commendable. It appears that the master wishes for them to become his capable aides. The two young women blushed as Gu Xiaoci's gaze lingered upon them. Brother Xiaoci, why do you keep staring at us? I am merely reminiscing about the past, though I find it difficult to recall. The two ladies were momentarily stunned, but upon witnessing Gu Xiaoci's enigmatic smile, they quickly averted their gazes, unable to meet his eyes. By the way, Brother Xiaoci, we can assist you in enhancing your strength. Just now, our master bestowed upon us an inheritance that can expedite your cultivation. Gu Xiaoci's interest was piqued as he regarded the two women. He understood their intentions. I am grateful to my master for the teachings bestowed upon me. Let us give him our utmost respect. Gu Xiaoci felt a surge of excitement. Now that you have obtained the inheritance, we should utilize the resources here to cultivate before venturing out. Indeed, look at this vast space. It's perfectly suited for training. It would be difficult to find a similar place outside. Gu Xiaoci came to a realization, observing the two women. Very well. Let us refine our skills here before returning. Jue Tian, you never imagined I would gain such tremendous fortune inside. As time passed, Gu Xiaoci sensed the power within him gradually increasing, his expression brightening. This brief period of cultivation could replace half a month of previous efforts. Suddenly, Gu Xiaoci's expression changed as he glanced at the two women, his eyes filled with terror. Chapter 88. The Death of the Child of Destiny. Your daughter has perished too? To his astonishment, he discovered that both women gazed back at him with palpable terror. Gu Xiaoci's expression changed, a dreadful thought creeping in. Had he fallen victim to Jue Tian, Lao Zu's schemes? Brother Xiaoci, the spiritual energy within me has suddenly vanished. Mine has disappeared too. This is bad. Mine is gone as well. The three plummeted from the sky. A thunderous crash reverberated as a figure emerged from the ground. Do not question why only one appeared. The three figures were so weak they were inferior even to ordinary humans. We have been ensnared. But who has plotted against us? Wasn't this technique bestowed upon you by our master? Indeed, he claimed it would enhance your strength. That old rascal, we must have been manipulated. Perhaps we are destined to be usurped. Gu Xiaoci's face darkened. The two women were filled with dread. This cannot be good. That divine tree he mentioned may also be a trap. Gu Xiaoci delved into his consciousness. Indeed, it was utterly empty. Nothing remained but a chilling aura of demonic energy. This is dire. We have truly fallen into a trap. Gu Xiaoci opened his eyes, yet before he could speak, he was taken aback. Before him stood a figure, striding upon the void, clad in white garments adorned with Chilan motifs, his deep, indifferent gaze laced with mockery. The two women, who had urged him to explore the secret realm, had risen to stand behind this man. The three of them silently regarded him. Master has harvested the Child of Destiny's celestial tree. The child's fate value has decreased by 20,000, while Master's villain value has increased by 20,000. Jue Tian, how could it be you? I thought you had departed. I could not bear to leave you in such a state. I came to check on you. Gu Xiaoci remained silent. When did this transpire? You need not know. Do you have any final words? Are you not afraid of my master? That old fellow is dead. Why persist in this self-deception? Gu Xiaoci forced a bitter smile. He had not anticipated this defeat. I am no match for you. You have triumphed. At this moment, Gu Xiaoci surprisingly found himself tranquil. Seeing his demeanor, Jue Tian offered a slight smile. You shall not have another chance. This is the decree of Jue Tian. Who could have imagined such a person emerging from the younger generation? I seem to glimpse the future, a realm of suffering. The Child of Destiny harbors thoughts of death. His fate value decreases by 3,000, while Master's villain value increases by 3,000. The child of Destiny's fate value has reached 0. He may be slain. A melodious voice resonated. Jue Tian's eyes glimmered with a power from the void. Master has slain the child of destiny, Gu Xiuqi, earning 200,000 villain points and a mysterious treasure chest. Gazing upon the lifeless body of the child of destiny, Jue Tian conjured a demonic seed. Your role is not yet concluded. Henceforth, become a demonic puppet. Concurrently, Jue Tian retrieved the supreme bone he had previously excavated. After refining it with demonic energy, he infused a spell into Gu Xiuqi's body. Gu Xiuqi rose, his gaze now devoid of emotion. Not bad, but it requires the enhancement of the 8 ancestors formation. Jue Tian murmured, "You two have performed admirably." Jue Tian regarded Feng Chu and Jiru Yi. "Thank you, master." Observing the two women, Jue Tian nodded. Upon his arrival at Jue Tian Immortal Residence, he had seized control of both women and imparted a technique to them. It was through this technique that the demonic seed infiltrated the child of destiny's body during their exploration. With the aid of the demonic seed, Jue Tian had peered into the child of destiny's consciousness and commanded the system to collect the celestial tree. This was but another layer of Jue Tian's strategy, devised to preempt any unforeseen circumstances. Through the two women, Jue Tian awaited the moment Dao Tian Lao Zhu vanished before taking action. After all, Dao Tian Lao Zhu could also manipulate the celestial tree, and Jue Tian was unwilling to watch his plans unravel. This time, you two have rendered great service. As a reward, your remains shall be discarded in the wilderness. Jue Tian's hand pierced through the bodies of the two women, extracting their essence before collecting their corpses. For even the remains held value. After exiting, he carelessly cast aside their bodies in a cave far from Jue Tian Immortal Residence, making necessary adjustments. As a thick demonic aura enveloped him, Jue Tian utilized the system to erase his presence before departing. Thereafter, he had no further part to play. Shortly after Jue Tian's departure, the system's shielding effect dissipated. In the Immortal Domain, True God Domain, the head of the Feng family, something terrible has happened. The young lady's nameplate has shattered. What? What did you say? The middle-aged man at the forefront turned pale. What is Jue Tian Immortal Residence doing? Gulme, follow me to Jue Tian Immortal Residence. Simultaneously, 100,000 miles away in the G family, similar events unfolded. When members of both families journeyed to Jue Tian Immortal Residence, they encountered one another. The two families, previously on amicable terms, exchanged grave looks. Old G, what is your purpose? My daughter has died. Your daughter has perished too? Could it be that your daughter has also met a similar fate? The two exchanged glances, then resolved, let us proceed to Jue Tian Immortal Residence. Upon their arrival, they frowned, noticing an increase in spies surrounding the vicinity of Jue Tian Immortal Residence. Recalling prior events, both felt their expressions darken. Previously, they had sent messages urging their daughters to return, but to no avail. They had claimed to have fallen for a man, Gu Xiuqi, the enemy of Jue Tian. Upon hearing this, their expressions shifted dramatically. However, given the elders' altered perspective, they felt powerless. To this day, they remained oblivious to the elders' apparent indifference. G Family Master, Feng Family Master, may I inquire what brings you to Jue Tian Immortal Residence? The nameplate of our young lady has shattered. We wish to ascertain the situation. Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder's brows knitted together, unable to suppress his change in expression. Those two young women have been by Gu Xiuqi's side, have they not? As the Grand Elder departed, the Elder had signaled him. Could it be that the Elder had some connection with those two women? The Grand Elder was puzzled by this sudden narrative that had sprung to his mind. Shaking his head, he cast aside such thoughts. His mind sharpened. After all, joining Jue Tian Immortal Residence would involve marking the disciples' nameplates. Observing the two women's tokens, he noted they had not completely shattered, yet the cracks were steadily expanding. The Grand Elder's expression shifted. The two family heads exchanged puzzled glances. Regardless of the circumstances, it was most fortunate that their daughters were still alive. This is bad. The two of them may be in peril. In that moment, the Grand Elder formed a spell with his hands, as did the two family heads. In the southeast region, thousands of miles away, the Grand Elder murmured, "Come, 2,000 family heads, follow me." The Grand Elder's expression changed as the void opened and 3 figures vanished. When they reappeared, Their faces had drastically altered. Chapter 89. The Elder's Intervention, the Annihilation of Two Family Heads. In growing suspicion, the two women were rendered devoid of any good flesh. A figure, disheveled and hunched, gnawed on something, his hands covered in blood. Devour, devour, wretched beast. The expressions of the two family heads shifted dramatically as they joined forces to strike. The elder's countenance darkened. Had the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion truly lost all semblance of deterrence? A cold chuckle escaped his lips, and dark energy enveloped him. A beam of sinister light piercing the heavens. His features, set aflame by the surge of power, revealed themselves, Gushiochi. The trio gasped in unison. Huh, Elder. I never anticipated your arrival. Very well, Jue Tian Immortal Mansion. You must provide us with an explanation. The elder's expression soured further, his mind racing with heavy thoughts. Then perish. The two family heads, mere saints, stood no chance against the elder, who was a half step away from becoming a great emperor. After dispatching them, he cleansed a lingering aura, conjuring a void cage to imprison Gushiochi. Yet, he was taken aback when Gushiochi vanished without a trace. Upon witnessing the emergence of dark energy, the gaze of the powerful in the immortal realm turned towards him, brows furrowing. Another inheritor of the chaos demon body has appeared. However, upon arrival, they beheld the elder of Jue Tian Immortal Mansion, whose half-step great emperor fourth-level presence dominated the void. The chaos demon body. Jue Tian Immortal Mansion shall not coexist with you. The elder roared. Many turned their eyes towards the cave, where a buzzing sound erupted as the void opened, revealing the ancestors of the Feng and Ji families. Upon their appearance, they nearly knelt in reverence. At that moment, the elder showed no restraint in his imposing aura, filled with a sense of helplessness as the situation grew increasingly convoluted. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him, and his aura dissipated, his form slumping. I apologize, esteemed friends. The elder turned to the ancestors of the Ji and Feng families, bowing deeply. The two ancestors were startled. As mere half-step great emperors, they were ill-equipped to withstand such a gesture from the elder. Elder, what has transpired? They inquired. Another inheritor of the chaos demon body has emerged, seeking revenge for the fallen ancestors of Jue Tian Immortal Mansion. Feng Chuchu and Ji Rui have perished, and their family heads likely sensed the danger and rushed to their aid. Upon my arrival, I found both heads had met their demise. As the elder spoke, his aura fluctuated. He coughed up blood, his complexion paling as he struggled to breathe, a dark handprint emerging on his chest, exuding an evil essence. The two ancestors, still in shock, urged, Elder, you should tend to your injuries first. Your strength will be vital in the battles against the demon clan. The elder's face fell. Jue Tian Immortal Mansion has wronged you. I shall personally come to apologize. He departed, leaving the two ancestors exchanging glances filled with bitter resignation. With a wave of their hands, the scene within the cave vanished. As the Ji and Feng ancestors prepared to leave, one queried, do you believe his words? They recalled previous anomalies witnessed in the secret realm of Jue Tian Immortal Mansion. Our strength is insufficient. We cannot sacrifice the lives of tens of thousands for the sake of two individuals. They hunched their forms and departed. Upon hearing this, many onlookers wore grim expressions, while others pondered deeply. Could it truly be another inheritor of the chaos demon body? After all, we have not seen it ourselves, only sensed the pure demonic energy. They recalled a statement by the divine son of the D family. What if some have obtained the inheritance long ago and concealed themselves? The more they contemplated, the greater their shock and panic grew. Should we seek an audience with the divine son of the D family? Some family heads tentatively suggested. No need. The divine son has already spoken on the matter. The span of time suggests he had his suspicions long before. He simply refrained from voicing them due to the immense implications. Revealing this would infringe upon many interests, plunging the immortal realm into further chaos. Henceforth, let us remain vigilant. A chorus of sighs echoed as figures left, their faces marked with complexity. At that moment, Jue Tian, within the D family, naturally noticed the commotion but did not intervene. As for the elder's attempt to imprison the already puppet-like Gushiochi, it was utterly impossible. Another pawn had fallen into place. The next phase could now commence. However, before proceeding, he needed to enhance his own strength. With this thought, Jue Tian accessed his personal panel, Master, Jue Tian Identity, Divine Son of the D family. Fated villain physique, chaos demon body, temporal divine eyes, supreme Dao bone, fated villain aura strength. Fifth stage of king sealing cultivation techniques. Chaos demon scripture, celestial emperor scripture. Divine palm of the emperor, carefree journey, heaven slaying sword technique, emperor's finger. Divine powers, chaos demon heaven palm, great spatial judgment technique, first layer, space transfer. Heaven severing seal, space cutting, treading heaven. First step, shocking gods and ghosts. Second step, immortal and ghost. Third step, annihilating world's domain. Time-space stasis villain points. 360. 000 backpack. Soul-devouring divine ring. Annihilation. Mysterious treasure box. As he gazed at his personal information, Jue Tian smiled faintly at the villain points amassed. With 360, 000 points, he was poised to breach the next realm. The next threshold required merely 200, 000 points. Truly, the child of fortune was a blessing to him. Opening the mysterious treasure box, Jue Tian revealed its contents. Ding. Congratulations, Master. You have acquired the divine power. Time stasis for 5 seconds. His eyes sparkled with excitement. At long last, he had obtained a temporal divine ability. Now, it was time to break through. Jue Tian, fixated on his villain points, rapidly allocated them. King sealing 6th stage, 7th stage, 8th stage, 9th stage. With 200, 000 points deducted, he ascended to the 9th stage of king sealing. With a glint of cold light in his eyes, a wave of black energy manifested. The system concealed the surge of power. Those within the D family suddenly felt a sense of foreboding, yet no anomalies occurred. The 6th ancestor of the D family sensed this as well, furrowing his brow as he glanced toward Jue Tian's secluded location. Could it be this little brat? It's uncertain, but it seems likely. Only his demon body could evoke such sensations. However, this child possesses formidable fortunes, capable of concealing such phenomena. Were it not for the bloodline, we might have been oblivious. No, it isn't that our strength is insufficient. It is merely that this little fellow has not completely concealed his power. It appears he is sending us yet another message. Once he emerges from seclusion, it shall be our time to act. Upon uttering these words, the 6th patriarch indeed felt the unsettling sensation in his heart vanish completely. Chapter 90, Breakthrough, 3,000 seals, unlocking 5 paths. This lazy little rascal, the 6th ancestor chuckled. I wonder what realm this young one is attempting to break through. My curiosity is piqued. When the time comes, I shall simply inquire of him. Perhaps it is best that we remain in ignorance. How goes the formation? It is nearly complete, yet this formation is truly intricate. We can finally rest easy. For the 5th ancestor has relayed news that the old fellow from the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion has perished. Oh, what was the cause of his demise? There is no information at all. Wasn't that fellow beyond the great emperor level? Who could have slain him? The 5th ancestor, in league with an elder from another lineage, conspired to eliminate him? Hiss, it seems that old man was obstructing our imperial family's path, remarked the 8th ancestor, shaking his head. His death is fortuitous, but the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion still possesses some depth. That 2nd ancestor is merely a fade. I sensed it before. A dignified 2nd ancestor of the Jue Tian Immortal Mansion is merely at the 7th level of half-step Great Emperor. Nevertheless, those depths are inconsequential. With that old fellow gone, what remains will collapse like a house of cards, though it may be a bit troublesome to eliminate them, the 6th ancestor added. At this moment, within the palace where Jue Tian was in seclusion, I have broken through to the imperial sovereign realm. Jue Tian's eyes sparkled with divine light. However, the breakthrough was not yet complete. Upon sensing the stirring of the demonic body within, he closed his eyes. At this moment, Jue Tian sat cross-legged in the void, enveloped by swirling chaotic demonic energy, forming a colossal cocoon. Occasionally, flashes of crimson demonic light flickered within. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of his heartbeat resonated like a war drum. Observing closely, with each beat of Jue Tian's heart, the surrounding void began to shatter incessantly. Simultaneously, blood-red chains manifested from all directions, seemingly bound by the very heavens. The chains struggled to break free, yet oppressive forces emerged. A cold, supreme voice resounded. Break. As the voice fell, several chains abruptly snapped amidst the multitude, while the rest vanished without a trace. At this moment, the cocoon radiated a vibrant crimson hue, akin to blood. Crack. The cocoon shattered. A figure floated, seated in the void, eyes still closed. Behind him, an ethereal shadow appeared, resembling Jue Tian himself, exuding an aura so exalted that it was difficult to behold. His gaze was filled with destruction and coldness. Jue Tian slowly opened his eyes. Boom! The surrounding void began to collapse incessantly around him, causing the entire palace to tremble precariously. Upon witnessing this, Jue Tian waved his hand gently, dispelling the phenomenon. Seeing the spectacle he had wrought, Jue Tian smiled faintly. I did not expect that the chaotic demonic body would indeed be suppressed by the heavenly Tao. Unlocking these 5 chains is quite satisfactory. These 5 must be the weakest. An insight echoed in Jue Tian's mind. The chaotic demonic body innately masters 3,000 paths. However, due to the blood sacrifice of sentient beings, it was rebuffed, and the 3,000 paths transformed into chains, sealing the demonic body. Now that 5 paths have been unlocked, the next endeavor to unlock another will be quite arduous. Simultaneously, Jue Tian's cultivation had reached the 6th level of the imperial sovereign realm. Breaking the 5 chains facilitated a breakthrough to the 5th level, aided by 100,000 villain points to achieve another layer of advancement. Imperial sovereign realm. 1 layer requires 100,000 villain points. Master, Jue Tian identity. Divine son of the imperial clan, fated villain physique, chaotic demonic body, 5 seals unlocked, temporal divine eye, supreme Tao bone. Fated villain halo power, 6th level of imperial sovereign cultivation techniques, chaotic demonic scripture, heavenly emperor scripture, imperial divine palm, carefree journey, celestial severing sword technique, human sovereign finger. Divine abilities, chaotic demonic heaven palm, great space judgment technique, 1st layer space transfer, celestial seal, space cutting, step to heaven, 1 step, gods and demons shock, 2 steps. Immortals kneel, 3 steps, annihilation, space stasis, 5 seconds, domain, temporal stasis villain points, 60,000 bag, soul devouring divine ring, annihilation. Jue Tian nodded in satisfaction. Quite splendid. Now, I can commence the next phase of my plans. Jue Tian arrived at the forbidden grounds in the back mountain. After a month, this little rascal has finally emerged. The 8th ancestor gasped in astonishment upon seeing Jue Tian. Thank you for your patience, ancestor. Tian. The formation is now ready to be erected. However, those old fellows from the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion are proving to be a bit troublesome. Upon hearing this, Jue Tian pondered for a moment. I have a method. Those old fellows won't suspect a thing. However, it will require the 6th ancestor's intervention. With that thought, Jue Tian turned his gaze to the 6th ancestor. Speak, Tian. What do you wish for the ancestor to do? Jue Tian smiled slightly. Then with a flick of his finger, the 6th ancestor's form began to change. At that moment, the 6th ancestor appeared as if in a state of spiritual essence. Simultaneously, his physique and appearance transformed into that of the elder from the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion. 6th ancestor, take note. This is the manner of speech of that old man. 8th ancestor, present the formation. The 8th ancestor produced a formation disc from his hand. System, make the necessary modifications. Upon seeing the formation disc, Jue Tian pointed, and the demonic energy dissipated. The expressions of the 8th and 6th ancestors reflected shock, yet they refrained from further inquiry. The more means Jue Tian possessed, the greater their contentment. This formation has now taken on a dual nature. Ancestor, here is the method of use. It may appear as a protective formation, but once I activate it, the formation will reverse and transform into a demonic array. The 8th ancestor gasped in awe. In truth, Jue Tian harbored another scheme yet to be revealed. Within the formation, the seemingly gathered celestial spirit energy would lead those powerful individuals from the Dao Tian Immortal Mansion to believe they were absorbing celestial energy to enhance themselves. However, now and then, they would inadvertently absorb demonic energy. Jue Tian found himself unable to directly utilize the demonic array against those of a foundational level. It would raise suspicion. Moreover, he currently lacked the ability to control beings of that caliber, which would also place a strain on his spirit. Ancestor, we may proceed now. Jue Tian addressed the 8th and 6th ancestors. The 2 elders nodded in agreement. Ancestor, as long as you remain beside us, even the heavenly Tao shall not discern our presence. Upon hearing this, The two elders trembled slightly, turning to gaze at Jue Tian. As they did so, an audible crack echoed. Jue Tian was startled. Initially, the sixth ancestor and eighth ancestor were positioned in front, yet their heads turned while their bodies remained still. Should my words lead to the downfall of two elders, to whom shall I seek redress? The two elders exchanged glances, alarm evident in their eyes. You utilized this method previously in the secret realm, did you not? Jue Tian nodded. Is this secret technique harmful to you? If it poses any danger, we shall recall those old fellows to fulfill your plan. The sixth ancestor's tone was grave. There is no harm whatsoever. Truly? Indeed. Then I shall have no worries. The sixth ancestor turned back and glanced at the eighth ancestor, extending his hands to assist in turning the eighth ancestor back. Do not be astonished. This little fellow defies conventional reasoning, truly deserving of being the scion of my imperial family's celestial lineage. The sixth patriarch chuckled heartily. Chapter 91. The embarrassment of the heritage sequence. Jue Tian was determined to take matters into his own hands. Observing the jubilant expressions of the two elders, he couldn't help but join in their laughter. These were his kin, willing to disregard everything for his sake. It seemed that since the elders learned of his demonic physique, they had never contemplated the consequences of its exposure. Their stance had always been one of aggression, even if the D family faced annihilation. Who would dare to harm their divine progeny? Upon arriving near the Jue Tian immortal mansion, Jue Tian turned to the sixth ancestor. Please commence your performance, he said. The sixth ancestor cleared his throat and entered a secret realm within the Jue Tian immortal mansion. As soon as he appeared, three figures emerged nearby. Jue Tian and the eighth ancestor concealed themselves using the system. The three figures stared at the ethereal image of the great ancestor, momentarily taken aback, their expressions turning grim. They had previously discovered that the great ancestor's life force had vanished. This is a fragment of my essence that I left behind. It is nearly depleted, the great ancestor informed them. The three figures' expressions shifted dramatically. Great ancestor, what has transpired? Ambushed by the sixth ancestor. Let's not dwell on the past. The Jue Tian immortal mansion is not to be trifled with. The gravity of the situation dawned on them. They knew the great ancestor's prowess. If he deemed it unwise to provoke the mansion, then it was indeed beyond their current capabilities. Only you three should know of my demise. If word spreads, the Jue Tian immortal mansion will be in jeopardy. The three figures nodded solemnly. The energy of this fragment was nearly spent, primarily used to seek methods of concealment in the outer cosmos. Hearing this, their expressions brightened. The sixth ancestor regarded them with disdain, thinking how shameless they were. The great ancestor had perished, yet they seemed unperturbed, even capable of laughter. This is a formation, a powerful one that emerged in the outer cosmos. It was this formation that led to the great ancestor's downfall. Although it is merely a fragment, it far surpasses the protective formations of the Jue Tian immortal mansion, the sixth ancestor explained, presenting the formation. The three figures took it, exchanging glances. What do you think? One asked another. Powerful, immensely powerful. It would take me tens of thousands of years to comprehend it fully. Upon hearing this, the other two figures' expressions shifted, filled with joy. This will serve as the foundation I leave for the Jue Tian immortal mansion. From here on, it will be up to you three. We bid farewell to the great ancestor, they intoned, kneeling before him. The sixth ancestor's expression darkened. Such unfilial wretches. But what does it matter to me? He gazed at them before producing an object essential for activating the formation. The three figures appeared awkward, their faces wrinkled with age. They had not expected the great ancestor to fall. Alas, such is fate. He had a premonition. I never imagined it would be due to a formation. This time, you have benefited. Let us proceed with the arrangement. The three figures concealed themselves in the void, closing their eyes and forming hand seals. A hexagonal star radiance emerged, rapidly expanding until it enveloped the entire Jue Tian immortal mansion. They were astonished to discover that this formation possessed hidden functions. No wonder it could cost the great ancestor his life. With a sigh, they beheld the formation descend. Jue Tian nodded in approval before departing. He utilized the system to obscure the anomaly caused by the formation from prying eyes. Let us leave. This move has been made. The Jue Tian immortal mansion need not concern us any longer. One day, they shall learn the cost of their machinations against me. Jue Tian smiled, departing with the eighth and sixth ancestors. Upon returning, he was in good spirits. Tian, Come here. He heard a voice, tinged with refusal. It was his father's voice. He had previously deceived him, and now he wondered what his father required. Fortunately, this time, the eighth ancestor did not demand compensation for his coffin. After a moment of contemplation, he approached, for a void passage had manifested before him. Stepping inside the grand hall, he furrowed his brow. A figure lay within, breathing faintly, with no part of their body unmarred. Jue Tian scrutinized closely. Indeed, the heritage sequence. What has happened? After your coming-of-age ceremony, several members of the D family's heritage sequence were sent out to experience the world. Jue ventured to a dynasty under our family's control. Unbeknownst to us, within mere days, the dynasty was obliterated and he was gravely injured. Wushan's eyes reflected disappointment. The elders in the hall shook their heads. Perhaps Jue Tian's brilliance overshadowed the others. While they were exceptional in their own right, they paled in comparison to him. Jue Tian nodded, producing a divine pill and feeding it to Jue. In no time, a soft, white glow enveloped Jue, visibly mending his wounds. Moments later, he opened his eyes and, upon seeing Jue Tian, rubbed them in disbelief. Divine Son, he stammered, kneeling, his face reddening. Rise, it is but a minor setback. Jue Tian reassured him gently. Yes, Divine Son. Observing this, the other elders of the D family nodded in admiration. This was their Divine Son, a paragon of both internal cultivation and external authority. Speak, if it were an ordinary dynasty, you would not find yourself in such a predicament. Yes, Divine Son. The dynasty I was tasked to govern is called the Jue Tian dynasty. Initially, I employed stratagems to incite chaos among the surrounding dynasties. The situation seemed to align with my predictions. As long as I consumed those dynasties, the Jue Tian dynasty would significantly elevate its status. While it could not rival an imperial dynasty, its fortune would soon approximate that of an imperial house. With stronger members of the family stationed there, an imperial dynasty could emerge. Then, the Xingyue dynasty changed its ruler. I paid it no mind, as it was already on its last legs. However, unexpectedly, in just 2 days, the situation shifted dramatically. The contending dynasties suddenly ceased their infighting and allied with the Xingyue dynasty. The Jue Tian dynasty was annihilated. And as a member of the D family, I survived. Who was responsible for your current state? Jue Tian inquired. The ruler of the Xingyue dynasty, Jue replied. Jue Tian nodded, satisfied that at least he had survived. The elders in the hall exchanged glances of intrigue at Jue Tian's response. He offered no further explanation. Should a new imperial dynasty emerge from the forces controlled by the D family, it would enhance their fortune, albeit not of paramount importance. However, every little bit counts. I have nothing pressing at the moment. I shall pay a visit, Jue Tian decided, intent on meeting the ruler of the Xingyue dynasty while also preparing the formation. Previously, Emperor Jue Tian had set his sights on the Jue Tian dynasty. Initially, he intended to mobilize his family to overpower the forces there. However, while arranging formations, he did not anticipate that others had also set their sights on this locale. Chapter 92, The Divine Son of the Empire. Is he not preoccupied with the annihilation of others' forces? Since unforeseen circumstances have arisen, it is an opportune moment for Jue Tian to observe the audacity of this individual, daring to obliterate the Jue Tian dynasty and injure the lineage of the D family, indicates that the power backing him is formidable. Moreover, this monarch must be a descendant of a significant force. As for who governs a dynasty, Jue Tian had little concern previously. A ruler of an empire would kneel before him, let alone a mere dynasty. Upon hearing Jue Tian's words, Jue's expression brightened. You need not go. Focus on your recovery. Your prowess in the Dao Palace realm is still insufficient. Jue Tian remarked, observing Jue's demeanor. After uttering these words, he produced several divine pills. Is this the king's sealing pill? Jue exclaimed in shock upon seeing them. Take them. I no longer require them. With that, Jue Tian departed. The individuals in the grand hall finally regained their senses. Several elders rose to their feet, their pupils constricting and bodies trembling. They spoke in fragmented sentences. What did the Divine Son say? He no longer requires the pills? Indeed, the Divine Son stated that he has no need for such pills. This implied that the Divine Son had surpassed the king's sealing realm. The elders' faces lit up with wild joy. On the high platform, Wushan momentarily lost his composure. This impudent brat has advanced so swiftly, he has unknowingly reached this realm. Dihao gazed at the pills in his hand, feeling both astonished and disappointed in himself. Previously, they had spoken of following in the footsteps of the Divine Son, yet the gap was insurmountable. The Divine Son had achieved the Emperor's realm, while he had yet to reach the King's sealing realm. Patriarch, I wish to mobilize a batch of resources. Dihao took a deep breath, his expression growing solemn. Before he could finish his sentence, the elders each produced a ring. Here, take this, it should suffice. Train diligently. Haha, splendid. Today, I am in good spirits. After leaving the rings behind, the elders exited cheerfully. Di Wushun regarded Dihao. The family head can assist you in your breakthrough, but you must rely on your own efforts. Train earnestly. Otherwise, you will not be able to follow in his footsteps. He will face many challenges in the future. With a sigh, Di Wushun departed. Dare to harm the Divine Son? You shall step over my corpse. Dihao left with the resources in hand. Ancestor, open the void passage. After emerging from the Grand Hall, Jue Tian addressed the void. The figure of the sixth ancestor appeared. Have you truly broken through? Indeed. You rascal. Very well. I shall not be disheartened. After saying this, the ancestor waved his hand, and a void passage appeared before them. Jue Tian stepped in, vanishing from the D family. At this moment, Jue Tian arrived near the Xingyue dynasty. Upon reaching this place, he furrowed his brows. One must admit, the ruler of the Xingyue dynasty is commendable. The confidence radiating from the people here indicates that this dynasty has risen anew under a new ruler. Jue Tian emerged from the void and sought out an inn. He had been scheming and had yet to indulge in leisure. The golden thousand caught his eye, and he entered. The innkeeper, upon seeing Jue Tian, was taken aback. What a handsome young man. Surely, another young prodigy has arrived. Recently, our Xingyue dynasty has seen an influx of young talents, all seeking the favor of the Xingyue monarch. However, the monarch has eliminated several of these young aspirants to restore order. I sense this young man has a fair chance. Hearing these words, Jue Tian smiled gently. He was not here to pursue anyone. It appeared that the ruler of this dynasty was a woman. Jue Tian found a seat by the window and sat down. As he settled, an aura of dominance naturally emanated from him. His gaze wandered outside, and the inn fell into a hushed silence. Shortly thereafter, a charming smile graced his lips. To his surprise, before he could seek out the ruler of the Xingyue dynasty, she had come looking for him. Leave. A cold voice resonated throughout the Grand Hall. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look. Jue Tian casually glanced over, momentarily stunned. However, upon realizing that this person was not the ruler of the Xingyue dynasty, he shook his head with a sigh. The individual who appeared was clad in battle armor. With a face as lovely as a porcelain doll, though possessing a physique reminiscent of Cheng Yaoji. As this figure entered, the patrons of the inn gazed at her with reverence. The Snow Commander has arrived. She usually remains by the monarch's side. She does not make an appearance unless it is of utmost importance. Never mind, let us depart. Many cast a fleeting glance at Jue Tian, sensing that Snow Commander had come for this young gentleman. However, the disparity in their statures was quite pronounced, leading to less than honorable thoughts among some. After these individuals exited, a figure settled across from Jue Tian. The Divine Son of the D family has arrived without a greeting. Otherwise, others might say the Xingyue dynasty is impolite. A refined and noble woman, adorned in a royal robe of 9 dragons, appeared. She took her seat opposite Jue Tian, pouring herself a drink. The Xingyue monarch has exquisite taste, taking a moment to visit this idler amidst her busy schedule. Jue Tian remarked, observing Xingyue. He could not help but acknowledge the beauty of this woman, but more importantly, her grace. The fortuitous woman he had encountered previously paled in comparison. This lady resembled a celestial phoenix. Name, Xingyue identity, abandoned daughter of the Xing family, child of fortune fate value, 500, 000, initial, strength, 9th level of the King's sealing realm physique, Xingyue divine body, reincarnation divine body techniques, celestial star divine art, reincarnation supreme art, celestial emperor's finger, sun and moon star dust creation art, divine abilities, falling star descent, western emperor's finger, reincarnation seal domain, human emperor domain, reincarnation domain, beginner. One could not deny the formidable nature of this woman's profile. With an initial fate value of 500, 000, She surpassed the majority of so-called children of fortune. This child of fortune was remarkable. It seemed that the Jue Tian dynasty, under Di Hao's control, must harbor significant opportunities. Otherwise, Xingyue would not risk such a venture. Observing Jue Tian's seemingly amused expression, Xingyue felt a twinge of panic, as if her secrets were laid bare before him. In the Immortal Domain, who dares to call the divine son an idler? Is he not engaged in the obliteration of others' forces? One would be led to believe you are allied with the chaotic demon body, here to weaken the strength of the Immortal Domain. Huh, are you not the same? Did you not also annihilate the Jue Tian dynasty? Oh, so you imply the divine son has come to seek vengeance? Xingyue regarded Jue Tian, her expression unwavering. Chapter 93. The Child of Destiny. Alike in purpose, what a formidable individual this Child of Destiny is, not driven by vengeance, yet undeniably intrigued by the private affairs of the Emperor. I wonder if the Emperor of Star and Moon has any interest in engaging in a discussion about such matters. Upon hearing the words of Emperor Jue Tian, Star and Moon's countenance flushed, and she regarded him with earnest intent. Indeed, he aligns perfectly with my aesthetic sensibilities. Star and Moon nodded earnestly. Since the divine son harbored no intentions of retribution, Star and Moon felt at ease, for the dynasty had only just stabilized, and she had matters to attend to. For reasons unbeknownst to her, the gaze of Emperor Jue Tian instilled a sense of unease within Star and Moon. After she departed, Emperor Jue Tian revealed a smile that hinted at deeper contemplations. In his eyes, this child of destiny bore similarities to himself. Why is that? He seeks to utilize the magical formations, and should any unexpected events arise, they could pose a threat to the entire celestial domain. Alternatively, he could resort to a blood sacrifice to enhance his own power. He was meticulously orchestrating his plans. This Star and Moon, a being of reincarnation, was simply unaware of how much her memories had awakened. It appeared that she intended to leverage the Star and Moon dynasty as a foundation to gradually encroach upon the surrounding powers, ultimately elevating her own authority and, with the aid of immense destiny and resources, directly establish a celestial court, achieving a state of immortality. Emperor Jue Tian discerned the ambition in Star and Moon's eyes. She showed no signs of trepidation upon his arrival. Moreover, he possessed some knowledge of the Star family, a hidden yet formidable force. The expulsion of Star and Moon had gone unspoken by the Star family, which also served as her source of confidence. One cannot deny that this woman was audacious. Elder, may I inquire about any peculiarities of the Jue Tian dynasty? Emperor Jue Tian pondered, addressing an elder. At that moment, Emperor Hao was in seclusion. Elder, does the Jue Tian dynasty possess any unique attributes? He inquired. Indeed, there's a formation that harnesses the power of the stars. It is a diagram, albeit rather weak. The elder replied, nodding. Upon hearing this, Emperor Jue Tian's eyes brightened. It seemed his suspicions were well-founded. The Jue Tian star diagram, an ancient formation. This exceeds my initial expectations, he murmured, a smile gracing his lips. He had not anticipated that Star and Moon harbored such grand ambitions. The Jue Tian star diagram served as a protective formation, yet Emperor Jue Tian surmised that, as a member of the Star family, she must be privy to some hidden functions. After all, knowledge of ancient formations was scant, and even that which was known remained obscure to others. System, please manifest the territories spanning billions of miles, he instructed. Shortly thereafter, as he beheld the evolving map, a smile spread across his face. Within these vast territories lay approximately 360 dynasties. The Star and Moon dynasty occupied a central position. Utilizing the Star and Moon dynasty as a foundation and combining it with the Jue Tian star diagram, a formidable imperial dynasty would soon emerge. Emperor Jue Tian's eyes shimmered with divine light as he observed the system's evolution. 360 dynasties, indeed, as anticipated. As the evolution continued, he could not suppress a gasp of astonishment. If his conjectures held true, as Star and Moon gradually consumed the surroundings, the Star and Moon dynasty would become the nucleus. Leveraging the Jue Tian star, all other powers within the celestial domain would become part of her dominion. In such a scenario, the celestial domain would effectively transform into Star and Moon's territory. Whether it be the Emperor family or other clans, including certain forbidden lands, they would all fall under her sway. Should she succeed, The celestial domain would become a realm of her absolute authority. Taking a deep breath, Emperor Jue Tian remarked, "What a terrifying woman." He mused, perplexed by how even a child of destiny would dare to harbor such formidable ambitions. What, then, was the true identity of this reincarnated being? The current system could only reveal the information pertaining to star and moon. Never mind who you were before, he resolved, grappling with conflicting thoughts. This woman possessed ambitions akin to his own. One sought to exploit the destiny of the celestial domain, while the other might ultimately resort to blood sacrifices to elevate oneself. Their objectives were aligned, both scheming for dominion over the entire celestial domain. My demonic form cannot yet be revealed. Thus, employing her methods to achieve my own aims might prove beneficial. With that, Emperor Jue Tian murmured, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, within the Star and Moon Palace, Star and Moon found herself ensnared in contemplation. What could Emperor Jue Tian's intentions be? If he sought vengeance for the downfall of a dynasty and the wounding of scion of the emperor family, it seemed unlikely. Frankly, he wasn't worthy of such a response. Even if she were to dismantle an imperial dynasty, the emperor family would not dispatch a divine scion for retribution. Moreover, what did his gaze signify when he beheld her today? Did he uncover something? Star and Moon pondered, having encountered many prodigies, yet Emperor Jue Tian remained an enigma. Shrouded in obscurity, the more she reflected, the more apprehensive she became. "It appears you are faring quite well," a cold, disdainful voice interrupted her thoughts. Star and Moon furrowed her brow. "Since you are here, Star C, cease your pretense." Her voice dripped with disdain. "This palace of yours resembles a dog kennel. I never imagined the once-cherished princess of the Star family would fall to such depths." The void parted, revealing the power of the stars coalescing into a throne. A youthful nobleman reclined upon it, conjuring small, rotating spheres akin to miniature stars. "What brings you here? What do you seek? Merely to witness your dismal state? I must admit, it is quite satisfying," he chuckled. Star and Moon frowned. She held little regard for Star C's strength, yet he was protected by guardians. Should she act against him, the fruits of her current endeavors might be jeopardized, complicating her future plans. "Star Moon, if you plead with me, I might allow your return to the family," Star C remarked, his gaze laden with amusement. "Please, do so," Star and Moon retorted. Star C paused, momentarily taken aback, before bursting into laughter. Yet the mirth quickly transformed into agony as a sword pierced through his mouth. "Has no one informed you that your words are quite foul? Star Moon, how dare you?" A furious roar echoed through the void, a tremendous force materializing. "Try to lay a finger on me. Do you think that just because I was expelled from the Star family, I would cower?" Star Moon's voice was icy, akin to a phoenix perched high above. Chapter 94. The Indomitable Man and the Son of Fate. At this moment, Jue Tian, having arrived with the aid of the system, observed the commotion from a distance. Choosing to remain hidden, he was curious to see how this ambitious woman would respond to such pressure. The figure in the void fell silent. "After all, is it not that you desire that object?" Xingyu remarked with a hint of mockery. "You indeed know of its existence?" The voice from the void responded, laced with astonishment. "Indeed, I know where it is located. Speak, and I shall spare your life." "Spare my life? I am the only one privy to its whereabouts. If I perish, do you think the Xing family will let you go? You are astute. What are your terms?" Xingyu smiled. "That object is of utmost importance to the Xing family. Even if I am regarded as an outcast, I can still survive. If you wish to know, I have a condition. For a century, no member of the Xing family is to set foot in the Xingyu dynasty, nor may you secretly hinder us. Should I discover any treachery, you shall never learn the truth." The figure in the void remained quiet for a moment. "This matter is beyond my authority. Please wait." Silence lingered in the void for several minutes. "Very well. The Xing family agrees to your terms. However, we seek assurance regarding the veracity of your claims. In due time, I shall provide you with an answer. Should I wish to flee, you may certainly pursue me. Since there is nothing more to discuss, you may leave. No need for formalities. Moreover, take this worthless individual with you." Upon hearing Xingyu's words, a large hand emerged from the void, seizing Xing high and vanishing. "Should you deceive the Xing family, you will bear consequences beyond your reckoning." With the closure of the void, Xingyu exhaled in relief. At present, she had no support, save for her own dynasty, which had once received assistance. Xingyu took her seat upon the dragon throne, contemplating her future plans. For the members of the Xing family were no fools. She pondered how to retrieve that object without arousing suspicion from the Xing family. However, as she sat down, her expression shifted. Xingyu gasped, realizing she had not settled upon a cold seat. A man's presence enveloped her. Are you attempting to take advantage of me, woman? Jue Tian's voice was icy as he regarded Xingyu with a mocking gaze. Jue Tian, what brings you here? The celestial realm is vast. Is there anywhere I cannot go, especially in this insignificant dynasty? Hand over the object. Jue Tian settled into the dragon throne, propping his chin with his right hand, observing Xingyu intently. You covet the Xing family's treasure as well. I am not interested in that object. What I desire is something from the Jue Tian dynasty. Do you comprehend what I am referring to? Jue Tian made no effort to disguise his intentions. Xingyu's countenance faltered. She had assumed Jue Tian sought the Xing family's possession, but she was taken aback to discover his interest lay with the Jue Tian dynasty's treasure. If that were the case, Xingyu would rather Jue Tian covet the Xing family's item. What do you speak of? If you seek vengeance, you may act directly rather than seeking to manipulate. Additionally, this is my position. I am the ruler of this dynasty, Xingyu declared with authority. Simultaneously, a royal dragon aura manifested, encircling Xingyu. Jue Tian cast a casual glance, noting how the royal dragon aura relinquished its hold on Xingyu. Standing erect beside her, its whiskers twitching as it extended its claws, becoming rigid and no longer billowing. Xingyu's expression darkened. The royal dragon aura within her felt fear in the presence of Jue Tian. Do not test my patience, woman. Surrender it. Jue Tian, are you accustomed to being domineering? Others may fear the D family, but I do not. It appears you, the discarded daughter of the Xing family, possess quite the audacity. While I may not know your schemes, I must state this. You are a castaway of the Xing family. Do you believe the surrounding dynasties will still regard you with caution? Your bravado is commendable, yet regrettably misdirected. Xingyu's eyes darted. She approached Jue Tian. Shunzi, may we negotiate a matter? Negotiate? Jue Tian extended a hand. Caught off guard, Xingyu found herself in his embrace. Produce it, or I shall search you myself. Jue Tian regarded her, his gaze unwavering. Startled by Jue Tian's sudden action, Xingyu quickly regained her composure. The chill in the air dissipated, replaced by allure. Shunzi, is there truly a need for such urgency? There is still ample time. Xingyu spoke softly. Jue Tian's body shifted, lifting Xingyu effortlessly. Crash. Do you enjoy this, woman? Seeing the indifference in Jue Tian's eyes, Xingyu, still nursing her bruises, gazed at him. She understood that he was convinced she possessed something of value. An idea struck her, and without hesitation, she produced the item. Upon seeing the intricate diagram, Jue Tian's brow relaxed. Master seizes the fortune of the daughter of fate. Her destiny value decreases by 50,000. The master's villain value increases by 50,000. Taken aback by the voice in his mind, Jue Tian realized this child of fate was indeed exceptional, yielding significant benefits. Shunzi, may we negotiate a matter? At this moment, Xingyu disregarded her previous fall, gazing at Jue Tian with a look of eager submission. Shunzi, you possess a striking appearance, unparalleled charm, and formidable prowess. I have a humble request. Might you grant it? Certainly not. Xingyu's mouth fell agape. At a loss for words in the face of the impervious Jue Tian, she felt she had met her match. Furthermore, do you realize you possess no talent for flattery? And when you do, must you expose your molars? It is truly unappealing. Are you even a man? Oh, is that what you wish to know? Jue Tian retorted. Not at all. I wonder if Shunzi is aware of the Xing family's starry sky, ancient road. Xingyu's expression turned grave. How would I know? And what if I do not? You. Jue Tian was certainly aware of the starry sky, ancient road, established by the first great emperor of the Xing family. After its creation, that emperor vanished, along with a mysterious object belonging to the Xing family, its nature unknown. The Xing family daring to accept Xingyu's conditions suggested that it was indeed that object. The starry sky, ancient road was set to open once more. One could only wonder if the son of the D family had an interest in it. Are you attempting to leverage me to gain entry? Jue Tian scrutinized Xingyu. Indeed, I wish to utilize your presence to access it. What is the object of the Xing family? Chapter 95. The young ones lack martial virtue, running amok with the ancestor Jue Tian, filled with curiosity, posed a question. In the star god ancient palace, Xingyu articulated her words with precision. Jue Tian's gaze shifted slightly. Hadn't the starry sky, ancient palace always belonged to the Xing family? After all, it was a celestial weapon. It was rumored that this artifact was not originally known as the star god ancient palace. Rather, it was rebranded after being acquired by a powerful emperor of the Xing family. This emperor had comprehended the essence of the star god ancient palace, enabling his ascendance to the imperial rank. Jue Tian pondered whether the divine son harbored any interest in such matters. Not interested. I have already obtained what I desire. Jue Tian prepared to depart, sensing that this woman sought to manipulate him. Nonetheless, he was determined to retain control over the situation. You truly lack interest? Speak. What are your conditions? Xingyu contemplated, realizing she had no choice but to acquiesce. If she were to return to the Xing family alone, it would be akin to walking into a den of tigers, unless absolutely necessary. What I require will not be disclosed at present. However, if I bring it up later, you must not refuse. No, what if? I have no interest in you. Do not assume that your appearance grants you the liberty to act as you please. You, very well. Xingyu inhaled deeply, her figure rising and falling with barely concealed agitation. Indeed, Jue Tian, at some point, found a teacup in his hand. You are not without merit, woman. It is a pity you possess such a sharp tongue. Upon hearing this, Xingyu exhaled in relief. Since they were heading to the Xing family, a fitting identity was in order. After a moment of contemplation, she gazed at Jue Tian. You would be well suited as my pet. You. Xingyu felt exasperated, cognizant of her inability to best Jue Tian in a confrontation. Having resolved to accompany her to the Xing family, Jue Tian dismissed her further attempts at conversation. Arriving at the Xing family, they found the hall occupied by numerous individuals, all standing in silence. In that moment, both Jue Tian and Xingyu remained quiet. Yet, as Xingyu observed Jue Tian, a smile danced in her eyes, particularly at the sight of the Xing family's discomfort. At that moment, the head of the Xing family stood, trembling nearby, uncertain of the divine son of the D family's purpose for visiting. Oh, I informed my Jue Tian that the starry sky ancient road is about to open. To their surprise, it piqued his interest, prompting his visit. The members of the Xing family regarded Xingyu, the little vixen, wishing they could swat her aside were it not for Jue Tian's presence. May I inquire about the two esteemed elders? A member of the Xing family nervously eyed the two ethereal figures behind Jue Tian, feeling a surge of anxiety. Where in the world could one find a young individual wandering about with an ancestor in tow? Where was the dignity of being an ancestor? When Jue Tian decided to visit the Xing family, he had brought the ancestor along, alleviating the need for further complications. Pay no mind to us. We are merely reminiscing about our grandchildren. The little ones enjoy lively gatherings. As adults, it is only natural to supervise them, the eighth ancestor remarked. The ancestors of the Xing family wore expressions of apprehension. It is not excessive, not at all. If it is not too much trouble, we apologize for any disturbances caused. The eighth ancestor responded with a smile, which only heightened the tension among the Xing family members. The open threat was unmistakable. What astonished them most was how Xingyu had become entangled with the divine son of the D family. As for when the starry sky ancient road opens, our divine son wishes to partake in the excitement. Rest assured, this little one knows how to conduct himself. If he were displeased, he would not act out of line. The elder of the Xing family fell silent, understanding the implications of the eighth ancestor's words. Xingyu's association with Jue Tian meant that any harm toward her would require Jue Tian's approval. Should Jue Tian object, the Xing family would face the wrath of the D family's ancestor. Members of the Xing family felt the sting of indignation. They had come to seize opportunities, yet found themselves threatened. They gritted their teeth, unwilling to show fear. You carry a sword on your back. It seems to be an heirloom of the D family. Has it been so long since you ventured out that this has become a norm? The starry sky ancient road has already opened. Upon hearing this, Xingyu's expression shifted. Why had it opened before the appointed time? This time, we are unaware of the reason for its premature opening. However, only the young may traverse it, so we remain uncertain of the specifics. As these words were spoken, Jue Tian sensed Xingyu's tension beside him. His brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing once more. In coming to the Xing family, he had leveraged Xing Yu, even as she sought to benefit from him. The fact that she mentioned the star god ancient palace indicated her indifference towards it. What, then, could have prompted such a change in her demeanor? Jue Tian found himself intrigued. Since that is the case, I, the divine son of the D family, have also arrived. Surely, the Xing family will permit me to enter and observe. This little one has little experience and has not traveled far, so I trust you will acquiesce to my request. The sword behind the 8th ancestor quivered slightly, causing the secret realm of the Xing family to tremble. The expressions of several elders from the Xing family shifted dramatically. They recognized that the 8th ancestor of the D family was a master of formations and had silently set up a barrier without their awareness. Very well. Upon hearing the elder of the Xing family's response, the ancestor of the D family nodded. My divine son will not enter without purpose. I shall set a formation for you, as you must have witnessed earlier. The elder of the Xing family's eyes sparkled with delight. We are most grateful, dear friend. Within the starry sky, ancient road lie buried prodigies of the Xing family, and this recent change heralded the awakening of one such anomaly. They had not anticipated that this particular anomaly would awaken in this lifetime, directly causing the alterations within the starry sky ancient road. For the being buried within the starry sky ancient road was the son of an emperor, a closely guarded secret of the Xing family. While the divine son of the D family was indeed formidable, the son of an emperor was not to be underestimated. As they approached the entrance of the starry sky ancient road, a voice echoed in Jue Tian's mind. Should any peculiar occurrences arise within, simply notify me, and I shall extract you, obliterating the starry sky ancient road if necessary. Jue Tian, taken aback, pondered the 8th ancestor's warning against hastily resorting to destruction. Within lies the son of an emperor. At this revelation, Jue Tian's eyes brightened. A fleeting glance at Xing Yu confirmed his suspicions. Could it be that Xing Yu harbored ulterior motives? The son of the buried emperor was likely beyond the capabilities of the current son of fortune. Jue Tian's curiosity intensified. Was there a conspiracy at play? Chapter 96. The reborn emperor, daughter of reincarnation upon witnessing the arrival of the two individuals. The elder of the D family exchanged a fleeting smile with the elder of the Xing family, who responded with an awkward grin. Meanwhile, the 8th ancestor of the D family regarded them with disdain, noting their lack of teeth, which made their smiles rather unappealing. If the elder of the Xing family were aware of the 8th ancestor's thoughts, his expression would surely be one of surprise. However, the 8th ancestor was significantly older, though his power surpassed that of the Xing elder. Alas, lacking the strength of others, he could only suppress his feelings. As they stepped into the ancient pathway of the starry sky, Jue Tian paused, surprised to find himself alone. The ancient starry pathway could be likened to a realm created by an emperor, shrouded in mystery known only to the emperor himself. Jue Tian realized he had been manipulated. Xing Yue, you are indeed clever, but it matters little. You think you have escaped me? With a mere system transmission, I can appear by your side. At that moment, Jue Tian surveyed his surroundings with curiosity, finding the place desolate, infused with a stench of decay. Not far off, he sensed a faint life force, which made him furrow his brow. He discerned several auras that felt distinctly different from those of the immortal realm. Could they belong to individuals from another domain? He could not believe that an emperor would create an ancient starry pathway merely to conceal his offspring. What was the true scheme behind this? As he encountered several young prodigies from the outer realms, Jue Tian frowned again, noting their inadequate strength. Very well, I shall set up my own formations. One of his reasons for entering was to arrange his magical array. Otherwise, why would he have come? A jade pendant appeared in his hand. The artifact known as the Devouring Spirit Ring, obtained after vanquishing the first child of destiny. System, inscribed the magical array within, he commanded, his eyes gleaming with determination. His plans were about to unfold. The ancient starry pathway, connecting multiple outer realms, aligned perfectly with his intentions. By establishing a formation within, he could monitor the situation inside. However, Jue Tian's brow furrowed once more as he encountered resistance in his array. In response, a void ancient path materialized behind him. When he reappeared, he was astonished by his surroundings. The land of dragon veins? He murmured. This place exuded potent fortune, and he recognized the profound laws present. Could this be where the son of the emperor lies buried? Suddenly, the ground trembled, and a dragon's roar echoed through the air. Jue Tian's expression shifted dramatically. A true dragon had perished here. Such a being had yet to reveal itself in the immortal realm. If the true dragon clan discovered that one of their own had died here, they would surely descend upon this place. Yet, what concern was it of Jue Tian? He had set his sights on this true dragon. Just as he prepared to take action, a realization struck him, causing him to gasp in shock. In that instant, he understood Xingyue's plan. She must have been aware of the true dragon's demise long before. The emperor had created this ancient starry pathway not only to cultivate his child's foundation, but also to orchestrate a grand scheme. If the true dragon clan learned of their kin's misfortune, they would undoubtedly seek retribution against the Xing family. This ancient starry pathway served as a road for the emperor's son and for the Xing family, a fact the elder of the Xing family surely knew. Xingyue's mention of the star god ancient hall within was likely a diversion to distract him. An artifact of such significance would not go unnoticed. Perhaps this was also part of the Xing family's emperor's design. A celestial weapon, coveted by all who entered, would elicit confusion and chaos. The most perilous places often serve as the safest havens. If Jue Tian's instincts were correct, that celestial weapon was indeed hidden here. Should any anomalies arise, the appearance of the celestial weapon could go unnoticed by all. As he sensed the presence of both individuals from the immortal realm and those from other domains, he realized they were all of the younger generation. However, something felt amiss to him. He sensed he had overlooked a crucial detail. What exactly had he missed? A glimmer of dark magic flickered in his eyes. Such audacity! He found himself momentarily stunned. The grand schemes of the Xing family's emperor were far more extensive than he had imagined. Having previously failed to inspect the situation closely, he now grasped the full implications. The star god ancient hall, how unexpected. The entire affair had been orchestrated by that emperor of the Xing family. It was likely that the emperor was not truly deceased. The burial was not that of the emperor's son, but rather of the emperor himself. The notion that the emperor's son was merely a fabricated rationale for a rebirth was profound. The ambition of this emperor was formidable. It seemed the elder of the Xing family had been aware of this all along. Otherwise, he would not have allowed Jue Tian to come here. Yet, there was another who knew the truth. At that thought, Jue Tian's gaze shifted towards the direction of Xingyue. Was she attempting to steal the fortunes of an emperor reborn? He found himself unable to fully comprehend her intentions. This woman harbored immense ambition, nurturing her strength with the essence of true dragons for her own resurrection. The land of dragon veins, steeped in the essence of true dragons, would enhance her power immensely. Each emperor bore unparalleled fortunes. Xingyue aimed to capitalize on the legacy of this emperor. The star god Ancient Hall was of little concern to her. In truth, the entire ancient starry pathway was the star god Ancient Hall itself, and he found himself within its confines. This resurrected emperor sought to orchestrate events that would disrupt his plans, transforming the celestial weapon into part of the ancient starry pathway. What could possibly compel an emperor to commit to such a course of action? Jue Tian pondered the intricacies of this plot, realizing that an emperor carrying immense fortunes, combined with the essence of true dragons, would create an astonishing confluence of destiny. A daughter of reincarnation with such luck was indeed intriguing. Initially filled with doubt, Jue Tian's uncertainties soon dissipated. Both individuals were of great fortune, and since Xingyue dared to pursue this ambition, she must possess means to contend with it. Why not play the role of the opportunistic observer? Yet, the current situation was not sufficiently chaotic. Elder, spread the word that the land of dragon veins exists within the ancient starry pathway. Ensure no one knows this information comes from the D family. I shall stir up some commotion within. Chapter 97. The miscalculations of Jue Tian. What scheme does the child of destiny have in mind? Originally, the information within was not to be disseminated. But what connection did it have with Jue Tian? This place was indeed sealed off. It was likely that those who left would have parts of their memories erased. The methods of the emperor were numerous. However, those within did not include Jue Tian. And of course, there was Xingyue, who had traversed the path of heaven. Since this was a land of great fortune, it would be remiss not to devise a plan of one's own. At that moment, a void passage appeared before Jue Tian, and he stepped inside, arriving at the innermost sanctum. Before him lay a bronze, purple coffin, sparking his curiosity. Was this the coffin in which the emperor buried himself? Indeed, it appeared to be a treasure. As Jue Tian surveyed his surroundings, his expression suddenly shifted. Could it be that I have misjudged? System, provide insight into the contents of the coffin, he commanded. After realizing he could not see through it, he relied on the system. Immediately, his countenance changed. The coffin was utterly empty. For some inexplicable reason, he felt as though he had been deceived. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. The land of dragon nurturing was indeed genuine, but why was it devoid of life? Had the inhabitants already departed? After conveying a message to his ancestor, a stir erupted in the outside world. They had not anticipated that the ancient starry path housed a land of dragon veins. However, while others suspected the Xing family, they bore no fear of them and even threatened them with weapons. What was truly unfolding? At that moment, Jue Tian felt ensnared within a conspiracy, much like being trapped in a vortex. Emerging from the depths, he scrutinized the surroundings and utilized the system to expand the area continuously. Is this a formation? 9 dragons and 9 divine binding formation. The system's alert sounded. Upon hearing this, Jue Tian's expression altered, and he cast his gaze toward the coffin. Xingyue, you truly are something. Concealed within the void, Jue Tian observed the young prodigies approaching with a peculiar smile. The land of dragon nurturing was, indeed, a ruse. Or perhaps, not entirely false. Suddenly, he noticed the figure of Xingyue materialize. Her face radiated surprise upon entering this place. Jue Tian was taken aback when she broke through the area and lay within the coffin. His expression darkened. Could this woman be a reincarnated emperor? Such an unreliable individual has reached the emperor realm? The land of dragon veins was indeed remarkable. He had not anticipated its existence. Young prodigies gazed upon the sight with immense astonishment. Jue Tian, lost in thought, pondered what her intentions were. Since others had emerged, it was time for him to do so as well. He was uncertain whether his conjecture was accurate. Although Xingyue was plotting, he sensed that her true aim was himself. He could not fathom why he held this feeling. Meanwhile, Xingyue, lying within the coffin, employed the formation to observe the young prodigies outside, particularly Jue Tian. A change flickered across her face. Soon, golden threads of Tao emerged, and the expressions of the young prodigies shifted in shock as they realized they were enveloped by the formation. What sort of formation was this? They were left in suspense.